This slimy lump, after finishing his bath, is once again a handsome man, with a six-pack simply because he is the heavenly demon, who has been in secluded cultivation here for over 2,000 years. The world outside, technology has developed to the point of migrating to other planets to live. As soon as he was awakened, a single palm strike, carelessly unleashed, instantly pierced through a planet, fighting against the strongest SSS-class biological weapon. He could defeat it with a single slash. With one hand he supports all things. Even nuclear bombs can't do anything to him. He and Ovenku won't beat around the bush anymore. Let's get started. The story begins with a lonely planet in the middle of the universe. Cold, as if signaling a turbulent beginning. Someone cries out in panic, What the hell is going on? The On, after observing for a while, turns around with an annoyed look, then asks, Is this the right place or is the GPS wrong? Thwan 2, while adjusting the machinery, coldly replies, This is exactly planet ID B2Z. The girl tightly grips some device and continues, We have arrived exactly at the target. At this moment, their spaceship has nearly approached that red planet. The signal rings out. On Earth, amidst the infinite space, someone screams inside this ship, Robert, get over here now, you damn glutton. Robert presses his face against the glass, then looks out with an impressed expression. It looks really strange. I'm sure this is the place we want to go. But Theon, hearing that, says wearily, a place drowned in radiation, with no sign of even a bit of oxygen. And it's suspected that a high-value, wanted criminal is hiding here, staring directly at the beam of light from that planet. Theon wonders to himself, and that person is a high-ranking member of the Black Blood Gang? Robert replies with a bit of hesitation. That's right, noticing that attitude. She angrily turns around and says, This bastard. Robert Frantikelis shouted, No, I'm telling the truth. I'm absolutely sure. This group appeared when Haumun raided the main system of the gang. Without saying anything else, Theon immediately turned to Thwan 2 and asked, What do you think? The girl didn't look at them but replied calmly, If he came here, it's no different from seeking death. The spaceship is getting closer and closer to that red planet. Thwan 2 slowly announced the levels. Oxygen saturation is 23.67%. Radiation pollution is up to 87 sieverts. This place is too perfect for killing people. Having just heard that, Theon grew a bit somber and asked again, Is it possible for anyone to live here? Thwan 2 was still focused on examining the machinery, then replied in a soft voice, With top-tier radiation shielding levels installed, and a high capacity of the internal energy drive, extended periodically. Without finishing her sentence, the girl stood up straight and continued, Then we can stay here for 6 hours. After a moment of silence, Theon also turned to Robert and asked inquiringly, All right then, Robert, what will you do? If we go and find nothing, can you risk your life? At that unexpected question, Robert was momentarily stunned and asked back, My life? As soon as the words were out, a shout rang out on the ship. Theon's loud voice, Anyway, if he's not here, then I'll turn you into minced meat and Sun Ra. Please notify us when there are signs of life on the surface. A desolate landscape of Earth under a burning sky shows that human civilization collapsed a long time ago. Target coordinates are 117.07, 36.25. Thwan 2 looked at the scenery here and spoke up. In the past, this place was called Mount Tai. Hearing that, Theon asked back with some curiosity, Mount Tai? You mean this is Mount Tai? Thwan 2 replied while landing the ship, Correct. This very place was called by the elders of the unions. Martial arts call it a sanctuary. Legend has it this is the origin of the Mount Tai star system. However, looking at the ruins of this place, Theon had to exclaim, This is a garbage dump, directing her gaze toward the distant mist-covered mountains. Thwan 2 continued, The elders from the martial arts alliances. Before she could finish her sentence, Theon irritably interrupted, Why don't they clean up? What are they making money for then? Isn't this their sacred land? Robert walked through the gate while glancing around, then replied firmly, All of them talk the talk, but they would never do anything for free. After walking for a while, Theon suddenly stopped, looked down and said, We're here. This is the marker standing in the middle of a desolate clearing. Robert asked in confusion. Right here? But there's nothing here, are you sure about this? The An looked down, staring at the ground, and calmly replied, it must be this spot. Then she knelt down on one knee, fumbling for something with her hand, and said hesitantly, should I place it around here? Robert looked back with a puzzled expression. What is your plan? The An didn't answer but continued to ask in confusion. Whatever is under there, it's still alive, right? At the same time, the controller on her belt glowed. It signaled the activation of internal energy. Suddenly, the ground where the An touched radiated. A powerful green energy source. She spoke in a mysterious voice. If I were buried that deep, I would have suffocated long ago. Next, the An's eyes turned blank. Under the bright light and the command, open up. As the words left her lips, a shocking explosion occurred. Not far from there, as the dust settled, a strangely shaped object emerged. It was hit by several falling rocks with a clatter, but it still spoke calmly. Next time, please give me a heads up, so I can get out of the way. Suddenly, the An saw something that made her eyes widen in shock. Before the two of them a giant hole appeared after the explosion. Immediately, the An turned on her headset to contact Thuan 2. Sun Ra, are there any signs of life? The girl skillfully operated the system panel, then calmly stated, quite faint but still alive. Looking at the tracking board, it showed that the An's audio signal was completely lost. Thuan 2 continued to announce, there is also a fairly large space down there. At this point, Robert finally spoke up. Captain, I'm bringing out the electronic ladder. Hearing no response, he turned around only to see the An jumping down into that hole. Robert let out a dissatisfied sigh and said, you are always so impulsive. As soon as the An jumped down quite a deep distance, Robert quickly shouted, let's go together. In no time, both had landed safely on the ground. While the An walked gracefully, Robert appeared to be completely exhausted. Before them was a giant gold-plated door. On the surface were carved lines of text with strange content. The world fears me and imprisons me with the great dharma of the esoteric teachings. If you clumsily attempt to awaken me, then death shall greet you first. Lee Maxine. Robert looked up high and said in confusion, what does it say? It looks like writing. The An also quickly transmitted a signal to Thuan 2. Sun Ra, translate this. The girl checked the system table and frankly stated, it is a language that was used about 2,000 years ago. In short, it means do not open the door if you don't want to die. As soon as the words were finished, Robert's loud shout of frustration was heard. A threat. See, I told you that bastard was hiding here. On the contrary, the An appeared indifferent and said, a threat in a language that nobody understands. Hearing that, Robert immediately argued back. Well, it's still possible, right? The An quickly walked forward and said seriously, in this case it's actually a good sign. If they warn us not to open the door. She placed her hand on the door and emphasized, then it proves there are very valuable things inside. Suddenly something appeared, causing both of them to open their eyes in shock. Before them was the hair-covered body of Mok Chan, sitting on a towering platform. He sat cross-legged without a single movement. Seeing this, Robert clearly showed his curiosity and said, what is that? It looks like a human. But the An just threw a bored look, then stepped up the stairs one by one. In no time, she stood facing the hair-covered body of Mok Chan. But Mok Chan still hadn't made any special move. Robert, standing below, couldn't help but anxiously call up, is it still alive? Is it human? It has been buried here for 2,000 years. There is no way it can still be alive. The An just stared at Mok Chan calmly, without answering a single word. Mok Chan sat as still as a rock. Not even a slight movement was seen. Unable to suppress her curiosity, the An began to move her index finger close to his face. What she touched was the nose, protruding from that messy hair. At this moment, both space and time seemed to freeze. From that moment on, after touching Mok Chan's nose for a long while, the An tilted her head to one side in confusion. All of a sudden, from the spot where her finger touched, a strange purple electric spark radiated. that made the On's eyes widen in amazement. The very next second, Mok Chan's entire body began to emit powerful shockwaves. His eyes turned a terrifying glowing red. Terrified, the On followed her natural reflex, holding out her magic hand to resist and shouted, "What is this?" But immediately the energy she unleashed was stopped short before Mok Chan's overwhelming pressure. The On could no longer maintain her composure, her eyes filled with shock. Only a few seconds later, a fierce flame erupted where Mok Chan was sitting, intensely, and from there, a crater opened up for that spark to fall into. It turned into a pillar of fire shining straight down at the door, making the entire space glow brightly. From outer space, the beam of light could still be seen piercing through the planet's crust. The spaceship piloted by Thuan Tu was almost swept away by that extremely powerful energy surge. The girl couldn't hide her confusion and screamed, "What happened? What's going on?" Immediately, Thuan Tu panicked and shouted into the control panel, questioning the captain. "What's the matter? What just happened? What did you do?" The cries through Thuan Tu's radio kept ringing out urgently. "Robert, answer me. Why aren't you two answering?" At this moment, the On lay motionless on her back amidst the hazy smoke. Thuan Tu kept calling, "Answer me, Captain Robert, Robert," inside the mask. The On had already spat out a mouthful of syrup. The shock had not yet left the On's face. Her entire body seemed frozen. Before her eyes was Robert's entire body, lying face down on the ground. In the depth of the On's eyes was the silhouette of Mok Chan, who was slowly walking toward her. In no time he stood right in front of the On. Then he spoke in a deep voice and asked, "Who are you?" Mok Chan looked down at the person opposite him and continued, "How dare you wake me up?" At that question, the On could only stare blankly without being able to utter a word. Their eyes met and stayed that way. The entire space fell into silence. But in the On's heart, a question arose. Is this a challenge? Could a martial artist capable of challenging me have been born? Robert still showed no signs of movement. Meanwhile, Mok Chan still stood waiting for an answer. He lost his patience and growled. Mok Chan continued to repeat the question irritably. "Why did you wake me up?" It turned out the words he spoke were in some strange language, leaving the On confused. She then frowned tightly and said, "What the hell is he saying? I don't understand a single word." At the same time, quickly, turn on real-time translation mode, activated. A moment later, Mok Chan raised his thin arm high in a threat. "If you do not answer, I will kill you." At those words, the On exclaimed in shock, "Kill what?" She paid close attention to Mok Chan's arm and words. "I will kill." Immediately the On went into a defensive stance, her hand releasing a powerful energy source. What the hell is this? What kind of monster is this human? The very next second, a flame was seen erupting and exploding, right where Mok Chan stood. The On showed an excited expression. With her hand gathering internal force, she screamed, "D!" Then she frantically unleashed her power. Her mouth repeatedly shouting, "Die, D, 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 take this, D." After a while, the great walls were seen melting, due to the impact of the explosion. At this moment, the On stood amidst the hazy smoke. Her hands had stopped moving. Sweat was pouring down her face. Her breathing was heavy and labored. The alarm system warned of an overload. 12 cycles out of 14 have been used. In front of the On was Mok Chan, still standing perfectly calm like that, without a single injury. The system suggested, "Please recharge internal energy." Her eyes stared at the unscathed body of Mok Chan. Then she frowned, secretly confused. What the hell? Why is he unharmed? Now, Mok Chan began to speak strange words. "That is the Golden Summit Conference, refining the holy art and holy decree. Red mist, although they are martial arts of the Cloud Gang. There are too many impurities. It shows you learned them through theft." At this point, his eyes flashed a fiery red, then he growled. "In other words, you are just a grave-robbing thief." As soon as the words were out, Mok Chan was seen slowly floating up. The On once again fell into a state of panic. Then she looked up with wide staring eyes. Mok Chan suddenly shot up into the air, along with a bursting purple energy flow, asking in a steely voice, "How dare a thief like you interrupt my eternal sleep?" The On was taken from one surprise to another. Her eyes couldn't blink upon hearing the declaration, "You must die." Involuntarily, she froze as if seeing something. At this moment before her eyes, The An saw Mak-chan lying sprawled on the floor. She wondered in confusion, what is this situation? While still not understanding what was happening, Robert's voice rang out, he's probably dead. He struggled to stand up holding his shoulder and continued, exposure to radiation, like that without a protective shield. Then dying is only natural. Looking at Mak-chan's motionless figure, Robert was a bit puzzled. However, he has existed for quite a long time. Before he could finish the sentence, Thuan Tu interjected. He is still alive. Breathing is normal and pulse is also normal. He asked further in wonder, so why? Thuan Tu understood and speculated. It seems he collapsed from running out of energy. Faced with Robert's bewildered expression,
Tu clarified.
The body is still fine, but the energy source inside his stomach is depleted. Having just heard that, the An cried out in confusion, his stomach? Both of them directed their eyes toward Mak-chan, without anyone saying a word. But in the An's head, she wondered. So he fainted because of hunger? Is he hungry? After a long while, a scream echoed on the spaceship. No way, Captain! Robert yelled out in frustration. Why did you carry this thing back with us? You should have just left him there. Looking at the calm demeanor of the An and Thuan Tu, Robert became even more furious and yelled, "Didn't you see him go crazy just now? He's worse than a radiation-infected cockroach." By now, Mak-chan's entire body had been tightly wrapped in tape. Robert continued to hurl insults. At least an infected cockroach is worth a few dollars. But this crazy monster has no value at all. Why did you bring it back here? In response to his loss of composure, the An only casually replied, "He's worth money." As soon as she finished, Thuan and Robert stared at her with bewildered eyes. Just like that, the space between those people fell back into silence. The An said to herself in her head, "And worth a lot of money." At this moment, she couldn't help but speak out loud. He is valuable and of great value at that. Hearing that, both Thuan Tu and Robert let out a surprised huh? The An began to pose a question. What is the most valuable cultural heritage today? Thuan Tu lowered her eyes and softly replied, "Ancient martial arts. The closer to the original, the more expensive it is." After listening, the An looked at the door, then quickly responded, "Correct assessment. According to the situation, that furball is likely a martial artist, an ancient one from at least 2,000 years ago." By now all three had sat down. The An slowly added more information. 2,000 years ago was the period of legendary development of martial arts. Even the lowest rank, F-class, from that era also had techniques of at least 10,000 points. Saying this, the An's expression became serious. Her eyes narrowed as she continued to speculate. But this furball is not at that level. He must certainly be above the master level, at least S-class or higher. Hearing this, Robert spoke up nonchalantly. If he's truly S-class, then we've hit the jackpot. Then all three simultaneously looked toward Mak-chan. Meanwhile, Robert asked anxiously, "But what will happen if he wakes up like that?" However, the An appeared confident and shook her leg continuously while reassuring him. "Don't worry, that's high-resistance plastic silk, usually used to repair spaceships. Even the leader of the Shaolin sect wouldn't be able to cut through it." Suddenly she paused, her eyes snapping open. Involuntarily, the An glanced to the side, with a confused look as if realizing something. At this moment, Mak-chan somehow managed to tear apart the tape and stood up toweringly. Immediately, a surging aura radiated around him. Then he asked in a harsh voice, "How dare you? You lowly grave robbers dare to touch me? I will tear you apart right now." A second later, the An was seen, getting into a counterattack stance, crouching low and shouting, "Damn it!" Robert also jumped in surprise and exclaimed, "There, I knew this would happen." Involuntarily, both of them froze with surprised faces, as if seeing something. Before them was the small figure of Thuan Tu, holding up a tray of food for Mak-chan. It was a tray full of delicious, hot sausages. The scene caused Robert and the An to freeze without saying a word. On the other side, Mak-chan ate voraciously, ignoring the staring eyes, watching his famished way of devouring the food. The three of them didn't say anything to each other. The An now couldn't hide her curiosity and asked, "How did you know?" Thuan Tu only coldly replied, "He has been hungry for a very long time." Then she looked at Mak-chan's licked-clean food tray, and continued, "The best thing for a hungry beast is sausages." At this, the On and Robert both realized and looked at each other, letting out a cry. Their spaceship was still hovering in space, and very close to that red planet. Inside, a hesitant voice spoke up. So, after finishing the meal, Mach-chan got straight to the point and said, "You are not grave robbers, but bounty hunters," and accidentally woke me up, sitting in front of the three. He calmly added, "And now 2,000 years have passed, compared to the time of my existence. Humans, after destroying resources, thinking of the desolate scene under the twinkling night sky, of the stars," Mach-chan continued, "then destroyed the earth, and decided to live among the stars." Attentively listening to those words, the On lowered her eyes sadly and replied, "That's right, everything has been quite stable since then. They decided not to allow the use of any weapons, except for martial arts, including nuclear weapons." Mach-chan heard that and exclaimed in surprise, "Nuclear weapons?" Amidst the silence of space, he asked with a bit of curiosity, "So what era is the current age?" He didn't hesitate to inform him, "The star era? According to the galactic calendar, it is now the year 1105. As soon as the words were out, Mach-chan couldn't hide his curiosity and asked, "Galactic calendar? So you people live in the sky too?" At this question, the On spoke condescendingly. "Are you starting to understand now? That's right. It took 2,000 years for us to wake you up. You should feel grateful." Hearing that, Mach-chan flew into a rage and shouted, "Nonsense! Who do you think you're talking to? Do you have any idea who I am?" He truly couldn't restrain the anger in his heart and screamed, "You're nothing but third-rate grave robbers, and now you're trying to trick me with those ridiculous arguments. You really want to die?" He lashed out. The three of them didn't say a word and calmly pointed to one side together. Mach-chan reflexively turned to look. It seemed he saw something and instinctively froze. Before Mach-chan's eyes was a supermassive, giant planet dyed in the reddish-orange of the sun. The On spoke up to say, "See, over there, Mr. Furry." "No, wait, Master, that's where you used to live." Unable to believe his eyes, Mach-chan asked in shock, "That's the planet I used to live on?" The On walked to the glass window and slowly replied, "Yes, however, it has been completely destroyed." She brushed Mach-chan's hair with her hand and inquired, "Anyway, after seeing it clearly, do you believe us now?" Around Mach-chan, a purple energy source radiated again. Then he asked in a low voice, "Even so, I want to believe, but I can't." "You expect me to believe? The land I once lived on is that sphere?" At this point, the On was truly fed up. Then she rubbed her forehead and sighed. "It's truly incredible." How? Suddenly Robert noticed something and started sniffing around. Mach-chan's entire body was surrounded by a strange mist. Robert exclaimed in disgust, "What is that smell?" The On also quickly noticed, then covered her nose with her hand and said, "Hey, we'll tell you the rest later. But first of all, can you go take a bath? If possible, cut all that hair off too, since we're going to have to travel together for a while." While some flies were enjoying that stinky head, Mach-chan stood there blankly and asked, Bathtub?" Then he was pushed into the bathroom, with the three of them supervising from outside the door. The shower poured out streams of cool water. The sound of rushing water echoed inside the bathroom. Robert asked curiously, "Why didn't you just leave the hair as it was?" Thick clumps of hair were falling onto the floor. Robert turned to the On and mocked Mach-chan. "I'm afraid something like a mummy will come walking out of there." As soon as he finished speaking, the two of them suddenly froze and looked forward. A pair of clean legs slowly stepped out. Mach-chan hurriedly dried his hair. His appearance now looked much neater. Now he revealed a very handsome face and an incredibly solid physique. Ignoring everyone's disbelieving stares, Mach-chan dried his hair while casually asking, "Is there more of that stuff I just ate around here?" The On's cheeks, involuntarily, flushed red at Mach-chan's handsome appearance. Secretly wondering in her head, "Who are you?" The spaceship suddenly accelerated forward. Mach-chan once again pressed close to the glass, thinking with an impressed expression, It seems this is the sky after all. His figure looked tiny compared to the vast universe. His inner self sank into reflection. I once lamented the narrowness of the world, but now it's a vast and truly strange space. Suddenly Mok-chan's eyes widened in surprise. It turned out that the An was pinching his cheek, making him feel confused as she passed by. She frowned and questioned, "So how old are you? Don't count the years you were asleep, just the age you know yourself to be." Looking at Mok-chan's bewildered expression, Robert continued to mock him. "He's definitely not normal." In no time they moved to Pleiades, a star cluster within the circular galaxy. It seemed small and rugged, but it was home to an asteroid hub. The space also included the Wild Zeo Inn, which was incredibly busy. Thuan Tu's eyes involuntarily widened, as if witnessing some scene. Mok-chan's eyes were full of coldness. He was unconsciously devouring a pile of sausages. Seeing this scene, Robert couldn't help but blurt out, "How can one person eat so much?" Thuan Tu said wearily, "He's been hungry for 2,000 years after all." As soon as she finished, Robert cried out in panic. "What? So he's going to eat 2,000 years worth of food?"
Tuant Tu calmement replied.
"Judging by the way he eats, it's quite possible." Finally, Mok-chan agreed to stop eating. The atmosphere in the diner seemed quite quiet. Somewhere, Vong pursed his lips in hesitation. Then the old man spoke up and asked, "Are you looking for a broker?" Actually, Vong was the owner of the Wild Zeo Inn, of the 18th generation of the Vong family. The An sat regally and replied, "Correct. It must be someone wealthy and tough, because the item is extremely expensive and valuable." Vong took a puff of his pipe and asked softly, "So, for the brilliant mad demon to be like that, just how expensive would it be?" She crossed her arms and replied with a calm face, "A complete collection of martial arts manuscripts, 2,000 years old. How much would it be worth, if they are all originals and S-rank?" This statement made Vong jump in shock. Hazy smoke drifted up into the air, under the yellow light casting shadows. Vong was left sitting alone quietly with his pipe. At this moment a subordinate finally dared to speak. "Is that really true? If they are S-rank and originals from 2,000 years ago, then they must be extremely valuable." But the old man calmly said, "Priceless." That made the other guy a bit confused. Vong blew out a thick cloud of smoke, and emphasized again, "I said they are priceless." The subordinate looked at the An's back and stated, "If such things exist, just one book could buy an entire planet. And furthermore, she claims to have found many such things." A mid-tier bounty hunter, the brilliant mad demon, Vong coldly ordered, "Stop talking nonsense and chase them away." And back at the dining table, the An asked, "Where is Sunare?" "She went to buy some things." Robert curiously asked, "How did the conversation go?" At this point, the An replied with a smug expression, "He said he will contact us when there is a buyer." As soon as she spoke, she glanced to the side, but saw Mok-chan sitting comfortably, leaning back in his chair, on the table full of empty plates. The An couldn't hide her panic. "What is this? No, there's no way he ate all of that, right?" Robert clenched his fist and cheered. Fortunately, he has stopped eating. The An could only hold her head in helplessness. "If it weren't for the money, I would really..." Suddenly the door opened. Everyone in the diner turned to look. The Red Wolf platoon led by Nongwin slowly entered. The An jumped up in surprise. In her mind, she was panicked. Those people, it was her, staring at Nongwen's rugged appearance. Then cried out in alarm, "The Sky Demon Cult!" Nongwin snapped his head around, looking everywhere, using the device on his eye, scanning everyone in the diner once, looking at them through the partition. The An stated firmly, "That's right, these people are." He is the leader of the Red Wolf platoon, Tamchon.
Ngongwen?
Robert also stuck his face out to eavesdrop the Red Wolf platoon. If it's the Red Wolf platoon, then are they inspectors from the Demon Gang? Why are they here? She warily reminded them that they are a specialized tracking team, so they must be tracking someone. "Don't look at them or you'll get into trouble." "Did you just say the Demon Gang?" Before she could answer, she noticed Mok-chan. Standing up, he put on a curious face and asked about the Demon Gang. "Could you repeat that about the Heavenly Demon Gang?" At this point, the An became arrogant and crossed her arms, replying, "How could you know about the Heavenly Demon Gang, while sleeping for 2,000 years like that?" "So the Heavenly Demon Gang has existed since then, and later returned? Having just heard that, Mok-chan asked in shock, but why doesn't everyone run away? If they are truly people from the heavenly demon gang, shouldn't everyone be running away in a panic? The An turned her face away and replied nonchalantly, why, that heavenly demon gang has their own strange rules, but they still pride themselves on being the top orthodox sect in the universe, and they truly are the best. Hearing this, Mok-chan's eyes widened in amazement. The heavenly demon gang is an orthodox sect. Casting his eyes on the majestic stride of Nong-gwyn, he sank into thought. My dream. In that dream, I always felt distance and emptiness. Will they become reality? Suddenly he stiffened and glanced down. Nong-gwen's gaze caught a couple staring at him. Then he redirected his focus, looking at a man sitting with his head bowed. Nong-gwyn approached and said in a cold voice, look up. Hearing that, the man fearfully looked up. Nong-gwyn immediately obtained the information. This is a wanted person for second-degree robbery and assault. After checking, he put on a terrifying face and said, you're lucky today. You aren't our target. Saying that, Nong-gwyn pressed his face close to the man and growled, so go to the Martial Arts Alliance and turn yourself in. If you don't listen. Before he could finish, his eyes bulged, turning white as if realizing something. A hand was placed on Nong-gwen's smooth bald head, making him freeze in place. Mok-chan rubbed Nong-gwen's head and said nonchalantly, admirable. Before the stunned eyes of the tough guys, Mok-chan continued to speak. This seems to be my dream. Even the old men playing cards were startled and had to stop to listen to him. This young man has made it come true. Mok-chan showed a satisfied expression and exclaimed, how truly admirable. Without stopping there, Mok-chan even wrapped his arm around, embracing Nong-gwen's bald head and spoke with empathy. How much hardship have these young people endured to reach such heights as this? The wanted man froze completely at Mok-chan's action. Right now, within Mok-chan's embrace, Nong-gwyn asked in a cold, stiff voice, is he a kid with some brain illness? Immediately, Robert stepped forward awkwardly and explained, that's not quite right. It's just that his social skills are a bit lacking. Mok-chan held Nong-gwen's head tightly to his chest, forcing him to use his hands to pry it off while saying softly, kid, you better realize today is your lucky day too. If I could feel even a bit of internal energy or martial arts from you, you might have been torn into 100 pieces right here. It looked like a loose hug, but there was an extremely powerful force that Nong-gwyn could not break out of at all. His entire body felt like an electric current was running through it. Blue veins popped out everywhere. Then he cried out in panic. What is happening? How can he not budge even at that level? Robert saw this and asked in confusion, what is wrong with him? The An said calmly, not sure. Even though he used all his internal power, Nong-gwyn still couldn't remove the arm. Were gritted as he secretly cursed, this bastard. At the same time, a signal emitted from his chest. QIOS internal energy transmission system is activating the blood wolf demon art. Maximum operation. Immediately, Nong-gwen's eyes turned a terrifying blank white. He tilted his head toward the sky with a surging aura, then roared, you stop causing trouble. After that, Nong-gwyn stood straight up and raised both hands high. The wind began to swirl violently from there. Tables and chairs in the shop were tossed aside. The tough guys from before froze before that pressure. The two old men playing cards were also stunned by the aftershocks. The members of the Red Wolf platoon also stared blankly at this scene. A moment later, debris from the ceiling began to fall heavily. The three Robert, the An and Mok-chan remained calm. Suddenly, a stone hit Nong-gwen's bald head. He didn't even realize what he was doing. The An looked up and spoke to Robert in a mocking tone. It seems his situation isn't looking too good. Huh? Nong-gwyn regained his composure and asked, who the hell are you? He scanned Mok-chan's information, but couldn't gather anything, feeling a bit panicked inside. How could this happen? I clearly intended to kill him instantly, but how can a natural being with absolutely no internal energy still be alive? At this, Mok-chan slowly spoke up. Is that the blood wolf demon art? It is one of the lower tier martial arts compared to the skills of the masters who cultivated the celestial demon body, but it's still considered very commendable, since it has been passed down until now. Saying this, He clasped his wrists behind his back and softly explained. However, it's a pity that your internal energy and essence are not compatible. It seems you were trained in a flawed manner. The next second, Mok-chan was seen approaching Nong-gwin and sincerely offering, "But meeting me today might just be the life-changing opportunity for you, right? So, let me fix you." Faced with those calm words, Nong-gwin flew into a rage. Raising his hand to gather spiritual energy, he rushed forward and screamed, "You're crazy, die!" His hand tensed up firmly. A fierce flame erupted, while in his head he muttered, "Red Wolf Demon Claws, first form." Without finishing his words, Nong-gwin swung a strike and shouted, "Red Wolf Strike!" But fortunately, Mok-chan dodged all 5 fiery claw marks imprinted in the air. Everyone fled in fear. Nong-gwin continued with another powerful claw strike, Red Wolf Explosion, but Mok-chan just stood in one place, able to dodge. His anger reached its peak. He continuously clawed frantically, his mouth roaring the Red Wolf shockwave. Red Wolf Demon Claws. Mok-chan nimbly dodged the blows just like that. Nong-gwin's eyes flashed with a terrifying light. A fierce stream of energy constantly poured out. Streaks of light surrounded Nong-gwin's body, moving incessantly. His eyes temporarily softened. The entire space went dark, leaving only a whisper to be heard. Internal energy is sufficient. The internal forms are correct. At this moment, Nong-gwin seemed to sink into the space of the vast galaxy, his mouth muttering anyway. Suddenly, as soon as the words left his lips, he was seen frowning tightly with glowing red eyes, and screamed, "Red Wolf!" But before he could look cool for long, his head was blocked by a hand so suddenly that his eyes almost popped out. Enough! Mok-chan just gave a slight downward slam, with an exclamation, "Too crude," caused Nong-gwin to sink deep into the ground. Immediately, fierce waves of energy erupted from there. The shock caused rocks and dirt to scatter everywhere. The members of the Red Wolf platoon were left, gaping in absolute shock. The young men were also stunned by this display. Without blinking an eye, the 2 old men playing cards still couldn't get over the shock, eyes wide open. Neither the On nor Robert could believe their eyes at what was unfolding in front of them. Nong-gwin was now lying face down on the ground, looking utterly humiliated. Mok-chan then clasped his hands behind his back and looked down, then spoke words of instruction. "You have studied, but you learned like a parrot. True martial arts is not just about finishing an imitation. Adapt and then make it your own." After that, he pointed his hand at Nong-gwin and casually ordered, "Now if you understand, stand up and try again." I said stand up. The subordinates heard this and felt a bit annoyed, but had no reaction yet. The very next second, they rushed toward Mok-chan and screamed in anger, "You dead dog! How dare you oppose the platoon leader? Kill him!" They all had their hands ready with weapons aimed straight at Mok-chan. The scene shifts to the Heavenly Demon Gang headquarters, District 32. On the control screen, it showed the scene where all members of the platoon, the Red Wolves, were defeated. Every single one of them lay motionless on the floor. Loi Trak saw the situation and didn't know what to say. Nong-gwin lay on a stretcher with a truly pathetic face. His teeth were almost all broken. The scene was also quickly cordoned off, and medical staff were rushing to provide first aid. After watching for a long time, Loi Trak closed his eyes slightly and exclaimed, "Incredible! He is the leader of the Heavenly Demon Division, District 32. Dong detached Tien Lok approached from behind to announce, "Fortunately, they only have bruises. It's not life-threatening." However, Loi Trak asked in a cold voice, "How is that fortunate?" Looking at Mok-chan's bewildered face on the screen, he continued, "Anyway, opposing an unknown stranger." While the words were still trailing off, Loi Trak couldn't suppress his confusion and asked, "What on earth did our Red Wolf gang run into?" Tien Lok is a longtime senior of District 32. Roy Chun-dok stood in the middle of the vast grand hall. Loi Trak anxiously asked further, "Are you saying he has no data in the Martial Arts Alliance database?" Tien Lok quickly replied, "Correct. However, his companions do." At this moment, the spaceship accelerated rapidly through space. Tien Lok's voice still echoed. "They are a group of bounty hunters, known as S-Devil." Dion put on a weary face, standing with her arms crossed.
Tien Lok emphasized.
"They mainly clean up criminals of rank B or lower, led by a girl named the brilliant demon Exorang. Mok-chan was indifferent, not realizing what he had caused. Still holding his knife and fork waiting for food, he stared blankly at the On and Robert standing before him. Loitrak's confused voice rang out. The brilliant demon Exorang? The large screen changed to a picture of the On. Tien Lok slowly presented. Indeed, a fairly famous bounty hunter, in both the orthodox and unorthodox worlds. After the incident, they left the Wild Zio Inn. But we can track them, the old man asked hesitantly. Should we send a team to follow them? However, Loitrak simply replied calmly, no. I will handle this personally. Those words left Tien Lok not knowing what to say next. After that, the old man could only bow his head and await orders. Loitrak pressed a button on some device. Immediately, the screen began to show static. He looked up with an expectant expression. The very next second, an image of Tan Pham appeared on the screen. He opened his mouth to greet him. It's been a long time, leader of the Dong Detached Division. Tan Pham flashed a friendly smile and said, perhaps you have a request? Hearing this, Loitrak didn't answer but revealed eyes full of killing intent. At this moment on the spaceship, the On directed her eyes toward the twinkling stars. With a slightly pensive expression on one side, Loitrak, Tan Pham eagerly asked further. For our Greenwood group, right? The spaceship is moving at an extremely high speed. Mok-chan inside still maintains his posture holding the knife and fork, but his expression has slumped a bit. The On and Robert say nothing and just stand there staring at him. The three of them stayed like that, six eyes meeting amidst a tense atmosphere. At this point, Robert finally opened his mouth to whisper to the On. Captain, tell the truth. You're scared just like me, aren't you? Seeing as she was seen through, the On irritably said, what are you talking about? Robert leaned close to her ear and slowly repeated, you saw it too, didn't you?
Tam Chan Ngo Nguyen.
And the Red Wolf platoon are all A-rank martial artists, and he took them down with just one hit. At that moment, Mok-chan only flicked his arm lightly, his eyes brilliant like the morning light, but unexpectedly that wave of his hand sent the members of the Red Wolf platoon flying into the sky. They were thrown aside without mercy and slammed hard into the wall, making the scene extremely chaotic. Witnessing this, the On spoke defiantly. If I fought them seriously, I could win too. They might be A-rank, but they're the lowest level of A-rank. Robert also confidently chimed in. If I put my life on the line, I could probably give them a few scratches. Saying that, he put his hands in his pockets and admitted, but that guy swatted them down like flies. Just like that, then realizing the On was walking quickly forward, he called out, Captain! She stood right where Mok-chan was, then slammed both hands hard onto the table. But contrary to that aggressive attitude, the On showed goodwill. Let's talk. Mok-chan didn't answer but only put on a wary face, then coldly replied, eat first. Hearing that, the On immediately sat down and suggested, no, let's talk first. She crossed her arms and asked him bluntly, what's your name? At this point, Robert felt embarrassed and reminded her, sorry, Captain, I think we should use honorifics first. However, the On still arrogantly shouted, are you deaf? What is your name? Suddenly Thuan Tu appeared with a tray of sausages, steaming hot, causing the three of them to pause for a moment, looking at those delicious sausages. The On spoke with authority, don't even think about it, until we finish talking. Hearing this, Mok-chan's eyes showed annoyance. Seeing the atmosphere was quite tense, Robert quickly spoke up to interject. Hey Captain, they say, you shouldn't even disturb a dog while it's eating. At least let him eat in peace first. The very next second, Mok-chan replied, Lee Martin. The On maintained her haughty attitude and asked further, what is your identity? Like, what was your profession before? Mok-chan instinctively hesitated for a beat. The On also stared at him, waiting for an answer. Mok-chan calmly said, Heavenly Demon. While everyone froze upon hearing that name, he continued to emphasize, ruler of the Heavenly Demon. The On's face showed clear shock as she stammered, Heavenly Demon? Did he just say ruler? She couldn't believe what she had just heard, and turned to ask again, what kind of nonsense is he bragging about? Did we feed him spoiled sausages or something? Suddenly, the entire ship experienced a violent tremor. Robert started and frowned, turning around. The On was surprised. Opening her eyes wide, she thought, target detected. Thuan Tu hurriedly checked the signal and urgently announced, someone is targeting us. They are at close range. Already having a prejudice against Mach-chan, Theon quickly blamed him and shouted, "I knew it, it must be the Heavenly Demon Gang." After he defeated the Red Wolf platoon, "They won't leave us alone." Thuan Tu irritably interrupted, "Oh come on." She looked at the screen and calmly stated, "That is not the Heavenly Demon Gang." An icon of a skull and crossbones was printed largely on the ship. Thuan Tu emphasized its green wood, looking out into the distance. They saw in space countless modern devices belonging to the gang. Greenwood's Tan Pham stood with his hands behind his back. His gaze has detected the spaceship piloted by Thuan Tu. At the same time, the loudspeaker announced, "S-Devil ship identified. They are the bounty targets." The identity of this man wearing glasses is leader of the 72nd Galactic Division, Black Tiger Greenwood Fortress of Trang.
Huy Ek Kim Sung Bom.
At this moment, Tai Chao from behind, holding a notebook while looking, asked, "Leader, should we fire the EMP? Capture net?" Tan Pham leisurely asked back, "You said they are bounty hunters, right?" Tai Chao kept looking intently at the notebook and replied, "Yes, according to our investigation, they mainly operate on the outskirts of the galaxy. Their leader is called the Brilliant Demon Exorang." Having just heard this, a thought flashed through his mind. Why would the Heavenly Demon care about such a small team? Just as he thought that, on the large screen, Loi Trak's annoyed face appeared. Tan Pham returned to an affable expression and asked, "We accept the bounty amount. Please state the completion conditions clearly. What shall we do once we catch the targets?" Loi Trak coldly requested, "No need to catch them. Just wipe them out from here." Tan Pham couldn't hide his confusion upon hearing that. "Kill them?" Then he spoke up, "How strange. Something must have happened." Tan Pham's next reasoning made Tai Chao involuntarily startle. "They are much more professional at killing than we are. There must be a special reason for handing this to us." The light reflected, revealing Tan Pham's mysterious expression. Inside Thuan Tu's spaceship, a speculative voice rang out, "There must be a trap inside that ship." Looking at those devices and machinery in operation, Robert spoke up, "They brought a whole crowd in there." Theon looked up and wondered, "Are they pirates coming here to rob us?" Robert immediately dismissed it, "I don't think so." Then he continued to look out at the ships, the scouting ones, and asked in wonder, "Bringing such a large fleet here, what benefit would they get from robbing poor folks like us?" Hearing this, Theon snapped back and said irritably, "I get your point, but the way you say it worries me." After saying that, she raised her fist, rotated it, and said smugly, "Anyway, it doesn't matter. These Greenwood guys are just despicable robbers. If they block our way, just beat them to death and throw them away." Meanwhile, Mach-chan pressed against the glass with sparkling eyes. Thuan Tu touched the information panel and said in a low voice, "It's not that simple. They are part of the Galactic Division. 72 Greenwood fortresses. It seems their entire force is here." After hearing that, Theon tried to remember something and said, "Galactic Division. So the leader of that division is also here. The name Kim." Finally, she remembered the name and cried out,
Kim Sung Bom, Black Hole Kim Sung Bom.
In the meantime, Mach-chan looked outside, unable to hide his amazement. "Damn!" Theon recalled the image of Tan Pham and emphasized once again, "That's right, Black Hole Kim Sung Bom. I can't easily defeat him." Robert heard that and couldn't help but tease her. "Of course it's not easy. You'd die within 3 strikes if you went against him." As soon as he finished, Theon jumped up in anger. "Hey, it's not that bad. If I focus on it, could." Before she could finish, Robert gave up and said gloomily, "Forget it, let's just surrender quickly. We have nothing to lose, don't panic." Theon, of course, wouldn't let that happen, and immediately gave a firm order. "Alright, from now on, everyone listen to my orders. First, they will fire an EMP ring to suppress the ship's energy and make us lose our internal power. I will let them do it." Thuan Tu's expression was not very optimistic, as she gloomily continued, "After that, they will board our ship. I will allow that too." The next second, Theon urgently suggested, "Let them search the ship, and just hand over the unnecessary items, to preserve our lives. If they want them." Robert confusedly interrupted, "Then how is that any different from surrendering?" She ignored him and shouted, "You just need to follow orders." Then she tapped Mach-chan's shoulder with her hand, and naturally instructed him, "Don't panic when the EMP net hits. The ship will shock a bit, The On looked down on him slightly and continued to reassure. But don't worry, there won't be any destructive energy. Because of space laws, those people are not allowed to use the ship's weapons either. Seeing no response from Mok-chan, the On reminded him with a sarcastic tone. I don't know why. Anyway, don't interfere. Just let them take what they want. They will leave on their own. If there's a fight, just run and get out of here. I can't guarantee anything. Next, she glanced back and asked Thuan Tu. Locked, prepare for impact. Suddenly, the girl's expression changed to panic as she cried out. No, it's a light cannon. That information made the On startled and turned back to looking straight at the Greenwood Gang's ship, which was continuously firing beams of light. Thuan Tu screamed in shock. Destroying a ship with a light cannon. They are trying to kill us. Witnessing the scene before her eyes, the On was stunned and could only exclaim, that's insane. Inside the Greenwood Gang's ship, Tai Chao worriedly reminded the division leader, this violates galactic law, could cause big trouble for us later. He looked at Tan Fam's back and continued, catching them and handling it silently would be. Before he could finish, Tan Pham interrupted, no, I have a bad feeling. Just turn them into dust and blow them away, and that's the end of it. The problem is, we can shift the responsibility to the client, which is the heavenly demon. Saying that, he glared straight ahead and gave the order to fire. When ready on this side, the On fell into a passive position. Showing confusion, she cried out, block it, can we block it? Thuan Tu could only scream out, no, we are surrounded. Unwilling to give up, the On redirected her question. Well, what about the protective layer? Thuan Tu, also flustered, replied, not working. Remember, I sold it for living expenses. Hearing that, the On suddenly remembered and her eyes widened in shock. Wondering in her head, oh right, so what now? At this moment, Tai Chao quickly reported. The light cannon energy is ready, sir. Tan Pham decisively ordered, fire. Immediately, a massive, sparking beam of light was powerfully fired toward Thuan Tu's ship. Both the On and Thuan Tu could only watch with wide eyes. Robert gaped in amazement at that stream of light. Mok-chan remained quite calm, as he saw the light cannon rushing toward them. In no time, a resounding explosion echoed through the galaxy. Tan Pham still appeared cold. In the face of that terrible scene, the light from the flames reflected onto his indifferent face. Suddenly, Tan Pham's eyes widened as if he saw something. Within a few short seconds, the spaceship piloted by Thuan Tu was submerged in a sea of fire. But strangely, it didn't suffer any damage. That was thanks to a giant flying disc blocking the front. Because of it, the tiny spaceship remained safe and sound. In the midst of the intense firestorm, from within the flying disc, Elena stepped out majestically in revealing clothing, holding a weapon in her hand. The On quickly covered Thuan Tu's eyes, her mouth exclaiming in surprise, what is that? Tan Pham panically recognized the eight-legged demon. Looking at her majestic appearance, he couldn't help but exclaim in confusion, Elena? Seeing her, Mok-chan also opened his eyes in surprise. Robert and the On also stood looking up with impressed faces. Elena was walking slowly. Facing her were the ships hovering in space. Tan Pham's face showed tension. Questions arose in his mind. Elena? Why is she here now? Elena finally looked up with a piercing gaze. Tai Chao also slowly provided information. That is a type of terrain-based protective layer. We can penetrate through it by increasing the energy of the light cannon to its extreme limit. Should we fully charge the batteries, sir?
Thanh Pham Viplit Ugenti.
Must we start a weapons war just to deal with a cockroach? That person is not easy to deal with. Activate teleportation. At the same time, a mask quickly formed, covering his mouth. He was still in shock while looking at the back of Elena and exclaimed, why is that monster here? Robert couldn't hide his curiosity and turned to ask, if that's the eight-legged demon Elena, then she's an S-rank bounty hunter. She is very unpredictable. Even the leaders of the sex have to fear her. Why is she here? Pressing her face against the glass, the On spoke wearily. Why she saved us is even more of a puzzle. Looking at the dangerous situation earlier, she had to admit and cried out, if she hadn't blocked that light cannon beam, we would have vanished instantly. The very next second, Tan Pham appeared in the middle of the flying disc and faced Elena. He put on a fake cheerful expression and said, long time no see, Sister Elena. but she didn't give a single word in response, only stared intently at the person in front of her. Tan Pham saw the tense atmosphere, so he tried to act cheerful and repeated, "Surely you haven't forgotten me, have you? I am the 55th younger brother of Sister Kim Sung Bom. We greeted each other at Mother's birthday 2 years ago." Before he could finish, Elena snapped, "Get lost." That statement made him freeze. His eyes involuntarily twitched open. Even so, Tan Pham forced a smile and continued, "Let me formally introduce myself first. However, this time, not as your younger brother, Kim Sung Bom, but as the leader of the Galactic Division of the 72 Greenwood Fortresses." Then he looked straight into Elena's eyes, and slowly emphasized, "Telling me to get lost is no different from telling Greenwood to get lost. I cannot accept that." At this moment, Elena didn't say much. Her body soon erupted with a fierce surge of energy. Wind gushed out in swirling torrents. Robert eavesdropped and said, "It looks like they're about to fight," while the An didn't think, so counter-arguing that it won't be easy, even if it is Greenwood. It's still hard to touch that woman. At the same time, Mak Chan still hadn't taken his eyes off the scene outside. The An continued to say, "Being there alone with Elena is very difficult, and if we're unlucky, the lioness, her mother, will jump out from behind." Looking at the red aura surrounding her, Elena constantly radiated an intense presence. Robert asked in surprise, "Lioness mother? What do you mean?" Faced with her terrifying appearance,
Tan Pham spoke very calmly.
"You're always like that, aren't you?" Still using fists to talk. But the next second, he quickly raised his hands and said, "Anyway, I surrender." He spoke softly to soothe her. "Calm down. I don't want to fight. It's already been calculated. Every battle is a loss, especially for such a trivial matter." Unable to hide his curiosity, Tan Pham took the liberty to ask, "Let's resolve this peacefully, but I want to know the reason." Looking at the tiny spaceship hovering behind Elena, he asked tentatively, "Is that your target? If our targets overlap, then we can." However, Elena ignored him, turned away to walk, and coldly said, "Get lost." At this, Tan Pham relaxed his facial muscles and thought, as expected, looking at the three Robert, Mak Chan, and the An, staring blankly at the sky. He couldn't stop wondering in his heart, but why? What purpose would she have coming here for that useless thing? Now, Elena, with terrifying eyes, spoke up to demand, "Surrender or everyone will die." Then she pressed a button on her earpiece. Immediately inside that spaceship, a voice resonated, repeating, "Surrender or everyone will die." The An asked in confusion, "What on earth is going on?" Robert showed his panic and turned to ask, "Does she want to rob us too? What do we even have?" Facing the An's composure, Robert became frantic and screamed, "Captain, are you keeping something extremely valuable without telling us, right? Because we don't have anything like that." Mak Chan opened his eyes wide, listening. Meanwhile, Robert continued to make a fuss. "There is nothing here that could attract an S-rank bounty hunter like her." But suddenly he froze and looked toward the two of them. The entire space fell into silence. Mak Chan's eyes were a bit pensive as he looked into the deep night. Now the An curiously turned to Mak Chan to inquire, "Do you know that woman? Perhaps you had a romance in the past, or dated and broke up because of some shocking news." Before running away, he calmly replied, "It's not because of me." That answer made the An slightly startled. Then Mak Chan turned and said softly, "It might be because of that kid over there." Behind the three of them was only empty space. The An lost her patience and asked again, "What are you saying?" At this, Mak Chan raised his voice and called, "Come out, kid. There's nothing to be afraid of." The door still showed no movement. Hoa Nat's face gradually appeared from the purple energy. Magically, to the amazement of the other two, Hoa Nat's body also nearly revealed itself. Finally, when that stream of light dissipated, the girl's entire figure was fully intact. The An suddenly opened her eyes wide in shock. Robert also gaped in extreme surprise. Hoa Nat's face looked a bit wary as she looked at the people in front of her. The An startled, grabbing Mak Chan's shirt and shouting, "What the hell is going on?" He also honestly informed her, "That kid has been following us since the inn, but she didn't manifest herself, so I just ignored her." Looking at the hazy energy surrounding Hoa Nat, Mak Chan did not hesitate to praise, but to conceal one's breath like that, is truly an advanced stealth technique. It seems martial arts have developed much over the years. The next second, Thuan Tu spoke up to refute. That's not a stealth technique. She's wearing a stealth bracelet. The gaze moved to the bracelet, with the small heart attached to Hoa Nat's wrist. She stated, that's quantum technology. It's actually very expensive. As soon as the words were out, the On leaned close to Hoa Nat's face and yelled fiercely, expensive or not, who the hell are you? What is your purpose? How did you sneak onto our ship? The girl was frightened.
Oli aple tos tam, I am hoa nhát, yung hoa nhát.
The On grew even more furious. Who asked for your name? Then she pointed straight at the green wood. Gang ships and asked loudly, are they chasing you? Are you their target? Hearing that, Hoa Nat's gaze lowered slightly as she softly replied, probably. The girl looked closely at Elena's cold appearance and said to herself, in her head, as long as I am alive, they will continue.
Suddenly Robert shouted in shock, hoa nhát.
Did you just say Hoa Nat? Causing the On to look over in confusion. She opened her eyes wide in expectation and hesitantly asked, do you know the kid? Robert couldn't hide his excitement and cheered. How could I not know? She is the lead vocalist of Bo Nocian. The more she heard, the more confused the On became, exclaiming, borrow what? Right then, Robert shouted while pulling something out of his pocket. The top rookie idol duo in the galaxy. Even you know it, Dynamite Do Do Do. She is the lead singer of that national hit group. I play it all the time, and you dance to it every single time. He scrolled through information on his phone, then couldn't contain his joy, shouting, I guessed right, she's even prettier in person. I'm dying. On the screen, an image of an innocent Hoa Nat by cherry blossoms appeared. Robert stated every detail clearly. She's even from the same place as me, Flower Mountain, 1 meter 62 tall, 47.4 kilograms, blood type AB, ESFP, allergic to cats. Suddenly, Elena's announcement echoed through the spaceship once again. This is the final warning. In about 10 minutes, surrender. Elena pressed her earpiece with a piercing gaze, then lowered her voice, or everyone must die. Despite that, the three of them still appeared calm, looking upward. Robert couldn't hide his curiosity and asked, but Miss Hoa Nat, why are they doing this? What is the reason? Instinctively, the On's gaze softened slightly. The next second, she spoke up, it's not the issue. Before that, the On crossed her arms and looked straight at Hoa Nat, saying, let's be clear, kid, you're an uninvited guest. This has nothing to do with us. On the spaceship amidst the quiet of space, her voice rang out again, so you need to leave. Robert called out in slight awkwardness, Captain, but the On remained firm. This is my decision as the captain. Faced with the On's attitude, Hoa Nat could only stand there in silence, watching the robot girl's back as she walked away. Feeling guilty, he told the captain, I don't think that's right, and she's the lead singer of Bo Nocian. Hearing that, the On could only reply indifferently, we cannot protect her. We'd have to go up against Greenwood anyway. Let the eight-legged Elena be left alone. Her eyes followed every single footstep of Hoa Nat. Then she said in a low voice, even if we change our stance, that child's fate still won't change. But ours will. We will all die. As soon as she finished speaking, the On decisively slammed the red button, then hesitantly said, it's hard for me too. Only a few seconds later, the system's alarm blared.
Door lock interrupted, door opening, door opening.
Hoa Nat lightly turned her shimmering eyes upward. Suddenly a hand touched her shoulder. Mak Chan appeared behind her, with a nonchalant face, leaving Hoa Nat bewildered. Not understanding anything, he glanced at Hoa Nat and reassured, did I tell you yet? Don't worry. At those words, she instinctively blushed, her round eyes wide open. The On saw this and screamed, what? When did he get out there? Robert asked in confusion, is that what I'm talking about? Meanwhile, the On kept punching the button, then angrily yelled, this is crazy. Close it now. On the contrary, Robert, as if having a thought, turned to remind her gently, let's see what happens. That friend is also very strong. He might even be able to defeat Elena. Looking out into the vast space, the dangerous universe, the On shouted in anger, are you crazy? That's outer space. Inside the control room, she became impatient and ordered Thuan Tu-sun, close the door right now, hurry. However, the girl suddenly froze and cried out helplessly, it's too late, I heard something. Theon exclaimed in panic. What? At this moment, the ship's hatch has swung wide open. Theon was shell-shocked, her mouth stammering. That is insane. He has gone crazy. Looking at the figures of both of them, Mak-chan and Hoa not helping each other, floating in the middle of space. Theon continued in confusion. He really went out. At this point, a look of bravery began to appear in Hoa Not's eyes. Suddenly, she turned around unexpectedly to remind him.
Moch-chen.
Thank you, but they are extremely powerful martial artists. You must be careful. But his eyes showed signs of dilating. Red veins also appeared clearly. Struggling against the pressure of space, Mak-chan flailed. His cheeks puffed out wide. Hoa Not suddenly noticed something unusual and asked, "Why didn't you tell me you don't have protective armor?" Unable to bear it, Mak-chan quickly paddled back toward the spaceship. Seeing this, Hoa Not opened her eyes in confusion and wondered, "You really don't?" Yet the girl just stood there watching. Mak-chan struggling in midair, without any reaction. Elena caught sight of that scene from afar. Both she and Tan Pham stared with wide, puzzled eyes. Suddenly, Theon's loud shouting echoed through the entire space. "Outside is 300 degrees of pressure that will crush all your internal organs in 10 seconds. Why did you go outside without protective armor?" Mak-chan puffed his cheeks and bulged his eyes, struggling in vain. He slightly opened his mouth and let out a few weak cries. Mak-chan's eyes looked as if they were about to burst. The next second, his eyes half closed as he drifted into unconsciousness. At this moment, someone's hands cupped the pale face of Mak-chan. That person was none other than Tien-on. The two floated amidst the sparkling galaxy. Suddenly, on the cheek where she placed her hand, a red shield appeared, activating nano armor. Immediately, Tien-on screamed loudly, "Wake up, are you still alive? Breathe, breathe." Suddenly, Mak-chan spoke up. "What are you doing?" causing Tien-on to snap her eyes open in shock. Mak-chan put on a stunned expression, looking at the person in front of him. Tien-on embarrassedly jerked her hand away and spoke hesitantly. "You're alive. I thought you were dead, you bastard." Hearing that, Mak-chan turned his back and stated, "You're worrying over nothing. This is the supreme being of heaven and earth. Nothing can threaten my life." Tien-on looked at the figures of Tan Pham and Elena, far off on the other side and wondered, "But how are we going to get down there?" Robert looked through the glass window. Seeing Tien-on leading Mak-chan by the hand, he breathed a sigh of relief. Thank God, it seems she wasn't too late. But Thuan too dismissed it immediately after. She was very late. Even the top masters cannot endure outer space without a shield for less than a minute. Having said that, she opened Mak-chan's status board and informed him, but he endured for 6 minutes and 13 seconds. Furthermore, all of his organs are normal. The very next second, both Tien-on and Mak-chan peered behind Hoa Not. Elena thought in disbelief. He has far exceeded human limits. Now both sides are standing face to face. Tien-on felt Elena's pressure, and was secretly amazed. "I heard she is a fighting machine. Her aura is truly no joke." Her face was extremely tense, as never leaving Elena. The very next second, Tien-on glanced at Tan Pham and thought in confusion, especially since even Kim Sung, the OM of Greenwood, is here too. Tien-on took a step forward and turned back, pointing her finger at Mak-chan's face to remind him, "Don't cause trouble. I will handle this right now. Don't interfere." She changed her expression, becoming cheerful, and raised her hand in greeting. "Very nice to meet you too. Surely nothing bad is going to happen, right? How are you two doing?" Looking at the cold attitude of Tan Pham and Elena, Tien-on pretended to flatter them. "I have heard a lot about the two of you, but meeting you in person like this is much better. Do you all know me? I am Sergio Ung, leader of the demon-slaying S-Devil." But in response, she only received Elena's indifferent gaze. Even Tan Pham made no move. Suddenly, Hoa Not gently took Mak-chan's hand. The girl stepped up to stand with Mak-chan, then directed her eyes forward.
Hoa nhát sẽ chiếc instincto fluk red.
Seeing this, Mak-chan spoke up to reassure her. "No need to worry, I'm here with you, right?" Even so, Hoa Not could not hide her fearful expression, and stammered, "But that woman, she is not human." Looking at Elena's appearance from head to toe, the girl slowly recounted, "She is a demon. a fighting demon. Ever since she was a child, she has gone everywhere searching for opponents. Clearly, no one who met her is still alive. She even constructed a spaceship modeled after an arena, just to travel and fight. However, after hearing this, Mok-chan exclaimed in admiration. A remarkable child, a young person, devoting their whole heart and soul to the cultivation of martial arts. A truly rare talent. Surprised by these words, Hoa not quickly denied it. But it's not like that. At this moment, Tien-on put on a playful demeanor to negotiate. No matter what the issue is, perhaps we, as people of the Central Plains, should speak in a peaceful manner. At the same time, Elena swung a slash and shouted, "I will speak with my sword." In just the blink of an eye, blast of energy erupted violently.
Elena maintained a solid defensive posture.
But her gaze kept its inherent composure. Elena focused her gaze forward, where the explosion had just occurred. The smoke has now cleared, but Tien-on had disappeared from where she was. The very next second, she was seen abruptly landing hard. Then Tien-on angrily shouted, "What are you doing? I only said let's talk. Why are you swinging weapons into the air like this?" Witnessing this, Tan Pham was slightly impressed, and thought to himself in admiration, "Not bad, it wasn't her full power. But that was still a strike that's not easy to dodge at all." He looked closely at the energy behind Tien-on and thought in astonishment, "Is that the S-rank demon form?" Then looking at the intense pressure radiating from Elena,
Tan Pham Geminde himself.
However, it's best not to dodge. Tan Pham observed Tien-on's expression and thought contemptuously, "Your opponent is a mad scorpion. She will only get crazier when provoked. You will only die more painfully."
Suddenly Tan Anh froze.
When she heard someone's sobbing sound ring out, Tan Pham also heard that sound. It turned out to be Hoa not sobbing. Mok-chan was standing nonchalantly in the middle of the demon form, patting her back. He patted Hoa Not's back repeatedly, then reassured her, "Are you scared of such trivial matters? That's just a kid's prank." This scene made Tan Pham's eyes widen in shock, thinking, "What?" The signal on the mask also flashed red. Mok-chan tried to comfort Hoa Not. "It looks grand, but it's just like a loud firecracker. Are you scared just because of an empty tin box?" Tan Pham didn't take his eyes off Mok-chan, and thought in astonishment, following the position, that guy definitely blocked the attack path. How is it that he's completely unharmed? Before the stunned Elena and Tien-on,
Mok-chan nonchalant xúc hòa nhạt, breathe evenly now.
Good girl, the very next second,
Elena
couldn't hold back and erupted with an extremely powerful aura. A moment later, pink magic radiated intensely all around her. But Mok-chan didn't care in the slightest and just kept worrying about Hoa Not. Seeing that, Elena had no words left to say, and could only stare with wide eyes. Suddenly Mok-chan looked at her and called out, "Hey kid."
Tan Anh stamped in shock.
"I told you not to get involved." He didn't care and casually continued, "Do you have some business here? If you have something to say to this child, then say it to me instead." Immediately, Tan Pham used a device to scan Mok-chan's information. Unidentified, no internal drive data, not equipped. At the same time he spoke firmly, "This child is under my protection, so anything involving her must go through me." Unable to find any information, Tan Pham thought in confusion. Unidentified, no internal drive data, not equipped. So is he just a nobody from the outskirts? Losing patience, Mok-chan leisurely waved his hand and said, "If there's nothing else, then leave." The very next second, he was covered by an extremely dazzling yellow light. Before long, the spot where Mok-chan stood exploded. Witnessing this scene made all three of them open their eyes wide. In amazement, a moment later, only a pillar of light accompanied by a pulse of electricity was seen beaming straight down onto the flying disc. Mok-chan's hand was pierced through by the spearhead. It sank deep into his palm. Mok-chan still stood in a relaxed posture, while blocking Elena's spear. Electric sparks constantly radiated all around. Faced with his nonchalant expression, she asked in a low voice, "Your business? You want to fight me?" Tan Pham was once again wide-eyed with shock and thought, blocking the attack of the demon. Elena with just one hand? How can he do that without internal energy? The two streams of their energy clashed against each other. Mok-chan slowly pointed out the anomaly. But there is something strange. Using the holy sword technique of the hidden point sect with an item is one thing, but pouring all divine power into creating Shaolin martial arts for internal energy. Creating Shaolin martial arts for internal energy. He calmly continued. Furthermore, she is still too young, but her internal energy has exceeded 3 cycles. Did she experience some lucky encounter? Or suddenly the energy around
Elena erupted intensely.
internal energy active at 90%. Witnessing this, Mok-chan exclaimed in slight surprise. 3 cycles and now converting internal energy into divine techniques? Is that Wudong's Red Sun martial arts? At this moment, electromagnetic pulses from Elena's body soared high. The radiating pressure was thick enough to suffocate. Internal energy active at 95%. Tan Pham couldn't believe his eyes and thought in shock. Unbelievable. Has Elena always been this strong? But Mok-chan just stood by indifferently. His tightly clenched hand had already gathered a hazy blue spiritual power. Then he asked in a cold voice, "Can everyone step back?" Elena also quickly gripped the spear tightly. The ring on her hand began to glow. The next second, that ring shone with extreme brightness. At the same time, a blaring sound rang out. Elena exclaimed in surprise at the warning. Elena's memories of that year flooded back. At that moment, her eyes were tinged with sadness. A beam of light shone down on Elena's lonely figure. Someone's voice rose, "Leave the earth. I will not stop you. Any battle that drives your training is permitted, but you must not die." A person in a black cloak slowly stepped forward. That person said slowly, "You are already very strong. In the entire world, fewer than 10 martial artists can even touch you, and even they cannot drive you to the brink of death." That person's hand gradually moved closer to Elena's head, accompanied by a reminder, "But remember well, I am your mother." Finishing the words, that person took out a ring, placed it on her hand and continued, "Therefore there is one rule." Elena looked at the glowing ring on her hand, and listened carefully to the instruction. If the ring rings, you must run away immediately no matter what. Returning to reality, Elena in a defensive posture, then recalled her mother's warning in shock. "It means the opponent is beyond your reach. If you do not listen to the ring's warning, you will surely die." Deep within her pupils was the image of the bewildered Mok-chan. Suddenly Elena felt as if sinking into the depths of an abyss. Contemptuous voices echoed in her ears. "What are you arrogant about? Run away with your tail between your legs. Know your place. What do you think you can do? Just hide and keep living." At that time, little Elena stood before all those strangers. An urging voice rang out, "Go meet them, they are all your siblings." As a child, she was alone in the vast space. The mother continued to emphasize, "They all have different fathers, but they were all born from my womb. Since you all carry my blood, be close to each other." Elena's back gradually enlarged. That voice rang out again asking, "And what was your name again?" Returning to reality, she is utilizing all the internal power she has to burst it outward. 98%, 100%, 105%, 110%. When the internal power reached its peak, an extremely powerful energy explosion erupted. Brightness dazzled the entire outer space. 120%. At this point, Mok-chan's expression was slightly surprised by this scene.
Ten and gap in Amaven.
Tan Pham was also stunned upon witnessing this display. Elena's long hair fluttered in the gust of wind. Both her legs and arms were wrapped in a band of light, colored blue. At this moment, Elena has donned a completely new set of armor. Her claws also grew long. Mok-chan was stunned, his mouth agape as he said, "A talent I have never heard of before. Transcendent awakening along with transformation." Time has passed, and so has martial arts. Watching Elena leap toward him with high speed, Mok-chan calmly said, "But this is a bit much." The next second, she had almost reached Mok-chan. Then Elena decisively swung a powerful slash. Mok-chan recognized it and exclaimed, "Heaven-reliant sword skill of the
MA sect."
Mok-chan just stood in one spot and dodged the strike. Next, she continuously spun her spear, aiming at him. Sun and moon rotation of the Kunlun sect. At this moment, internal energy has increased to 125%. Mok-chan nimbly dodged while admiringly exclaiming, "Sun spear skill and sun sword skill of the hidden point sect. Internal energy." has now increased to 140%. Mach-chan spun around to dodge a flaming tornado and shouted, "Dog-beating staff technique and drunken fist of the beggar gang." Suddenly he paused and spoke in confusion, and 4,000 golden needles of the esoteric sect, as internal energy increased to 170%. That was also when Elena gathered spiritual power in her palms full of sharp claws and rushed forward. Mach-chan finally shouted, "That's enough," while simultaneously swinging with quite a strong force. But that swing of the hand radiated an energy source, extremely intense. In just the blink of an eye, it created a sky-shaking explosion. After a long while, only Mach-chan's lone figure could be seen. Amidst the hazy smoke and dust, he raised his face to observe intently. Tan Pham also looked up, with extreme shock. Both Hoa Not and Tien-on also could not possibly take their eyes off this scene. At this moment, Elena's body grew 6 more arms. Surrounded by a dazzling aura, all 8 of her arms were holding high glowing swords. Elena did not give up, but immediately utilized internal energy at 190%, then charged straight at Mach-chan. Her movement speed was like a missile, aiming directly down. The veins on Elena's body glowed brighter and brighter. Mach-chan did not flinch and simply watched with his eyes wide open. Suddenly, Mach-chan spoke up to stop her. "Stop it, little girl," causing her to freeze in her tracks. The next second, the entire sky turned a dazzling bright yellow. His voice slowly resonated again. "Your talent is truly admirable, but you have crossed the line of righteousness." The two of them faced each other. Mach-chan's warning echoed in Elena's ears. "Your awakening shows that wounds and desires are causing you to kill yourself, the demon within." And at the same time, Mach-chan had already gathered spiritual power in his palm, firmly making a decision. "And furthermore, I have no other choice but to kill you to stop this." Mach-chan stepped forward with a glowing sword in his hand.
Shieling Hoa Nhát.
Then continued his line of thought, "I will protect this child." At this moment,
Then Anh and Thanh Pham Ekkelim in shock, hurt belay.
the stubborn Elena, still determined to unleash extremely powerful magic and lunged down,
Mach-chan.
immediately slashed a line downward and shouted angrily, "I told you to stop." Tan Pham was petrified at this sight. Tien-on was affected by the light and had to use her hand to cover her face. Hoa Not opened her eyes in amazement. Robert inside the ship stared out at the flying disc which appeared covered in crisscrossing slash marks. In just the blink of an eye, it was sliced into pieces by the energy beams, finally creating an extremely powerful light explosion. After a while, only a faint speck of light could be seen in space. The pressure that Tai Chao felt left him astonished. He looked at the explosion in the distance in disbelief. The sound of coughing reached Tai Chao's ears. Tan Pham had already teleported back inside the ship. He was affected by that chaotic battle, leaving him seriously injured. With his face covered in blood, Tai Chao cried out in shock, "Lord Che-du." Tan Pham struggled to get up and spoke weakly. "I'm not dead yet." He still hasn't recovered from the shock, looking outside and stating, "If the teleportation had been 1 second later, I would have been torn into a million pieces." Looking at the pieces of the flying disc shattering everywhere, Tan Pham spoke mysteriously, "For God's sake." At this moment, on a fragment of the flying disc, Tien-on angrily shouted, "Are you crazy? We almost died." She sat near Hoa Not and continued to scold. "Even in the past, no one in the middle of the ocean burns down their own ship just because of anger, you know. You should learn some self-control." Mach-chan looked up, with a bit of syrup on his mouth, and replied softly, "Self-control is not an option." Tien-on looked at his face and instinctively asked in worry, "What, are you hurt anywhere?" But Mach-chan simply replied calmly, "I faced a power that was much stronger than expected. Far too much." Tien-on followed his gaze and became stunned. In midair was the image of Elena completely naked, floating along with the fragments of the flying disc. Tien-on was amazed by the sight and asked in confusion, "Is she dead?" Mach-chan immediately denied it. "No, not dead yet." At this moment, Elena was being held gently in Lin Hoa's arms. Mach-chan continued, "A more powerful force protected her." Her gaze was somewhat somber as she stared at Elena.
Suddenly Lien Hoa's eyes glowed brightly.
A small rift in space opened, and a beam of light from it shone directly on them. Tien-on exclaimed in her heart with admiration. The West Heaven Sword Saint. Tan Pham called out inwardly in shock. Mother, Robert, and Thuan Tu couldn't hide their confusion as they looked out. Now a giant yacht appeared, in the middle of space. Mak Chan saw it and just stood silently observing. Water bubbles rose up splashingly. Elena, without a stitch of clothing, was cowering underwater. She was trapped inside a giant laboratory tank. Lin Hoa was staring intently at it, the light shining so brightly that her eyes instinctively squinted.
Thanh Pham nen lét on quăng nen bề hin Lan Hoa.
Under the bewildered gaze of the three,
Mok Chang, Then Anh, and Hoa Nhát. Then Anh suddenly grip Hoa Nhát Sehen Tai Li.
To help the girl ease her fear. At this moment, Tan Pham bowed his head and spoke softly. I did not know that you would come here, mother. Please punish me for my lack of filial piety and loyalty. Lin Hoa slightly tilted her head back and said coldly, this is not a place where you can interfere. She turned her whole body around and continued with hidden meaning. Act as if you are not even here. Suddenly, she clasped her hands respectfully and said, I am known as the West Heaven Sword Saint. Hearing this, Tan Pham wondered in shock. Mother is showing respect. Even Tien-on could not hide her surprise and exclaimed, the West Heaven Sword Saint is being polite? Lin Hoa faced Mak Chan and spoke slowly. I have violated the rules of a duel in the arena by rudely interfering. For the sake of family feelings, if you wish, I will cut off one of my own arms as an apology. To you. He leisurely put his hands in his pockets and replied, no need for the arm. Looking at Elena falling into a deep sleep in the tank, Tien-on curiously asked, is she your daughter? Then she cautiously leaned into Mak Chan's ear to advise. Hey, you are talking to the West Heaven Sword Saint. That's the West Heaven Sword Saint. Watch your words carefully. Lin Hoa overheard and spoke up to answer. She is indeed my child. She glanced over those tanks and stated, that is all. Family should take priority over the rules of a duel. A one-on-one. Still not letting her guard down, Tien-on gave further instructions. Please, just speak politely. That woman is one of the 5 immortals, the West Heaven Sword Saint. Tien-on added a further warning. Her temper is very bad. She will slice you in half if you keep staring. But suddenly her eyes widened in a startle. Before the two of them was the image of Lin Hoa sat crouching on the ground, the spaceship, hovering amidst the silent galaxy. Lin Hoa's low, calm voice echoed from within. Even though my daughter's consciousness has not yet recovered, so the exact reason cannot be known. Mak Chan cast his dreamy gaze afar and listened in silence. As she said, but her passing through Flower Mountain, right before that has been confirmed. It is possible she was commissioned there. He did not respond to any of Lin Hoa's words. A moment later, Lin Hoa glanced slightly at the person beside her and speculated. However, the martial arts just displayed by this venerable master just now seemed to be the S-rank Demon Seven Swords technique. How could I guess that you have some sort of connection, closely tied to the heavenly demon sect? Mak Chan leaned against the balcony and slowly replied, I do not know. In the past, there certainly was a deep connection. But time has passed. Hoa Not and Tien-on also sank into silence, listening to his profound words. Time erodes even the tightest bonds, just as if they were made of iron. Tan Pham also remained solemn, listening to Mak Chan's explanation, and the severing of familiar connections, more than life itself. Faced with these mysterious words, Lin Hoa could only look at Mak Chan in silence, with a bit of admiration in her heart. He truly is an extraordinary person. Both mental strength and internal energy are refined so perfectly, with no artificial traces. Isn't that a state that can only be achieved during the peak era of martial arts? She looked closely at Mak Chan's youthful face, then secretly speculated. He seems to be in his 20s, or perhaps it is rejuvenation. Shaking off her train of thought, Lin Hoa then muttered, May I take the liberty of asking this venerable master for one thing? As soon as she finished her sentence, could you fight seriously? Suddenly startled and opened her eyes wide. Hearing that, Mak Chan did not turn back to look, but only leisurely remarked, even though your words are polite and elegant, every word is full of the intent to finish others off, like a sword made of fire-resistant iron, getting sharper and sharper over time. On the massive spaceship, Lin Hoa spoke with admiration. You have very sharp ears indeed, to catch that, even when this widow is only whispering. Mak-chan stood up straight and calmly stated his point. I have never refused a challenge. But you know, if we fight, surely one of us will have to lose their life, while the other will be too severely injured. Something too powerful to bend will only break. At the same time, Lin Hoa's entire body suddenly radiated a powerful purple aura. The wind rose violently as she spoke slowly. It is just like the current case. Tian-on looked up at the rooftop. Seeing that purple light, she asked in panic. What is that over there? Mak-chan, unaware, continued to ramble. But do we have any reason, convincing enough to fight each other? Suddenly Lin Hoa froze and opened her eyes wide. Because of something, standing before her overwhelming pressure, Mak-chan still appeared indifferent and said, let's do it. If in the future we have a reason to fight, I still want to see more of the world. Hearing that, Lin Hoa stood still, not knowing what else to say. The next second, the energy around her gradually faded. The hazy purple light made the spaceship stand out in space. A moment later, the spaceship was steered away by Thuan Tu. Lin Hoa watched it go with a cold expression. Then she spoke up and asked, was that a commission from the heavenly demon sect? A massacre to silence them? Tan Pham knelt, bowed his head, and replied, yes, that is correct. Lin Hoa's eyes suddenly narrowed as she spoke coldly. I cannot understand it. At this point she recalled Mak-chan's imposing figure and wondered, that person clearly possesses the supreme martial arts of the heavenly demon sect. But why would the heavenly demon want to eliminate him? Besides, why did they hire Greenwood? It makes no sense. Tan Pham lowered his eyes and slowly stated, there is recent information that the Red Wolf platoon of the heavenly demon sect was defeated by an unidentified entity. Could they be related? Lin Hoa turned her back to walk inside and reassured him. There is no need to overthink it. After that, she didn't forget to add sarcastically, no matter what the situation is, your imagination would never be able to deduce it anyway. Those words made Tan Pham's eyes widen in surprise. Surprised, Lin Hoa brushed past him and asked coldly, just monitor their movements closely and report back. At least you can do that much, right? Hearing that, Tan Pham tried to act confident and replied, we are from Greenwood, proudly considering ourselves the best in the world. Tracking. I am the commander of Greenwood. Lin Hoa didn't respond, only glancing down slightly. At that moment, Tan Pham was sitting hunched on the floor. The next second, she decisively walked away, not forgetting to instruct, I will trust you, but follow them, without interfering in anything. His eyes widened in shock upon hearing her say, I don't want my child to get hurt. Confused, Tan Pham called out to his mother. As she neared the door, Lin Hoa paused and added, by the way, she raised her voice to ask as Tan Pham stood bewildered, what was your name again? Inside the ship, Tian-on looked at Mak-chan and shouted angrily, hey, do you realize how big of a mess you've caused this time? She struck a crude pose and panted heavily, out of breath, but, the very next second, she flew into a rage and scolded him incessantly. You've turned this world upside down. Look at what you've done. Suddenly, the entire galaxy became vast and strangely quiet. At this point, Hoa not spoke up apologetically.
I'm truly sorry.
But honestly, I don't know why either. Sitting at the table, beside Mak-chan who was devouring sausages, the girl stated, after finishing the tour, I returned to Flower Mountain, my hometown, and everything had changed.
Hoa nhạt adet timili.
They clearly looked like the villagers from before, but everyone wanted to kill me. Meanwhile, bits of sausage kept flying toward her nonstop, ignoring Hoa not pouring her heart out. So I fled and traveled through all the roads. Mak-chan continued to eat voraciously. Tian-on turned to Thuan Tu in annoyance and asked, I don't understand what this kid is saying at all. Sun-ra, do you understand? The girl also replied in confusion, no. I find it hard to grasp as well. Hearing that, Hoa not could only sit in silence. Sausage crumbs kept flying past her. Suddenly, Robert slammed his hand on the table and asked loudly, wait, what did you just say? Flower Mountain? He shouted in shock. Do you mean the planet Flower Mountain? My hometown, Flower Mountain? Causing Hoa not to startle and choke on her food. Ignoring her coughing fit, Robert asked frantically, what happened to Flower Mountain? Tell me right now. Thuan Tu said helplessly, the people there are completely abnormal. Back at the laboratory, green liquid spilled across the floor. Elena had smashed the glass cage, then was pushed out by the force of the water, coughing heavily. Lin Hoa stared at her in slight shock. Then she interrogated her, saying, "Tell me what happened at Flower Mountain." Hearing that, Elena shot a glowing glare toward Lin Hoa. Meanwhile, at the Sehong Inn, the screen replayed the scene of the exchange between Elena and Mok Chan, the scene where she repeatedly used her ultimate moves, followed by the part where Mok Chan directly swung his sword down. The old man recalled the moment Tien An came to him for a deal. At that time, Vong had asked, how much would a complete collection of martial arts manuscripts from 2,000 years ago be worth? Tien An also honestly stated, if they are all original and S-rank. At this, the old man's eyes lit up as he marveled to himself. It's real. What a stroke of luck. Heavenly Demon Sect, District 32. The battle scene between Elena and Mok Chan played back on the screen. As she unleashed her skillful ultimate technique, Loi Trak was stunned by the sight. He continued watching the powerful and decisive sword swing from Mok Chan, and in confusion, exclaimed, "What on earth is this?" Lin Hoa spoke up and asked, "What do you think? The martial arts look quite familiar, don't they?" Smiling with a hint of satisfaction. A moment later, Loi Trak looked straight at Lin Hoa and said, "I admit that is a level never heard of, or seen before, but I don't understand what you mean by familiar." Madam Sword Mother. Lin Hoa didn't rush to answer, only smiling in silence. He looked at her with some confusion. In her heart, Lin Hoa had already realized. You truly seem not to know. Looking at the large screen displaying Mok Chan.
Lin Hoa asked curiously.
Then why are you tailing that person, and even involving green wood?
Loi Trak answered bluntly.
That is an internal matter of our sect. Even if you are the West Heaven Sword Saint, the ruler of the Western region on the cosmic ozone layer, it is still not your concern. He then put on a wary expression while looking at the person before him. Suddenly, Lin Hoa drew her sword and thrust it forward. An eerie red aura enveloped her. Immediately, Loi Trak's neck was grazed by a slash until it bled. Blood. He clutched his wound and asked with a stuttering voice, "Do you intend to declare war? To openly oppose our heavenly demon sect?" Lin Hoa only smiled calmly and asked in return, "Do you think I or anyone else is afraid of shedding blood?" At this moment, Loi Trak gripped his neck tightly, trembling in fits as he thought, she is a woman, obsessed with an addiction to martial arts, who even devours her own children. Looking at Lin Hoa's arrogant demeanor,
Loi Trak secretly analyzed.
She is not someone who acts based on profit or loss. The sword in her hand began to glow with fire. The very next second, the deadly aura of Lin Hoa erupted once more alongside a shout. Do you choose to answer or to die? Loi Trak still replied firmly, isn't my choice already clear enough? Even if all 1,076 martial artists of District 32 attacked together, how could they possibly defeat the West Heaven Sword Saint? And in an instant, he also gathered spiritual power in both palms, then declared, let's begin. If you want to eliminate all 1,076 of those people, then you should hurry up, shouldn't you? Lin Hoa's face appeared gentle under the light, shining on them as she said, day by day the heavenly demon sect faces more and more difficulties. That was the S-rank Demon Seven Swords technique. Hearing these words, Loi Trak was somewhat confused. Then he spoke up and asked, what do you mean? Lin Hoa replied while gathering spiritual power. The sword technique that defeated my daughter was the S-rank Demon Seven Swords technique. It is the second sword technique in the martial arts hierarchy of the heavenly demon sect. Loi Trak couldn't believe his ears and shouted in shock. That couldn't possibly be the S-rank Demon 7 techniques. That technique has been lost for over 1,000 years. It only exists in legends. No one in our sect has ever performed it. Looking at his attitude, Lin Hoa slowly spoke. That is not my problem. Your knowledge is still very lacking. Lin Hoa put on a serious face and said, I have told you what I know. Now let me ask again. Looking at the bewildered appearance of Mok Chan, Lin Hoa spoke up and asked, why are you chasing that person? Hearing that, he closed one eye. His other eye glanced upward immediately. Lin Hoa looked closely at the person on the screen and said, not that person. She shifted her focus to Hoa not behind and stated, "We were chasing that girl Talavaicha. Planetary orbital system. Planet Flower Mountain. The spaceship has stopped there. Planet Flower Mountain, Flower Lake Province. The scenery is peaceful and poetic. Every corner is decorated with flowers. Rows of houses with hanging lanterns stand side by side. Despite being vast, there isn't a single soul in sight." Tian-on asked in wonder, "Is this place completely deserted?" Sitting in the ship, Tian-on looked over at Mak-chan and asked further, "And what's going on? Why is there no one here? Is there a festival today?" Robert perceptively noticed and dismissed it. "I don't think so. All the shops are wide open." Thuan too searched for information about this place. She provided many important details. This town has more than 10,000 residents, but there is no sign of any survivors here. As soon as he heard this, Robert became frantic and shook. Tian-on violently then shouted, "Something must have happened. Commander, let's get down there quickly. Something terrifying must have occurred. Everyone has either fled or been killed." She asked in confusion, "Wait, why are you suddenly so agitated?" The image of Robert frantically shouting appeared in the reflection. "Flower Mountain is my hometown. We must save Flower Mountain.
Then anh yêu.
I can't breathe. Let's go." While she was coughing fitfully, I said, "Let's go." Hoa Not was already on the verge of tears. Mak-chan was now standing beside her, then asked in a cold voice, "What is happening? If you know something, speak up." Both of them looked up at the glowing screen. Hoa Not seemed to know something and let out a soft cry. Suddenly, a voice rang out, surprising them both. "Turn around, I have detected signs of life." Thuan too reported while operating the system panel. According to the identified location, it is inside Flower Mountain, at the main headquarters of the Ku Jia Ha. Tian-on froze upon hearing that and asked in confusion,
Khu Gia Ha?
"Isn't that where the leader of Flower Mountain resides?" Thuan too projected a certain area onto the screen and said, "Correct, there is a very strong sign of life at that spot, but there is only one person." Hearing this, Hoa Not suddenly looked down in silence. It was now late at night. Fog enveloped the entire Yuza area. A long flight of stairs led up to the tunnel, illuminated by rows of lanterns on both sides. In a short moment, the three of them arrived there. Tian-on's attention was caught by something, so she turned. Seeing Robert equipped in heavy armor, she asked inquisitively, "What are you doing?" He aggressively declared, "No matter who it is, if they mess with my hometown, I will not let them off." Tian-on teased him upon hearing that, "Is your combat suit even still functional? Didn't you put it in the warehouse after being discharged? I thought you had sold it." As she finished speaking, Robert shouted loudly, "It's a special machine, extremely special. I oil and polish it every single day." Looking into the deep, dark cave, Tian-on asked urgently, "How is that signal, Sun-Ra?" She touched her earpiece and continued, "Are you still detecting a response?" Thuan too checked the status and issued a warning. "Not just that, the signal is becoming even stronger. It might not be human. Please be careful." Robert panicked and yelled upon hearing that. "What? Not human?" Tian-on immediately ordered, "Deploy a drone for reconnaissance first. We need to identify what it is." Robert shouted at the top of his lungs. As he stepped into the tunnel, "I'm going to kill it. Hurry up, you damn monster. The special forces are here." Tian-on let out a loud, helpless sigh. "Is it because we are in his hometown?" Then she stepped forward to take the lead and said, "Follow me inside. Be careful." After walking for a while, the three of them encountered a speck of light, hovering in mid-air. Tian-on's eyes became wary. The very next second, an extremely powerful beam of light shot straight out of the cave mouth. In the blink of an eye, the entire Ku Jia Ha was submerged in a golden light. A moment later, that energy gradually dissipated. Tian-on opened her eyes in astonishment. Hoa Not also could not hide the confusion in her eyes. At this moment, both girls were facing and very close to each other. Mak-chan had already pulled Tian-on and Hoa Not into his arms to protect them, but his expression looked perfectly calm. Tian-on peeked her head out and asked in a panic, What was that?" Suddenly Mak-chan stood up abruptly, causing Tian-on to fall backward onto the ground and said, "Let's go, everyone." looking at Robert standing in a defensive stance with smoke-charred armor. Tianon wondered, is he dead or alive? Then she walked over and requested, Robert, if you're alive, say something, will you? Seeing that he made no movement, she immediately contacted Thuan Tu to ask, Sunare, is he really dead? She opened Robert's status panel and stated, no, he's fine. Luckily, the combat armor did its job well. Tianon questioned again, then why isn't he answering me?
Tuant tu spéculated.
Perhaps he was scared out of his wits. Hearing that, Tianon could only let out a completely helpless sigh. At this moment Mak-chan was standing and looking at something ahead. He tilted his face up to look at a beam of strange energy falling down. Its shape looked like a flower petal. Looking closely, it was a peach blossom. As soon as it hit Mak-chan's head, it shattered into many pieces. A moment later, many flower petals, carrying that magical energy, swirled around him. The very next second, they gathered into the form of someone. Zich-sun gradually appeared clearly, amidst the surging energy rising up. But Mak-chan's expression remained unsurprised. Tianon asked in shock, is it him? Does the life energy originate from here? Sun Ra on the other end of the line confirmed, yes. If the data is correct, he is the leader of Flower Mountain. Upon hearing the name Flower Sword Master Tsong de Zich-sun, Tianon opened her eyes in surprise. Then she observed Zich-sun from top to bottom and asked repeatedly about that person. Is he the Sword Master of Flower Mountain? Mak-chan reached out his hand to catch a flower. He looked at it and calmly explained one thing. Plum blossoms blooming from his body means he has reached the pinnacle of the skill. 7 heavens plum scent. Noticing the strange color, Mak-chan asked in wonder, but why are these blooming plum blossoms purple? Then he turned his eyes toward the energy exploding from Zich-sun and speculated. This means that 7 heavens plum scent has merged with the purple bone saint skill. Then Hoa Not burst into tears and cried out, Father. He kept his eyes tightly shut and did not answer. The very next second, the purple energy around him radiated extremely powerfully. Tianon couldn't help but walk over and ask Mak-chan, what's wrong? What's happening? He looked at the place where that purple flame was erupting. The entire space was filled with flower petals. Then he stated that his 7 heavens plum scent skill
Carries extreme yang.
while the purple bone saint carries extreme in. Therefore, even among the elders of Flower Mountain, they could only choose one to master. Upon hearing this, Tianon shouted out, if yang is fire and yin is water, then what happens when they mix together? At this moment, a small spark of spiritual power gathered in Mak-chan's hand. Then he continued speaking, when a martial artist desires to surpass their own limits, a demon will gradually be formed within their heart. That person is no longer human. The weapon in his hand began to radiate a brilliant aura. He warned in a low voice, take the others and run away. Fighting him will not be easy at all. At this point, Mak-chan's face darkened slightly, as he whispered, and above all, I cannot guarantee everyone's safety. Suddenly Hoa Not ran forward as fast as she could, and cried out, Father! Tianon screamed in panic to stop her. Stop! The very next second, she chased after her and yelled, you can't go. Mak-chan glanced up and muttered, it's too late. At this moment, Hoa Not was blocked by the energy source from Zich-sun. Unable to get closer, Thuan Tu was also frozen at the sight. On the screen is the image of Hoa Not trying to get close to her father. The clock displayed a countdown.
Tuant tu stammered.
Hoa Not seemed to have reached out and touched her father. At this moment, only 1 second remains until internal energy will be activated. Now Hoa Not had managed to embrace her father, despite that intense energy source radiating fiercely. Tianon was utterly shocked by this scene, but Mak-chan was not too surprised. The daughter's hug made everything turn gentle. The terrifying energy around Zich-sun was also extinguished. He also gently embraced Hoa Not, then used a look of affection to gaze down at his daughter's small figure. Tianon couldn't help but exclaim, what is this? Looking at the setting where Mak-chan and Tianon were standing, Thuan Tu immediately announced it's back to normal. The world has returned to normal.
Witnessing tuant tues amazement.
Tianon couldn't believe her ears and asked again, what are you saying? The girl emphasized, the world is back to normal now. The The clock now displayed 18 hours and 3 seconds. A second later, the entire Kujia returned to its inherent peace. Lanterns glowed brightly in the middle of the night. Now the citizens are also going about their lives normally. As usual, Thuan Tu cheered. I see people on the street again. The tiled roofs are crowded close together. Light shines throughout every road, watching the bustling scene of the night streets. Sun Ra muttered about the people who had disappeared, then looked again at the affectionate face of Zich Sun, and continued, they have appeared once more. The look of confusion remained on Tien An's face, but Mok Chan's eyes were slightly downcast, as if carrying some kind of burden. The scene of Kujia from high above looks vast and bustling. At a certain eatery, the three of them, Robert, Tien An, and Thuan Tu, have taken their seats. Tien An glanced around and wondered, you said they weren't here, or perhaps the bioscanner malfunctioned. Thuan Tu replied indifferently while sipping her drink. We checked it together, remember? The scanner was perfectly normal. Speaking of which, she activated her eye device and continued, even though the scanner is normal now. After that, Thuan Tu scanned the customers in the eatery and stated, but other things are not. She continued to scan through every age group and added, the people here have completely exhausted all of their internal energy. Everyone, including adults and children. Robert immediately asked a question. It's not right, while all of them look so normal. Then he looked around and said, we thought they were all dead, but they are still alive, so that's good. I'm hungry, I'm going to order food. The next second, he shouted to the server, excuse me, we'd like to order.
Then anh spoke helper.
Just a moment ago, you were the one making such a fuss. It's nice to live simply, isn't it? At this moment, a girl in a cheongsam brought tea over. Tien An said, the staff is coming. As soon as he saw her, Robert generously placed an order. We want 1 portion of noodles for 2 people, and a large special portion of dompa pork. But the staff member didn't listen and calmly brushed past them. The entire space suddenly became eerily silent. Robert couldn't understand it, looking on and wondering, what, is she too busy to hear me? I spoke directly to her, seeing the staff walking toward them again. Robert quickly called out, she's coming back. Excuse me, I'd like to order. But this time was exactly like the last. Leaving Robert completely stunned. He instinctively let out a confused huh? Thuan Tu finally spoke in a cold tone. It's not that she can't hear, it's more like she can't see us. She looked around at the people in the eatery, then slowly speculated. No one in this restaurant has looked toward us even once. Even when we are right in front of them, they just pass by as if we are merely part of the scenery. Looking at the 2 young men eating over there, Thuan Tu emphasized, they know nothing about us, as if we never existed from the very beginning. Tien An pulled up her collar to cover her mouth and declined uncomfortably. I don't want any part of this. I have a bad feeling about this. Then Zich Sun gently poured tea into a cup. He sat in a corner with a somber expression. After that, Zich Sun leisurely raised the tea to enjoy it. Someone spoke up, noting there were guests right in front of him. Hoa Not stood with Mok Chan from afar and calmly stated, he isn't the type of person rude enough to sit and drink tea all by himself. The girl's father showed a hesitant face as she continued, he cannot see us. Hoa Not looked at Zich Sun's pensive expression, then sadly said, he has been like this since I returned, after the tour. At this point, she watched her father intently, then recounted, but strangely, he still performs all his work and duties in a normal manner. He drinks tea, goes on patrols, eats meals, and tends the garden. Looking closely at Zich Sun's stiff facial features, Hoa Not added further, every day at exactly the same time, like a clockwork doll. At this moment, Mok Chan drew near and tried waving his hand in front of him. Hoa Not sadly said, it's no use, he cannot see us. Then she didn't forget to warn him, but you should still be careful if you interfere with his daily routine. The words had just left her lips when Mok Chan snatched the teacup from his hand. Zich Sun immediately reacted, and Hoa Not screamed in panic. That's a bad idea, get away from him. But the very next second, Zich Sun drew his sword and slashed toward Mok Chan. He lunged forward, seething with a bright red aura. Fortunately, Mok Chan nimbly dodged it, but his face didn't show the slightest bit of fear.
Suddenly, Xich Son,
with glowing red eyes, pointed his sword directly at Mok Chan, and charged. However, the strike failed to connect. Because he dodged it skillfully, Zichsun was not satisfied, and continuously launched a barrage of attacks at Makchan. Everywhere the sword tip stabbed, he managed to avoid it, thanks to his agile movements. By now Zichsun had been provoked, and gathered purple spiritual power in his palm. His eyes shot out pink electrical sparks as he lunged at Makchan. He immediately took a defensive stance and shouted, "Enough! This is too dangerous." The very next second, Makchan reached out his hand to block Zichsun's energy. The gold and purple power sources clashed against each other. Neither side would give in. Hoa not raised her hand to shield herself in shock. She screamed in a panic, "Stop it! Stop it now!" The next second, a beam of purple light appeared before Makchan. Amidst the dense dust and smoke, Zichsun emerged with an incredibly powerful aura. Electrical sparks were constantly radiating outward. Makchan marveled as he realized this is the reaction from earlier when yin and yang merged together. At this moment, Hoa not tried her best to persuade him. "Give the teacup back to him, otherwise he will get even angrier," Makchan calmly stated. When exceeding the limits of such great power, the human body will not be able to withstand it. That is how the principle works. They are taken over by the demon within. Their bodies will swell and burst like a balloon, leaving nothing but fragments of flesh. Looking at Zichsun's body, which was constantly creating swirling tornadoes,
Mocchen emphasized.
Clearly this cannot be reality. Now he seems to have become stronger than ever, surrounded by a layer of glowing red spiritual power. Purple energy from Zichsun created a strange peach blossom. The next second, it expanded above Zichsun's head. Makchan wondered to himself, what is the story behind this? Hoa not kept shouting and urging, "Hurry up, it's too dangerous." In the blink of an eye, that petal full of dark energy rushed toward Makchan.
Hoa nhát,
Could not believe her eyes and gasped in shock. Makchan gripped the teacup in his hand, raising it high to gain momentum, with a perfectly calm expression. Immediately, Makchan decisively threw it forward. The teacup sped away at extreme speed, toward the peach blossom burning with gloomy aura. It nearly touched the pistol and then, in an instant, the cup pierced through the petal with ease. The next second, the petal vanished into mid-air. This scene made Hoa Not's eyes widen in utter amazement. Then, the cup returned to Zichsun's hand. He gripped it tightly with a murderous gaze. Before Makchan could relax, he had to face Zichsun head-on. The very next second, he gently set the teacup down, as if nothing had ever happened. Zichsun leisurely poured the tea. The scene returned to its original peaceful state.
Mocchen watched, speechless.
Hoa Not, still bewildered, was at a loss for words. That night, the moon rose high, lighting up the sky. Hoa Not stood with Makchan on the balcony and said, "After finishing the interstellar trip, I returned half a month ago. On this side, Tien On, Robert, and Thuan Tu were standing together." Hoa Not's voice continued to echo, and everything had changed like this. The street was now crowded with people passing by, along with lanterns sparkling across the sky. The three of them still stood there, as if each was lost in their own thoughts. The girl continued speaking. "Everyone is just like wind-up dolls, repeating everything at the exact same time. The way they do things is also identical." Suddenly, Robert turned to look in one direction. He grabbed someone's shoulder and spoke up. "Excuse me, may I ask?" But at this moment, Hoa Not's voice continued to echo, and if that repetition is interrupted, that person was on the phone. But their actions didn't seem decisive. Robert asked, "I'd like to ask something. What exactly is going on here?" He received no response. Robert seemed to suddenly realize something and looked closer. The man was motionless. His mouth was halfway open. It looked like he was talking on the phone, but he was completely still. He suddenly cried out, "Hey!" As Robert realized they had stopped. Robert looked around and muttered, "Everything is stopping." At this moment, the entire street seemed to freeze. Time seemed to stop, and then, the image of the man from before gradually faded away. Seeing this, he asked in bewilderment, "What is this?" Robert stood in contemplation for a moment, unable to believe it. He turned to ask Thuan Tu, "What just happened? Was that teleportation?" The girl replied indifferently, "I don't know." Hearing that, Tien On turned and said, "What do you mean you don't know? If you don't know, who else would?" Thuan Tu replied in a low voice, based on the particle waveforms, "It seems to be teleportation but on too large a scale. This statement left her confused, muttering, "Scale?" At this point, Thuan Tu realized something and blurted out, "What the heck?" As she began to notice the street was now without a single soul. The space was strangely silent. She asked, "Where did they all go?" Thuan Tu looked up at the sky and said calmly, "All signs of life have vanished from the entire planet." Tianon heard this and asked in surprise, "What? Hoa Nat's place?" The girl said in a cold voice, "When everyone disappears like that." Hoa Nat looked up at the sky and continued to speak, "That thing will appear." At this moment, Tianon, Robert, and Thuan Tu opened their eyes wide, standing frozen, staring intently ahead, as if seeing something. Before them a dense crowd appeared. Dust and smoke billowed everywhere. Looking closer, they looked like a squad of robots, soullessly standing in the hazy smoke. Tianon stammered, "What the heck is this?" No one answered. All three stood observing for a long time. The robot squad was now holding swords, stepping forward one by one. Every corner of the street was now surrounded by them. The sound of rushing footsteps echoed continuously. Robert finally replied, "I'm not sure either, but right now," he continued, "I think we are in a situation that is extremely dangerous." Hearing that, Tianon became even more bewildered. She opened her eyes wide, speechless. Tianon asked the machine, "Are they robots?" Looking at their bodies, she curiously asked further, "But why do they look like they're only half finished?" Thuan Tu continued to explain, "They're not just robots, they are construction machinery." While reading their identification codes, she explained, "They are design models, created for simple tasks, such as planetary development, since they are the very first models, equipped with AI, low power so consciousness cannot emerge yet." After being given the answer, Tianon said with relief, "Just construction robots? I was worried for nothing." She patted Robert's shoulder and reassured him, "Don't worry, according to the 3 laws of construction robotics, they cannot harm humans." However, he was still a bit worried and spoke hesitantly. But having said that, Robert asked, "They're all holding swords, right?" Hearing that, Tianon gestured and stepped forward, saying, "They might be using them as tools." She spoke to them, "There are people here already. Move to the side and take another path. Don't gather here and intimidate us." But unexpectedly, a robot holding a sword lunged forward to slash at her. It unleashed a decisive and powerful sword strike. This action sent Tianon recoiling backward. Even so, she maintained her balance to avoid falling. Tianon shouted angrily, "What the heck did you just do? Are you broken?" Now, reflected in her eyes, was the image of them all holding swords. Charging forward, all the robots simultaneously brandished weapons, leaping high into the air to gain momentum, slashing down as they attacked, creating a staggering explosion, as if tearing the very space apart. From afar, Hoa Nat watched everything silently with a gloomy face. She muttered, "Those things, they are what appear every time everyone disappears." They appeared just now at the robot's location. He tried to run for his life.
Thuan Tu klung tai li to then anh.
As she fled from the robot's frantic attack, Hoa Nat's voice rang out, "And then they attack every living creature in sight." The 3 of them continuously dodged their fatal attacks. The scene was now one of utter chaos. It was a grueling pursuit. Meanwhile, Hoa Nat stood on the balcony looking out. She spoke up, "After I returned from the tour, I was also attacked." Having said this, Hoa Nat turned her head. She looked over, but Mok Tran was nowhere to be seen. Only a steaming teacup remained. "If not for my father, I might not even be alive right now." The scene shifted to a dark place as Hoa Nat continued. "For some reason, they never come here." A hand appeared, touching the dragon head on the chair. Zich Sun sat down and closed his eyes, exuding an air of exhaustion. Purple energy currents began to rise around Zich Sun. She spoke, "Wherever my father is." He sat up straight, sensing every surge of aura. "Even when everyone else disappears, my father still remains."
Hoa Nhạc stand with Mok Trang.
Observing Zich Sun from afar, she says hesitantly, "But in that state," he continues, "he is holding his ground." Hearing that, she asks, "What?" Looking at Zich Sun, Mok Tran explains, "He is trying to hold on by burning all of his internal energy and soul, ready to face the demon within." If necessary, speaking to this point, he places his hand on Hoa Nat's head and says, "Surely it is because there is something that forces him to try and protect." This sentence leaves her silent and speechless. Mok Tran looks at the emitted light source and exclaims, "Truly admirable." Having said that, he calmly steps forward. "All right, I'll take care of this. Let's go." Feeling confused, Hoa Nat asks, "Go where?"
Motstran calmly replies,
"I want to meet the bastard responsible for this trouble." Back at Tien An's location, the three of them now seem to be backed into a corner. The robots surround them, blocking all paths. At this moment, on the faces of the robots, a red dot appears like some kind of signal. This sight terrifies Tien An. She asks, why are they doing this? How can construction robots attack humans? Is Thuan Tu capable of that? Thuan Tu frowns and replies, "It is possible. The robot's intelligence system is not fully perfected. Therefore, they cannot violate the 3 laws of robotics." She continues speaking, "Attacking humans is not their intention." Hearing this, the robot standing behind also falls into deep thought. Seeing them fiercely holding weapons and approaching, Tien
An scream in panic.
Why are they all acting as if they are broken? Or perhaps they don't see us as humans. He speculates hesitantly, robots being capable of attacking humans. Fighting against robots? Then don't tell me, Robert. Before he can finish, the robots go into a frenzy again, charging into the attack. Tien An shouted, "Here they come again." She quickly drew her sword, eyes wide and fully alert. Thuan Tu, hold on tight and hide well. The robots simultaneously brandished their weapons and charged. Suddenly, their bodies seemed to slowly dissolve. In midair, all of a sudden a massive explosion occurred. An ear-splitting sound rang out. Tien An and Thuan Tu stood bewildered, not understanding what was happening. Behind them, Robert had transformed at some point and used his gun barrels to annihilate the robots. He said, "They aren't robots anymore." He spoke with a voice of certainty. "They are metal juncture." After a chaotic battle, now between the two sides, it was so quiet that only the sound of the wind whistling past could be heard. The entire process was captured. On a large observation screen, a voice suddenly rang out, "Fire Demon Tang So Rang." Beside her is Blue 316 KBT, the smart robot Sun RA, and the former first corporal of the Special Operations Unit under the Northern Galactic Legion. Robert Calley SDVSS is a group of bounty hunters, primarily operating in the outer regions of the galaxy. They are not a threat. They can be eliminated within 10 seconds. Suddenly, Giselle coldly interrupted. "Just now, did you say he comes from the Special Operations Unit of the Northern Galactic Legion? Moreover, from the Special Operations Unit?" Seeing this, the robot quickly made a suggestion. "Should I order their elimination, Count Zichio?" Suddenly, the man's face contorted. It seemed something caught Giselle's attention. Inside the large screen, Mok-chan appeared. Glancing behind him, he looked bewilderedly at the devastated scene around, and couldn't help but wonder, what happened? Robert's voice chimed in. "You were just fighting, and it's already over?" He appeared extremely excited. "This time I used all my strength. I have waited every day for a day like this." After 3 clicking sounds, Robert's arm quickly reappeared. He retracted the weapons on his shoulder, under everyone's astonished gaze. "That's why I maintained everything so carefully. If I had listened to others today, and sold my equipment as second-hand goods, then I don't know how everything would have turned out. Back then, because we lacked money to buy materials, we had to sell it. If I hadn't persisted in keeping it then, today, how could we have managed with all those people?" In that moment, Thuan Tu coldly stepped forward to explain. "It wasn't that we handled them, but that they retreated on their own. If they had continued to attack, then we probably wouldn't have survived." He seemed more curious about the arm he just picked up. "But what on earth is this? Is it armor? Do you wear this kind of metal?" Tien An beside him crossed her arms and explained indifferently. "It's not armor, it's a droid, a robot." Mok-chan's brow furrowed in such confusion that he stammered.
"Ah, Bovtier?"
"What's that? Speak in a way I can understand. What are you talking about?" Exhausted, she slumped down on the porch. "Even if I explain, you won't understand. Thuan Tu, just give Mok-chan a brief overview. I'm too tired." Then the girl obediently stepped up behind him. Just understand it simply as a machine that can think and act like a human. Mok-chan raised the arm and waved it around. No matter how much the world changes, how can a lump of metal be like a human being? Suddenly his eyes widened. His pupils dilated in front of Mok-chan. Thuan Tu used both hands to lift her head off her neck. To make it easy to understand, it's like this. He screamed in terror and recoiled backward. What the hell is that? Now Tian-on raised her head and urged, "You haven't told him yet?" The girl reattached her head and replied, "We were busy." Unexpectedly, one robot among the pile remained functional. The only light source on its face was a camera, transmitting data to the center. Before the robot was the image of an uneasy Mok-chan, pointing his finger forward. After a moment of observation, the attendant's voice rang out once more. This person is not registered in the database. Furthermore, they do not seem to be equipped with an internal energy source showing they are entirely natural. With that, Giselle stood up and left the chair. Based on his foolish actions, he might not be a concern, but that man is a problem. He must be an elite soldier. His deep eyes gleamed with unpredictable malice. Moreover, if he is a former first corporal, then he is the best of the best. He couldn't have come here by mere coincidence, without a specific purpose. Be careful and investigate thoroughly. From a streak of light in the galaxy, perfectly round ship appeared, sprinting at high speed. It headed straight for the Heavenly Demon Sect, District 32. Here, Loi Trak and Tien Lok bowed respectfully to welcome an arriving guest. In front of them, the sphere landed and the door gradually opened. A small foot stepped out of the doorway. The person walked quietly toward them. Loi Trak spoke first. "Thank you for coming to this remote place, officer." The person let out a long, lazy yawn. Right? It was a long journey. Who would have thought that, in the form of a child, was a member of the Disaster Safety Headquarters, the Central Committee of the Northern Heavenly Demon Sect. First-class officer, Lord True. So I hope our efforts are not in vain. And thus they proceeded together to the place of the person with a strange hand marked on his bald head. Nongguin was positioned, sitting upright in a wheelchair. Loi Trak's face darkened as he looked down. "Do you see anything, sir?" This situation also caused Lord True's eyebrows to knit together in confusion. "Let me see." They both watched Nongguin silently for a while. Then he placed his tiny hand on the man's head. "Has the pain subsided?" Nongguin kept his eyes tightly shut to feel it. "The pain has decreased quite a bit, sir. However, my head still feels a persistent heat." Lord True didn't stop questioning him. "Hot, no pain, but the heat remains?" He lowered his head and answered firmly, "Correct." Suddenly Nongguin's eyes bulged. Bloodshot veins showed a terrifying look, because Lord True's own hand was pressing firmly against his head. And so, an ear-splitting scream echoed throughout the room. On top of Nongguin's head, there was now another tiny handprint. The strike was so powerful that smoke rose, steam-like, from his hand. Lord True's eyebrows furrowed again in thought. Then Loi Trak placed his hand where the two handprints were. Observing that this seemed a bit different, the original scar has swollen, but the second mark is concave. It doesn't seem to be the same martial arts technique. At this moment, his eyes opened slightly with a mysterious glint. They are both the same. This is a scar from the nine-in hand. On the contrary, he froze, his face filled with endless shock. Now everything has been brought to light through Lord True's words. The nine-in hand is the lowest level martial art taught to any junior disciple of our sect. After the work was finished, he returned to the room and sat at the dining table. Loi Trak stood beside him, keeping watch. "I also mastered it when I was only 7 years old." There was still a hint of doubt in his words. However, the nine-in hand scar seems quite different. Compared to this mark, Lord True expertly mixed his black bean noodles while explaining. "Correct, the essence of the nine-in hand lies in cold energy, but instead it left behind heat, which is why the scar feels unusual. That means that person has reached a level where they can completely suppress the fundamental coldness of the nine-in hand and leave only the heat of the impact. That was an act of mercy, to avoid causing permanent harm to the enemy by the one who attacked the third brother, Nongguin." Loi Trak once again appeared stunned. How is that possible? Reversing the basic nature of martial arts? It's like creating fire from ice. talking back and forth. The steaming bowl of noodles has finally been mixed. In theory, it is possible. In theory. Lord True looked at him with an earnest tone. But for now, we should eat first, shall we? Is black bean noodles okay? Loy Track's empty stomach growled, making him feel hungry. Yes, sir. On the sanctuary ship, Robert stated with an expressionless face. They are those iron zombies. Tian-on looked at the tray of sausages, piled up in front of her, and couldn't restrain herself. She immediately put one in her mouth. Iron zombies? What are those? Robert didn't pay any attention to the plate of food on the table. It was a rumor I heard when I was still in active service. They are developing a type of combat robot of a new generation that includes humans in their killing parameters. A robot's control circuit is designed based on the 3 laws of robotics, so they cannot cause harm to humans. To bypass that, they replaced the control circuit with the brains of people who have died, looking back at the pile of scrap metal outside as evidence, that partially supporting his statement. That is why this project is called Project Iron Zombie. Meanwhile, Mok-chan's hands still couldn't stay away from Thuan-Tu's cheeks. Are you really not human? Involuntarily, the cold girl had to threaten him again. Do I need to take my head off for you to see again? If you want, I can also disassemble my arms and legs. As expected, it worked. Mok-chan immediately let go. No need. This world is truly strange. Then he returned to the dining table. Let's just eat.
Then an esalet a satifit berit.
Based on the fact they attacked us, it makes sense. But it's too absurd to believe. She glanced over at Mok-chan. Using the brains of the dead. That really is insane. At this moment, his state didn't seem very good. His face was stunned and frozen like that. She widened her eyes and asked with concern, "What's wrong with you? Is something the matter?" A second later, she turned her head to look at the empty food tray, and finally understood the whole story. Tian-on looked at Thuan-Tu and requested,
Tu en tues.
"Grill a few more sausages and feed him." And the girl blurted out something no one wanted to hear. "They're all gone," she said, then stood up, coldly turning her back and leaving her seat. "In that case, there's no other way. In any case, we must understand the situation first." Tian-on left them behind and walked straight ahead. "I feel like we are falling into a rather unlucky situation." Just then, Mok-chan spoke up resentfully. "These insolent fools." A deep purple aura completely enveloped his body. "Even if the era of martial arts etiquette has passed, you still dared to steal my food." Tian-on had no clue what is he talking about. Robert was in the same boat as her. "Beats me." The power inside Mok-chan suddenly erupted violently. "Even if you don't know my true identity, I have declared myself the supreme heavenly demon. How dare you?" Only now did she realize and started mocking him. That's right, he did say he was the supreme heavenly demon. Robert was no slouch either, hinting again. Yes, the supreme heavenly demon. Tian-on suddenly paused, remembering something. She raised her hand high and turned toward the door. "Fine, let's worry about that later. First, let's prioritize things one by one." Robert quickly followed behind. "I'm coming with you." Thuan-Tu also hurried to catch up with the other two. "Me too." The empty room now only had Mok-chan left with his fading aura. The only thing remaining in the room was the food tray with a bit of leftover oil remaining. Looking closely, there were still some scattered sausage crumbs. He reached out his hand to pick them up. Something is better than nothing. Then Mok-chan silently put them in his mouth to chew. At this time, the other 3 had gone outside, to where the robots lay scattered on the ground. While Thuan-Tu picked up a robot head, Tian-on meticulously observed the surroundings again. It seemed they were the only living creatures left. In this desolate landscape, Robert picked up an arm to examine it. "This is poorly made, isn't it? There's a problem with these joints, right? The alloy is weak too." Thuan-Tu was holding up a robot head for evaluation. Since this is a prototype, not a finished product. The girl scanned the small camera on its face. Thuan-Tu's gaze suddenly froze for a few seconds. Tian-on saw no movement and turned to ask, "What are you trying to look at?" The girl unzipped the back of the robot's neck. Their neural network is quite simple. The smart control circuit is equipped in the 207M old model. It's a shame to call it artificial intelligence. 207M is optimized for receiving commands, so it lacks self-will. Tian-on couldn't help but wonder about that. So they are being controlled remotely? Thuan-Tu agreed with this idea. Correct, every single unit. The girl scanned around the neighborhood and concluded, the total number of robots that attacked us is 9,817. According to my sensors, it wasn't hard for her to visualize the scale of this battle, so that means at least 9,817 humans are controlling them. That is exactly the case. A massive number of humans are being nurtured inside tanks at the facility of Giselle at the very top. He is standing quietly, observing. Giselle stares pensively without saying a word. Inside the tanks filled with liquid, humans are nurtured by a feeding tube, connected directly to the back of the neck. The person was unconscious and completely controlled. Back at the neighborhood, Tian-on continued to scan her eyes around. What is the population of Flower Mountain? Tuan-tu replied within just a second. 9,818. It's not hard to realize that exactly one person is missing, and thus they found Zich-sun, being protected by a strange purple light. Hoa not stayed by his side with an extremely worried expression. As the scene shifts to Heavenly Demon Sect, District 32, Loi Trak's mouth was still covered in black bean sauce. I'm sorry, what did you just say, sir? Meanwhile, Lord True had just finished his meal, holding a napkin to wipe his face. I order the lockdown and travel ban of the entire District 32. He sternly commanded that no one shall move. No one is permitted to enter or leave. Recall all staff immediately. He sat there, unable to help but wonder. But why? The sky was now gloomy like an ill omen, which weighed on Lord True's mind. This period of time is too dangerous. 2,000 years of peace has lasted too long. The reputation of the martial arts alliance, formed by the major sects, has long since faded. Do you know what happens when the fangs of the tiger that rules the mountain fall out? Loi Trak honestly offered his perspective. The wolves will take over power. However, his words made him widen his eyes in surprise. Wrong. The wolves will try to become tigers. Wolves form packs because of the existence of the tiger. When the tiger disappears, and they look around with eyes that once saw the tiger, the other wolves will begin to look weaker, because they were always much weaker than the tiger. The first one to become a target during that time is the strongest wolf, with hunting habits developed while in the pack. The remaining wolves will unite and kill it. That wolf is like the position of our sect. Therefore, we must act with extreme caution. Mok Chan's face immediately appeared in Loi Trak's mind. Are you trying to say that the unknown man using our sect's martial arts is related to this matter? He clasped his hands behind his back, stepping into the ship. I don't know, and that is precisely the big problem. As soon as he reached the door, Lord True did not forget to remind him. I received an emergency contact right before arriving here. That unknown person is heading towards Flower Mountain. Loi Trak was stunned, enunciating each word. Flower Mountain? You said Flower Mountain? He paused for a moment at the entrance. That's right. An unknown factor has been placed on a powder keg, ready to explode. If there is a spark, the world will blow up. The stairs retracted accordingly. Therefore, understanding the situation is the most urgent thing. Action comes next. A second later, the ship blasted off, leaving District 32. Loi Trak clasped his hands behind his back, watching until its silhouette gradually faded, leaving only a trail of light in the sky. His gaze was heavy, but he couldn't utter a single word. Back at the neighborhood, Tian-on's voice rang out. So kid, you're saying that the missing people will reappear at night? Hoa Not's steady gaze did not leave Zich-sun. Correct, except for my father. He stayed here. Her voice gradually lowered in this form. Tian-on said nothing more, just stood still observing. Zich-sun was like a statue without the slightest movement. She gradually lost patience and asked Tuan-tu, how much longer until sunset? The girl quickly explained. On planet Flower Mountain, day and night change every 6 hours. Therefore, word by word slowly left Tuan-tu's mouth. In one more second, Tian-on suddenly spun around to look. At this moment, Hoa Not was being affectionately embraced by Zich-sun. She calmly explained, he performs these actions without consciousness, stroking my head, sipping tea while watching the scenery, reading in the garden, exactly as it was before I left for the performance. Finally, he did the same thing on my birthday last year. For some reason, he repeats this every day when the sun rises. The others are the same. They repeat the exact same day. Suddenly Robert's voice rang out inside Tian-An's earpiece. But Captain, is no one appearing? Alone, he sat on the rooftop, observing the movements outside. The streets were still empty. She immediately turned to ask Thuan Tu, what is happening? Why are they late today? Thuan Tu, do you sense anything? Her voice was a bit hesitant. There is something. But Thuan Tu's eyes looked at her with concern. Instead of them appearing, you are gradually disappearing. Those words left her stunned. What is going on? She looked at her hands, which were slowly becoming transparent, and they just kept fading away, catching her by surprise. What? Thuan Tu watched without blinking, sensing the captain's life signs. In an instant, Tian-An was left as only a faint golden glow before her, disappearing. Now only those three remained in the room. A ship bearing a skull insignia was moving through space. Tan Pham stood in the cockpit, silently looking outward. Suddenly a voice came from behind. Officer, a teleportation has just been detected from the center of Planet Flower Mountain. A short while ago, Tai Chao kept his eyes on the tablet while reporting. Analysis confirms the moving entity is Fire Demon Sorang. Hearing that, he coldly asked, what is the destination? He also honestly reported the information received. The second moon of Planet Flower Mountain. Right at this moment, a strange circular hole appeared there. On its surface it was deep and bottomless, so dark that the bottom couldn't be seen at all. Suddenly an ear-splitting scream came from inside the hole. A streak of light appeared, along with Tian-An's voice in utter panic. What is happening? My body is disappearing. What the hell is this? Why is my body disappearing? No way. Am I dead? Did I die and become a ghost? Take me back. I still have so much to do. She suddenly went silent. When she saw her hands were still intact, she looked left and right in amazement. I can see myself. What is this? What is going on? Suddenly her gaze froze because of something else that was also here. She snapped her head to the side and saw Giselle was also present. Right now, he was observing her as silent as a grave. Tian-An was no different, casting a scrutinizing look toward Giselle. Who are you? His face wrinkled in an expression of annoyance. Both sides remained motionless, saying nothing, just quietly staring at each other. At another location, Tai Chao continued his reporting. Officer, this teleportation seems a bit unusual. There was no sign of consent from the entity during movement. During the transmission process, this could be an illegal force transfer, a unilateral teleportation prohibited by galactic law. This is a serious matter. The officer should probably report this to superiors. Tan Pham's voice turned several degrees colder. Is there anyone of higher rank than me? It seemed Tai Chao suddenly remembered and was terrified. Immediately he knelt down on the floor. You are my only superior, officer. His eyes didn't even bother to glance at Tai Chao. Fine, just keep monitoring the situation. Anyway, if they are actually using technology banned by galactic law on that moon, then it implies there is significant backing, possibly from a high-level power. Therefore, do not interfere recklessly and ensure a thorough investigation before acting. We need to evaluate whether knowing about that place is harmful or bring benefit to us. After finishing, he obediently replied, yes, sir.
Thanh Pham's eyelid twice slide.
Looking deep into Planet Flower Mountain. At another location, Lin Hoa's beautiful face suddenly looked stunned. What did you just say? She sat on a lonely chair in the middle of the room, questioning. Who did you meet at Flower Mountain? Elena was kneeling properly at her side. He claimed to be my father. He clearly said that he was the one who gave birth to me, and in the match against him I lost.
Lien OAS gaze shifted slightly.
Vague thoughts began to take over her mind. The person who defeated my daughter and claimed to be her father. Lin Hoa suddenly went blank for a moment. Is currently at Flower Mountain. Back at that place, Robert was impatiently slamming his hand hard on the table. He screamed with all his might, we must save the captain. The entire room echoed with Robert's shouting. What bastard dares to kidnap our captain? He lost control of his words, and cursed without mercy. We need to catch him and, censored. The simple-minded Mok Chan glanced at Thuan Tu and asked curiously, what is he saying? The girl was busy with the data. In front of her, I don't know. Anyway, it's just swearing. I don't really want to translate those sentences. At this point, Hoa not beside them spoke up. the place where So Rang was kidnapped, might be related to the events on this planet. Perhaps the others were also taken in a similar way. The girl's gaze lowered sadly. We have no evidence. Of course not. After fumbling for a while, Thuan Tu finally found some information. Useful, no evidence. The phenomenon that occurs when people from Planet Flower Mountain disappear is identical. It is a forced teleportation, without the consent of the person being moved. Most likely a unilateral teleportation, banned by galactic law. Hearing that, Robert became even more agitated, grabbing Mok Chan's collar and pulling him up. Don't you see? That means everyone is trapped somewhere. We can't just sit still. We need to act quickly and rescue them. He naively turned to Thuan Tu, who was walking over, and asked, "What is wrong with him?" The girl just walked past, indifferent, as if it were an everyday occurrence. Clearly, he suffers from a disorder, post-traumatic stress, PTSD from his time in the military, while Thuan Tu remained as nonchalant as ever, and has difficulty controlling his anger. When under stress, Robert was still screaming incessantly. Those censored people, even if they censored and censored, it still wouldn't be enough. Mok Chan's brow furrowed, his voice softening as he spoke. Thuan Tu was busy searching for something. It's useless. When he starts, he doesn't listen to anyone. Suddenly he shouted like a command, making the girl pay attention. "Let go." Immediately, Robert became as docile as a puppy. "I'm sorry." Thuan Tu had to praise this action. He could enter an anger management competition. If the captain was unilaterally teleported, then there is a limit to the distance she could have been moved. Technically, long-range teleportation is impossible. Therefore, transferring between planets is unthinkable. In that case, it can only be within the planet, Mao Tuonghua, or one of the two moons, Genta and Zich Ezer. Mok Chan also stared intently outside. So where is it? Thuan Tu's gaze was deep, since Planet Flower Mountain still shows no signs of life. Except for the Sword Master, we can rule it out, so we are left with only two moons, Genta and Zich Ezer. But although there are signs of life on both, it is very difficult to pinpoint the exact location, because the two moons are too close to each other. Mok Chan looked at the girl with concern. "So we have to guess?" Thuan Tu put her hand to her chin, looking pensive, because the captain is obsessed with gold. Having said that, the girl pointed forward. "I will choose the golden moon, Zich Ezer." If Tianon knew, she would surely be very sad, because that is a wrong answer. The correct one must be the second moon of planet Mao Tuong, Hua Genta. At this moment, Giselle was still sitting in silence, scrutinizing, while she had lost all patience and spoke up. "Who are you?" Then, the robot automatically scanned Tianon to gather information. A second later, it managed to capture the core data. An internal power unit of 1.4 gigawatts, attached externally. An internal power unit of 1.4 gigawatts attached externally. And an ultra-high internal power unit of 3.3 gigawatts. High density embedded within the body. The only external weapon is an electronic soft sword. Worn at the hip, Giselle indifferently raised a glass of water. A 3.3 gigawatt internal power unit. Then he took a sip. A bounty hunter from the remote, deep regions is hiding something that she cannot even use. However, her demeanor seemed like she didn't care much. "Who are you? Are you deaf?" No. The scene shifted to a place of total darkness, with only a single ray of light shining down on something small. Coming closer, one can clearly see it's a young sprout being nurtured. By the light, the great elder sat, keeping watch beside it without taking his eyes off. Suddenly, Lord True appeared from behind and called out, "Master." He bowed his head respectfully. "There is a problem I need to discuss." The old man remained seated there without moving. "I know it concerns the events on Planet Flower Mountain. Am I right? And you have been assigned the task of resolving it. Do not act impulsively, and wait until the flower bud is in full bloom. Only then can you know if it's a poplar or a willow. We must wait until the entities standing behind him are completely revealed. Only then can we attack decisively. But I have raised you to understand that. Are you not mature enough yet? Or is it?" Suddenly he looked up. The great elder had come before him to question. "There's another problem, isn't there? What is it? What could cause you to become so childish?" Only now did Lord True dare to speak. "During the investigation of this matter, an unexpected person has appeared. He performs our martial arts techniques, reaching the level of reversing energy flow, and also knows our sect's secret technique, the demonic heart sword style. Furthermore, he has reached the peak of mastery. The problem is, this person does not belong to our sect. The great elder decisively said just one sentence. Kill him. The young sprout, withered as if manifesting the guilty conscience of Lord True. I am sorry. Suddenly his face became hideously distorted. The great elder screamed with all his might. A mutant, a monster, find him and kill him at all costs. He must die. He raised his eyebrows in shock. Afterwards, Lord True departed, meditating aboard his ship. Lord True sat there for quite a long time, as the ship drifted aimlessly through space. Back to the moon Genta, Tian-on didn't give up and repeatedly questioned, "Who are you? Did you not hear me speaking?" Giselle paid no mind, just leisurely drinking water. Test her. In an instant, the robot received the command and teleported. It appeared right behind Tian-on. With sharp senses, she immediately counterattacked. "What the hell do you think you're doing?" Tian-on unleashed a burst of power into the void behind her. At this moment, the robot had spun around and grabbed her face. Its hand squeezed her cheeks tightly, causing her face to contort. Tian-on couldn't react in time, thinking to herself, "What the hell? How is it so fast?" In contrast, Giselle was still calmly putting down his glass. "Accept it, resistance is futile." He looked at her and laid out his terms. "Now I will ask a few questions. Answer correctly, and I will grant you a life free from eternal suffering." By now, she had retreated backward, colliding with the robot. "Shut up." Inside, Giselle felt a hint of suspicion. Adaptive variant. Now Tian-on had to draw the sword from her belt. A surge of power was released accordingly, surrounding her. Tian-on continuously swung her sword, creating a massive vortex. The robot nimbly dodged the blade, reaching its hand toward her. Luckily, Tian-on managed to dodge just in time. The two of them kept at it, one striking and the other lunging, attacking without rest. Giselle boredly lowered his eyes. "It's useless. This device contains data on all the martial arts in the world." Tian-on couldn't land a single hit on the robot, which forced her to admit it was the truth. Sweat poured off Tian-on like rain. "It is reading all of my movements." She extended the arm holding her sword. "Don't make me laugh." But, with just one step, the robot teleported behind Tian-on. Then it reached out and struck her in the back, sending her flying into the air. Tian-on flew forward from the momentum. She landed face first on the ground, while the robot remained perfectly still in its stance. Tian-on endured the pain and sprang back up. She planted one leg and raised her sword, changing her technique. Giselle also paused his actions to observe. At this moment, the robot still hadn't shown any reaction. Tian-on held her position. A sweat dripped down, she thought, so that's how it is. Is this not working? A second later, the robot's silhouette in front of Tian-on vanished. It teleported behind her again. Then the robot extended its arm toward the back of Tian-on's neck. Just as it was about to grab her, she disappeared like a gust of wind. Tian-on was somersaulting above the robot's head. Her hand gripped the sword tightly as she lunged down. It also detected Tian-on, cracking the floor with one foot as it leapt upward. She swung her arm, thrusting the sword forward. The rounds gradually transition into a solid state. The sword lunged straight toward the robot, but it nimbly reached out its hand to block, deflecting the trajectory of the sword. The robot continued to reach out, lunging straight at Tian-on. Its hand got closer and closer to her, but in her other hand, the sword became flexible again and coiled around it. Meanwhile, the robot unleashed power into its arm to attack Tian-on, while the sword continued to follow the contour of its arm, sliding upward. She did not react, only watching the hand about to strike her and waiting. By now, the sword had reached the robot's shoulder. It suddenly switched to a solid state, and then the sword pierced through the robot's head in one strike. Its operating state suddenly flickered out. The two of them hovered in mid-air. Giselle was so tense that he crushed the water glass to pieces. He stood up abruptly, stunned in place. The azure dragon blood blade from the heavens pierced the robot as it fell freely. To the astonishment of Giselle, Tian-on also landed gently, though there was a bit of syrup on the corner of her mouth. Her gaze, Tian-on still looked forward with determination. Only now did he seriously ask, "Who are you?" Tian-on couldn't help but feel tense. feeling a bit uneasy in her heart. Damn it, this is a nuisance. Giselle's eyes widened, questioning repeatedly. The Tang family of Sichuan was destroyed 10 years ago, without a trace, so how? Do you know their martial arts? Finally, she showed her hand, displaying her power. The time has come. The seal on Tian An's left chest gradually lit up. The final measure. This is the Kiaozer internal Qi operating system. Black Tortoise Divine Art. Maximum activation. Giselle went from one surprise to another. Even the Black Tortoise Divine Art, the exclusive secret technique, only passed to the head of the Tang family. This is going too far. Tian An projected a surge of power straight upward. Shut up. He could only watch and mumble, dominating the sky to attack from all directions. The power flies to a certain point in the sky. Then it splits into brilliant beams of light, shining like fireworks. Everything was reflected in Giselle's eyes. That is the technique Endless Rain of Flowers. The entire room is now as bright as day. That source of power seeps into every corner. Returning to the white ship, the residence of Lin Hoa, Elena was still recounting the story at Flower Mountain. The circumstances of meeting him were also very strange. I definitely went to Flower Mountain to accept a request, but I lost consciousness for a moment, and when I woke up, I was standing in front of him. He still maintained that expressionless face while looking at her. Elena stood in place, wondering. I still don't understand why. Speaking of this, Lin Hoa found it not difficult to visualize the situation. At that time, in her eyes, Lin Hoa's gaze became pensive regarding the teleportation. At that time, Giselle used the gentle part of his persona to reassure her, no need to be surprised. I called you here to grant you a wish. Elena didn't understand a thing, standing rooted to the spot. His eyes were deep, as if they could see through one's soul. Don't you want to become stronger? Don't you want to see the world beneath your feet? That is the reason why, even after receiving the fearsome title of the eight-limbed war demon, you turned your spaceship into an arena, just to pursue battles. But the closer you get, the further the path recedes, leaving you in despair, crying every night in hopelessness. That is why I called you, to grant you power, the power to look down upon the world. What he knew seemed to be too much, making her feel uneasy in her heart. Who are you? What are you talking about? He leaned on the chair, about to sit down. Fine, you will understand if we fight each other. Elena narrated back to Lin Hoa. So we fought, but right now, Tian An has been easily subdued by Giselle. No matter what I do, she felt a sense of disappointment, looking up at the figure of the one who had defeated her. It was useless, except for the head. His entire body had been replaced by metal. Tian An groaned in desperate pain. Her current situation was no different from Elena's before. Giselle stood before her and declared, I will make you strong, just like me, because you are my daughter. Returning to the present, his hand was still tightly gripping Tian An's neck. Answer my question. If you do as I say, I will make your weak body strong, in exchange for giving up your useless mind. As for Lin Hoa, her eyes widened in utter shock. Elena stood up before her, and he gave me. She suddenly transformed into an incredibly cool form. This power, Lin Hoa's pupils contracted, steel reinforcement. Shifting the scene to Mok Chan's ship, Tuan Tu was still busy with the search. Robert sat nearby with his seatbelt fastened, in a ready position. Why haven't we left yet? Hurry up and let's go. Suddenly, the radar displayed an unknown object. It continuously closed in on the ship, causing the alarm to ring incessantly. Their ship remained motionless. The distance between the two ships gradually shortened, until they stopped when facing each other. Tuan Tu turned on the lights to illuminate the strange ship. Robert angrily urged her. What the hell is that? Tell them to move, or I'll crush them. While the girl remained strangely calm. I can't. And he couldn't understand at all. Why? Tuan Tu used the scanner to gather information about the ship. It looks small, but it's a celestial-class battleship. Our ship cannot compare to it. Furthermore, it belongs to... Her eyes widened in shock. The Heavenly Demon Sect. Robert also froze upon hearing that name. And just like that, the Lord easily made his way inside. He stepped forward to face Mok Chan. But the man was busy with his meal. It seemed the appearance of that person made everyone curious. Robert cautiously approached. Excuse me, but what brings someone from the Heavenly Demon Sect all the way here? The Lord reached out his tiny hand to pull a chair. I am a first-class officer of the Central Security Commission, of the Heavenly Demon Sect. He sat down leisurely. Speak freely with me. Robert's face showed a bit of hesitation. A first-class officer? That means he is an officer of an extremely high rank within the Heavenly Demon Sect. This tiny little kid? The Lord rested his chin on his hand and proposed. And I have an urgent request, which is why I came to see you. Please stay out of this matter. The mastermind behind this incident is a man named Rick Larcamond. He was once a top scientist and directed the development of military weapons for a defense contractor under the human government. It was a project called Steel City. However, due to the inhumane development process, he was expelled and subsequently disappeared. And now he is hiding here, conducting experiments on a much larger scale. In other words, he wasn't just expelled, but received even more funding and in secret too. We suspect his supporters are certain factions within the human government military. Suddenly, Mok-chan opened his mouth to interrupt. I need water. The Lord had to look at him in a different light. Even after hearing all this information, he still hasn't reacted. Who really is this person? Robert appeared worried in the background. You just said military factions? So you're saying this is a military matter? An assignment from the human government military? He didn't take his eyes off Mok-chan. Exactly. This is a matter beyond the capabilities of civilians. Therefore, stay away. He leaned back restlessly. But what about our captain? Our captain has been kidnapped, Lord. The Lord only responded calmly. There is nothing we can do. All you can do is pray for her. Hearing that, Robert went mad and slammed his hand hard on the table. What the hell are you saying? Shut up and get out of here. We will rescue our captain. If you obstruct us, I don't care who you are. We won't let it slide. In contrast, Mok-chan calmly drank the rest of the water. Listen to me. I'm not trying to interfere, but I don't intend to follow your orders either. He shot him a cold, expressionless look. Thinking back, I wonder why you are providing such valuable information to us. Of course, it means you want to use us as tools to avoid responsibility. This brat, whose hair hasn't even fully grown yet, dares to try and manipulate me. Even after being insulted like that, the Lord maintained his composure. May I ask who you are, sir? Mok-chan set the water glass down on the table. Is that the real reason you came here? His silence was somewhat of a tacit agreement to the previous question. With that said, he stood up abruptly and left the dining table. Otherwise, you don't need to know. You and I have nothing to do with each other, and we never will. Now the Lord appeared annoyed. So, you have no connection to the Heavenly Demon Sect, correct? Mok-chan tilted his head and replied impassively, no connection. He immediately stood on the chair to regain his momentum. Now I will believe you. Let me confirm once more. You say you do not have any connection to the Heavenly Demon Sect. Then every action of yours from now on will have nothing to do with our sect. Our sect will officially declare that. He simply waved his hand and walked away. I understand. You can leave now. I am busy with the Lord's ship. After that, it also quickly departed. Mok-chan silently watched its remaining trail of light. He felt a sense of relief, because there are still talents within the Heavenly Demon Sect. However, they are still far too green. Once finished, Robert quickly sat back in his seat, ready to head out. All right, let's go. Let's take this seriously. Thwan 2 pointed toward the observation screen. Correct, but the coordinates have changed. Instead of the moon Zich Ezer that we designated earlier, it has changed to the moon, Genta. The Lord has now gone far away, and begun to carry out his calculations, returning to the second moon of planet Flower Mountain. Genta, inside that bottomless deep hole, an unconscious Tien-on was being dragged along. Giselle roughly pulled her by the arm into a pitch-black path. He brought Tien-on into a laboratory. Inside was a table already equipped with limb restraints. Giselle dragged her inside. Suddenly, Tien-on's voice rang out, catching his attention. What do you intend to do? Giselle turned his head to look. You're awake already? Then he let go of her arm. I can't believe you regained consciousness so quickly. It seems there is something special about noble blood. Lady of the Tang family of Sichuan. Tien-on cast her eyes around to assess the situation. Where are we? What do you plan to do to me? Giselle turned his back and looked up. Don't worry, I intend to liberate you from this pain. I will wipe your memories clean, including the darkest parts of your past. I will turn you into an iron zombie, granting you a simple and useful life, where you only know how to obey. Tian-on gritted her teeth, groaning as she tried to lift her arm. Giselle stepped toward the table to start the process. It's no use. I have blocked all the meridians in your body and paralyzed your nervous system. Your body will no longer obey you. All you can do is stand still and wait for me like a beast. Be obedient, I already told you. It's no use. Suddenly Giselle's eyes shifted slightly. Tian-on broke free from the control and stood tall. Before him, the syrup streaked across her face, only making her expression more eerie, chilling to the bone. Don't indulge in pipe dreams. You can kill the people of the Sichuan Tang family, but you cannot dominate them. Giselle looked down at the surge of power below. Remember that. Tian-on's hand easily thrust into his steel body. It was nothing other than poison. She showed little emotion. It is called the pigeon blood poison. Those born into the Tang family receive a lethal poison seed in their hearts. As a gift, it is used when they die. Giselle trembled, gripping Tian-on's approaching arm tightly. Her voice was strangely calm. It's no use. The more my heart burns, the stronger the toxin. To the point it can melt everything. Even this metal, you ugly monster. Let's die together. Suddenly something flashed between the two of them. To her surprise, the robot from earlier was still alive and swept through Tian-on's arm. It happened so fast that her hand remained frozen in its position. She stared wide-eyed at what had just intervened below. A second later, syrup sprayed from her arm like rain. At the same time, the alarm siren blared loudly. Giselle looked up at the alarm siren that was constantly signaling. Intruder detected. Intruder detected. Of course, it was no one else. The one causing the commotion was Mok-chan. Robert followed behind, fully equipped. Suddenly, an army appeared in front of them. Robots, their numbers might reach into the thousands. Gradually closing in on the two of them, Robert aggressively charged forward. I'll handle those things. You just go and rescue the captain. A second later, only a puff of dust remained where Mok-chan stood. He had leaped high up and flown away. He stood dazed, looking up after Mok-chan, aiming toward the black hole and plunging in. He glided so fast that he left only a brilliant streak of light behind. Mok-chan passed through, leaving a massive explosion. While Robert was still staring blankly ahead of him, the Robot Legion was still charging in. His voice carried a hint of disappointment. But you should have helped me a little before leaving. The aggressive Robot Legion drew closer by the second. At this moment, Robert had no other choice but to frantically fire his weapons in battle. Damn it, I don't know anymore. In contrast to the noise outside, Giselle was silently observing from within. He tracked his every move. Robert aimed straight at the Robot Legion and fired. With one hand, he used the MZCT-106 recoilless laser cannon. On his shoulder was the TTR-8 automatic laser cannon. Robert aimed directly at the center of the Robot Legion and fired. Next, he jumped up to dodge their strikes. Robert hovered in the air,
aiming anti-gravity missile downward.
Suddenly a voice spoke up. Those are all special equipment for special forces. However, all that gear is obsolete and is no longer in use. Giselle furrowed his brow, looking annoyed. So he isn't an active soldier, but a discharged veteran? I worried for nothing. Eliminate him and deal with the rest. Suddenly, the warning sirens blared loudly throughout the room. Giselle turned his head toward the robot. It immediately and urgently reported. Intruder has entered Sector 8, past Sector 8, now entering Sector 7. He glared, looking visibly unsettled. The ground shook, causing the solution in the glass tanks to churn. Past Sector 7, past Sector 6, past Sector 5.
Sector 4, Sector 3, Sector 2.
Unable to analyze Intruder's location data. Everything happened so quickly that Giselle had to turn back to look at the robot again.
Impossible.
It still stood there formally, providing information, reanalyzing the Intruder's location data. Current location is. Suddenly, a surge of power blasted through, causing its entire body to shatter into pieces. After that, only ashes remained of the robot. Giselle stood frozen in place. The shock caused the air bubbles inside the tanks to boil up violently. They surged upward to escape. A moment later, when the ground had settled again, The air bubbles began to dissipate. The containers returned to their original state. Giselle stared wide-eyed toward the front. A large hole had appeared there. Mak-chan stood there calmly in his flip-flops. He seemingly couldn't believe what was before his eyes, and had to open his eyes wide to see clearly. His face looked innocent of all crimes. Truly, the complete opposite of what had just been displayed. Mak-chan leisurely stepped into the room. There wasn't a single trace of fear in his eyes. Giselle's pupils looked as if they were about to fall out. Who exactly is this brat? Mak-chan walked toward where Tian-an was being held. She had lost an arm and lay unconscious on the table. Feeling ignored, Giselle finally blurted out, "Who are you?" But he paid no attention, still quietly observing Tian-an's body, drenched in syrup. Only then did Mak-chan turn to question him. "You have ruined a child who has just entered the prime of her youth. Furthermore, you have no respect for others. You are no different from a monster." Having his dark secrets exposed, Giselle stood stunned. That ice-cold gaze of Mak-chan, making him uneasy. Then Giselle had to scream loudly to regain his composure. "Didn't I ask you who you are? What are you doing?" The man said nothing, extending his hand forward. Tian-an's sword lying on the floor twitched slightly. Then it gradually floated up. Mak-chan's voice was blunt yet sincere. "I don't want to talk to anything. That isn't human." The sword followed his command and soared up. It brushed past Giselle's shoulder to his astonishment. Then the sword settled neatly in Mak-chan's hand. Giselle went from one surprise to another, leaving him silent and unable to react. Inside him, the maneuvers against the man were neutralized. He clearly has no internal power engine. So how can he use neutralization maneuvers? Something that can only be performed by those who have reached the transcendent level. He's using ancient martial arts. How troublesome. Why did he have to arrive at such a critical moment? Damn it, if only I hadn't been injured by that crazy woman. While Giselle was lost in those thoughts, Mak-chan had approached at some unknown point. He pointed the sword toward him. Mak-chan spoke with contempt. "Not only are you not human, you aren't even a warrior." His eyes were razor-sharp with an overwhelming aura. "How can you think of such useless things in the middle of a battle like this?" Giselle angrily swung his arm to attack. "Shut up!" He stepped forward quickly, lunging ahead. Suddenly, a cut appeared on Giselle's arm mid-stride. Mak-chan walked past, leaving him with an arm severed from his body. Giselle stared in shock at his missing arm. Mak-chan approached Tian-an's side. "I have returned what you did to that child." Her current condition was enough to make anyone feel pity. He lowered his eyes to look at her. "Now, the only thing left is the price you must pay. For angering me, prepare yourself, because the price for making me angry will be very high." Suddenly, a terrifying surge of power was released. Giselle, having lost an arm, thought to himself, "How unfortunate. I didn't just have to face the brat from the Tang family of Sichuan, but now I must face this man too. With my previous injuries, the operating rate of the internal power engine is currently below 40. There is no chance of winning right now. In that case, activate the internal power engine. Maximum operating rate." At the same time, the system continuously issued warnings. Warning, operating limits exceeded. Cannot control output temperature. Warning, warning. Mak-chan just stood and observed without changing expression. A strange skill. Has the world really become like this? Suddenly, Tian-an's raspy voice rang out. "Kill him." He immediately turned back to look. She weakly half-opened her eyes to look at Mak-chan. Tian-an struggled to squeeze out each word. "Self-destruct. He intends to do it. Kill him." As she finished, he urgently snapped his gaze toward the light. Beams of light were creeping all over Giselle's body.
Mak-chan suddenly froze.
A powerful, blinding flash of light flared up. It spread incessantly across the room toward the robot. Next, notifications on the weapons rang out. TT missiles depleted. Please reload. Fountain cannon energy depleted. Please reload. Violet blade damaged. Inspection and repair required. Fireproof suit damaged. Replacement required. All of his weapons were no longer functional. Robert sat down wearily, slumping amidst the surrounding robot legion. Robert dejectedly bowed his head. "See, I told you, if you had helped me a little sooner, I would have handled them all perfectly." The robots did not stop because of that. They continued to draw closer. He struggled to stand up and reached out a hand. Stop, let's rest for a moment. You cursed scraps of metal. Robert grabbed a shield on his left chest. You don't know who I am, do you? Then he threw it to the ground as if it were junk. Robert decided to strip off all his remaining armor. I am Robert Kalai, Sergeant of the Special Tactics Squad, of the Northern Galactic Combat Forces. He drew his final weapons, 2 sharp blades. But don't be too afraid. And then Robert continued to charge into battle. Greeting all of you, come at me. Suddenly, a powerful light shone out. It shone directly into his face. Following that, a massive explosion occurred. The light from it grew more intense by the second. In just an instant, it covered the entire area. Robert could still see thanks to his goggles. Utterly shocked, he froze for a moment. Now only Robert remained standing there in solitude. He watched the explosion from beginning to end, stunned. The scene was like a nuclear blast of terrifying power. Seen from afar, it occupied a vast portion of the planet Flower Mountain. Tan Pham stood frozen as stiff as a board. Tai Sun appeared from behind to report. We have detected an explosion, a very large-scale electromagnetic field, from the moon of planet Flower Mountain. He gritted his teeth fiercely. This is getting more and more serious. He continued to provide information.
En explosion.
An electromagnetic field of this intensity could only be caused by the military. I think the human government is involved in this. As he finished speaking, Tan Pham quietly ordered to delete all records, including the footage. We saw nothing here. This decision was far from what Tai Sun expected, leaving him astonished. Elsewhere on the Lord's round ship, his monitoring screen was also displaying that explosion. The Lord only silently directed his gaze to observe. While Robert was still frozen, not understanding a thing, the robots were motionless, lying scattered on the ground, making him even more confused. What is happening? And then Robert's mind suddenly remembered the main mission. Captain, he rushed forward just like that. Captain, oh Captain, where are you? This time yet another light flashed. Robert stood still, watching it move toward him. The light drew closer by the second, and inside it, Mak Chan was carrying Tien on safely. She seemed to have fainted from exhaustion. While he still maintained that indifferent look, Robert remained silent, directing his gaze toward them. Giselle's entire base had collapsed, with only the table remaining intact. Back to where the Great Elder was planting the young tree, the Lord's voice rang out. Planet Flower Mountain has returned to normal. Since when has this place seen young sprouts beginning to flourish? He even mentioned the bustling neighborhood there. The people who were once used as test subjects have also returned to their daily lives. Fortunately, they don't remember a thing, as if nothing had ever happened. The Great Elder sat looking at the young tree, pensive. Truly feels like a ghost story. How could he have possibly done that? The Lord stood formally, theorizing. The only explanation could be, they succeeded in commercializing reverse entropy. The old man seemed very vague about this. Tell it to me in a way that's easy to understand. Not everyone is a genius like you. He explained thoroughly with great patience. Reverse entropy is a time configuration reconstruction technology, like resetting time, for example, because of the risk of creating parallel universes. Even experiments on it are strictly forbidden. However, he didn't just complete that technology. He could even reverse all the test subjects in the experiment at once. Furthermore, he also succeeded in creating forbidden and unknown technologies, such as unilateral teleportation. He is a genius who far exceeds his own reputation. The Great Elder held the watering can to water the young tree. With such great capabilities, the military factions within the human government will surely be ready to support him.
Gradi humans.
They probably don't know that playing with fire can burn themselves and the whole world, right? So is he dead yet? The Lord clasped his 2 hands together. I'm not sure. His red pupils, his old eyes shifted slightly toward the back. If you're not sure, that means he is still alive. He could only sadly accept it. The Great Elder solemnly gave the order. Make sure to handle him precisely, and you must also deal with the one who is using martial arts from our sect. The old man's silhouette was reflected deep in the Lord's eyes. I understand. He sat in space, eyes half closed, lost in thought. It seems that sitting atop the ship is the only thing that brings the Lord peace. The ship remained hovering in place in the air, Flower Mountain has now donned a new coat, brilliant and full of life. A steaming cup of tea opened the conversation. I have heard about what happened from my daughter. Zich-sun had invited Mok-chan over. I don't know how to thank you for saving my daughter and those rebels. He didn't stand on ceremony and raised his teacup. Instead of rebels, they were more like puppets. There are many villains behind this case. A child told me that. He also raised his teacup. Of course, that is certain. For even though the Flower Mountain sect has weakened, it's truly impossible for anyone to dare act against the strongest faction on this planet. But that is just my hypothesis. Mok-chan looked down at the hot cup of tea. It seems you will turn a blind eye to this matter, as if it never happened. Zich-sun's whole body froze up upon having his true intentions exposed. How can he see right through me? Despite being young, he is very calm. When we talk about this incident, who is this person, really? After thinking for a while, he straightened his back and continued speaking. The most important thing to me is ensuring the survival of nearly 10,000 members of the Flower Mountain sect. I do not care if I have to cast aside my pride. By the way, you don't seem nervous at all when talking to me. After I attained the highest position, everyone has always spoken to me with absolute respect. But right now, your impolite attitude makes me feel it's normal. This truly confuses me.
Mok-chan frankly replied.
You don't need to think about that. It is my own decision to live and look down upon the world. So that is enough. That is the way I choose to live. Filtered the core words from that statement. Choosing to look down upon the world. That means you consider yourself a supreme being. Absolute. And then he could not avoid the curiosity welling up and asked, "May I ask who you really are?" He immediately stood up and left right away. If you are going to live with your eyes closed, then just keep them closed. Opening them only adds more trouble. Zich-sun, as if stunned, could only watch him go. Suddenly, Mok-chan's footsteps stopped. He stood still in one place and asked, "I want to ask one thing, since I don't know much about the world in this era." Mok-chan glanced back. Is there any technology that can reattach a severed limb? His words also reached the ears of Hoa-not, who was standing on the upper floor. I know this sounds absurd, but I've experienced too many absurd things lately. Back at the ship of Mok-chan's crew, Tien-on had been brought back but still hadn't regained consciousness. She was placed inside a containment chamber. Outside, Thuan-tu held the data analysis board to monitor her. The girl said nothing, just looked on silently for a moment. Thuan-tu slowly stepped out of the room. Robert anxiously approached. "How is the captain?" She replied with just 2 words, "Not good." He greeted her urgently. "Why, isn't it just a severed arm? If it's sewn back quickly." Thuan-tu's voice was ice cold. Her blood is filled with toxins, and that poison is produced by her own body. Because the poison is unique, there is no effective antidote. And I tried to neutralize the poison as much as possible, but it only spreads further into the internal organs. Robert flew into a rage, lifting the girl up and shaking her. "Then we have to go to a big hospital, right? Why haven't we left yet? Hurry up and go, right now." Thuan-tu now had to explain patiently. "I told you that there is no antidote. Furthermore, if we want to reach a big hospital, we have to go to a major facility. We must reach Kaina and the nebula. She won't be able to survive until then." His hands let go, dropping the girl down. "So what should we do?" Thuan-tu turned her back and walked away quickly. "We should prepare to say goodbye," the captain said. "Just attach a shield to her and cast her into space after she dies. She said she wanted to explore space forever. I will pool the money so that we can buy high-quality armor." Robert called after her in vain. "Thuan-tu." The girl walked alone down the long, stretching corridor. Afterward, Thuan-tu went to get a full glass of water. She stared at it for a long time. Then Thuan-tu decisively poured the water over her head. Her tears followed suit and began to fall, merging as one with that stream of water. Suddenly, a light appeared in front of her.
Catching Tuan-tu's attention.
Lin Hoa's ship had closed in on their vessel. She couldn't react in time, staring wide-eyed at the giant thing approaching. Above, she was standing there watching the small ship below. Will Lin Hoa's appearance create a miracle? Her face was cold, devoid of any expression. Zich-sun at Flower Mountain also stared wide-eyed at that ship. It just gently glided past the planet. His eyebrows furrowed tightly. A subordinate appeared beside him to report. That ship belongs to the West Heaven Sword Saint, sir. Hearing that, Zich's son suddenly remembered a name.
West Heaven Sword Saint Kim Manhwa.
The person you are speaking to is the Security Bureau Chief of Flower Mountain, named Man Sunchan. We have tried to contact them many times, but there is no response. Zich's son returned to his calm demeanor. It seems she did not come here to meet me, so just leave her be. But on the contrary, his face twisted in annoyance. This is our sex territory. Even if she is the West Heaven Sword Saint, this behavior looks down on us too much. It is truly disrespectful. He tilted his head back to reassure him. Calm down. Flower Mountain is currently in the process of reconstruction and development. We need to avoid conflict with other sects. At this time, while Sun Chan was still unwilling to let it go, he was reminded by Zich's son, patience is the greatest strength our sect can use. Right now we must endure, at least until Flower Mountain is strong enough to strike back. He could only watch his back as he walked away.
Son Chanès eyebrow
remained furrowed because he could not accept the truth. Lin Hoa's ship had stopped in midair. She appeared inside the chamber where Tien On was. I came to request a meeting with the elder about a matter, but it seems I can provide some unexpected help. A girl accompanied him. If you ask, I think I can heal her. Mok Chan's gaze did not leave her. You say that you can reattach her severed arm? The world really has changed a lot.
Manhwa áp phim family.
Reattaching a severed arm is an easy task, as it is basic medical knowledge. The hardest part is removing the toxic blood in her heart, which has spread throughout her body. He turned to look at her indifferently. Toxic blood in the heart? So this girl is from the Sichuan Tang family? No wonder she is both foolish and short-tempered.
Manhwa con ly con tin.
It seems you have impressive knowledge. Toxic blood in the heart is a secret technique of the Sichuan Tang family, only permitted for use by the clan's nobles. Mok Chan snapped his head back. You know about that? Then he looked back at Tien On. Fine. I request that you heal her. She suddenly paused, saying nothing more. Finally, Mok Chan addressed the issue.
Manhwa cây bao.
Since you have accepted my request, feel free to state your conditions. What do you want from me? She didn't hesitate to make her demand. There is someone I must meet. I want you to clear a path for me to see him.
Mots Chen
Keenly sensed something behind those words. Your voice is filled with killing intent. It seems you are very angry for some reason. I feel that the person you're talking about is someone I have encountered before. Not long ago, I also met someone I really wanted to beat to death. But if that person is your target, then you are too late. He is already dead. Lin Hoa immediately spoke with certainty. He is still alive. It seems she knows quite a lot. The problem is he has gone much deeper into hiding. The Galactic Nebula Alliance System. Intersector 108 Zoar 4H. That is why I need your help. Inside the Military Processing Zone. Southern Galactic Core of the human government. It was a piece of wreckage, deserted and ruined. The woman approached a large containment tank. In her hands, she held a neatly folded cloak. Familiar white hair, identical to Lin Hoa, but it was Day Trio. A vent inside the tank suddenly lit up. It began to tremble, emitting a strange noise. A liquid surged out from that vent. It overflowed past Day Trio's bare feet. As the water nearly receded, the door followed suit and opened. A man with no clothes to cover himself was sitting huddled inside. He showed absolutely no reaction at all. Day Trio drew near and gently draped the cloak over him. Giselle, congratulations on returning to your life, Count. His haggard face looked up at her. At that moment, Jisoo finally spoke. Who are you? She coldly replied, I am Day Trio Archimond, a host for the Count. Just wait a little longer, until all your memories return. His silence made it clear that Jisoo had no impression of her at all. Day Trio could only hide the thoughts in her heart. And you will love me once again. An image of the moon appeared on the scanner. Lin Hoa looked at it suggestively. That is the place where the military processes their androids. He must be hiding there. The problem is that the site is operated by the human government and sits under the surveillance of the Planetary Defense Force. Mok Chan also looked up to observe. This human government, is it like an official authority? A child once mentioned something similar. She glanced toward him. An official authority? That is a term that hasn't been heard in thousands of years. You certainly know how to make others curious. Anyway, yes, the human government is indeed an official authority. They have a distant relationship, but are not hostile toward the martial arts world. Mok Chan's face showed no expression. So you mean they aren't too close, but not too far apart either. It seems the habits of the elite to maintain their power remain unchanged. Lin Hoa's eyes were filled with unspoken thoughts. He speaks as if he came from thousands of years ago. Who exactly is this person? Finally, he made a decision. Alright, let's get straight to the point. What do you want me to do? She proposed without hesitation. Please distract the attention of the Planetary Defense Force. He was the one silently watching the explosion from below. That man with the cunning face is Major BR, commander of the NATO Planetary Defense Force. Major Bernardo, I just received a report. They say the laboratory has been completely destroyed. Surprisingly, Giselle also appeared in this room. We encountered an unexpected problem, so I have erased all evidence. Keeping this project secret is our top priority. He squinted his tiny eyes toward Giselle. Seems your tongue wasn't injured. You can still speak quite fluently. I'm curious if your tongue will still function well when standing before the project's investors. If they find out you destroyed it, I wonder if your puny life will be enough to calm their anger. He braced his hands on the chair and struggled to stand up. This project hasn't completely failed. The Steel City project is only part of the process. We have collected data through this experiment, so it can be said that this project is a success. Now we will proceed with the main project, the Iron Zombie project. Suddenly, Bernardo looked at their backs and spoke up. By the way, that thing you have, can you create one for me? Giselle glared, his face showing sudden agitation. He shamelessly chuckled. I've been stuck in the middle of nowhere for too long. I'm starting to get bored. If it's too hard to create a new one, just let me borrow yours for a few days. Giselle continued walking away. I will consider it. In his heart, Bernardo silently cursed this man. You really are a useless fellow, treating something non-human as a person. How insolent. Somewhere, the sky had begun to pour torrential rain. Beneath the rain, Tien On stood healed with her sword in hand, standing before a gate, ignoring the rain soaking her clothes. She just stood there solemnly. Tien On's eyelids lowered in sadness. Why are these memories so gloomy? Suddenly, Lin Hoa appeared out of nowhere in front of her. Her face remained calm. You seem like someone with a superficial attitude. Turns out you've been hiding behind a thick mask all this time. But Tien On still didn't care in the slightest about what Lin Hoa just said. Then she reached out her hand and proposed. Let's go. I have come to take you away. She slowly raised her weary eyes. No, I must protect the relay gate. Lin Hoa still didn't give up. This is not reality, it's your illusion. You have nothing left to protect. You have lost everything. That is why you are trapped in your own illusion. Let's go. Hearing this, Tien On suddenly flared up and fiercely declared, no, I must protect this gate. Even if I must sacrifice my life, no one shall pass. Suddenly, her eyes widened in shock. At this moment, a sword had pierced Tien On's left chest. Feeling that talking was useless, Lin Hoa had to resort to this method. From the corner of her lips, drops of syrup also began to flow. If you continue, I will be forced to take you away. Surprisingly, the Tien On in reality opened her eyes again. She appeared to be in a panic. It seemed she still hadn't processed what was happening. Before her eyes, after finishing the job, Lin Hoa went to the chamber to treat herself. The notification voice from the machine rang out. Internal energy is being recharged. 36 cycles recharged. Recharge rate, 84. Once settled in her position, she finally spoke. How is your body feeling? Tien On was also present there with her arms reattached. Lin Hoa didn't forget to remind her. Your reattached arm will feel a bit uncomfortable. For a period of time, focus on recovery until your neural network stabilizes. Her voice was filled with sincerity. Thank you for saving me. I will definitely repay this debt. Unexpectedly, Tien On was dismissed by her. You overrate yourself. Only those of equal rank can speak of debts. Regardless of your connection to the Sichuan Tang family, you are not even worth a glance from those of my level. Furthermore, there was no reason for me to exhaust my internal energy. To save you, Tien On couldn't help but wonder. Then why did you save me? But she was dismissed by Lin Hoa once again. You are not qualified to ask that question either. By the way, regarding the planting of venom in your heart, the Sichuan Tang family is truly cruel. I almost couldn't get it out. The rumors are true. They say this is a lethal poison, passed down only to the head of the Tang family. Tian unfurrowed her brows, trying to hide her discomfort. Please return it to me. That is my soul. The notification on the machine rang out again. Internal energy fully recharged. Lin Hoa pulled the tubes out of her body. You activated the venom inside you, and chose death. That means you have abandoned it. It no longer belongs to you. She could only watch with a look of regret. Unexpectedly, she held it out in front of Tian. It has become mine, but I will give it back to you. In exchange, tell me everything you know about that person. Do not leave out a single detail. She felt confused and had to ask again. That person? Suddenly, Tian's eyes widened. She stood stunned on the spot. At this time, Mok Chan was appearing in another place. Zich Sun began to open the conversation. The reason I wanted to meet the Grandmaster again was to repay your kindness. He reached out his hand for the teacup. Forget it. I did it because I wanted a cup of tea. That's enough for me. His demeanor was extremely solemn. I understand, however, the roles of debtor and creditor are completely different. Furthermore, the Flower Mountain sect is not used to being in debt. I will repay this debt with sincere advice. Do not go near the West Heaven Sword Saint. She is a venomous spider living in a dark abyss. Meanwhile, Tianon was walking out of the room. As she stepped through the door, she paused. Elena was standing guard outside. Her face was cold and expressionless, like a robot. Tianon didn't mind much and brushed past. Suddenly, Elena spoke up. Don't celebrate too soon just because you survived. You will die by my hand. Even her bloodline is the same. Her words caught her a bit by surprise. Why, do we have some debt that needs settling? I don't remember anything like that. She shot a warning glance. That is because my mother saved you. For a moment, the two of them suddenly fell silent. Tianon showed a look of disdain and turned away. Like mother, like daughter, the two of you are truly alike. Elena raised her voice even louder. Don't ignore me, you will definitely die by my hand. She didn't bother to care and walked faster. Whatever, wait.
Tian stopped.
By the way, then she turned around. Tianon pursed her lips in anger. Why do you speak so rudely? How old are you anyway? As for Mok Chan, he was still leisurely pouring tea. I appreciate your advice, but I will handle it in my own way. Zich Sun tried to offer further counsel. I do not know what she requested, but her true intention is surely something else. Perhaps she is searching for someone important to her. There is a legend in the martial world that any man who meets the West Heaven Sword Saint will never escape her grasp. That is because of the ideal she pursues. I also met her when I was young. Back then, Lin Hoa was beautiful and full of life. I want to bear your child. A child created from our genes will be the most perfect entity in the world. She was breathtakingly beautiful and radiant. Even though I was engaged at the time, it was very difficult to refuse her. Zich Sun's eyelids lowered, and even now, sometimes I still regret refusing her. It is said that over 100 men have fallen for her. All of them gave her their genes. Giselle was no exception. When appearing beside Lin Hoa, there is one thing he always keeps in his heart, which is that she later abandoned them. Zich Sun's voice grew somber. That is why she has another nickname, Black Widow. Like a black widow, she devours her mate after mating. Mok Chan set the teacup down on the table. Then she must have many children. He couldn't even imagine it, but could only speculate. Over 100 children, perhaps as many as the seeds she has collected. He widened his eyes, eager for more gossip. Is that possible? How old is she? But Zich Sun sighed. It wasn't like that. She uses techniques to plant the seeds and create them in test tubes. She can even create 100 at a time. Mok Chan leaned his arm on the chair, looking bored. It seems the world truly has become strange. But why would she want so many children? Raising children isn't an easy task, right? His head bowed slightly. She is pursuing an absolute entity, a perfect entity. She wants to achieve a dream that she could never fulfill herself, but she has never been able to create a clone that satisfies her. That was when that man caught her attention. Be careful. Getting close to her is very dangerous. Hearing this, Mok Chan suddenly stood up. What a pity. Sich-sun looked up, stunned. What? He put his hands in his pockets and turned to walk away. It would be better if she were my type. Sometimes I also wish for a child of my own. What he just heard felt like a fatal blow to his petty calculations. As for Tianon after her return, there was more than anything else a look of surprise on her face. Robert hugged Tianon tightly and wouldn't let go. Captain, I knew you would survive. I believed in you, Captain. She was hugged so tightly that her cheek was squashed. Can you stand back a bit? You're making me uncomfortable. He tightened his grip even more. Uncomfortable? But we're comrades. I was so worried about you. Robert's arms were like superglue, refusing to let go. Captain.
A moment later, Tien Ainaha approached Mots-chen.
I heard you saved me. I just want to ask one thing. You are older than me, right? Definitely. His silence was the only answer to her curiosity. Tian-on continued to press him repeatedly. I knew it. No denial is the same as an admission, right? You are older than me. An old man. No, probably as old as my grandfather. It's clear now. Don't eat this anymore. It's not good for your health. Tuan too brought him organic food. Healthy options instead of instant food. Something soft. Mak-chan lowered his voice and growled, put it down. If you don't want to die. An overwhelming aura radiated from him. Scene shifts to the location of the commander of the heavenly demon cult, Sector 32.
Chung Loi Jack.
He looked up to communicate. What did you just say? Lin Hoa appeared on the large screen. I asked him who he was. About 2,000 years ago, there was a person who voluntarily sealed himself in an underground stone vault in the star system, Mount Tai on Earth. His name is Lai Mak-chan, and he is certain you are related to the heavenly demon cult. Loi Trak's gaze seemed to be waiting for something. That's not what I asked. What did he say next?
Lang Hoa answer family.
He calls himself the supreme heavenly demon. He was so shocked his body went stiff. Inside the laboratory, the transfer tubes were working continuously, without rest. The power source glowed throughout the room. Giselle just stood silently watching and waiting. The machine's notification voice rang out. 96%, 97%, 98%, 99%. Input data 100%. After a long process, a specimen had been formed. Day Trio carefully checked again. Both input and output data are stable. Giselle continued to ask, what about the energy source? A second later, she had the answer. The maximum power source is 85 cycles. If the subject exceeds the maximum limit, it will automatically activate self-destruct mode. Only now can he feel perfectly relieved. Come here, come to your master. The crane moved, swaying in midair. Then it flew toward Giselle's hand. He silently gazed at his achievement. The crane suddenly revealed, legs just like a spider's. Scene shifts to a place where a soldier is pouring a cup of hot tea. Bernardo, sitting in his chair, asked indifferently, what is that? The spider-shaped crane was brought before him. Giselle brought it himself. This is the product you requested. Project Iron Zombie. Bernardo looked skeptical. Are you kidding me? Project Iron Zombie is a project that can turn living human bodies into cyborgs. For enhanced combat, they must be indistinguishable, even when mixed with ordinary people, and possess the ability to use superhuman martial arts, based on their powerful internal energy. But no matter how many times I look at it, that thing doesn't look human at all. Giselle only replied coldly, it will look human to you soon enough. As he finished, the crane leapt from his hand. It latched onto the soldier's face. Then the thing crawled slowly into his nostril. The soldier clutched his face, screaming in terror. A second later, his face underwent a transformation. Large veins became clearly visible on his neck. His eyes turned a terrifying, blood red. Bernardo witnessed it all, eyes wide in shock. The veins gradually spread across the soldier's face. Giselle leisurely reached for the teacup. This is a parasitic robot. It is specially designed to infiltrate the human body, paralyzing the nerves, the brain, and controlling the central nervous system, meaning it turns the infected into living machines. Can also release internal energy up to 85 cycles, turning the infected into a martial arts master. Art with extremely powerful capabilities. It is also equipped with data on techniques, effective and lethal martial arts in the world. In other words, Project Iron Zombie is a perfect killing machine. Bernardo's gaze seemed disappointed. But why does he look like that? The soldier had now transformed like a beast. Giselle put down the teacup and meticulously explained. That is because the gene code differs from the prototype. In this case, the immune system resisted, causing his body to become deformed like this. The thing lunged out of the soldier's body and onto the table. He followed suit, losing his orientation and collapsing. Bernardo looked at the glowing red thing in silence. Giselle stepped forward to retrieve it. Please prepare for tomorrow's demonstration. Because the prototype is ready. We need to show it to the investors, so they won't complain anymore. He angrily slammed the table and stood up. What nonsense are you saying? I've waited 10 years. You want me to tell the investors that their 500 million investment created a monster like this? Jisoo stroked the thing, turning its essence blue. That is because this hasn't met its true master yet. It will only function properly when it meets its true master. Go now, go meet your true master. The thing launched from his hand toward Bernardo. It zoomed past his bewildered face. Then it shattered the glass and launched into outer space. It happened too fast for him to react. Then Giselle turned away. Please inform the investors that we will debut the completed prototype tomorrow. The thing flew toward the perfect iron zombie project. Then it zoomed past that location. A flash of light suddenly streaked behind Mok-chan. He immediately detected it and turned to look. But before Mok-chan was still just a silent planet. On the contrary, Tianan's crew was working hard. Thuan Tu spoke up to report, we have reached the limit. If we go any further, we will breach the security perimeter. What is your next order, Captain? But she only observed in silence. Robert was so rushed he grew grumpy. Captain, this is the android processing zone. Military zone managed by the human government. If we mess this up for all of them, we will become wanted criminals of the human government. You know that, right? And if that happens, we won't be able to eat or drink in peace anymore. Tian-an remained strangely calm. What about the West Heaven Sword Saint? Thuan Tu observed the computer screen. We have detected a signal from the West Heaven Sword Saint's ship, 4,770 kilometers away. On the other side of this moon, her voice carried a hint of frustration. It seems she is in an area that is completely safe. Damn it, prepare the landing pod. You guys stay here. If things go wrong, pretend that we don't know each other. Robert anxiously called after the captain.
Then anh approached Mok-chan.
We have arrived, but from here only the two of us will continue. His eyes did not leave the planet in front of him. Why are you following me? You stay here too, I will go alone. Her eyes showed a hint of urgency. I need to go with you, sir, because I need to pilot the landing pod, sir. Suddenly Robert jumped in to interject. Can't you just use the autopilot? You can't even pilot the ship properly anyway. Tian-an tilted her head slightly and answered honestly. That's not it. I also have a debt to settle with that bastard. He called out to her in helpless futility. Captain. Mok-chan's voice rang out, interrupting their conversation. Stay here, don't you have a bigger debt to settle? Tian-an remained silent, feeling powerless. Then he left that debt behind alone. Consider it as belonging to the past. If you keep clinging to the past, you will never move forward. The more you focus on the past, the further you will stray from your present life. She just stood silently, watching Mok-chan's retreating back. When the scene shifts to Bernardo's location, a giant eyeball appears on the computer screen. He stands before it, speaking. According to reports, the prototype of the Iron Zombie project has been completed. He says they intend to introduce it during the demonstration. Tomorrow, there also seems to be a possibility of failure, according to the headquarters assessment. So, first, this headquarters will thoroughly check the finished product before holding the demonstration. Then the eyeball suddenly speaks. Hold the demonstration. Tomorrow, Bernardo's eyes gleam with a hint of malice. But if the demonstration fails, the eyeball grows larger and larger. This project has already failed, because you used the Flower Mountain sect as test subjects. It failed from the very beginning. The secrecy of this project is the most important thing, but you couldn't keep it hidden. Even now, the committee is still investigating this matter. We will be in trouble if they find out we used the Flower Mountain sect as test subjects. We must settle this quickly, regardless of whether this project succeeds or fails. Cover it up. It's just a matter of how we cover it up. Remember, We will not tolerate any more problems. Bernardo remains bored and silent. He sinks into his chair, exhausted. Damn it, I just accidentally got caught up with that monster. Before he can recover, a red alert goes off, snapping Bernardo awake. The notification blares loudly. Intruders detected within the perimeter. The red light shines on his wrinkled face, making his expression even more furious. Outside, a mysterious pod lands on the planet. A trail of footprints marks the ground leading away from it. Mach-chan, in his familiar flip-flops, is approaching the base. He stands quietly, observing. At the same time, Lin Hoa also receives a notification. Just now, an emergency alert was detected at the android processing zone. She also directed her gaze toward that planet, waiting. In another location, the Fa had latched itself onto a flower pot, making the person there curious. What are you? It hasn't made any reaction yet, leading people to mistake it for a harmless creature. Hoa not stepped closer for a better look. The girl stared with clear, sparkling eyes. I have never seen an ugly bug like you before. Where did you come from? Suddenly it crouched and leaped high. Giselle stared wide-eyed at the screen in front of him. On the screen, Mach-chan strolled leisurely along the sandy path. He continued to walk carefree, without a hint of wariness. Bernardo held a cup of coffee in his hand.
Absently observing Mot's movements.
A mechanical voice rang out. He is a spontaneous genius. No internal engine installed, and no weapons detected, considering that he is not registered in the database. He may be an unregistered wanderer from a remote region. Bernardo slowly took a sip of coffee. A beggar from the countryside who strayed here by accident. An unlucky fellow, however. Breaching a military perimeter is unacceptable. Eliminate him. As soon as he finished speaking, the ground split open. A robot emerged from beneath. It wielded an iron sword, rushing like the wind toward Mach-chan. At that exact moment, the door to Bernardo's office was kicked open. He is not someone you guys can easily deal with. Bernardo was surprised by this somewhat uncontrolled action from Giselle. Giselle quickly took another step. Switch to emergency alert mode. Immediately, deploy all the defensive weapons we have. Bernardo put down his coffee cup, still remaining calm. He is just a natural genius. Why are you making such a fuss? On the screen, the robot put all its strength into attacking Mach-chan. But just as it was only 2 steps away from him, its entire metallic structure disintegrated, turning into dust and ash. A flash of surprise appeared in Bernardo's eyes. Giselle was momentarily stunned by that protective field. He immediately pressed the green button on the control panel. Analyzed the technique of the martial arts he just used. If necessary, connect to the government's main data center. Central office to find out. Bernardo could no longer sit still at this point. Hey, what are you doing? I am the one in charge here. Are you trying to challenge my authority? Giselle warned in a cold voice. That doesn't matter right now. If this project fails, you won't be safe either. Having said that, he left in a rage. Stop him at all costs. If you want to cling to your little, undeserved power, at least fulfill the role of a gatekeeper properly. Bernardo gnashed his teeth, only having time to curse silently, arrogant bastard. At this time, the system continued to announce. The intruder has reached the second defense line. The cannons, laser beams, and the Guardian Robot Battalion are awaiting deployment. Bernardo calculated in somber silence. Then he gave the order, activate the Buddha Palm. We will eliminate him in one go. On Giselle's side, he spoke irritably into his headset. Bring her here quickly. We need to accelerate the project. Outside the base, Day Trio stood waiting as ordered. The wind from the fields blew through the green grass, swaying in waves. Before long, a figure appeared from a distance. Even though the girl had not yet drawn near, it wasn't hard for Day Trio to recognize the one she waited for. Day Trio reported back to Giselle. She has arrived. I will bring her in. That person was none other than Hoa Not. Back to Mach-chan's side, a small whirlwind was formed. It gradually sucked in the surrounding dust and gas. Constantly expanding, Mach-chan stood still observing it. Before long, the whirlwind had turned into a giant vortex column. Mach-chan furrowed his brows slightly, a hint of confusion rising in his heart. But then he continued to step forward. I'm no longer surprised as the dust gradually clears. A giant statue emerges. Mok-chan looked up. So, what are you? But the statue said nothing, immediately bringing a Buddha's palm down upon where he stood. Mok-chan's eyes widened at that sudden action. The giant hand pressed straight down onto the ground, blocking all paths of retreat. A cyclone once again enveloped the Buddha statue, Tathagata, sweeping along the roaring sand and dust. The aftermath of the collision swept through space, so powerful it could be clearly seen, even when observed from outside the atmosphere. In the control room, Bernardo glued his eyes to the screen. He frowned slightly, thinking of Giselle. What is this? He made such a fuss over a trivial matter like this. Retrieve the body and identify him. At that exact moment, the system suddenly issued an announcement, leaving Bernardo stunned. Biometric signal detected. Normal signal detected. He felt this was ridiculous. What kind of nonsense is this? How can someone crushed by the divine hand of the Tathagata Buddha still survive? And above all, the signal is still normal, so he isn't injured? At the spot where Mok-chan was previously pinned down, everything remained silent as if nothing had happened. But just a second later, a surge of golden true chi erupted violently, tearing through the heavy, gloomy atmospheric layer, reaching straight for the sky like a spear. Bernardo only now realized he had made a mistake. He never thought Mok-chan could escape so easily. Now he stood tall atop the vortex, which was roaring fiercely. Bernardo lost his patience and ordered, "Kill him!" Immediately responding to that command, a glowing red surge of true chi, clinging to the vortex, it pierced straight upward, cut through the sky, carrying a thick killing intent.
Mok-chan
Looked at that surging red true chi with irony. The true chi of the Tathagata Buddha is established through emptiness. How could it be filled with such impure violence? From the center of the red true chi flow, a giant Buddhist hand gradually took shape. Mok-chan had already condensed, a surge of power within his palm. This is merely a fake using the image of the Buddha. The giant hand reached out, with the intention of swallowing him whole. Mok-chan struck, punching a large hole right through the Buddha's hand. His silhouette stepped upon the wind, streaking through the void, then charging forward like a moth to a flame. Mok-chan's target was the center of the statue's forehead. Without hesitation, he pierced straight through that spot. In the office, Bernardo stood frozen at the scene unfolding. He couldn't believe what he had just witnessed. The ultimate weapon he once took pride in was destroyed in just 2 short moves.
Mok-chan
Turned his back as the giant statue gradually vanished. No matter how fake it was, I have punched a hole in the Buddha's head, so there is no way for me to reach nirvana anymore. Anyway, I don't think this level of commotion is enough for her to infiltrate. However, his tribulation had not yet ended, as thousands of robots were charging straight toward him. Giselle closely monitored every development on the console. The mechanical voice rang out, "Martial arts identified. It is an advanced heart demon. Sword technique from the Heavenly Demon Sect." Giselle froze upon hearing that name.
Heavenly Demon Sect.
"Connect me with Commander Bernardo immediately." But only distorted, meaningless static rang out. Giselle roared in anger. "Why is there no signal? This is an emergency channel." Suddenly, a familiar voice spoke up. "It's useless. You won't be able to contact anyone for a while." Somewhere, a current of electricity ran down Giselle's spine. This voice, the woman in the red cloak, silently appeared behind his back. It was none other than Lin Hoa. Giselle looked on in shock. "Lin Hoa, you..." Lin Hoa replied in a cold voice, daring to say my name so easily. "It seems we once had quite a deep relationship, didn't we?" Giselle's gaze flickered with disappointment. "You don't remember me?" But the only thing that answered him was silence. Giselle hurried to justify himself. "Perhaps it is because my appearance has changed. I lost half my face in a laboratory accident. Furthermore, my height and physique have increased since then. 25 years ago, that night, you came to my laboratory in the Galactic Citadel, didn't you?" Those words caused a fragment of vague memory to rise within Lin Hoa's heart. That's right, she had indeed appeared there that year. Back then, Giselle was bewildered by her sudden appearance. He observed the woman before him. "Who are you?" Her voice rose steadily. "You are even more handsome than the rumors. A scientist with the greatest talent in history. You also have a fine appearance. Today I have encountered unimaginable luck. I want to bear your child. A child combined with our genes will be the most perfect entity in this world. Give me your seed. Returning to the present, Giselle was still in a state of shock. He looked at Lin Hoa, his shoulders weighed down by emotions that were hard to name, but she only looked at him silently. Giselle cried out in pain. Speak, do you really not remember me? Lin Hoa summoned her weapon. I do not keep memories of failures. Giselle froze for a moment. Failure? Lin Hoa did not deny it, but you have forced that memory back, making everything quite unpleasant. The air in the room gradually grew heavy. At this moment, the Tathagata statue completely turned to ash. In the office, Bernardo stood paralyzed. His mind went blank. A dense series of emergency alerts flashed up. 73% of the perimeter has been destroyed. Unable to defend, requesting support from headquarters. Bernardo still hadn't regained his senses. What the hell? At that exact moment, a horrific surge of power struck directly from the outside. Bernardo was momentarily unable to react to the shockwave. Mach-chan nonchalantly stepped inside. Bernardo squinted with high alertness. Who the fuck are you? Mach-chan didn't bother to turn his head. Lie Mach-chan, it was clearly written in the report. If there's a problem, come find me, and furthermore, where is that half-baked monster? In another location.
Giao Seo, Dichagut, Questin Line Hoa, Filer.
How can you say that? To you, I am just a failure. To the point I'm not even worth remembering? Wrong, I did not fail. I finally created it. I know your desires, the mad craving, to become an absolute perfect entity. Even though you could never become one, you remained obsessed to create such a thing at all costs. I am not the failure. You are the failure. Leaving me was your failure, but I have completed it. I threw my whole life away for you. I even put my heart and soul into it, to reach the end, and yet you don't even remember me. His eyes widened in utter shock. Lin Hoa's sword had already pierced through his body. When did it happen? He looked at the wound, unable to believe she actually struck. Only now did Lin Hoa speak. I do remember you, but the more I remember, the more annoyed I feel. You always talk too much. It was the same back then. A moment later, the base door creaked open. Mach-chan had found his way here. He looked inside. Giselle was slumped in a corner. Ketchup flowed incessantly from the wound, making his breathing heavier by the second. Mach-chan observed him for a long while. Everything is clear. She truly pierced his heart without a moment of hesitation, no matter how meaningless the bond. She really showed no mercy. Giselle weakly countered, don't talk nonsense. She just doesn't know my value. Soon she will understand. She will see and remember me forever as someone of value. Mach-chan spoke softly in advice, forget everything. No matter what it is, you are already dead. Oblivion is the greatest gift of death. Just accept it. In that way, your path to the realm of death will be gentler. But Giselle remained stubborn. You're wrong, I will not die. The work of my life will represent me and prove my value forever. At that moment, Mach-chan's gaze suddenly shifted toward the door. Daetrio had brought Hoa not there. She walked in front while Hoa not followed with head bowed, though her hat and hair obscured half her face. Mach-chan still felt a strange sense of familiarity. That child. As Hoa not drew closer, her face was gradually revealed. Mach-chan rushed forward in agitation. Kid, why are you? Suddenly, a massive surge of power struck. Light erupted, engulfing the entire space. That blinding energy source covered Giselle's body. But Daetrio, standing nearby, was not affected. Even in the slightest, Bernardo's office continuously blared warnings.
Danger, danger, danger.
91% of the defensive barriers lost. 86% of the power engines lost. Beyond repair. He still didn't understand what was happening. What the hell is? The system's voice rang out repeatedly. Escape ships are ready. Please proceed with evacuation. Bernardo shouted in a rage. What are you saying? Why should I run? I never gave such an order. Are you telling me to become a fool who can't even protect a scrapyard? Fix it at all costs. At that moment, Athena's cold voice spoke up. I am the one who ordered the escape ships to be prepared. Director Bernardo. Bernardo was momentarily startled. This voice. Athena stood on the spaceship, silently observing the crumbling planet. A small token of affection for the past. If you want a glorious end, worthy of a soldier, then you may stay. because that is also a good conclusion. The words had just been spoken. The giant warship immediately teleported elsewhere, and then it appeared right in front of the ship, the spacecraft of Tien An's group. Robert and Thuan too stared wide-eyed at the warship before them. Tien An stammered, "What the hell? When did it appear?"
Tuant, tu replied softly.
"It just teleported here a second ago." Hearing that, Tien An was even more astonished. Teleporting something that massive. Robert noticed another detail. "That's not the issue. Captain, look at that emblem." A strange sign was painted on the bottom of the warship. It looked like interwoven swirling wave rings, surrounded by scattered black dots. Tien An immediately recognized it. The human government, back at Giselle's base. Mok Chan timely dodged a strike from Hoa Not. He looked at the girl in bewilderment. Hoa Not's entire body seemed to be covered by an eternal flame. Mok Chan could not hide his amazement. "What the hell is this?" Giselle's weak voice echoed from behind. "Do you see now? That is me." Mok Chan glared at him. "What the hell did you do?" Giselle struggled to speak every word. "I created it. It is my other self, my true value. That power level is only the beginning. That child is an empty vessel, can hold anything, and it absorbs everything, until it reaches the pinnacle of power." Trio, standing nearby, spoke up. "Count, please stay still. You need to be treated before doing anything else." But Giselle shook his head. "I'm finished. You know that too, don't you? Because you are also another part of me." Trio softly called Count, but Giselle did not answer. He personally plunged his hand into his own chest. "Now I will grant you free will, live as I desire." The sudden action caused Trio to panic. Count Giselle pulled out a small emerald green heart. His body gradually became lifeless. "I will entrust that child to you as well. Enjoy that power. Go to the very end, stand before the world and live. With that power, no one will dare to look you in the eye. Enjoy it." As Giselle drew his final breath, the emerald heart slipped from his hand and fell to the ground. Trio stood frozen. Her normally soulless eyes now flickered. With a trace of sadness, the emerald heart still pulsed. As Trio leaned down to pick it up, Mok Chan stopped her. "I don't know what you're trying to do, but stop right now. One lifetime for a madman like that is more than enough. No matter what the story behind it is, leave it be and return that child to her original state. This is a warning. I won't say it a second time." Trio disagreed. "It wasn't a mad life. He just lived desperately and intensely. And don't worry, my life has ended as well. Since he gave me free will, I will live as I want. The life I have always desired most." She looked toward where Hoa Not was standing, then stepped in front of the girl.
"Dây treo em rác hoa nhạt."
"Now I will also grant you freedom. I give you only one single command. If you meet me again, hold me tight like this, just as I am doing, on another spaceship." Lin Hoa irritably urged, "Leave now. Leave that place immediately." In Giselle's base, Trio gradually dissolved into tiny particles of light, and finally, she followed him out of this world. Hoa Not looked at the lingering dust floating before her. Then her body went limp and she collapsed onto the cold floor. Mok Chan stood beside her, his eyes never leaving her. The entire space fell into silence. The system in Bernardo's office announced, "A Leviathan-class warship has been detected near the perimeter of the atmosphere and the lunar orbit. It belongs to the Human Government Inspection Bureau." Bernardo froze for a moment. The Inspection Bureau? And it's a Leviathan-class warship? Then could it be an orbital bombardment? The group of androids were still overwhelmed by that massive warship. Robert cried out in panic. "This is a disaster. This is insane. With a ship of that scale, it definitely belongs to the regular military. We're doomed." Tien An noticed something unusual. "But why isn't it moving? Maybe they haven't seen us yet." "Could be. Like an elephant that can't see the mouse beneath its feet. We're too small to be noticed." Thuan Tu sighed helplessly. "Elephants have good eyesight. They've already seen us." At that exact moment, Athena suddenly teleported, appearing right inside Tien An's spacecraft cabin. She said nothing, only silently observing them. Robert and Tien An sensed the new presence, and turned their heads in bewilderment. Athena remained silent for a moment longer, before finally speaking. You are Tien An, right? The last descendant of the Sichuan Tang clan." Tien An was surprised that she knew who she was. Athena quickly continued, "Don't worry, I will pretend I didn't see you. I even deleted it from the reports that I received on my way here. It's too much trouble." The Sichuan Tang clan incident falls under the jurisdiction of the Martial Arts Exchange Department. Officials usually hate taking over the work of other departments, and I'm just an ordinary type of official, so let's just pretend we never saw each other. Emergency report to the committee. Investigation results for Moon D.
Dash Droid número 9 Alpha.
Due to an unidentified error, the quantum power plant has overheated, leading to the paralysis of the control center, and a large-scale riot by the androids. Recovery or control is assessed as impossible. Request to change the plan successful. Based on field assessment, recommend implementation of the 6 arts plan. Tian-on looked at Thuan Tu curiously. What is going on? Is there chaos down there? Are all the robots revolting? Thuan Tu shook his head. No, everything is fine. All the robots have been captured. Tian-on grew more confused the more she heard. Then why? A mechanical voice rang out in the ship's cabin. According to the 6 arts plan, we authorize the use of local orbital bombardment under emergency regulations. All subsequent operations are entrusted to the commander on-site as regulated. Robert froze when he heard those 3 words. Orbital bombardment. Athena replied to the other end of the line. Thank you. She flashed a relieved smile. Fortunately, it was handled without any complications. You heard that, right? Fire. As soon as the command was issued, a small detonator was launched from the warship. It streaked through space, heading straight for the surface of the chaotic celestial body. In the blink of an eye, the detonator slammed hard into the ground. The drill at the front immediately activated, plunging into the hard rock layer. It spun continuously, opening a borehole, then proceeded to descend deep into the earth. Athena expressed her satisfaction. Smoothly handled. The report only needs to be 3 lines long. You know, officials really hate writing long-winded reports. What are you guys doing? Hurry and run away with this little ship. You'll probably need to move about half a light year. Within 5 minutes to be safe. Let's not meet again. I really hate troublesome things. Having said that, she teleported and disappeared out of Tian-on's spacecraft cabin. Tian-on hadn't even regained her composure. What is that girl talking about? Meanwhile, Robert had realized the gravity of the situation. She's about to initiate an orbital bombardment. She's completely insane. Tian-on tilted her head and asked, "What is an orbital bombardment?" Robert hurriedly explained, "It's a type of weapon that can destroy a moon or an entire planet. I've heard rumors, but I didn't believe it actually existed." Tian-on was terrified after hearing that. Is that possible? How can an entire planet be destroyed? Thuan Tu opened the control panel. It's possible. The thing they just fired is plunging straight into the moon's core. If it explodes there, the entire moon will vanish. Less than 3 minutes left. We need to get out of here. The announcement of the escape was so casual it made Tian-on and Robert freeze. It took Robert a moment to react. Captain. Tian-on, however, remained still, eyes glued to the massive warship out there. On the warship, the cold mechanical voice rang out. We have reached the core. Activate it. Athena narrowed her eyes. The corner of her mouth twitched slightly as the cold command was issued. Detonate. All preparations are complete. The detonator lay deep within the earth, waiting for the moment to unleash its power. And then, like a wave of destruction sweeping across, skyscrapers collapsed one after another. The ground split apart. The underlying strata were churned up. Not a single structure escaped being crushed to pieces. The system updated the situation. Estimated time to total explosion, 2 minutes and 7 seconds. Athena enjoyed the scene before her. Prepare to counter the shockwave. The system acknowledged the command. Activate protective shields at 100%. But she didn't want this erasure to be too monotonous. Reduce it to 80%. It will be more interesting that way, won't it? The planet's surface continued to show massive cracks. At that exact moment, a strange spacecraft streaked past the warship. Athena glanced with a look of disgust. A dramatic escape. I knew he was very sharp, but why aren't they running? If they stay to watch, they will be crushed. Only now did Thuan Tu's team start the engine. Athena curiously watched that ship because instead of leaving, it dove straight toward the planet on the brink of exploding. This isn't hard to understand when the pilot is 10 on. Robert was almost in tears. Captain, we're all gonna die if we do this. We can't save him. Tien on calmly reassured them. We won't die. My lifeline is very long. I'll live to at least 80, and my fate line is extremely long too. Thuan Tu was inexplicably optimistic. I don't have palm lines according to the system. I will live healthily without any problems until I'm 5,000 years old. But regardless, this feels wrong. The ship dodged through floating rock masses, hovering in space. The scenery, at this moment, is like a high-speed obstacle avoidance game. Thuan Tu observed the control panel. The core has begun to explode. The atmospheric temperature is rising rapidly. It's currently 300 degrees. Robert screamed miserably, Captain, we're out of hope. We're all grilled meat now. Thuan Tu continued to scan. Survival signal detected, but the atmospheric temperature has reached 700 degrees. Here in the midst of chaotic space, Mok Chan held Hoa Not in his arms. Around them was a faint protective field.
Motschen's flesh
Had been torn apart under the horrific heat, yet he showed absolutely no reaction. Mok Chan observed the surroundings. How strange, the heat and the chaos are like the abyss of hell. Am I finally approaching death? Illusions of hellish demons appeared before his eyes.
Motschen muttered distantly.
What a pity, if you had come yesterday. If you had come yesterday, I would have willingly walked into your mouth. But not today. I have promised to protect this child. So withdraw, and in return I swear to you, once this child is safe, I will find you immediately. Tianan's ship has pulled up close to Mok Chan. She lost her patience and shouted, What are you still doing? Get on the ship now. Mok Chan still stood still, without moving an inch. Athena received the report from the system. Ambient temperature is at 1,500 degrees. The explosion will occur in 10 seconds. A weak wave signal was detected inside the base. She half closed her eyes and spoke in a calm voice. It's useless. Once the core fully explodes, the ambient temperature will rise to over 6,000 degrees. Even a god could not survive that. Well, that's great. I won't have to write a report anymore. Meanwhile, Tianan's ship was struggling to hold out amidst the extreme conditions. Mok Chan and Hoa Not have entered the ship. Tianan turned to Thuan Tu impatiently. What are you doing? Open the pressure door. Mok Chan's body began to catch fire at this moment. System warning. Shield integrity, 93%. The situation had exceeded Thuan Tu's control. He can't open it. The outside temperature has exceeded 2,000 degrees. If we open the inner door, even the remaining shield will be shattered. Then we will all turn into ash and dust. The countdown timer on the warship. 1 moment left. We're going to die anyway. The system voice rang out steadily. Explosion will occur in 1 second. That planet is now nothing but a ticking time bomb. There is no way to save it. Tian stared outside in a daze. Robert had been completely silent until now. Before their eyes, only a region of blinding light remained. The galaxy looked so calm before the apocalypse of a planet. Lying within its heart, inside the ship, Mok Chan sat still with his head bowed.
Am tai li em begin hoa nhát.
A familiar figure appeared before him. Mok Chan looked up. Tang Sanzang was standing there. Meeting an old friend, Mok Chan spoke first. It has been a very long time. I didn't expect to meet you once again.
Tang Sanjang sokti riplit.
We were destined to meet, even if it took 2,000 years. Amidst the space of the apocalypse, a sudden silence enveloped them. Memories pulled Mok Chan back to the past. In the quiet, mystical forest, inside a dark cave, under the flickering yellow candlelight, Tang Sanzang said to Mok Chan, Go ahead and ask your question. Mok Chan stared at the small flame. A long time passed before he spoke. Why are you so sure that I have a question for you? Tang Sanzang slightly closed his eyes. Otherwise, you wouldn't have come to find me here, at the edge of the living world. The sound of trickling water felt magnified. In the silent space, Mok Chan momentarily didn't know what to say. Tang Sanzang had to speak for him. You look very tired. You walk upon countless corpses. And now even in your knees and your feet, you feel the bitter cold. Now Mok Chan grew curious. Do you know me? Tang Sanzang shook his head. I do not know. However, even without knowing, one can still perceive a few things. His eyes gleamed with a faint light as if seeing through all things. In Tang Sanzang's eyes, the Mak Chan of old was initially just a pure child. He saw him standing before two choices. One was a sweet apple, the other was a blade. Before you learned how to walk, the world essentially never clearly distinguished good from evil. Tang Sanzang understood that pure child would choose something sweet like an apple, but then that sweetness was exactly what was fragile and easily broken. Or rather, the demons in human skin gave themselves the right to steal that apple. That shadow loomed over Mak Chan's entire childhood. Those shadows of demons have haunted him for a lifetime. Losing the apple, Tang Sanzang knew that Mak Chan could only rely on the dagger, and that was exactly what those vengeful spirits and hungry ghosts were waiting for. Tang Sanzang saw through his fate. You have been stripped of the right to choose to live. Mak Chan grew up befriending blades and swords. Then, with those very friends, he slaughtered in all directions, becoming a man above 10,000 men. Tang Sanzang also saw that beneath Mak Chan's cold blade, there were still those who refused to bow. One with a small stature, but hands that held a sword with great steady resolve. One whose body was covered in wounds, yet whose eyes were still filled with the hope of victory. Mak Chan's gaze was somewhat complex, unclear if he was mocking that person's stubbornness, or pitying a predetermined fate. And Tang Sanzang knew even better, that in the end he still heartlessly struck them down. But even so, you still cannot satisfy your hunger. Tang Sanzang's eyes grew heavy, as if he had walked a whole lifetime alongside Mak Chan. He spoke softly. You have lost your reason for existing. Mak Chan avoided that gaze, giving an irrelevant answer. I am strong. Tang Sanzang did not expose him. I know that, in terms of power, there is no higher peak for you to reach. Mak Chan still kept his head down. Even now, I could kill hundreds of thousands more, who dare raise their heads against me. Tang Sanzang looked at him. I know that no matter how many you slay, the hunger only continues to grow. It has never been the right sustenance for someone like you. Mak Chan remained silent for a long time. The cave echoed softly with Tang Sanzang's voice. Then let me answer your question. Even if you want to end this meaningless life, in this era, no one can end it for you. Only you yourself can bring about that end.
Motzchen interrupted.
If you are implying that I should accept death, then your answer is wrong. My life is not my own. If my life does not belong to me, how can my death belong to me? Tang Sanzang fell silent, realizing his power was limited, and he could not yet save the man before him. Mak Chan pushed against his knees and stood up. It seems there is no answer. Let me take you to your resting place. At that moment, Tang Sanzang made an offer. Since you can neither choose to live nor choose to die, I will take you to a place that is neither life nor death. It may be a slumber, from which you will never wake, but if fate permits and you truly do wake up, perhaps a new choice in life will appear. The flames erupted, enveloping Mak Chan in Tang Sanzang's memory, and it was the same in the present. Those flames were still burning brightly around him. Tang Sanzang observed Mak Chan's appearance. Has your appearance changed? Compared to 2,000 years ago, the gloomy shadow on your back has grown brighter. In your eyes, there is vitality. Have you found a new choice in life after all? Mak Chan shook his head. No, on the contrary, it has vanished. The heavenly demon sect has escaped the chains of darkness, and lives beneath the sun. Even the sole purpose of my existence has dissipated. My life no longer has any meaning at all. Tang Sanzang asked softly, then why are you still alive? At that point, a series of warnings appeared in succession. Temperature has exceeded 4,000 degrees. Defensive shields are melting.
Danger.
Danger. Shield integrity at 98%. It will not hold for even a minute. Tang Sanzang's voice was just like that year, echoing like waves crashing against rocks. Isn't this a good opportunity? If you embrace this heat, something that can melt even metal, then you will turn to ash and vanish. You will vanish into the perfect state of nothingness. So why do you cling to life so desperately like that? Tang Sanzang looked at Mak Chan with curiosity. Why are you so stubbornly clinging on? The flames around his body grew increasingly violent. Because of a promise. I promised to protect this child. But to Tang Sanzang, it was like a drop in the ocean, completely futile. Death will erase everything, including promises. Have you never experienced the universe? When facing the universe, don't you realize you are smaller than a speck of dust? What meaning does a promise have to something like dust? Furthermore, the child you are trying to protect to the end, you don't even clearly know her name, so just give up. No matter how hard you try, you cannot protect her. You know that, don't you? Now Mak-chan seems swallowed by the flames. I know that we will all die eventually, but don't you know, shouldn't I try, at least until the very end? Even if I am completely burned away until nothing remains, even if I am just a speck of dust, shouldn't I still try? Living or dying, what does it matter? If death makes life meaningless, then that is only proof that life was lived the wrong way. I realize it now. Death never truly ends life, as long as that life leaves behind meaningful memories, even if they are smaller and more trivial than dust. A flash of stunned realization appeared on Tang Sanzang's face, the boundary of life and death. He performed a ritual bow. The realm of eternity has been reached. Immediately after, a blinding surge of light erupted behind him. The spacecraft's hatch radiated an extraordinary golden glow. The outer space pressure was instantly shaken. Golden hues spread in all directions like an explosion, so bright it could be clearly seen from Athena's warship. She seemed to stop breathing for a moment. That light source was powerful enough to sweep away the planet, tearing through the void of 1,000 clouds, layer by layer like the road to the heavenly realm. The source of that power was none other than Mak-chan, the one inside the ship. Athena could not determine what had just happened. What was that? That golden energy source began to twist violently. It gradually weakened. In just a moment it stopped erupting, and then it completely went out. Space fell silent for a single breath, but immediately after, that power surged forth strongly once again, turning into a massive thrust, sending the spacecraft hurtling far away. Athena was completely speechless. Even Tian-on could not believe her own eyes. She looked through the ship's cabin glass to where Mak-chan was enveloped by that strange light. Just then, his hair had turned silver white. It seemed that Mak-chan had stepped into an entirely different realm. He looked down at Hoa Not, still fast asleep in his arms, then slowly directed his gaze toward the infinite galaxy. Out there, everything gradually returned to its natural silence, as if an annihilation had never existed. The hull of Tian-on's ship was almost completely scorched. Tuan Tu quickly checked the status. Shields completely lost. 63% of the outer hull has been destroyed. The right engine is inoperable. Self-repair is impossible. All other electronic equipment is also destroyed. Captain, the repair costs will be enormous. We don't have the money, do we? Hearing this, Tian-on could only remain silent. Robert blurted out the harsh truth. We don't have it. At that exact moment, Athena suddenly appeared. She furiously questioned, you people, what on earth did you do?
Ten An Soup?
How should I know? Athena sensed an aura behind her back, and turned her head to see Mak-chan devouring a plate of sausages piled high like a mountain. He ate as if he had never eaten before. Athena narrowed her eyes, evaluating Mak-chan. So, who is the perpetrator? The system analyzed, not registered in the database. Identity cannot be verified. Internal energy not installed. Athena slammed her hand hard onto the table in anger. Is it you? Who are you? What did you do? But at that exact moment she suddenly froze. Athena's body suddenly felt as if governed by an invisible command. Mak-chan paused his eating and threw toward her. Complex gaze. Athena's mind felt stretched thin by that look. Mak-chan didn't take his eyes off her. Who are you? Athena confessed without a fight. I am Athena-san, 24 years old. My position is an administrative officer at the Human Government Inspection Bureau. But in reality, I am a secret agent for the planning department. Special security. Why am I saying all these things? To him, I am single. I have dated 4 people. Broke up with 3, got dumped once, never kissed. I don't like physical contact, but actually I really enjoy, at night in my room, turning off all communications and secretly. Mak-chan lowered his eyes to the dining table in front of him. Did you cause the explosion? Athena obediently continued to confess. I executed the orbital bombardment order, but I only followed the orders received beforehand. The directive was to hide the Iron Zombie project before any trouble occurred. Shut up, please. Why am I revealing classified information? Calm down. The reason is that even within the human government, the factions still monitor each other. They worry that if this incident becomes a pretext and escalates into a civil war between factions, it could shake the entire human government. Mok-chan's voice was soft as a breath. I don't care. I don't even want to hear it. Regardless, because of this explosion, the children were hurt. So take responsibility and restore everything to its original state. Can you do it? Athena replied almost instinctively, yes. Immediately after, a robot repair team was dispatched to the spacecraft. They worked with incredible speed and precision. In the ship's laboratory, Thuan-2 conducted an examination on Hoa Not. No physical injuries. Brain waves and neural networks seem normal. It appears to be just a simple state of unconsciousness. The little girl will wake up soon. Deep down, Mok-chan relaxed slightly. What a relief. Only now did Athena snap out of it. That person from before. Who on earth is he? Why is he here? Tian-on was also clueless. Ask him directly. I don't really know either. Furthermore, are you a classified agent of the Special Security Bureau? I've never heard of that position, but it sounds extremely prestigious. Quite a remarkable achievement at such a young age. By the way, how is it that you don't like physical contact, but you like it? What kind of nonsense is that? The thing you mentioned just now, that you were secretly doing something at night, after cutting off all communication. Is it that thing? Athena immediately frowned. Shut up and listen. If even a single word of what I said today is leaked out, Tian-on looked at her indifferently. Then what? Athena shouted loudly. Then I will. Her threat was left unfinished as her body suddenly stiffened. Without her noticing, Mok-chan was already standing right behind her. Athena's gaze gradually became blank. After she left, Mok-chan and Tian-on stood back to observe the situation outside. Both looked up toward Athena's warship. From the warship, Athena was also watching them. She could not explain what had just happened. What the hell happened? Him. What exactly is he? At this moment, Robert's voice rang out in the cabin. Everything is still intact. Even the internal parts have been replaced. With the latest models, everything has returned to normal. Tian-on turned to Mok-chan. Seems not everything has returned to normal. It seems. But his eyes remained fixed on Athena in the distance. Tian-on looked at Mok-chan's current appearance. Do you like that look? Only now did Mok-chan open his mouth. What do you think? Tian-on weighed each word. I really don't like it. You look like some amateur thug, trying too hard to be cool.
Mok-chan answered bluntly.
I don't like it either. A moment later, an in-house hair salon was started right inside the ship's cabin. Tian-on took charge of cutting the hair. Robert handled the dyeing, while Thuan-2 held the mirror for Mok-chan to see. Though he didn't look much, on another spherical warship, Loi-Trak stood motionless before the screen. He stared and asked again, what did you just say? Lin Hoa repeated her previous statement. I asked who he was. About 2,000 years ago, there was a man who naturally sealed himself in a stone vault beneath the Mount Tai system on Earth. His name is Lai Mok-chan, and he is definitely connected to the heavenly demon sect. Loi-Trak listened in a daze. That's not what I'm asking. What was the sentence you said after that?
Manhwa answered clear.
He calls himself the supreme heavenly demon. Loi-Trak went silent for a moment, as if weighing something extremely serious. He reached out and pressed a button on the control panel. This is Commander Trung Loi-Trak of District 32. I request permission to share information with headquarters. The screen switched to a static state. To unauthorized, state the information you need to verify. Loi-Trak made his request. Please verify if there was ever a member of our sect who voluntarily sealed himself in a stone vault beneath the Mount Tai system on Earth about 2,000 years ago. The system began processing the source data. Then read the results to him. Age unknown. Name is Lai Mok-chan. Loi-Trak's voice dropped low. He claims to be the supreme heavenly demon. Every warning bell in the room simultaneously turned red. The violent reaction far exceeded expectations, giving Loi-Trak a bad premonition. On another planet named Planet Hoa Sun, where two moons hang together in the same sky, on the upper floor of the manor,
Xish son spoke shamefully.
I feel extremely ashamed. I didn't even realize my own daughter had gone through such a horrific situation. But Mak-chan only cared about Hoa not. Is the child alright? Zich-sun looked up at the moon. I have conducted a thorough examination to be sure. And fortunately, no injuries appeared. The luckiest thing is, she doesn't even remember what happened. Inside the room, Hoa not was carefully pouring each cup of tea. Currently, she is in the kitchen brewing peach blossom tea, a specialty of Hoa-sun. She always brews the tea herself to serve honored guests. As Hoa not just touched a cherry blossom petal, it instantly dissolved into the wind. She was bewildered by that strange sight. Hoa not lifted the bowl of cherry blossoms. What is this? Immediately after, each petal broke apart one by one, merging into the air. They swirled around Hoa not, weaving a scene of surreal beauty. Her eyes widened, watching the petals swaying before her. Outside, Zich-sun expressed his gratitude to Mak-chan. Hoa-sun will pretend to know nothing of this incident. The benefactor's kindness is something I must cherish and keep in my heart forever. However, I will also keep the shame along with it, and I will look upon it every day. Mak-chan corrected that perspective. That is not shameful. Bowing for the safety of one's child is not shame, but the responsibility of a parent. Furthermore, for a father of nearly 10,000 children, shame is a luxury. Zich-sun glanced at Mak-chan. He seems different. Even though I sensed he was a great person, does he truly possess an aura this terrifying? The feeling is almost unbearable. Mak-chan turned to leave. When dawn breaks, we will depart. Let us forget each other. Zich-sun watched his retreating back. It is still that familiar back from years ago. He silently bowed in gratitude, and stood still like that for a long time in his room. Tien-on stared at herself in the mirror. She had been sitting like that for hours, then reached out to touch the green jade bracelet on her arm. The room door suddenly opened. Mak-chan had returned from Zich-sun's place. The sound of asking permission. May I come in?
An sai helper.
Isn't that the question you should ask before opening the door? Mak-chan fumbled with the door. The door opened by itself. How could I close it? Tien-on looked at his awkward behavior. I'm going out. A while later, the two of them climbed onto the roof of the spacecraft. Tien-on sipped the drink in her hand. By the way, why did you come to my room? Mak-chan directed his eyes toward the starry sky. What happened to the Sichuan Tang clan? Tien-on almost choked on her water hearing that name. She slowly replied, they simply collapsed completely, withered away. Everyone is dead except for me. But that question is a bit heavy, so I'll leave my answer at that. Mak-chan stopped beating around the bush and asked directly, are you seeking revenge? It is a futile effort. However, if you want, I can help you. Tien-on crossed her arms over her chest. Isn't that a contradiction? Why help with something so meaningless? Mak-chan gave an answer that surprised her. Because your life has value. And then the conversation lapsed into silence. The spacecraft continued to glide smoothly across the sky of planet Hoa-sun. After a brief silence, Mak-chan spoke up. You need revenge to succeed in order to start a new life, right? Tien-on found this assessment a bit amusing. Sounds nice, but it's hard to accept. I know you're strong, but I don't think we're close enough to share a vendetta like that. I'll settle my own affairs. A breeze lightly brushed through Mak-chan's hair. To me, we are very close in this new world, where I was reborn. You are the only people I know. If that's not enough, I'll pull in the connections from the past. Though it has no value, I owe the Tang family. In the past, the only name I wanted to keep in my memory was
Tang Chung-yu.
Even though I didn't want to admit it, he was the only one who insisted on calling me a friend. He was the young master of the Tang clan in Sichuan. I owe him a life. Tien-on took a sip of water. From 2,000 years ago. He's probably my ancestor then. It must have been over 100 generations. The debt is too oversized for me to inherit. Forget it, its value vanished long ago. Mak-chan cast his gaze down at the bustling city. Revenge doesn't choose its blade. Revenge will use any means to achieve the goal, even if that blade stabs into one's own heart. If I can't stop you from acting foolishly, I will at least become that blade for you. Those words made Tien-on waver for a moment. Then Mak-chan stood up. Think it over carefully. Just as he was about to re-enter the ship, Tien-on called after him, I need you to help me with something. Mak-chan turned back to her curiously. Tian frankly stated her request. Help me make some money. Somewhere in the vast universe, the Andromeda Galaxy remains as beautiful as ever, and their next destination is planet Tortuga. In the middle of a neighborhood with houses crowded together, Tian introduced. This is the Nomad Market. They sell martial arts, people, and even the strangest of things. Mok-chan found it strange that no one was around. But why is it so deserted? Tian also glanced around. That is their nature. The nomads on this planet rarely operate during the day, because they might accidentally look someone straight in the eye. Mok-chan found it odd. What if they look them in the eye?
Then anh patienti et lai.
Naturally, that leads to conflict. Once eyes meet, they will never back down. Showing weakness here means you cannot survive. So they only come out at night, when they can pretend not to see. Even when eyes meet, Mok-chan still didn't quite get it. Then why did we come here during the day? Tian rubbed her hands against the cold snow. Because we need to meet someone who can operate under the sun. At that exact moment, a group of people suddenly landed behind them. They're here. No need to guess, Sahi has arrived. Sahi gritted out every word. Tang. Tian, I didn't expect it to be you. You came here on your own? Are you finally tired of living?
Then anh kasu wave hello.
Seems you haven't grown any taller, have you? Look at you. I told you. Your bones have stopped growing. Sahi immediately summoned her weapon. You're insane. Seems you want to die that badly? Tian tried to soothe the atmosphere. Come on. Don't lose your cool. It's been 7 years and you haven't just stopped growing taller. But your personality hasn't improved either. Let's start with a proper greeting. That is Baksahi. Though small and looking like a child, she is the same age as me. She used to be very sweet, but her temper became gruff as her bones gradually grew back. We are extremely close. Sahi flatly denied it. Best friends? Who said that? Even Mok-chan noticed something was off. Doesn't really look like it, does it? Tian recounted the reason. She's just mad about a little prank. I borrowed a secret martial arts manual called Phantom Demon Sword from her clan. Their family treasure. Don't best friends always borrow things from each other? Mok-chan calmly asked further. And what did you do after borrowing it?
Then anh nonchalant rip.
I sold it, of course. Why else do you think I have the nickname Demon? And that ship? Her tone was so casual that Mok-chan was dazed for a few seconds. As for Sahi, that was the last straw. You sold it? Are you insane? Tian quickly tried to reassure her. Relax. I came here to pay you back. I will bring something worth dozens of times more than the Phantom Demon Sword manual. Alright? But Sahi wouldn't listen. Stop talking nonsense. The Phantom Demon Sword is a peak ancient martial arts treasure. How could you possibly possess anything more valuable? If you have it, bring it out now. Tian immediately pushed Mok-chan forward. It's right here. Mok-chan couldn't believe he was just put up for trade. Me? That crazy idea made Sahi's anger slowly fade away. What? Tian leaned close to Mok-chan's ear. Didn't you promise to help me make money? Hearing that, he froze completely because the betrayal was so blatant. On the opposite side, Sahi also fell into a long silence. The atmosphere became strangely awkward. Finally, Sahi turned around to lead them both into the base. Sahi remained stubborn. It's not because I believe you, but to make sure that I can kill you. I need my father's permission to kill you. In contrast, Tian appeared extremely confident. She's just talking nonsense. Actually, she likes me a lot. Mok-chan didn't care at all. Furthermore, what kind of place is this? Tian's footsteps echoed steadily on the stone floor. It's the headquarters of the Triad Gang, one of the 4 forces controlling Tortuga. That girl's father is the leader. Mok-chan was somewhat impatient. Let's set that matter aside for a moment. I came here to help you, but exactly what am I supposed to do? Tian casually blurted out. It's easy, you just need to be sold for a high price. Heading deep inside, they finally arrived at where Sahi's father was sitting. Bak Vo's booming voice rang out. This is ridiculous. I had hoped not to meet you again.
Then anh.
No matter how much I care for you, I cannot go against the laws of the Triad Gang. You betrayed the organization and stole our treasure. The punishment is death. Sahi immediately let out a sarcastic remark. See, I told you that you would die, right?
Then anh canly assert.
I didn't steal it. I only borrowed it, and I've come to return it, sir. Bak Vo glanced down coldly. Even if you return the Phantom Demon Sword manual, it is still not enough. A debt must be paid with interest. Mak-chan was once again pulled forward by Tien-on as collateral. Don't worry, the interest rate is quite high. Sahi lost her patience. Stop playing tricks and offer up your neck. I'll make it quick and painless. At that moment, Bakvo raised his hand to stop her. Wait, let's hear what she has to say. Sahi immediately protested. Father, if you let that woman escape and forgive her again, I will be truly disappointed. Bakvo reassured his daughter. No matter how deep the connection, cannot override the law. If she cannot pay the debt, death is inevitable. Tien-on let out a soft breath. You're overthinking it. By the way, do you know of an ancient swordsman named the Phantom Demon Sword? You were active around the same time as him, weren't you? Mak-chan shook his head. I don't know him. If he was a martial artist from my era, he was probably only third-rate. Tien-on's brain immediately started calculating. Great, then please perform something. Mak-chan looked at her in bewilderment. Perform what? She shrugged. Martial arts. Anything at all. Actually, perform your weakest technique. It needs to match the price. What are you waiting for? Show me the weakest martial arts move, and the least impressive one you've ever learned. Mak-chan responded by throwing out a punch. Tien-on felt like everything today was about to go crazy. As for Sahi, from that moment the sun shone within me. Lower the sun? ? Blinding? Through the heart, Bakvo remained silent, clearly waiting for something more explosive than that. He stared at that punch like his eyes were falling out. What is this? Is this a technique? Mak-chan was incredibly serious. The first form, absolute fist. This is the martial art I first learned when I was just starting out. Tien-on quickly tried to fix the situation. That's too weak. Can you perform something a bit stronger? Mak-chan pulled back his fist. It's not weak, it's simple and direct, leaving defenses vulnerable, but the attack power is very strong. Tien-on had no choice but to go along with it. Then please perform it properly. Mak-chan glanced around. In here? It seems a bit cramped. Tien-on asked for Bakvo's opinion. It's fine, isn't it, sir? Before waiting for an answer, Sahi interrupted. What trick are you planning this time? Bakvo's deep, raspy voice spoke up. Go ahead and try whatever you want. As soon as the words left his mouth, a violent shock suddenly hit, leaving him stunned. The thick wall behind him was pierced with a giant hole. The cause was none other than Mak-chan's punch. His hand was still lightly smoking. Silence fell over the space for the third time today. Mak-chan clicked his tongue, looking at the aftermath he caused. I tried my best to be gentle, but it seems I lost control since it's been so long. This was quite a nicely decorated place. So Planet Tortuga has just welcomed Mak-chan, a rather high-caliber character. Bakvo appeared, skeptical after hearing Tien-on recount the story. An ancient martial artist from 2,000 years ago. How could such a thing happen? How so? Can a human live for more than 2,000 years? Tien-on didn't grasp the source either. I don't know either, but it's the truth. I found him locked in a stone room, underground, in the Mount Tai system.
Bakvo es vrinklet forehead furrovet.
Secluding himself for cultivation? Tien-on spoke softly to hint. Regardless, that's not the important part. Sir, as you saw before, his martial arts are extraordinary. There are many types and all are ancient techniques. How should I put it? He's like a living library of ancient martial arts, so to speak. The important part is that he's very close to me. If I ask carefully, perhaps he'll teach some usable ancient secrets. If we turn them into martial arts manuals, their price will be sky-high, far exceeding the Phantom Demon Sword manual. Bakvo weighed the benefits behind that proposal. Even Hai suddenly went silent because of Tien-on's idea. Down on the street, time seemed frozen. The nomads stood stunned, not understanding why suddenly that base had a hole in it. At that moment, Tuc not appeared wearing a black cloak. Mak-chan saw someone and casually asked, "When does this shop open?" Tuc not slightly turned his head. His cold eyes scanned for a while before he spoke. "Are you talking to me?" Mak-chan looked around. "There's no one here but you, right? It would be a hassle if I had to drag those hiding in the walls or underground out, just to ask." Tuc not misunderstood. "Are you trying to pick a fight with me?" Mak-chan soothed him in a way that wasn't very comforting. "Calm down, kid. No need to fear me. Just act as if you're talking to a deceased grandfather. And answer comfortably." Tuc not drew his sword in a flash. "Kid? Grandfather? So you are provoking me?" Mak-chan did not budge. only staring intently at the sword. Congratulations, Tu Not is the fourth person today to be frozen stiff by him, because now, his sword was resting grandly on the table, where Mak-chan sat. He casually grabbed the blade. Don't worry, I will answer later, but just answer my question. First, when does this shop? Tu Not was nearly driven mad. You're dead meat. As soon as he lunged forward, an invisible force field immediately blocked the strike. No matter how hard Tu Not tried, he could not reach Mak-chan. His right eye suddenly flashed. System notification. Forearm bones completely shattered. Tu Not's scream of pain echoed throughout the small alley. Hearing the scream, Sahi quickly ran over, and before her was a sight. The massive Tu Not was serving food to Mak-chan. Furthermore, he spoke very softly. I tried my best, but this is my first time cooking. Mak-chan carefully split the disposable chopsticks. You did well. While healing your bones, I also cleared a few of your acupoints. Be careful when circulating your energy for a while. Sahi stood dazed, watching Mak-chan leisurely eat his dinner. She stepped forward to politely ask permission, but before she could even warm the seat, Mak-chan spat food onto her face. He exclaimed loudly, "What is this? Even boiled manure water would taste better than this." Mak-chan cleared his throat upon noticing Sahi. Sorry about that, but why are you here? She was still in shock. My father told me to bring you. Mak-chan set his chopsticks down. It is disrespectful to address the Supreme One so casually. Like that, if your father wants to see me, he should stand here himself. Sahi immediately corrected her words. That was my mistake. Father told me to politely invite and escort you. If you would agree, that is what my father said. Mak-chan thought for a moment, then agreed to follow her. Alright, I will accept the invitation. Lead the way. Sahi could not hide her curiosity. By the way, I heard you know every type of martial art in the world, including the ancient ones. Is that true? Mak-chan stood up and walked out of the shop. Something like that. If it doesn't exist, I will create it. Sahi grew even more inquisitive. Then is there a type of martial art that can reopen growth plates? Mak-chan strolled along in front of her. There is no such thing. The two of them headed back to the base together. On the way, Sahi continued to ask Mak-chan, could you create a martial art like that for me? A martial art to reopen growth plates. His gaze was distant.
Impossible.
Our bodies always keep a history. It was formed by our parents. In the recent past, and from a broader perspective, carries the heritage of all humanity. Martial arts is for training to live fully with one's fate. Going against the flow is taboo. Sahi said nothing more, just quietly followed behind Mak-chan. He continued to speak fluidly. There is something similar, though only temporary. There is a technique called body reversal that can change appearance and physique, and a basic skill called bone restructuring that only changes the skeletal structure. Hearing this, Sahi's eyes lit up. She quickly ran ahead to block his path. Sahi hurriedly pleaded, that will do. Please teach me. Mak-chan coldly asked, why should I do that? The light in Sahi's eyes immediately went out. Mak-chan blinked a few times at the end. Sahi dejectedly bowed her head. Right, that makes sense. I will lead the way for you. Mak-chan continued to follow her guidance. By the way, do you know of a food made of meat that is long and slightly curved at both ends? Sahi didn't bother to look up. Long meat curved at both ends. A hot dog? Mak-chan nodded in confirmation. Yes, it seems that is its name. Can you make it? Sahi was more than willing, of course. A moment later, when Bak Vo and Tien-an arrived, their jaws dropped in absolute shock. They couldn't understand why. Sahi was cooking hot dogs for Mak-chan, and even proactively massaging his shoulders. Even stranger was that she looked very happy and completely voluntary. As for Mak-chan, it goes without saying, he was eating hot dogs as if he'd been starved for 10 years. Seeing Bak Vo appear, Sahi cheered, Father, come greet him. This is my master. Mak-chan was still chewing his food. I am not your master. How can just giving a mediocre martial arts technique be considered a master? Bak Vo and Tien-an stood frozen for a moment, completely failing to process the scene. Took a while before they both settled in. Bak Vo still couldn't determine if the sight before him was real or just an illusion. He observed Mak-chan's appearance. He secluded himself for cultivation. For 2,000 years, I've seen it with my own eyes, so I cannot deny it. Regardless, I must admit, the martial arts this man performs is much stronger than the Phantom Demon Sword manual. According to Tian'an's words, I heard you might be willing to pass that technique on to us. Is that correct? Mak-chan glanced at Sahi. It's nothing special. Stop it, you don't have to do that. She beamed with a bright smile. I do it because I want to. Master, he repeated once more. I told you, I am not your master. Bak Vo narrowed his eyes. Very well. If you transform your martial arts into a detailed manual of methods and techniques, I will forget the fact that Tian'an stole and sold the Phantom Demon Sword manual. Tian'an immediately protested. No, that's not fair. Even accounting for high interest, we would still suffer a great loss. You need to add more. Bak Vo didn't quite understand her point. Add what? Is it not an energy core? Even a used one is fine, as long as it still works well. I heard a rumor that you trade military-grade energy cores. You must have plenty, so give us one Jiahan. A mid-tier one will do. Bak Vo felt like this was a bad day to understand human speech. A mid-tier energy core? Are you crazy? Bak Vo bolted up from his chair. Absurd. That is never allowed. A core-grade actuator is the treasure of treasures. It is something we only encounter once every 100 years. No matter how strong ancient martial arts are, that is completely. But Tian'an's next move left him stunned. She held up 5 fingers in front of him and said in a cold voice, 5 ancient martial techniques. You can easily think of about 5 techniques, like the one you just performed, right? This was a small matter for Mak-chan. These basic martial techniques are insignificant. Even so, Bak Vo still hesitated. Even with 5 like that, Tian'an boldly doubled the exchange rate, 10 this time. Bak Vo was truly wavering before this bargain. He set specific conditions. All methods of use, forms, and stances must be carefully recorded. It must be detailed enough for anyone to learn easily. Only then will the product have value. Tian'an asked Mak-chan, can you do it? He nodded. Simple. Go get paper and a brush and bring them here. After a while of hard work, 10 messy martial techniques were produced. Bak Vo and Tian'an leaned down to examine them closely. Before them were scribbled drawings depicting stances, along with a few brief lines of text. A portion of the move instructions was written in quite some detail by Mak-chan. Bak Vo took a moment but still couldn't grasp the point. What is this? What does it mean? Even Tian'an didn't know how to react. The two looked at each other in bewilderment. Somehow, it seemed like this was a failure. Finally, Bak Vo was forced to call in an expert to inspect them. The old man held a magnifying glass, examining each drawing carefully, from the strokes of the brush to every line of text. Not a single detail was missed. They could not believe that 10 sets of ancient martial techniques could have such a simple form. In the base's kitchen, the atmosphere was completely different. Sahi was carefully working on each hot dog. Tian'an dejectedly sat down next to Mak-chan. It seems they aren't even worth the cost of the paper. All of those things, they even said they look more like exercise routines than martial arts. It seems we need to upgrade them a bit, to the level of a secret ultimate technique. Can you do it? But Mak-chan's perspective was different. When martial arts reach perfection, they are all the same. Even if the forms differ, there is no issue regarding ranking. Even if it is a secret, ultimate technique, it is still just a training method. In the end, when the peak is reached, they are all alike. The martial arts I pass down are all easy to learn, and the final results are all the same. Therefore, they are far superior martial arts.
Can an helper admit?
I know, but for a product, the creator is also very important. So just one secret ultimate technique is enough. The style of Shaolin or Wudong would be fine. But if it's a product of the Heavenly Demon sect, that would be even better. Mak-chan flatly refused. No, that decisiveness made Tian'an startle slightly. Mak-chan explained further. Cannot pass down martial arts that are under private ownership. That violates the laws of the Murim. Tian'an didn't quite understand. I know about copyright issues too, but ancient martial arts aren't bound by copyright laws. Mak-chan just shook his head. No, don't say any more. You must change into training clothes and come back here. First of all, I will teach you the body reversal technique. Sahi heard those words and felt as if she had just been blessed. The girl excitedly led the way for Mak-chan to the training area. Tian'an watched them with a blank expression. we are truly screwed. On the throne, Bak Vo was still pondering those martial arts drawings. Tien An tried to salvage some hope. Anyway, those are still ancient martial arts, right? 10 disciplines. But her only response was silence from Bak Vo. Deep down, Tien An understood clearly. That's still not enough, is it? I won't insist on forcing their value. After all, there were mistakes on both sides. Only then did Bak Vo speak up. Those are martial arts that have never been heard of or seen. A power and a person that cannot be witnessed. A second time in one's life. Tien An sensed the strangeness. Is that so? The atmosphere seemed. Bak Vo went straight to the point. Can you really sway him? Can you convince him to help the triad? Tien An immediately nodded repeatedly. Of course, can't you see? We can't live without each other. He won't even eat if I'm not there. Bak Vo quietly listened to her continue. Tien An didn't forget to include the attached conditions. But of course, there must be a core-grade actuator included. As a reward, Bak Vo agreed without hesitation. I can provide it. That reaction caught Tien An by surprise. Afterward, Bak Vo led Tien An to another place in the base. On the way, he had a question. How did you know we had a core-grade actuator? Tien An walked silently beside him. I heard it from rumors, to be honest. At first, I didn't believe it either, but the rumors were so loud that I had to check for myself. Bak Vo revealed a rare flicker of worry in his eyes. And just as we feared, after all, how can you hide an elephant with just a cloth? Tien An was shocked to the point of being speechless. You mean it actually exists? Good heavens! Bak Vo continued to recount the situation. The core-grade actuator is one of the 3 legendary treasures of the Murim, but it was all just rumors. No one has ever seen it with their own eyes. Do you know why? Tien An made a random guess. Is it because it's too difficult to manufacture? Bak Vo nodded. You've guessed half correctly. It not only requires advanced technology, but also an enormous amount of resources, to the point where even a great sect would have to trade its very survival. As for the other half, Tien An figured out the rest herself, a secret that is not allowed to exist. During the development process, it must be approved by the Central Plains Alliance, and the development process must be completely transparent, just like the nuclear weapons of ancient times. Bak Vo clasped his hands behind his back. That's right, its power is just that terrifying. Developing it in secret would make you an enemy of the entire Murim. As they both stopped before a giant door, Tien An was a bit curious. But how did you people get a hold of it? Bak Vo pushed the door open. We didn't create it, it simply fell into our hands. Inside was a vast, empty hall. In the center was a pitch-black pit. Bak Vo pointed toward the pit. It's inside there. Its massive scale caused Tien An to be somewhat dazed. She stepped closer to the edge of the pit. From deep below, a faint light cast upward. Observing more closely, one could see that the light emanated from a small niche within the pit, and if one looked longer, they would realize that light wasn't faint at all, for it had maintained that state for an entire year. Hidden deep in those small niches was the origin of this light. It was a knight's armor along with a sword, what the people of Tortuga call a monster. The story began 1 year ago, specifically during last winter. An escape pod from an interstellar module crashed down onto Tortuga. The impact left a massive crater in the middle of the neighborhood, a violent shock that made the surrounding buildings shake, shifted as if in an earthquake. From the bottom of the pit, a plume of smoke rose, shrouding the creature, emitting a strange light. And then that monster appeared, becoming the terrifying nightmare of Tortuga. A great many nomads flocked there to fight this creature. That day, everyone who encountered him died. Ending the flashback, Bak Vo let out a soft sigh. Unfortunately, the place where he fell was a neutral zone. All forces in Tortuga, including us, suffered losses. Only after hundreds of casualties did we realize he was a master with overwhelming power, whom we could not afford to regret. And the reason for his terrifying strength is the device, the core-grade actuator he is equipped with. Having just heard this, Tien An immediately confirmed, one at core grade? She found it strange, but why is it there? Bak Vo himself was also wondering. I don't know and I don't want to know. A year ago he came here on his own and simply stayed. The clear truth is, that man is like a time bomb. His losing patience and taking action is already a problem. but the bigger problem is the allure of the core-grade actuator he possesses.
Bác Vô
Had long calculated that other forces were also secretly preparing for this struggle. A doubt flashed in Tien An's mind. It's the truth? You are certain about the core-grade actuator first? Bak Vo viewed that battle, which had not yet occurred, as a matter of sooner or later. Now that the rumors have spread, every powerful force in the world will rush here. We have already begun to see those signs. You said you wanted the core-grade actuator. Go down there and take it. By convincing that ancient master to leave the room, Tien An walked along the long, narrow corridor. She paused when she ran into Sahi. Sahi's body seemed to have completely returned to its original form. The girl glided past Tien An as if not noticing at all. Tien An spoke up to call back Sahi. Are you still mad? Why aren't you even saying hello? The space fell into a moment of silence. A moment later, she turned around with a start. How did you know it was me? Tien An hesitated for a second. Well, Sahi stood there, waiting patiently for an answer. Tien An said in a very natural voice, of course I recognized you, even if you changed enough to make one faint from shock. Best friends like us still recognize each other. But Sahi stubbornly argued back. Is that so? I've changed so much that, if we weren't close, you probably wouldn't have recognized me, right? Tien An didn't deny it, absolutely, but it seems, you've changed in a slightly unusual way. Sahi kept her familiar irritable tone. It's not just my body growing. Suddenly my clothes have just become shorter. Tien An corrected her. No, it's not the clothes, it's the curves. Sahi snapped back in frustration. If the growth plates open up, I will grow exactly like this. So this is my true self. Tien An didn't argue further. Alright, that sounds reasonable. But then a second later, Sahi returned to her usual small appearance. The annoyed girl looked down at her hands. I'm back to normal. I'm still a novice, so that's why. But when I reach the highest level, it will last a whole week.
Then anh riplit in đài phường, công gratin.
But where is the old man, her master? After getting the information, she immediately dragged Mok-chan to the edge of the pit. Tien An explained the mission. It's easy enough. Just go meet the person in that pit over there. Request the energy core. Bring it back and we're done. Mok-chan observed the bottom of the pit. Tien An continued to instruct. If they refuse, just give them a light touch and take it by force. I heard it's an item infused with internal energy, like a 1,000-year-old FOTI or a 10,000-year-old snow ginseng. I don't really know what that is, but perhaps it's something similar. Anyway, however, that energy is a bit ominous. It feels like the energy from the inner core of a dragon is leaking out. If you try to take the soul recklessly, you might get swallowed up instead. Mok-chan turned around and directly walked away. If the reason you need it is to temper your internal energy, I'd rather share my own internal energy with you. Tien An was surprised by his action. The two of them returned to her spacecraft. Mok-chan was a bit curious. Why didn't you accept that? Doesn't wanting internal energy also mean you want the power for revenge? So why refuse? When I offered to share my internal energy with you. Tien An looked out the glass window gloomily. No, I want to take revenge with my own strength. Mok-chan spoke frankly. Relying only on your strength, given the current situation, sounds a bit contradictory. Thuan Tu brought a mountain of sausages before him. Please stop questioning it. Trying to explain the captain's logic makes my genius. Brain overload. The robot, playing games while chiming in. When I suggested she borrow money, she refused and went to steal instead, saying that doing so felt less guilty. Tien.
Anh Vito Lauli.
Stealing is something I worked for to earn. Borrowing means I've already received a favor. Thuan Tu handed Mok-chan a skewer of sausages. Just eat the sausages. Once you give up on trying to understand, it naturally starts to make sense later. Tien An remained silent, still feeling frustrated inside. Mok-chan took a bite of a sausage. Understood. If that is truly what you want, I will leave it at that. At the same time, a hung appeared at Bak Vo's base. When morning came, it seemed the Skyfire sect had brought Elena, an 8-foot-tall battle ghost, here. Everything was within Bak Vo's expectations. That means they already know the scent has spread. They are trying to settle everything before the flies swarm in even more. Other factions will also take action. They will mobilize every connection to bring the highest level masters here. Ahung seemed to understand his point. So we should, Bak Vo calmly continued, when there is a massive fire, it's best to stand aside and observe. Remove the restrictions on the forbidden zone, where that monster resides. All martial artists of the triad must go into seclusion, in a dark small alley, where the nomads often gather. One of them reached out to grab a cup of hot tea, but Maitreya Buddha was faster and took it first. He leisurely took a small sip. The nomad could not believe. Someone dared to snatch something from his hand. Maitreya Buddha slowly spoke. What are you staring at? Serving tea to an enlightened high monk is an unparalleled honor for lowly creatures such as yourselves. Lower your eyes if you don't want to end up in hell. Amitabha Buddha. Those words immediately ignited the other's anger. You're dead meat. A fist came down with violent force, but Maitreya Buddha was completely unharmed. In a moment the nomad didn't even have time to understand what happened. Before his arm was pierced by a strange power, Maitreya Buddha recited an immortal mantra. The other's face immediately turned pale. He only had time for one final word, before vanishing into thin air.
Impossible.
It's Maitreya Buddha. The remaining nomads were stunned, watching helplessly as their comrade was erased. Maitreya Buddha took another sip of tea. Warned you about going to hell earlier. Amitabha Buddha. The others didn't dare speak, only quietly exchanging glances. Maitreya Buddha saw them all bow their heads at once. He nodded slightly. That's right. When facing a living Buddha, that is the posture you should display. This humble monk seeks a valuable lesson from the venerable bodhisattvas, who can show me the way to the black water that rules the northern region. Tortuga, please raise your hands. Amitabha Buddha. The three nomads remained as silent as the grave. Maitreya Buddha uttered a threat. You damn bastards, do you want to go to hell? Immediately, all three of them scrambled to lead the way. At that bottomless pit, where the core-grade actuator lay deep inside, Dao Tame descended from above. He channeled his internal energy and dove straight into the pit. Not long after, Dao Tame approached the glimmering blue light. He gripped the weapon in his hand tightly. The blue light from the monster shot out from its side, like chaotic electromagnetic sparks. Dao Tame's right eye scanned the opponent's body. The system analyzed the stats. Maximum internal energy, cycle 8. 9 quantums. Dao Tame narrowed his eyes slightly. It really is core grade. The desire to seize this treasure burned intensely. He didn't hesitate for another second and attacked. Give it here. Dao Tame's sword tip thrust straight at the monster's chest. But seizing the actuator was clearly not simple at all. Right at the mouth of the pit, a terrifying surge of power suddenly tore through space. Elena, standing high above, also noticed the anomaly. She merely observed in silence, not yet rushing to intervene. On another street, Maitreya Buddha toyed with the prayer beads in his hand. The entire city had now been awakened by the tremors. From just moments ago, a back tattooed with dragons and phoenixes appeared. A servant standing behind a curtain reported the situation. Not long ago, the Triad faction withdrew. All the defensive forces protecting the monster were gone. They also issued a stay-at-home order. The tattooed man sighed and reached for a teacup nearby. The timing is terrible. Just when the Tien Vien faction brings the 8-foot battle ghost, Elena, and the Black Water faction summons Maitreya Buddha, the Triad chooses to retreat instead of acting. I can almost hear the schemes of the kitchen. Dung, the leader of the Triad faction, sitting in his bathtub, the old man relaxed comfortably. The leader of the southern region of planet Tortuga, the eternal and indomitable Yung Mogu, the person standing outside maintained a respectful attitude. Does this mean that they have decided to withdraw from the battle, to seize the power core, sir? The old man was in no hurry, sipping before slowly answering. Not a chance. A hungry person never leaves the banquet table. That is their strategy. They are letting the lions and tigers fight to exhaustion. Then they will hunt both at the same time, killing two birds with one stone. The one standing outside finally understood, wanting to know the next move. So what should we do, sir? Mu Q took another sip of tea. Naturally, we need to throw a bear into this chaos. Lions, tigers, and bears. Isn't that a perfect combination? The servant standing outside couldn't quite grasp it. But wouldn't that only benefit the Triad faction, sir? Mu Q's eyes half closed as he loosened up. His body relaxed in the bathtub. This world does not operate based on superficial calculations. If someone intends to create chaos to seize an opportunity, we will cause an even greater chaos. Then the opportunity will be ours. We will begin at dawn. The scene shifts back to the city, where a massive explosion has just occurred. Immediately after, a bottomless pit appeared. Right in the center, Elena was currently standing right by the edge of the pit, looking down below. Suddenly she was taken aback, looking up toward the top of the skyscraper. Before her a figure leaped and flew straight toward it. Only a moment later, Elena stood before the massive skyscraper. Atop it was a sharp spire. On the tip of the spire, Dao Tame had long been cold. His entire body was impaled straight through the iron pole. Elena stepped toward the corpse. The system in her head, she automatically analyzed and learned the details of the corpse before her. After reviewing all the information from the system, she stared intently at the corpse from the piercing spear sect. A voice from afar suddenly rang out. That's right, the kid from the piercing spear sect was far too conceited. Maitreya Buddha had appeared behind her at some unknown point, standing right on the edge of the railing. They say he was a once-in-a-thousand-years genius, and the first successor to the position of leader for this faction, right? Regardless of the self-esteem of these prestigious sects, he dared to place his spoon on the Buddha's dining table, so he deserved to perish.
Namo Amitabha Buddha.
Elena didn't bother to turn around, questioning in a cold voice. Why are you here? He calmly replied. Offerings to the ancestors are originally a way to pray for Buddha's blessing, aren't they? Since the offering table has been set, of course the Buddha should come. This is a grand feast, beyond what I expected. I have chanted sutras diligently and finally, a blessing has arrived, Namo Amitabha Buddha. Around her body,
Elena sudenli emite da strange.
Blue light, she kindly warned, don't interfere, if you don't want to die. That statement didn't scare Maitreya Buddha at all. On the contrary, he was a bit angry. Ignorant fool, how dare you threaten a Buddhist who has reached nirvana? With life and death, do you truly know nothing of enlightenment? Elena was now fully prepared. The resource download was nearly complete. Maitreya Buddha was slightly flustered. Wait, let's determine the order first. She didn't care. Order? Maitreya Buddha continued to explain. Even if he was just a kid, he wasn't someone to be underestimated. Yet he was taken down with just one move. If we fight first, whoever wins will be injured. Even with a healthy body, dealing with that monster is very difficult. Adding injuries on top of that, we will end up just like that guy. But we can't just charge in alone either. Even if we manage to get the power core from that monster, we must prepare for injuries, and then the remaining ones will easily take us down. No matter how uneducated you are or if you've only known fighting your whole life, surely you've heard the saying about benefiting from the efforts of others, right?
Namo Amitabha Buddha.
So let's cooperate and take down that monster first. Elena didn't bother to care and immediately refused. Don't speak nonsense. I have no intention of cooperating with someone like you. Get out of here unless you want to die. Immediately after that, she leaped out of the building, diving straight toward the ground. Maitreya Buddha did not continue the pursuit. How foolish. She doesn't even know basic math. Fine if you are ready to offer yourself as a side dish on the sacrificial table. Who am I to stop you?
Namo Avalokitesvara Bodhisattva.
Elena landed at the bottom of the vast pit. She carefully observed her surroundings. In front of Elena, a flash of light suddenly appeared. In the opposite tunnel, step by step she moved inside. The further she went, the stronger the light became. Suddenly, before her eyes, appeared a knight equipped in full armor. Not only that, but there was also Mak-chan, who was standing there watching that night train. He immediately realized someone was approaching. Elena cautiously approached the two of them. That person is. In her mind, she suddenly remembered the instructions from before. Remember this clearly this time. If you face that person, never lift your head up. If you disobey me again, I will sever our bloodline. Swear it. Thinking of this, she gripped the staff in her hand tighter.
Mots-chen
unexpectedly spoke first, taking the initiative. Judging by your steady breathing, it seems all your wounds have healed. Elena's movements suddenly stiffened. He calmly turned his head to look at the person who had just entered. The timing is quite good. I have a few questions and need someone to answer them. Elena's eyes suddenly widened. A strange electromagnetic wave emitted from around her body. Mok-chan was also momentarily surprised. Elena looked as if she had been poisoned. She collapsed and retreated a few steps. Why is this happening? She couldn't breathe. Please go ahead and ask. Mok-chan turned toward the knight sitting on the ground. He began to ask, why is this person's internal energy not concentrated in the dantian but instead dispersed throughout the body? Her eyes locked onto the source of the light. Immediately after, the entire body of that knight turned red. Only then did she begin to explain, that's because the internal energy box couldn't handle the capacity, and has melted. The reason might be that the system isn't functioning to operate the high-level energy core. This is called being possessed by an internal demon. Mok-chan stepped a bit closer and retorted, no, it's different. If it were possession by an internal demon, there would be signs of bloodlust, but this person shows absolutely no trace of desire, as if he were a blank, empty sheet of paper.
Elena
Saw him about to touch it and hurried to stop him. Don't, be careful, everything seemed too late. He touched the knight's head directly without saying another word. Immediately after, an unparalleled power was suddenly released. Elena could only stand by helplessly watching him. Elena was also a bit dazed, quickly using her hand to shield her eyes. Mok-chan remained standing there in front. He didn't budge. He appeared completely calm regarding his own actions. Mok-chan's eyes gradually turned an unusual red. Elena still tried to move forward bit by bit, to get closer. She couldn't hide the shock on her face. Oh my god, the power of a high-level energy core is equivalent to an explosion. Nuclear, but he is suppressing that energy source with just his bare body. The knight's helmet has been removed and is resting firmly in his hand. The identity of the person behind it has been revealed. Around his body, that strange blue flame still burns brightly. He spoke up to ask the person in front of him, tell me, who are you? Vu Lam only now slowly opened his eyes. Scene change. Sahi is currently standing before the mirror, admiring herself. Then she closed her eyes and raised her hands, beginning to chant a mantra. Around her body appeared a strange pink surge of power. The entire room was dyed pink immediately after. Only a few seconds later, another form of Sahi appeared before the mirror. She suddenly turned her head and spoke. How does it look? This is me, truly my fully grown version. Do you like it? On the small table next to the books and shoes there was also a small photo frame. In the photo were two children happily catching butterflies. Together, Sahi looked at the photo with deep longing. Where have you gone? The photo was old but had been kept very carefully. She stared intently at the innocent boy in the picture. The very next second, a salty tear fell down. I hope you will come back soon. I have even transformed like this, but there is no one here to see it. The light on Vu Lam's body gradually faded. Mok-chan still held the iron helmet in his hand. With a calm expression, Vu Lam only now slowly opened his eyes. His gaze was lifeless, without a shred of emotion. Mok-chan also recognized the abnormality on the face of the person opposite him. Eyes are said to be the window to the soul. Why are your eyes so empty? Elena stepped forward, raising her hand, as if to sense something. No brain waves detected. The drive overload seems to have melted his brain. He is no longer a living person. Only pure instinct remains. He gradually understood the situation of the soulless corpse in front of him. If instinct is still alive, then the memories governing those instincts still exist. That means his life has not ended. How can we remove the hateful object that has taken over this child?
Elena
Calmly stated the only way to save him. It lies deep within the heart. It must be ripped out. Mok-chan still wanted to save the situation. Won't that kill him? Is there no other way? However, Elena did not leave him any glimmer of hope. No. Hearing that, he asked nothing more. Turning back to look at Vu Lam, a flash of sadness appeared in his eyes. He reached out to stroke the boy's head. Kid, there's no way to save you. However, if you have any last words, I will listen. Vu Lam's face showed a flicker of surprise. Then he let out a cry. Mok-chan comforted him. Focus. It may be dark and blocked, but dig deeper. The more precious the memory, the deeper it's buried. Keep going until you see it. Veins of blood began to appear and spread across his face. Elena seemingly couldn't believe her eyes, staggering back a few steps. He is transferring the tainted energy into himself. Blood vessels bulged all over his body. But Mok-chan determinedly would not give up. He channeled all his power, trying to help the person in front of him one last time. Even so, Vu Lam's gaze gradually returned to its vacant state. Initially, he finished the conversion and his hands began to relax. Have you found it? Strange flickers of light began to appear in Vu Lam's eyes, immediately followed by the image of something appearing before him. It was a childhood memory with Sahi, the image of a butterfly. A beautiful blue butterfly, perched on a rock under the sunlight, also gradually appeared. The two children chased the butterfly together, wanting to catch it at all costs. Those seemed to be happy days, and the most peaceful days of their childhood. Vu Lam and Sahi ran ahead, hands clutching a net, with looks of absolute determination. He ran right behind her with a very joyful face, and then the two of them just continued, growing up together day by day, in peace and happiness. Scene change. There is still another blue butterfly perched on a dry branch. Sahi held the net, childhood memories also flashing in her mind. A large hand reached out to catch the butterfly. Vu Lam, now a tall young man, caught the creature, and happily told his friend, "I caught it." Sahi looked at him, a flicker of confusion in her eyes. Immediately after, she brushed past him, no longer caring. "Let it go." Vu Lam hurriedly released the butterfly and turned back, asking in confusion, "Huh? Why?" Sahi suddenly snapped, "Who needs your help anyway? I can handle it myself." Those words left him stunned for a moment. Immediately after, he still followed behind her just like when they were kids. His voice was full of sulkiness mixed with hurt. "Why are you so annoyed? If I did something wrong, tell me and I'll fix it." Sahi continued walking without bothering to answer. Vu Lam refused to give up and tried to start a conversation again. "Do your legs hurt? Do you want me to carry you?" Sahi finally couldn't take it anymore, and turned back to yell, "Do you think I'm a child? Do I still look like a child to you? Just because you're tall and big, does that mean you're an adult and being short means being a child? When I'm 20, I'll be a lady. It's just that my growth plates are opening late. I am not a child." Vu Lam remained calm and explained, "No, it's not like that. I know you're an adult. I never thought of you as a child." Sahi didn't seem to hear a word of it, and walked away in anger. "From now on, don't come looking for me anymore. I won't see you until my growth plates open up." He stood still in the field of flowers, his voice sad. "Sahi." The girl took each step forward, refusing to look back. Vu Lam's memories came to a halt at the same time. Before that silhouette, his eyes remained devoid of soul. The blue light had now completely transferred to Mok-chan. Red, swollen veins covered his entire body, yet he stubbornly refused to give up. In Vu Lam's remaining eye, another image flickered. This time it was a knight's helmet. As the scene shifted, a bitter laugh rang out. Manhwa was covered in blood, leaning weakly against a rock with shallow breaths. Vu Lam, now in the form of a knight, stepped forward. He managed to squeeze out the words, "You're alive." Vu Lam tried to maintain his composure while reporting, "Yes, but all the other knights are gone." Manhwa spat out a mouthful of red syrup, still trying to offer comfort. "It's okay, the enemies have also been wiped out." Vu Lam rushed forward to check on the commander's condition. He looked down helplessly. "Don't call me commander anymore. The entire Star Knight squad has been annihilated, so how can their leader still exist? However, after such a fierce battle, how is it that you aren't injured?" Vu Lam was taken aback by that question, unable to answer for a moment. Manhwa questioned further, "Did you hide?" He realized he could no longer hide it. "Yes." Manhwa didn't seem to want to accept that truth. "I don't understand. In the 6 years since accepting you into the night squad, I have never seen you hesitate in battle. Before, you fought as if you had 10 lives. Why did you hesitate this time?" He kept his head bowed, not daring to offer any defense. Manhwa seemed to finally understand the true purpose. He asked bitterly, "Does it have to do with this mission? Do you also desire this item?" Vu Lam didn't say it outright, but tacitly admitted it. "It is necessary for someone." Immediately after, he knelt down, wanting to apologize to Commander and, not showing any emotion, he began to explain, "You're so foolish. A core grade drive exceeds the processing power of your body. Only a few transcendent individuals can use it. Even I wouldn't dare covet it." Vu Lam still stubbornly argued back. "This item is of no use to you, Commander. You're already tall enough." The commander's voice showed a hint of surprise. "What? I've heard that. A core grade drive rearranges all genes, including the growth nervous system. It's an item I desperately need. So you're still determined to get it? Then I must stop you. I am the 126th successor of the Star Knight Squad under JSC Ken. I was tasked with delivering this item, and I will kill anyone who interferes. If you don't want to die, move aside." Vu Lam looked at the brave man who, despite being wounded, still stood up to protect the treasure. Unwillingly, "Commander." He swung his sword, intending to strike, but then stopped. "Go." The sword flashed past his face, creating a deep yellow ray of light. A flash of light also crossed Vu Lam's face in reality. His entire body suddenly underwent a violent transformation. Mok Chan also noticed that change. The demon within. A red light radiated from all over Mok Chan's body, as he tried to restrain the being in front of him. "Restrain yourself. A demon has taken root in your heart. You must suppress it." Vu Lam suddenly let out a cry of agony. Intricate veins of blood surfaced on his face. Elena didn't know what she was witnessing either. The light from inside the cave dyed the entire pit in a strange blue color. That light source formed a pillar, shooting straight up into the sky. Maitreya Buddha, still standing on the rooftop, couldn't help but wonder at the sight of that pillar. "What is that?" The ray of light suddenly formed an arc, flying toward the left. Immediately after, from within the pit, there continued to appear a red stream of light. Maitreya Buddha remained still, calmly watching the two light sources that had just lunged out. They flew parallel to each other, piercing straight in one direction. Mok Chan was the source of the red light, pursuing while trying to talk him out of it. "Stop!" Maitreya Buddha watched, following those two light sources without moving. Both of them moved at breakneck speed. In a flash, they vanished from sight. Scene changed to a spacecraft flying in the forest. 2 bowls of steaming hot noodles were just served. The robot looked at the food in front of him, and couldn't help but offer a few compliments. "How long has it been since we ate out? I'm so moved." Thuan too calmly held her water bottle. "Enjoy it slowly. I sold 2 air filters to buy this meal. That's half a year of clean air for us. Anyway, I wonder when humans will give up their addiction to luxury of theirs." Tianon, sitting nearby, also began her meal. "Don't be so harsh. This is only once a year. We're just treating ourselves." "Happy birthday, robot." The girl couldn't help but turn and make a little jab. "What do you mean by harsh, Captain? Why are you clinging to someone else's birthday as an excuse?" And Tianon, as if her true intentions were hit, immediately jumped up. "I am not clinging to anything. Robot is eating the spicy seafood noodles he likes. I've always liked black bean noodles." 2 streaks of light suddenly shot past the spacecraft. The bowl of noodles in Tianon's hand suddenly spilled onto the table. All 3 of them were surprised and bewildered, unable to process what had just happened. At a desolate empty lot on the outskirts of the city, Vu Lam finally deigned to land. He gripped the sword tightly in his hand, looking ready to fight the whole world. Mok Chan also immediately landed there. Vu Lam's entire body was again etched with intricate bloodshot veins. He still wanted to advise the person opposite him. "Still not too late. You must fight the demon in your heart, the one trying to swallow your soul until the very last moment. Even if you must die as a human being." Vu Lam at this moment seemed to have lost all consciousness, rapidly lunging in that direction. Vu Lam took flight, intending to strike him down with a single blade. Mok Chan immediately dodged to the side, his eyes full of sadness, at the man before him who had lost his will. Vu Lam still refused to stop, continuing to fly in for an attack. He shifted his body, continuing to evade the strike. Vu Lam let out an angry roar. The box from afar was opened, glowing at the same time, the image of the knight Vu Lam, who had now emerged victorious and claimed the wooden box. Manhwa was now completely defeated, lying in a pool of blood waiting for death. "Stop it, Hu Jim. I don't blame you. I understand there is a greater reason for you to abandon your knightly oath and sell your soul to the devil, because that is the person you are. That is why I have always seen you as my own son. So I beg of you, let go of that item. Abandon it and leave. If you try to use it, that item will swallow your soul. And if you keep it with you, the whole world will hunt you down to seize it. Whatever you choose, it will only lead to destruction. Vu Lam could not tear his eyes away from what was inside the box. I understand, but I must deliver it to that person, even if I have to sell my soul. He reached in to take the glowing object from inside. Immediately after, Vu Lam's entire body was pierced by some invisible power. He let out a cry of agony. That image was just like Vu Lam. At this moment, desperately wanting to destroy him, Mok-chan finally realized. So, in the end, he also lunged forward at the same time, striking downward. Mok-chan made a crucial decision, stomping his foot and soaring upward. Stop right now. He flew in, delivering a direct blow to the transformed knight. Two absolute forces met in midair. Sahi seemed to sense something at that moment. Before her eyes, tens of thousands of miles away, was where those two were clashing. Immediately after, a massive explosion occurred. A figure happened to land just then. That person was Elena. She scanned the battlefield once. Vu Lam had been defeated and was lying in a corner. Mok-chan stood before him, not knowing what to do next. He still wanted to confirm one more time. You said it has taken deep root in his heart? Elena had now stepped up behind him. That's right. He finally had to make a difficult decision. So to get it out, I must cut out his heart. Taking out a strange vial. Using this specialized extraction tool, we can take it out without causing contamination. I can do that for you. Mok-chan immediately cut her off. No, this is an act of taking someone's life. What is carved deep in the heart must be borne by oneself. Elena didn't say anything more. He resolved to step closer bit by bit, for this is also karma. Then carefully, inch by inch, he reached his hand toward Vu Lam's heart. Kid, close your eyes and rest in peace. His hand quickly pierced through the boy's body. Vu Lam's eyes widened, coughing up mouthfuls of fresh blood. Instead of taking your life, I will bear the karma for you. I will go to hell in your place. A voice suddenly rang out. Stop! Elena turned to check the situation. Tianon had been standing there for who knows how long. Her voice was full of pity. Who Jim? Mok-chan did not stop what he was doing. Do you know this kid? Confusion suddenly appeared on her face. She stood there still, unable to explain to the two of them. From behind, Sahi finally appeared. She couldn't believe her eyes. Walking like a soulless corpse, they could only watch Mok-chan helplessly. As he pulled out his heart, the ritual was finally complete. Vu Lam is now just a soulless shell. Sahi took heavy steps to stand before him. They stood in silence for a few fleeting minutes. Not knowing what to say, Tianon stepped forward and began to explain. He was Sahi's childhood friend. They were always together to the point that I felt envious. But one day he suddenly disappeared. The strange thing is, after Hu Jim vanished, Sahi changed. She used to be cold and distant, but then became clumsy and smiled often. But to me, that smile looked like she was crying. Vu Lam still could not close his eyes. Sahi's voice trembled. What did you do? Look at me, have we been apart so long, that you don't recognize me anymore? He could only growl a few meaningless sounds. She still refused to give up. Look at me, you recognize me, right? You haven't forgotten me, right? You know my name, don't you? Speak, call my name. Elena couldn't help but offer a useless comfort. Stop, his brain has been completely destroyed. How could he possibly have any memories left? Vu Lam continued to growl strange sounds. Immediately after, his arm gradually moved toward Sahi. Elena was equally surprised by this sight. Sahi rejoiced inwardly. You know me, I knew it. She did not hesitate to reach her hand in that direction. And at that moment, Tianon happened to rush in to stop her. No, his actuator is broken. Radioactive energy. Contamination is leaking from his body. If you touch him, you will be poisoned too. Sahi still refused to accept the truth. But he is still Hu Jim. He is still my Hu Jim. Tianon was momentarily at a loss for words. Sahi looked straight into her eyes. With a vacant gaze, Tianon froze for a few moments before letting go of her hand. Even so, don't do that. Sahi turned back to look at her best friend. Vu Lam's arm still hovered in the air. She stubbornly reached out slowly. Goodbye, Hu Jim. Elena stood behind and reminded him. We have to stop them. Mok-chan remained standing still, not moving an inch. We cannot, because there are bonds that are already everything. A strange flow of light appeared between their hands. Vu Lam suddenly clenched his hand tight. Sahi was stunned, unable to understand who Jim. Using his last bit of strength, he warned, "Get back." The other three also witnessed the whole scene. A staff suddenly flew down and pierced straight into the ground. Attached to it was a yellow flag with red Sanskrit characters. Immediately after, dozens of other flags also flew in, staking into the ground around them. A giant lotus flower rose from beneath the earth. Tian hadn't grasped the situation. "What is this?" Elena cautiously backed away, unable to hide the surprise in her eyes. "A barrier." Mok-chan lunged forward to take action. "Get out!" The barrier was slashed and began to collapse to the ground. Dust and fragments flew everywhere in the air. Something also fell out at the same time, immediately drawing the attention of both girls. A yellow talisman was burning, but it did not vanish.
Mots-chen calmly explained.
"That is the primitive Arhat meditation array of Shaolin. Is there an heir to Shaolin martial arts here? Isn't it a master nearing the realm of transcendence?" Elena seemed to recognize him immediately, Maitreya Buddha. The three of them were suddenly a bit dazed. At an abandoned shipyard, the Black Water Gate headquarters, a small silhouette stood in the workshop and began to glow. It was Maitreya Buddha with two large lotus flowers. He paused for a moment. A strange voice rang out. "Amitabha Buddha, the Buddha truly crossed through hell to get here." Maitreya turned back sarcastically. "Then why couldn't you all wait a bit longer, instead of plunging into hell yourselves? So early? Now I know who to demand the remaining payment from." Amitabha Buddha, his eyes locked onto the target ahead. That man slowly stood up, with a tall and large physique. Maitreya Buddha was not overwhelmed by that aura. "Oh, it seems they left one survivor behind to pay the debt, and he is quite big too. Surely your wallet is deep enough to hold a decent amount." "That's good then." Tien Gwynda stepped forward to face him. Maitreya Buddha paused for a moment. "Tien Kuyende, Gwyn." The two stood opposite each other with equal auras. Maitreya Buddha suddenly clasped his hands in greeting. "It's been a long time, Senior." Tien Gwynda was also a bit surprised by this attitude. "You know me?" Maitreya Buddha explained in a soft voice. "It was just a fleeting acquaintance. We only crossed paths. It wasn't worth remembering." Amitabha Buddha. Hearing that, the man replied somewhat irritably, "Speak properly." Immediately after, he snapped his fingers. A surge of power like searing fire shot straight at the Buddha, Maitreya. The fire gradually died down to reveal his body was still unharmed. His 2 feet were firmly planted on the ground, forming 2 small craters. Tien Gwynda sarcastically remarked, "As you wish, Vajra power? So you're one of those damn Shaolin monks. Based on the depth of your martial arts, you must be a direct disciple. But for someone just over 30, to possess techniques that only elders and above are allowed to learn. I vaguely remember that 20 years ago, there was a child serving beside Grand Elder Me, Wang Chun of Shaolin. That child must truly be you." Maitreya finally spoke. "See, I told you we have a relationship. That is neither close nor distant." The man immediately interrupted, dissatisfied. "No, it is deeper than that. If you are me, Wang Chun's disciple at least, that is enough for me to spare your life. The thing behind you appears to be a core-grade actuator. Leave it behind, and I will spare you out of respect for me, Wang Chun." Maitreya Buddha remained rooted to the spot, not moving at all. Tien Gwynda was a bit puzzled. "Why are you still standing there instead of running for your life?" Immediately after, he realized something was wrong. Maitreya Buddha reached out his hand, as if wanting to receive something. Tien Gwynda didn't understand and asked back, "What?" He maintained an attitude that was both respectful and formal. "Shouldn't you settle the rest of the payment? The remaining account balance is 85,000 credits." The man couldn't help but sneer, "You're crazy. Do you actually want to die?" Maitreya Buddha clasped his hands without hesitation. "How can you threaten a Buddha who has reached enlightenment with the matter of life and death? I worry you have lived so long that you've become senile." Amitabha Buddha. Suddenly, before his eyes, a massive burst of fire appeared. Maitreya Buddha realized he couldn't be soft, and stood up directly ready to fight.
Dust clearing technique.
The man struck first with a move that blasted him backward. That immense force created a small explosion, right in the middle of the warehouse. Outside the city there was also a slight tremor. Tien Gwynda still didn't want to stop. That old man Wang Chun really raised his puppy the wrong way. since you have sought out death yourself. Don't blame me for sending you off. Don't touch it. The bill has not been paid in full yet. He reached out to touch the small flower only to realize a silhouette. It was Maitreya Buddha, not only unharmed but even stronger than before. Suddenly he spat out a mouthful of bright red blood. Inside the scrapyard were workshops, built illegally. Maitreya Buddha slowly stepped out from the burning fire. He stubbornly reached his hand toward the man again. Tien Gwynda didn't expect him to be so resilient. Like this, you crazy dog. Maitreya Buddha clutched his wound, his voice still firm. The remaining payment is 85,000 credits. According to the rules, since the original contractor who paid the deposit is dead, the contract could be voided. However, I specifically recognize you, senior, as the successor to the contract. So in the very next second, Tien Gwynda lunged forward, pinning him down with one hand, preparing to finish him off. He threatened, "Go ahead, keep talking." Maitreya Buddha tried his best to resist, but refuses to give up that sum of money. "If you just pay the remaining amount, I can talk all night if you wish." His hand tightened more and more. Tien Gwynda noticed something unusual in the hands, clasping his own.
Vajrayana Sin.
Maitreya Buddha shouted the explanation. "It is a martial art forbidden even in Shaolin, because it carries the energy of a wicked path, sir. You have broken your oath. Martial arts were originally born for killing. Gilding a sword, and then calling it divine is new, truly ridiculous. Amitabha Buddha, but as expected, something like Vajrayana Sin will not work on you, senior, because you possess the indestructible diamond body. But it still makes you sting a bit, doesn't it?" In the very next second, the man used his other hand to punch him straight in the face. "It must hurt." Maitreya Buddha's head was crushed into a large dent. Tien Gwynda sneered, "Is that so? Do you still have anything left to say?" He stepped off the boy's body. Maitreya Buddha's arm still tried to reach up.
Tien Cuyen de Soed no merci.
Delivering yet another punch to him. "So that's how it is." Immediately after, he couldn't stop. One blow followed another. The sound of breaking bones echoed everywhere. Blood flowed out in streams, spreading toward the two lotus buds. The hot, bright red blood reached the flowers. Something unusual began to appear on the petals. Tien Gwynda still hadn't noticed, continuing to beat the person lying on the ground. After a while, once everything was dyed red, he finally stopped. He ceased his hands and stood up, then proceeded to straighten his clothes. "Why is it that every monk I encounter is so eager to reach nirvana?" He suddenly noticed the remaining object in the room. The two lotus flowers were now slowly disappearing. After just a few minutes, they had burned away completely. In the very next second, a fiercely burning talisman flew toward him. Tien Gwynda reached up to catch it. "Chimin Duinja? Even while dying, you still use these petty tricks. Useless." In the very next second, his entire body vanished. Before he could say anything more, Maitreya Buddha remained lying still on the ground. A moment later, another voice rang out. "He's dead." The three of them, Elena, Mok-chan, and Tien An, surrounded the corpse. Tien An carefully observed everything. "So someone killed Maitreya Buddha and kidnapped the others? If there is someone who can reduce Maitreya Buddha to this state, it means he is an extremely formidable master." Elena looked at this brutal display of violence. Only one name came to mind. Is Tien Gwyn Hong.
Mots.
Chan suddenly spoke up. "He's not dead yet." Tien An couldn't believe her ears. "What?" He observed closely and began to explain. "He is severely injured, but there is still a thin flicker of life. This child truly possesses extraordinary talent." "I know you're alive. Answer me, where did the children go?" The three of them observed carefully once again. A moment later, a hand suddenly rose from the ground. Maitreya Buddha has returned to life. A blue butterfly also gently flew by, perched on a black, dry branch. Again a large hand reached out to catch it. Vu Lam, now in the form of a warrior, had caught the butterfly. Caught it.
Sa.
Hai this time did not refuse, but reached out both hands to receive it. Vu Lam gently placed it in her hands. Sahi carefully observed it inch by inch. The two sat leaning against a leafless wooden tree. "Sahi, why do you have that expression? Don't you like butterflies? You were trying to catch one, weren't you?" She remained focused on observing the butterfly, explaining briefly, "It's not that I don't like them. The butterfly isn't flying away. This doesn't feel real." Vu Lam asked in return, Is that so? You're right, my chest no longer feels burning hot. Before, it always felt like there was a fireball stuck inside, as if my heart were blazing. Don't cry, okay? We should be happy that we've met again. Sahi's tears had been streaming down for some time now. But if this isn't real, then it means I will wake up again, and I've gone through this over and over. Every night I see you in my dreams, and every morning, I am forced to say goodbye. If I wake up again, it only means I will lose you one more time. Vu Lam said nothing, thinking for a long while. After that, he finally uttered 3 dry words. I am sorry. Sahi turned back, sitting against the tree trunk beside her childhood friend. Vu Lam only now explained more clearly. I never saw you as a child. You were always more mature than me in your way of thinking, in your actions. The girl still felt a bit self-conscious. But I am small like a child, and you didn't like that, right? He continuously reaffirmed. It's not because you're small, you're lovely and charming. After traveling across the universe for many years, I am certain of one thing. There is only one Sahi in the universe. That is why I love you. I know you hate being short, but don't worry, you will grow tall soon. I brought a gift. Sahi hurried to turn and correct him. I don't hate being short. Then she started turning red like a tomato. All over Vu Lam's body, that strange blue light appeared again. His eyes were soulless, staring into the void. Before the two of them, a silhouette with a bagua pattern appeared again. Tien Nguyen De gradually revealed himself more clearly. His eyes turned from black to laser-like red. He locked onto the target in front of him. Immediately after, he spoke, a quantum internal power actuator with 9 cycles. It must certainly be a core-grade actuator. Vu Lam decided to strike first, lunging toward him. Sahi stayed behind to cheer for Hu Jim. A burst of blue light appeared, causing her to involuntarily fall backward. Scene change back to the hand from earlier. Maitreya Buddha lay on the ground, hand still reaching out, not giving up. He murmured, trying to speak each word. 85,000 credits. Tien An didn't quite understand what you were saying. Mak Chan decided to speak up and explain instead. He is demanding money, just give it to him. After taking a beating like that, he deserves to be paid. She suddenly screamed in protest. 85,000 credits? Where would I get that kind of money? Excluding myself, even if I sold Robot, some and our S-Devil ship, and even if I threw in this woman as a bonus, it still wouldn't add up to 10,000 credits. Elena didn't back down and shot back. Why exclude yourself? Do you want to die?
Mots Chen,
Seeing them both bickering, remained calm. Oh, really? Just put it on tab. I swear on my own name. Blood gradually pooled in the dent on Maitreya Buddha's head. Tien An also observed that, instantly rejecting the proposal. No way. This guy's nickname is the Greedy Demon. He wouldn't even trust his own parents. When it comes to money, a pillar of bright red syrup was suddenly sprayed out. Immediately after, it formed a circular shape near the ceiling. Tien An was a bit stunned by what had just happened. That syrup then formed a yin-yang bagua symbol. All 3 of them looked up at the ceiling. It seemed no one understood the intent behind it. At this moment, Sahi raised her eyes to look straight at the distant sky. She just stood there, completely frozen. The sound of the wind blowing made the grass rustle loudly. Ahead stood Tien Nguyen De in the distance. His white robes continuously fluttered in the wind.
Vu Lam Chalet
Dangled helplessly in the empty space. He kept growling with ear-piercing sounds. Tien Nguyen De held him up with one hand very easily. He looked on and calmly questioned, "You should assess your opponent before attacking them. Did you really think that just by having a giant sword, you could cut through anything?" Tien Nguyen De continued pensively, You don't even have enough strength to use that sword properly, yet you still dare to rely on it." His chest began to glow gradually. "You're not the only one who possesses a high-level energy core." Having said that, Tien Nguyen De raised his hand, accumulating energy, and declared, "I will take yours." By now, Vu Lam's eyes had become dull. He kept growling with every breath. Right at this moment, Sahi suddenly rushed in like a bolt, screaming, "Release him!" Her eyes widened. A flash of light swept across her youthful face. Blinding light flickered across the vast space. Instantly, a thunderous explosion caused everything to burst outward. Sahi's body was sent flying backward. She slammed into the ground and rolled over, in extreme pain. The surrounding space was quickly drowned out by a piercing scream. A moment later, Sahi lay still and motionless on the grass. The wound on her forehead wouldn't stop bleeding. Vu Lam, release him. At this time, Tien Gwynda continued to squeeze Vu Lam's neck, leaving him dangling. Sahi's eyes widened further in disbelief. Without hesitation, his hand plunged straight into his abdomen. A tiny glimmer of light leaked out. Sahi still struggled to reach her hand forward. Vu Lam's lifeless body was brutally thrown to the ground by him. His face remained as soulless as before, unchanged.
In 10 kwiendes hand.
Was now a heart vibrating continuously. He silently lowered his head to observe it. No unusual expression appeared on his face. Then, at that exact moment, Tien Gwynda instinctively turned his head to look back. His gaze carried a hint of assessment and cautiousness. Right behind Tien Gwynda were 3 dark shadows along with a magic circle. Blindingly bright, Tien On looked around in a daze, searching, her mouth constantly muttering Vu Lam. Finally, her gaze fell upon a small body, lying flat on the ground, right next to Tien Gwynda's feet. Tien On immediately went berserk. Get away from him. With those words, she didn't hesitate, instantly launching an attack toward Tien Gwynda. A power source like a rocket tearing through the wind made the space become incredibly chaotic. At that exact moment, Tien Gwynda suddenly swung his arm out. Surrounding it was a searing flame, enveloping his hand. In just the blink of an eye, Tien On's strike was pushed back by him. The wind whistled through the air to an ear-piercing degree. It didn't stop there. From within the pillar of fire, an invisible hand appeared, rushing in like a bolt. It grew more and more colossal, tearing through the air in one go, aiming straight for Tien On. She was immediately stunned by the sight before her eyes. At that very moment, a hand from behind suddenly touched Tien On's back. Her hand instantly fired off a pillar of fire that echoed across the sky. Thick white smoke rolled in, making the space even more murky. Fireballs fell through the air like a torrential rain. Tien Gwynda looked up, cursing as he watched. What the hell? At this point, Tien On remained in her stance. The entire area grew pungent, with the smell of burnt grass and black smoke thick in the sky. Mok Chan pursed his lips and watched, his other hand still in his pocket, perfectly calm. As expected, he had recognized this move. This was the internal power transmission technique. Mok Chan still stood as still as a statue, his face showing no expression at all. A voice from behind suddenly rang out. He is Tien Gwynda of the East. Elena continued pensively, an unparalleled master, known alongside my mother, as one of the 5 great masters of the world. In the entire galaxy, the number of warriors who can fight on par with him is no more than 10. Suddenly, Mok Chan slowly stepped forward. Tien Gwynda used his eyewear and began to scan him. The system displayed information saying, identity unknown. No internal energy core detected. He pursed his lips and thought to himself, he doesn't have an internal energy core installed? Does that mean he relies only on natural strength, yet can still use the internal power transmission technique? Tien Gwynda silently watched his opponent, slowly advancing toward him. So, could it be? Then he spoke calmly. His body is as solid as steel. It seems he has successfully mastered the iron shirt technique. External martial arts techniques usually require the practitioner to endure extreme physical pain, so most people avoid them, but he has done very well. Upon hearing this, Tien Gwynda wondered, who on earth is he? Finally, he parted his lips to question, who are you? Mok Chan didn't answer immediately, only saying, I'd love to beat you to a pulp, but unfortunately, I don't have a justified reason according to the rules of martial arts. His eyes directed toward the object in the man's hand. So I will give you a chance. Put down what you are holding and leave while you still can. These words immediately made Tien Gwynda furious. Are you crazy? However, at that very moment, his eyes suddenly widened. A firm, solid hand punched Tien Gwynda hard in the stomach. He buckled over just like that, his face becoming dazed in disbelief. Tien Gwynda collapsed on the lush grass, growling sounds continuously coming from his mouth. At this time, Mok Chan indifferently reminded him, don't give me a reason to hit you, because I'm actually looking forward to that reason. Tien Gwynda remained seated, motionless. The entire space seemed to fall into a silence. Finally, he cursed bitterly, you crazy bastard, how dare you? Tianguinda's body suddenly burst into flames. The burning heat caused the grass to wither down. Before this situation, he still calmly continued speaking. Stop it right now. The man suddenly opened his palm and held it toward Makchan. Isn't this exactly what you wanted? With those words, Tianguinda crushed it without hesitation. Red blood wouldn't stop, pouring out from between his fingers. Both Elena and Tian stared over with wide eyes, filled with shock. Immediately after, Tianguinda clenched his fist. Take this, you bastard! However, before he could act, Makchan landed a direct punch across his cheek. Tianguinda's body toppled over in one direction. Makchan tightened his grip, carrying an incredibly unpredictable power. He didn't stop there. He continued to charge forward, punching Tianguinda straight in the gut. The man's mouth hung open as he coughed up saliva, his eyes wide in disbelief at what was happening. Tianguinda's face was beaten until it was twisted, out of shape. Makchan did not let up. He once again delivered consecutive punches to his opponent's abdomen. Tianguinda fell backward in extreme pain. A thunderous explosion rang out, making the entire space more chaotic than ever. Elena and Tian still stood silently before this sight. A sudden magic circle appeared in the middle of the vast field.
Mocchen stood tall,
silently observing everything before him. Tianguinda's body grew larger and larger, with smoke and fire billowing from his back. His face swelled into dark red lumps, no longer recognizable. A moment later, Tianguinda collapsed onto the ground. Right at his feet, the two women remained silent. No one said a word. Moments later, under the withered tree, the surrounding scene was incredibly quiet. Vu Lam lay silently with his head in Sahi's lap. His eyes were tightly shut, with absolutely no sign that he would wake up. Sahi used her hand to gently stroke his hair. Tian stood from afar and said pensively, "We have to take her with us," she continued. "If we leave her like this, she will never stand up. She won't be able to, even until her last breath." Makchan quietly listened to the other party speak. "We must pull her away, even if we have to use force right now." He slowly stepped toward the two of them. Makchan indifferently warned, "Step aside." These words reached Sahi's ears. However, she remained seated in silence without moving. Makchan continued, "I will let you say your goodbyes, so move aside." In the middle of the vast, lonely field, Makchan looked down at her as if waiting. At this moment, a magic circle continued to appear in the sky, blindingly bright. Beneath the tree, a series of light rays flickered incessantly. Makchan placed his hand on Vu Lam's back. The energy source surged, making his face look even more focused. He watched with pursed lips, his downward gaze incredibly serious. From afar, a voice rang out. What is he doing?"
Elena Gue said.
"Can't be. Is he trying to use return to the source on him?" Tian tilted her head in curiosity. "Return to the source?" She silently explained. "It is a state of merging with nature itself." Vu Lam's face remained slumped down. "Because nature is the source of all things.
Then anh question skeptical.
Even the cycle of life and death." Elena began to explain. "I used to think it was just a legend, an unattainable realm. Yet, she felt incredibly confused in her heart. That man, what on earth is he?" Now, blood began to spill from Makchan's mouth. "I will channel my source energy to replace the blood that has been depleted." Sahi stood silently, observing the scene before her. He continued, "Borrow my life force, so that you may see this world one more time." At that exact moment, Vu Lam suddenly sat bolt upright. His eyes began to open, though his chest remained empty. Sahi's eyes gradually filled with tears as she softly called, "Vu Lam." Then Vu Lam gently spoke. "I have something to ask of you, is that okay?" Sahi rushed over, crying out, "Just say it, you can ask for anything. Even hundreds or thousands of things, I will do them all." Vu Lam smiled gently to comfort her. "Don't cry." Sahi, who was sobbing like a child, froze at those words. Vu Lam reached out to wipe her face. "You look much prettier when you smile." Wherever his hand touched, Sahi's face immediately flushed red. Finally, she stuttered in response. "I won't cry." Vu Lam's warm voice continued to resonate. "And don't hide your eyes anymore. Your eyes are truly beautiful." Hearing this, Sahi immediately removed her blindfold. "Okay." Elena asked curiously, "Is her eye injured?"
Then anh nôn challenge Riplit, no.
she's fine. She's just faking it because she doesn't want to look weak. Now Sahi moved even closer to Vu Lam. His thin hands cupped her small face. Vu Lam spoke hesitantly. You are so beautiful. Just as I expected from you, Sahi. At that exact moment, he didn't hesitate to lean down and place a kiss upon Sahi's lips. That kiss was like a reminder from Vu Lam that, for the last time, please forget me. A moment later, the sky grew sunny. The air was fresh, accented by fluffy clouds drifting by. Sahi stood silently looking down at the freshly mounded earth without any expression. From afar, they were quietly observing her. Each of the three stood to one side, watching intently. By now, the vehicle was flying high in the sky. Tian sat in her seat, urgently prompting, "Let's get out of here." She tilted her head and sighed dejectedly. "I just want to leave this place quickly." At this time, Mok Chan stood by the window, quietly gazing at the scenery. He pursed his lips, beginning to recall the memory of a few minutes ago. At that time, Sahi had suddenly spoken. "Master, I have one request. Please take back the reverse incarnation from me." However, he had calmly replied, "You can keep it." She looked down at the stone tombstone and spoke instinctively, "But I will never use it." Mok Chan gave a serious reminder. Being unable to use it and choosing not to use it are two different things. If you truly don't want to use it, then you must hold on to it. Hearing this, Sahi's eyes welled up with tears. She bowed her head and said nothing more. The sky outside gradually darkened, dotted with sparkling stars, making the scenery even more mystical. Their flying ship continued to move forward. Meanwhile, Lin Hoa pursed her lips, her face showing no expression at all. Before her was a mess scattered across the floor. Lin Hoa stood as still as a statue. It seemed she had no intention of moving. At that moment, she suddenly spoke, her voice carrying an ill-concealed contempt. "It seems your personality hasn't changed at all." Lin Hoa continued to question. "You used your own disciples as sacrifices just to vent your anger? There were many bodies scattered on the ground. Those children probably called you over to give you an energy core as a gift." Tien Guinde lowered his head and spoke hesitantly. "They weren't my disciples. I only taught them a few moves to make them more useful. Besides, trash like that has no value."
Lanh Hoa Canly Riplit.
"Is that so? If that's what you think anyway, I must admit that your reputation as the master of the indestructible diamond body is no exaggeration. You still survived after all those blows. I must say I'm quite impressed." At this, the veins on the man's face began to bulge. "If you came here to provoke me, then you're wasting your time, because anger only makes me stronger."
Lanh Hoa Cao Tử, Uve Misunders.
Each word made Tien Guinde's eyes widen further. "I didn't come to mock you, I came to warn you." Lin Hoa thought of Mok Chan's face and warned, "Stay away from him, because he belongs to me." After speaking, she turned away in boredom. "If you ignore this warning, you won't be as lucky as you were today." Tien Guinde hurriedly looked up, revealing his many swollen lumps. "What?"
Lanh Hoa quickly paused.
"The world believes that the iron shirt you've cultivated is indestructible." Actually, she explained, but in reality, iron shirt is a martial art that gathers all the body's weaknesses into a single, hidden point.
Lien Hoa posait la question.
"So why do you think he kept hitting your entire body, but ignored your left forearm, your fatal weakness? Perhaps he wanted to keep beating you, but deep down, he didn't actually want to kill you." Finishing her words, she pushed the door open and stepped out. "Pass this message along. If you ignore the warning, I will plunge my sword straight into that spot." Without a moment's hesitation. Once she was done, the entire space fell silent. Tien Guinde pursed his lips and lowered his head in thought. The room was filled with a suffocating darkness. At the same time, in another place, their flying vehicle continued to move. Mok Chan was eating nonstop in a great hurry. At that moment, a voice rang out. This time Tien turned to speak. "Now that the energy core has been damaged, it's best for me to absorb your internal power. Instead, I will allow you to transmit your internal power to me, but only this once." Mok Chan casually continued eating. "It's too late. My source energy has been depleted. To bring that child's soul back, I'll need at least 3 years to recover. I'll share it with you then." Hearing this, her face went blank with shock.
Then anh shouted angrily.
"What did you say? You said you would help, but now you've only left us with another debt. She reproached him almost frantically. That's 85,000 credits, and Maitreya Buddha is a money-crazed lunatic. If we don't pay, he will chase us forever. At this moment, Maitreya Buddha was standing before a payment counter. The cashier spoke indifferently, including the 100,000 credits. That black Watergate prepaid 2 days ago. The total amount is 103,040 credits. How much would you like to transfer? He slowly replied, send it all to Shaolin. The cashier frowned upon hearing that. All of it? You should at least keep a little to live on. Maitreya Buddha ignored the advice and repeated, send it all. As they grow older and sicker, they need better food. Amitabha Buddha, he thought to himself, as for me, I can just steal what I need. A powerful snowstorm appeared. Over the mountains, a man standing on the hilltop spoke somberly. 2,000 years ago, in a secret underground chamber in the Mount Tai star system, he questioned a man named Lai Mok-chan, the one who practiced our sex cultivation techniques, imprisoned himself, and called himself the heavenly demon. The man behind him answered clearly, I will investigate, but it's highly likely this is a conspiracy by an external force, aiming to destabilize our sect. The other man added, this secret has been buried even within the sect for 2,000 years. Even the high-ranking elders do not have the right to access it. Then he asked nonchalantly, so how could an external force possibly know something that we ourselves have almost forgotten? The man slowly turned his head. If he truly is reincarnated, if he is indeed the 6th-generation heavenly demon, Lai Mok-chan, he stared slowly at the person behind him. Qiu Tian calmly asked, does that mean in this world that there are currently 3 heavenly demons, correct? And dealing with just one is already enough of a headache. In the vast universe, a flying vehicle appeared, slowly hovering. At this moment, Tianon widened her eyes in shock. What? Thuan Tu, sitting on the floor, calmly replied, I said we're out of money. The girl repeated, the fuel is almost empty, and there's only enough food for 4 more days. That's if we only eat 1 meal a day. Hearing this, Tianon glanced suggestively at Robot. You still have your wedding savings, right? Let's use that for now. Robot shouted angrily, I spent it all. You made me invest it when we went to the Toga black market. You said you'd make that money multiply tenfold. That was all of my savings from the last 10 years. After he finished, she indifferently asked, did I say that? Hearing that, he could only give a weary, hollow laugh. Seriously, at this point, Thuan Tu continued, but there's an even bigger problem than that. The 3 of them, as if by coincidence, all looked in the same direction. Mok-chan was still eating heartily. We're out of sausages. At the same time, at the Not Noyet Tavern, this man was the owner of the Not Noyet Tavern.
Vuong Dabba.
The old man held up a piece of paper and asked in a low voice, so you're saying this is an ancient martial arts manual? Tianon nodded in confirmation. That's right. This is a condensed version containing only the core techniques, and I have 10 copies.
Dabba
exhaled a cloud of smoke after hearing that. Then it must be extremely precious, right? Taking advantage of the momentum, she exclaimed, exactly. You really know how to spot a rare item. Since we know each other, I'll give you a special price if you buy the whole set. A clattering sound echoed on the table. Well, we do know each other, since my job requires me to know everyone, from dogs and cows to chickens.
Dabba grind.
But this is too precious. A small merchant like me wouldn't dare to be so greedy for such things. Having heard that, Tianon excitedly slammed the table. It's not expensive. I'll sell it incredibly cheap, let's say, in exchange for a month's worth of food, including sausages and a bit of fuel. After those words, the entire room fell into an unpredictable silence. Finally, she slowly added, I wouldn't even mind if you gave me expired sausages. However, even after she spoke, that bat still showed no sign of interest. Finally, Tianon reached out her hand to grab the drawings. Fine, I'll sell them elsewhere. You'll regret this, she grumbled to herself. Damn it, he's smarter than I thought. At that moment, Thap Bat suddenly inquired, why don't you take a job? Instead of trading, he suggested, you just need to pick up a guest and take them home. Hearing this, Tianon frowned. You want me to be a driver? Me, Tianon, the blazing demon? The old man spoke with hidden meaning. The reward will be enough for the money you wanted from the books. Tianon immediately shouted with excitement. Of course, where's the pickup? Thap Bat calmly uttered a name. Ho Oscar Galaxy Academy. Those words quickly made her freeze. For a moment, back to the ship in the mysterious outer space. Tien uncrossed her arms, silently staring outside for a long time. Robot looked on and asked curiously, "What's wrong, Captain?" Thuan Tu, controlling the system, nonchalantly said, "Don't disturb her." She explained, "She is on her way to face a nightmare from the past, and it was none other than Planet B-17, G06. A moment later, at the Ho Oscar Galaxy Academy, the sky was clear and the air was incredibly pleasant. They quickly walked inside. Robot's astonished voice rang out, "This place is insane. What on earth is this place, anyway?" Thuan Tu closed her eyes and explained, "An academy where only the top 0.1% of the most prestigious families can send their children. Basically, this is a den of diamonds, since the admission fee alone is over 10,000 credits." Hearing this, he became even more intimidated. "That's crazy. But why is it so deserted? The maintenance is way too expensive." Tianon, walking behind with her head down, suddenly spoke up. "It's vacation season. Probably started 15 days ago. If anyone is still stuck in the dormitories and hasn't gone home, they must be living a miserable life." Just then, Robot suddenly looked up. "Huh? There's someone there." A tall girl appeared ahead, standing right on the stairs. She looked down silently and questioned, "What are you people doing here? The academy is on break." As soon as she finished speaking, a beam of light plunged straight down from above in front of the woman. The light surged, revealing her shocked face. The woman quickly jumped up to escape. That terrifying slash. What? A thunderous explosion rang out, making the scene even more chaotic. Debris and stones were sent flying into the sky. She landed and questioned forcefully, "Bandits? Do you even know where you are?" Her cold eyes looked up to observe everything. In front of her was a sword constantly emitting a bright source of energy. Tianon stood in the middle of a thick circle of rising smoke. Thuan Tu and Robot both turned around in surprise to look. The woman quickly recognized Tianon. She also widened her eyes to observe the opponent. "Cat Hoi, right? No wonder my sword drew itself before I even realized it." Then Tianon coldly questioned, "You haven't changed. Descendants of the cat family truly are different. How can you be so consistently annoying?" Cat Hoi didn't beat around the bush and asked directly, "Are you here for revenge?" Tianon turned her face away. "That was just a misunderstanding. I attacked you out of instinct, just like when someone sees a cockroach, they just want to crush it." Immediately after, she pointed her sword forward. "But my instinct still wants to take action. Don't misunderstand. I will cut off your head without any specific motive at all." Robot looked extremely confused at this point. "What are they doing?" Thuan Tu waved her hand and replied, "She's the golden child of the cat family. They are enemies, we must stop them." As for Mok-chan, he stood behind in complete silence, not getting involved. She quickly noticed and shouted angrily, "What are you waiting for? If you don't stop them, the captain might get hurt." Yet he maintained his usual attitude, not caring about them in the slightest. Following Mok-chan's line of sight was a massive villa in the distance, an ancient villa with architectural details that were incredibly unique. The glass windows were spotless, reflecting the white clouds drifting high above. Inside the villa, a girl appeared, also looking in that direction. Now, Tianon continued to raise her sword high above her head. Cat Hoi clicked her tongue indifferently. "Well, if it's just instinct, I guess I don't need to stop myself." Immediately after, she also summoned her strike, "Because I also enjoy crushing cockroaches." Hearing this, Tianon immediately charged up frantically. "Fine then." However, just as the two of them were about to collide, a man suddenly appeared, blocking them. "Stop." He calmly used his hands to catch the tips of both girls' swords. Tianon was also stunned by the scene before her. She quickly recognized this person, Nam Kung Tien. Now both girls lowered their swords, their bodies crouching down on the steps.
Moc-chen
still paid no attention to them. He only stared intently toward the side, where a girl by the window was also looking back. Her gaze was deep, as if she recognized him. At the same time, in another place, Fat Bat pursed his lips with a blank expression. He crossed his arms, and said calmly, "So it's true. The wisdom of the heavenly demon cult indeed far surpasses the beggar's sex." Fat Bat continued, "As you predicted, The blazing demon, Tian-on, arrived yesterday. He rested his chin on his hand and reported, "We have led them exactly as you wished." The Great One listened in silence. By now, they should have arrived at the Ho Oscar Galaxy Academy. The entire space became quieter than ever. The flying ship continued to move through the mysterious universe, returning to the ancient villa in the distance. At this moment, the three of them sat in the vast living room. The surroundings were completely quiet.
Cung Thang spoke in diphone.
Let me clear up the misunderstanding between you two. I was the one who called the taxi, but I didn't know the person coming would be Tien. Tien uncrossed her arms and said wearily, "There is no misunderstanding here. My sword swung automatically, and it will continue to do so."
Cat hoi urged nonchalantly.
Just try it. In another room, Robot and Thuan Tu were sitting on the chairs. Sofa in the corner. He frowned and asked, "Who was that pale guy earlier? Was he just pretending to be tough?" The girl gently replied, "He's not pretending, he's truly powerful, because he is the third son of the Nam Kung family." Robot nodded in understanding. The Nam Kung family, but if he's the third son. At this point, he suddenly paused for a few seconds. Immediately after, a panicked scream rang out. "He is Nam Kung Tien, the Azure Storm." Robot stood up in a panic. Then he's not just strong, he's on a completely different level, right? At 20 years old, he participated in the Northern Galaxy Hero Tournament and reached the finals. He hesitantly recalled, even though he surrendered to the Tien Gwyn Emperor, the truth is he only gave up the victory. Robot turned his head and continued, "He is the #1 genius of the young generation of martial arts, and the only person in his 20s to be in the top 10 heavenly stars." Hearing this, Thuan Tu looked extremely confused. "Why are you so excited?" Finally, he sat down and cursed under his breath. "Damn it, I should have taken a photo with him. He's the one my fiancée likes most. You know, she has photos of him plastered all over her room. I could brag to her that I met him in real life." Just then, Robot abruptly stopped once again. A slender girl stood right in front of him, her soulless eyes staring into the distance. Robot immediately jumped back in shock. "What was that? You scared the life out of me." The woman pursed her lips and didn't answer, staying perfectly still. She stared intently at the black door in front of her. Immediately after, the girl muttered, "Not here." With that, she calmly turned around and walked away without further explanation. Robot watched her go and grumbled hesitantly, "What was that? I thought she was a ghost." They intently observed the girl's back.
Tu.
Agreed, she really is strange. He nodded as if it were obvious. "Of course she's strange. That's why I said she feels like a ghost." Thuan Tu spoke up. "She doesn't have an internal energy motor. She is a pure natural human." Hearing that, Robot raised an eyebrow curiously. "So what?" On the hallway, the girl's footsteps echoed one by one.
Tu explained.
"This school only accepts geniuses at the top of the food chain. Therefore, even a 6-year-old kid in the introductory class must have at least 3 complete internal energy cycles." On the rooftop, Mok-chan silently looked down. "A pure natural individual cannot exist here." At that exact moment, the girl had appeared behind him out of nowhere. She just stood there quietly, watching Mok-chan from a distance. Chuha's face showed no unusual expression. By now, Tien-on boredly closed her eyes. "I don't want to talk much more. Let's get to the point. Who do we need to take back?" Mok-chan quickly realized someone was behind him, and turned his head to look. As soon as their eyes met, Chuha suddenly leaned down and glared at him sharply. Mok-chan nonchalantly exposed her. "You are the child from the window." Hearing this just now, Chuha remained silent and did not respond. He continued to inquire, "Did you come to see me?" The sky gradually shifted toward late afternoon. His deep, warm voice rang out, "Do we know each other?" Then, Mok-chan did not wait for the other party's answer. Before countering, "No, we don't."
Suddenly, Tia coldly questioned.
"Then why do you give me such a sense of familiarity, as if I'm meeting the father who abandoned me the moment I was born?" Hearing this, Mok-chan gently asked, "Did that happen to you?" She retorted, "Of course not, because I'm not the type who can be abandoned." After saying that, Chuha said nothing more, immediately turning around to leave. "If that really happened, I would have hunted him down and killed him." Mok-chan still stood silently, watching her. His hands were in his pockets, as if he had absolutely no intention of following. At this exact moment, Kyu-ha suddenly froze. She hurriedly turned her head to look at Mok-chan. Kyu-ha's lips moved as she inquired, "By the way, do you want to marry me? I'm good at everything. I will be a wonderful wife for you." As soon as she finished, Mok-chan immediately replied coldly, "No." Finally, she decided to walk away. "I'll ask again next time. Don't reject me so bluntly like that. For some reason, I feel very annoyed being rejected." The sound of her footsteps grew more distant. Mok-chan maintained his posture, staring into space. Back in the living room, Kung Tien spoke gently. "Since you used to study here, you probably know. It's currently the break." He narrowed his eyes and continued, "During the break, all students must return home." Cat Hoi interrupted, "Not all of them. Sometimes there are some fools who insist on staying in the dormitories." She let out a sigh. "Thanks to them, unlucky teachers like me also have to stay at school." Hearing this, Tien-an appeared extremely surprised. "You're a teacher? This school must have gone downhill. It was still fine back when I studied here." These words of hers immediately made Cat Hoi frown in annoyance. "You really?" At that moment, Kung Tien cut in. "Anyway, there's one student left who wants to return home. You just need to take him back." At this, Tien-an immediately stood up. "Understood. Where is the student?" He slowly reminded her. "There's no rush, just take your time." However, she still lost patience and pushed the door. "You want me to follow your lead? Then pay me 1,000 times the commission from before." The door quickly slammed shut. No, even that wouldn't be enough. A series of continuous actions made Cat Hoi unable to stand it. "You really are." Seeing that, Kung Tien calmly reassured her, "Calm down. That's your friend. A friend you haven't seen for 10 years. Cat Hoi pursed her lips and thought, "It's been 13 years. 13 years, 7 months, and 16 days. In a pitch-black room inside the villa, a silhouette appeared, sitting perfectly still, without moving. A young boy kept his face lowered, his mind seemingly completely blank. By now, Kung Tien had led Tien-an inside. He slowly spoke, "This is the student you need to take back." The boy wore a respirator, his lifeless eyes staring only at the floor below. As soon as he heard a sound, the boy quickly raised his head. The two of them slowly approached each other. Kung Tien explained, "He is completely paralyzed. Furthermore, he can't even breathe on his own. His vision is also almost entirely gone." Tien-an hesitantly asked, "Then how was he admitted to the school? What family does he come from?" He calmly replied, "It's unclear. It's only one thing is for certain. He is unimaginably wealthy. He donated an amount equal to the academy's budget for 10 years. Just to enroll." Kung Tien continued to add, "Normally, he stays in the dormitory during the break, but suddenly his family requested to pick him up. That's why we arranged this trip. After that, he didn't forget to give a warning. Please be careful with him. He is so fragile that even a light touch could hurt him." Right after they left, a voice suddenly rang out from the side. "Do you like her? The woman from earlier." Kyu-ha sat nonchalantly on the bed, her face tilted down suggestively. She glanced at Noyet and stated indifferently, "No need to hide it. Looking into your eyes, I can tell immediately." The boy slowly countered, "My eyes don't have a speck of light in them." However, Kyu-ha continued to press, "They do. It's just buried so deep that no one can see it." Immediately after, she wouldn't stop prying. "What do you like about her? That woman?"
Sama hesitantly rekounted.
"I like her because I can see her pain." The boy's eyes began to reflect the image of Tien-an. "She looks like she would be very beautiful when screaming." Hearing that, Kyu-ha pursed her lips in thought and didn't answer. Finally, she continued again, "What did you see, right? What did you see?" Sama lowered his head and uttered a single phrase, "Death." The boy gradually raised his eyes. A sliver of light appeared within his pupils, and outside on the rooftop,
Mots-chen
stood still watching the sunset slowly fading. He pursed his lips with a face showing no unusual expression. Sama calmly continued, "The devil, Kyu-ha. She is like you." Kyu-ha tilted her head and replied, "I know, but even so." Now Kung Tien continued pouring tea. "You only need to take him to the specialized sector of the planet, Tana Lugan." After finishing, he gently placed it on the table. "You used to like bamboo leaf tea, right?" Tien-an brought the cup to her lips and replied indifferently, "I hated it. Now I hate it even more." He curled his lips and asked, "Is that so?" "That's not what I remember. Perhaps because memories always warp over time." Tian-on leaned back in her chair to confront him. So we just need to take that kid, right? However, Kung Tien corrected her. No, I'm coming along too. What's the point of staying at the academy when there are no more students to watch over? Hearing this, she immediately hesitated. Well, don't tell me Cat Hoi is coming too. Kung Tien spoke reassuringly. Don't worry. There are still some students staying in the dormitory. He thought of Chu Ha, and among them is Cat Hoi's student as well. At the same time, in another place, hot water from the shower head flowed down. The entire room was flooded with a hazy white steam. At this moment, Cat Hoi was still showering. She leaned her head against the wall, her arm pressed high against it, looking utterly dejected. Cat Hoi frowned and wondered, how annoying. Why did you have to show up? You should have just died. However, at that exact moment, a sound suddenly rang out above her head, making Cat Hoi's eyes widen. She looked up and shouted, "Who's there?" Then Chu Ha appeared nonchalantly. She stood from a distance, intently watching Cat Hoi's figure. She pursed her lips tightly, her face devoid of any expression. Cat Hoi was more stunned than ever by the sight before her. Outside in the living room, Tian-on was still cursing wildly about Cat Hoi. Why should I care whether that woman follows us or not? In fact, I want her to come along. She narrowed her eyes and declared, that way I can chop her head off. A moment later, Tian-on's eyes widened, and she stood frozen. In front of her were two people, Chu Ha and Cat Hoi, walking toward her. Beside them was Kung Tien, also pushing Sama forward. The four of them didn't say a single word to each other. Then, Cat Hoi spoke calmly. The student also wants to go home. Hearing this, Tian-on's eyes remained wide open. She let out a very soft "oh."
Cung Theng smiled cheerfully.
Isn't it great? You were the one who insisted Cat Hoi come along, right? After those words, Tian-on turned her head to look at them. Chu Ha was still walking slowly behind him. Up above was Mak-chan, silently observing the whole scene. They continued to move. No one paid the slightest bit of attention to anyone else. However, Chu Ha quickly looked up. Right at his position, the ship flew at the speed of light through the universe. Now, the two of them stood before a total mess inside the room. Cat Hoi asked coldly, "Where is this?" Thuan Tu unexpectedly stepped in from outside the first-class lounge. She explained seriously, "The captain personally ordered us to prepare place for you." She said, "The two of you are very close." Hearing this, Cat Hoi seemed to lose her mind. "This is a storage room. Do you think I'll stay in this filthy place? Where is that woman? Call her here right now." At that exact moment, a voice nearby rang out softly, "I think this place isn't too bad." Cat Hoi frowned and turned her head to look, her eyes filled with disbelief. Chu Ha lowered her head and stepped forward. "It'll be fine with just a little cleaning." Cat Hoi was stunned by this action. "Where are you going?" She replied calmly, "I'm going out so you can clean comfortably." Cat Hoi's face became increasingly unsightly. She bit her lip, trying to swallow her anger. At this time, Thuan Tu also spoke up. "There is one thing you need to remember." She gave a blank-faced warning. "Before we arrive, no one is allowed to go outside, because there's a crazy woman with a sword roaming around on the ship." Hearing this, Cat Hoi hurriedly rushed over, calling out, "Hey, hey!" She kept screaming piteously, "Open the door now." However, Chu Ha and Thuan Tu continued walking, paying no mind to those screams. "Open it now before I smash this door." Meanwhile, the girl turned and asked, "Aren't you afraid?" Thuan Tu continued walking, with a crazy woman, holding a sword free on the ship. Chu Ha didn't disagree. She was already unstable. Now she's completely lost control. Thuan Tu kindly warned, "If you see her, don't look her straight in the eye, because she will bite you." At that exact moment, the girl's eyes suddenly widened. The surrounding space became eerily quiet. Thuan Tu pursed her lips and wearily thought to herself, "She's more afraid than I thought." The ship continued to tear through the air. Now Tian-on stood alone, leaning against the glass, her face becoming melancholic, as she gazed at everything in the distance.
Ten Ansh Daken.
The light from the stars reflected an indescribable gloominess. Old memories suddenly surfaced in her mind, back when the three of them played happily together.
Cat Hoi's inocent face.
Still lingered in her memory. Tian-on pursed her lips tightly in deep thought. Just then, Kung Tien abruptly appeared. you haven't changed at all. He slowly walked over. I recognized you immediately. You look exactly like you did when we were kids.
Then anh côn ly in quýt.
So that means you've completely forgotten me, right? You don't even remember what I looked like back then. She turned her head. Regarding that point, you're the one who hasn't changed. Still as selfish as ever. Kung Tian curled his lips and countered. No, I have changed. Now I have someone to care for. Then he gave a well-intentioned reminder. That's why I'm warning you. Forget about revenge, and move on with your life. Kung Tian gave a somber warning. If you dare point your sword at Cat Hoi, he emphasized once more, I won't let it slide like I did yesterday. With that, Kung Tian turned and walked away. Just people who once vaguely remembered each other. Tian stared intently at his back. Then she questioned obscurely, and what if I don't accept that? The moment she finished speaking, that somber voice appeared right behind her again. Tian, don't test me. He had nonchalantly put his arm around her shoulder without her noticing. Immediately after, Kung Tian leaned close to her ear and whispered, You're right, I still have the same personality as when I was a kid. Then he gave a cold warning, because I still cannot tolerate anyone touching my things. Everything went quiet around Tian, falling into a silence just like before. At the same time, in another place, Mak-chan continued to eat sausages heartily. Sama sat opposite him without saying a word. The boy looked up, the heavy breathing tube still over his mouth. Sama's eyes reflected his image. So dark, truly dark, I can't see anything. At that exact moment, a single sausage was suddenly tossed onto the boy's plate. Mak-chan nonchalantly reminded him, instead of peeking at me, hurry up and eat. You need to eat properly while you're young. These words immediately left Sama beyond shocked. The boy replied indifferently, if I only eat to survive, it's a waste of food. I'm gonna die soon anyway. Mak-chan kept putting sausages in his mouth, not caring much. So you think you know the future? How naive. Sama lowered his head and spoke vaguely. I can still see it, whether I want to or not. As he finished speaking, the half-eaten sausage on Mak-chan's plate suddenly floated up. All around them, many other sausages were also hovering in the air. Like this.
Sama spoke pensively.
He shows no reaction at all. The boy was now standing right behind Tuha. Sama continued to recount. Even when I used telekinesis, he still acted as if it were perfectly normal, without even blinking. A blink later, the fragrant sausages returned to the tray. Don't play with your food. After speaking, Mak-chan fell silent, making the atmosphere feel incredibly stifling. He nonchalantly reminded him, don't worry in vain. Just eat. The more you rush and worry, the more things you lose.
Sama recaled.
He easily neutralized my telekinesis. Tuha turned to inquire, do you think he's a mutant like me? The boy shook his head and said, I don't know. It's too deep and dark to see anything at all. Then Sama paused for a few seconds. But when hearing that man's words, I feel strangely at peace. The boy lowered his head and continued vaguely, as if I won't die. At this point, both of them fell silent. No one said a word. Tuha coldly reminded him, don't seek comfort. From that, you will only die. The planet through the glass window became increasingly bright, as if signaling the death waiting right ahead. This was the specialized sector of planet Atanalugan. An image appeared of the four of them walking forward together. The location they were approaching was a place covered in dense fog. Then Thuan Tu recounted, this area was built during the early days of galactic development. It used to manage over 100,000 flights per year, but was closed 700 years ago, due to the cancellation of the Northeast Galaxy project. The thick fog surrounded them as if trying to swallow this place whole. The desolate scene of the industrial site appeared. Tian heard this and couldn't help but be curious. Closed down, so it's abandoned? Then why is it still in such good condition? The girl replied nonchalantly, the automated systems are still operating. At the same time, Robert spoke up, for 700 years, it must be surplus energy. And compared to them, we have to move so carefully, just to save every drop of fuel. With an unhappy face, she turned and walked away. Who cares about that? Hurry up and disinfect every corner of the ship. Wipe away every trace of that woman's scent. Leaving it like this will let black mold grow everywhere. Suddenly, he wondered, the payment for the contract hasn't been transferred yet. Did you know? Tian suddenly froze upon hearing this information, then she shouted angrily, "You idiot! Quickly connect me with the manager of the inn, right now." But Thuan Tu maintained a very calm attitude. "I've been trying the whole time, but the external communication network can't connect. It seems the jamming barrier has been activated." Everyone was curious. Who did that? Why? Kung Tien remained silent and pensive. Suddenly, he raised his hand, making everyone startle for a moment. The eyes of everyone there simultaneously looked forward. They saw the thick fog continuously spreading across the entire space. The expression on Jia Cat Hoi's face showed a look of astonishment, while Chu Ha calmly narrowed her eyes. Within the fog, the silhouette of a vehicle faintly appeared, approaching them. Kung Tien instinctively frowned at this sight. Suddenly, countless missiles fired straight at the four of them. Seeing this, he startled and warned, "Danger!" An explosion appeared, followed by a loud noise echoing out. At the same time, Tien On exclaimed in wide-eyed shock, "What the hell is that?" Smoke rose continuously from the missile launch site. The image of a giant armored vehicle appeared. Robot poked his head into the screen and spoke up. "That's a multiple-launch rocket system armored vehicle. An outdated ancient relic." Loud sounds rang out incessantly. Fire seemed ready to spread at any moment. Right at this moment, Kung Tien leaped powerfully from the ground into midair. The missile launcher, as if sensing the target's position, immediately moved to follow. Next, a missile fired from the cannon. A powerful explosion echoed throughout the space. With a protective shield enveloping his body, he charged forward forcefully. With just a single strike, Kung Tien sliced the armored vehicle in half with his bare hands. With a massive explosion rang out within the thick fog. Tien On watched the explosion through the glass, and shouted in surprise, "Why did something like that suddenly appear? Aren't those things illegal? Weren't they all supposed to be decommissioned?" Robot poked his head out to observe. "You're right. One of them isn't much to worry about." Thuan Tu, while operating the screen, narrowed her eyes and spoke in a low voice. "But the problem isn't just one. It's that there are too many." The sound of machinery word. Countless red dots appeared on the screen. The expression on Kung Tien's face remained calm. At the same time, in front of him, another fleet of armored vehicles appeared. All the vehicles were seen charging forward at high speed. The missile launchers simultaneously aimed upward, and then countless missiles fired straight into the sky. Kung Tien watched them go. Cat Hoi narrowed her eyes with a doubtful expression. Meanwhile, Chu Ha and Sama, with expressionless faces, also watched closely. The image of countless missiles soaring, creating chaotic flight paths, appeared. At the same time, Mok Chan stood from a distance, eyes wide at the sight. The missiles, carrying powerful force, constantly surged forward in a straight line. Chu Ha narrowed her eyes and asserted, "It's too noisy. Don't worry, I will protect you. No one will be able to hurt you."
Sama,
Sitting in the wheelchair watching this, spoke in a low tone, "I won't be hurt. That is not in my dreams." Suddenly, a missile exploded for no apparent reason. The others, as if struck by an invisible force, also blew up. Tien On, seeing this, looked confused. "What's happening?" Thuan Tu looked up and hesitated. Self-destructed. She suddenly widened her eyes in shock, staring at the screen. Countless missiles fell to the ground, like a torrential rain. Kung Tien and the three behind him stood there, watching with expressionless faces. A figure appeared before the four of them, flanked by armored vehicles. A mechanical hand was leaning on a golden cane. Gunther, with an unfriendly gaze, stared directly at them. He looked at the figure and thought to himself, "A robot." Then the figure spoke. "Tana Planet Airport. This Lugan is private property, owned by the Saka Corporation, Motor Stain, and the headquarters is run by the commanding officer, Gunther Zenote. You have trespassed on private property, without an official flight permit." Next, Gunther, with red pupils, glared a warning. "This is a warning. Leave immediately."
Gia Cat Hoi Sumon Hơ Swat.
Frowning as she declared, "An old-generation robot daring to attack humans? Is clearly malfunctioning. Fine, I'll crush you right now." Suddenly, Kung Tien reached out to stop her, reminding her at the same time, "Wait, don't waste your energy." Then he gestured toward them and explained, "There must be some misunderstanding. We were requested to bring this child here. The child's name is Sama Stalin. Please check again. Perhaps the notification hasn't been delivered yet. Gunther hesitated instinctively upon hearing that name.
Sama Stalin.
Sama also narrowed his eyes slightly to look at the opponent, and then he gently placed his hand upon the small hand. The boy only saw Gunther kneeling before Sama. He spoke with a hint of emotion. You have finally arrived. My 700 years of waiting have finally come to an end. The image of the factory, abandoned once again, appeared. Kung Tian's group had all entered inside by now, and at the same time, Tian-on came rushing out. What is going on? What was all that just now? Thuan Tu followed alongside her. Jia Cat Hoi heard this and turned back with a look of surprise. We don't know either. But why are you people still loitering here? Still looking for scraps to pick up? She replied loudly. Of course, the guy who hired us still hasn't paid the rest. The communication network is blocked, so I can't get in touch with him. She turned back with a slightly contemptuous expression, commenting, you haven't changed at all, still handling everything as carelessly as before. Tian-on ignored her and turned her eyes toward Thuan Tu. Thuan Tu, have you connected yet? The girl, while processing the complex machinery in front of her, replied, I'm connecting now. Hearing that, she urged in annoyance, then hurry it up. Being near certain people is giving me goosebumps all over. Jia Cat Hoi frowned in dissatisfaction upon hearing these words. Tian-on was seen glancing around her surroundings. Next, she raised an eyebrow and wondered, where is that bald brat? And what was the deal with that skeleton earlier? An image of Gunther, raising his hand to his forehead in a salute appeared. As for his current self, he appeared in the form of a robot. Gunther, while kneeling before Sama, pleaded, Master, please give me an order. This servant only wishes to rest now. The boy heard this and questioned in a low voice, I don't understand what you are saying. What kind of order do you want me to give? He bowed his head helplessly and hesitated. It is very simple. Please, give me the order to die. Just one word from you is enough. Sama fell into an instinctive silence upon hearing this plea. At the same time, Thuan Tu reported, I have successfully connected to the Central Internal Computer Network. Tian-on immediately issued a demand. Quickly contact the manager of the inn. Tell that bastard to pay up immediately. He definitely tricked us. He abandoned us at an airport that has been out of operation for 700 years. Suddenly, the girl spoke in a low voice, but something is very strange. Over the past 700 years, 87 landings by spacecraft from the outside have been recorded, but there are no records of any departures. The three of them were simultaneously startled by this. Meanwhile, Sama, in a different position, narrowed his eyes and spoke, I'm sorry, but I cannot give that order. Gunther's face immediately darkened upon hearing that. From around his body, a massive source of power emanated. Then everyone shall die. Robot looked outside and narrowed his eyes, commenting, why is the atmosphere like this? It's as if we're in a cheap horror movie. At that same moment, a hand from behind gently tapped him on the shoulder. The person who touched him was none other than Mok-chan. Robot also turned his head back to look. Then he nonchalantly spoke, eat. Hearing this, he looked bewildered, standing frozen on the spot, while Mok-chan, with an innocent expression, looked up. Food. Robot also replied in a low voice, Thuan Tu has already left. The atmosphere between the two immediately fell into silence. At the same time, in another location, Tian-on and Jia Cat Hoi's group were focused on waiting for Thuan Tu to handle the difficult machinery. The girl, with an expressionless face, narrowed her eyes and recounted, according to the records, when the station on the planet was deactivated 700 years ago, there were still 16 operating staff members remaining. Since then, there have been no replacements or additional personnel at all. Tian-on, hearing this, raised a question. So you mean they all grew old and died here? Thuan Tu nodded slightly and replied, for the most part, yes. She raised an eyebrow with a confused expression. What do you mean by, for the most part? The girl answered calmly, all of them have death records, except for one person, Operations Director Gunther Zenote, etc. He is still alive, at least according to the records. Jia Cat Hoi immediately grimaced upon hearing that. Kung Tian, though surprised, did not let the expression on his face change at all. At this moment, the image of Gunther with powerful energy surrounding his body appeared. His voice was filled with resentment. For the past 700 years, I have prolonged my life just to wait for your order. Manually cutting away rotting limbs, manually gouging out decomposing, leaking organs that had lost all function. Now only a shriveled, weak brain remains. Next, Gunther pleaded once more, please, just give me any order at all. I cannot endure this any longer. Meanwhile, Thuan Tu spoke while looking at the system screen. There are medical records, records for prosthetic arms and legs, records for transplants of the stomach, large intestine, small intestine, heart and liver and lungs, even eyes, fitted right down to artificial blood vessels. Tien On now made a final deduction. In other words, he replaced his entire body. He changed every part necessary to survive. Then she questioned loudly, why? For what reason? Why would he go to such lengths? Even if it meant living alone in this isolated place. He could have left this place, right? There's nothing here, is there?
Cung Thang spoke calmly.
That has nothing to do with us. Perhaps he simply wanted it that way. Tien On immediately shouted upon hearing that. What? Is there a clog in your blood vessels? How tragic. Chu Ha has been standing alone in the corner, with her arms crossed, without saying a word. With an ice-cold expression, she thought to herself, sad? You call that level of suffering sad? How ridiculous. Jia Cat Hoi now showed a confused expression. But why did they request that child be brought here? Is there some connection between them? Hearing this, Thuan Tu explained. The main shareholder of Sakamoto Group, the owner of the station, is the Bizatoshi family. She immediately wondered, Bizatoshi? You mean the richest family in the universe? The girl calmly replied, exactly. They are the family that monopolizes genetic engineering, AI development, and even space exploration, thanks to the money earned from inventing blockchain technology. According to rumors, they even fund the operating costs for the human government. All information about the big Satoshi family is kept secret, except for one thing. The name of the family founder is Satoshi Stain. Suddenly, Tien On hesitated as if realizing something. Stain? That child's name is
Cung Thang
still maintained his silence at this moment, without offering a single word of explanation. At the same time, Sama spoke in a low voice. To my family, I don't even exist. I am not even recognized as a human being, so how can I represent the family? It's not that I don't want to give an order, but that I have no right to do so. You and I live the same way. We are both outcasts. Even if we want to die, we cannot do it. Gunther heard these words and silently bowed his head.
Yakat.
Hoi was suddenly startled and glanced to her side. Then, she hurriedly stood up from her seat with a panicked look. Where is that girl? Chu Ha's small figure that had been standing in the corner had now vanished without a trace. The atmosphere inside suddenly fell into a void of silence. Sama now looked up and offered an apology. But I have no power at all. The only thing I can offer is this broken, useless body. If you all need it, I will give it away, because I don't need it anymore. Gunther has remained silent until now, without saying a single word. He suddenly stood straight up and declared, I, the wary Gunther Zenote, hereby accept your will, as the command to continue existing. After speaking, Gunther turned and left the room. The sound of footsteps on the ground echoed. The door slowly opened, while Sama, in the back, only bowed his head without following that figure with his eyes. Inside the dark, cold room, the boy was left all alone. At the same time, Jia Cat Hoi flusteredly ordered, Hey, check all the cameras in the base immediately to find where that girl, Baituha, has gone. Why would someone with no martial arts skills be able to just walk away like that? Thuan Tu not only didn't lift a finger, but also looked at her with a cold gaze. Cat Hoi saw that she wasn't doing anything, and immediately turned to question her. Why aren't you searching at all, but just sitting there looking at me? Thuan Tu narrowed her eyes in confusion. Hey, do you know me? She stared wide-eyed in bewilderment and hesitated. Hey?
Net. Yakat Hoi screamed angrily.
Did you just speak disrespectfully to me? Even if you're just a robot? The girl calmly countered. I wasn't being disrespectful. You're the one being disrespectful. She stared wide-eyed at the person who was talking. Back to her. Next, Jia Cat Hoi loudly questioned in annoyance. Hey Duong Tien On, how on earth did you train your robot? Tien On heard this and replied calmly. She's not a robot. She is Thuan Tu. She is the co-pilot, medic, and general manager of our ship, the S-Devil. Next, she gently stroked Thuan Tu's head. Her skill level is top tier. Yakat. Hoi saw Tian defending the girl and turned red with anger, simultaneously clicking her tongue. Next, as she ran off, she unhappily reminded them, "Fine, I'll go find the girl myself, but if Vai Tu Ha returns, make sure she stays here." Tian watched the back of the person who just ran off, and crossed her arms, and then she once again patted Thuan Tu's head in praise. "Well done." Seeing that, Tian spun the girl around and spoke delightedly. "You really are cute." Kung Tian sat opposite them in silence, saying nothing. At the same time, the image of a foot in flip-flops shuffling along appeared. Mok Chan, with an expressionless face, walked alone through the fog. Before him appeared a person flickering. Within the mist, it was Tu Ha. With an ice-cold voice, she gave a faint, thin smile. "We really do seem like a perfect pair. I was on my way to meet you." Meanwhile, Mok Chan, like a child, looked up and asked, "Do you have any sausages?" Tu Ha didn't hesitate and immediately replied, "I don't." Seeing that the other didn't have what he needed, he nonchalantly walked past her. Suddenly, she commented, "The way you walk is very unusual. It's similar to the imperial step of the heavenly demon cult, a style that only the leader of the heavenly demon cult can learn. Some might mistake you for the heavenly demon." Mok Chan was not to be outdone and spoke in a low voice, responding, "Your breath sometimes carries the chilling frost of ice jade. People might think you have mastered the jade demon art, a technique only a female heavenly demon can cultivate, to reach the hidden demon god realm, where one can completely conceal their martial arts from a young age. That makes it even easier for others to misunderstand." And then he kindly reminded her, "So, be careful." Right at this moment, Tu Ha, with her teleportation ability, appeared to block Mok Chan's path. Then she questioned, "Who are you?" He widened his eyes and casually asked back, "And who are you?" Tia didn't answer, only narrowing her eyes as she looked at him. The current atmosphere was extremely tense. The two stood there looking at each other without a word. Jia Cat Hoi searched everywhere while calling out, "Bai Tu Ha, where are you? Come out here now." "Vitia, Vitia, Tia." At that moment, the door in front of her opened. Suddenly, Jia Cat Hoi's eyes widened in surprise, as if she had just seen a shocking sight. Appearing before her eyes was a scene of countless dried-up corpses, scattered inside the room. Those unfortunate souls seemed to have suffered a great deal of pain before they died. Corpses. She stood there, looking at the scene before her with utter disbelief. Suddenly, Jia Cat Hoi jumped so hard her pupils shunted. Behind her back, a figure was slowly approaching. That person was none other than Gunther. Jia Cat Hoi, with a calm face, questioned loudly, "What the hell? It's you. Did you do all of this?" He calmly ordered in a deep voice, "I still need to live, therefore give me your life." Immediately after those words, the atmosphere became eerily silent. Next, she glared and unleashed a move. A loud explosion rang out. After executing the attack, she immediately retreated quickly. Then Jia Cat Hoi crouched low. Sparks flew through the air, but when she looked toward her opponent, she couldn't hide her astonishment. Gunther, with his mechanical body without a single scratch, still stood towering in front of her. One of his eyes flashed with a turquoise light. At the same time, a mechanical voice rang out, "Internal power system, cycle 742, alpha bright level." The arm, made of iron belonging to Gunther, slowly moved. Next, he reached out his hand and ordered, "So you are full of vitality. Give it to me." Cat Hoi, with her sword in hand, angrily rushed forward. "This crazy metal bastard." Then she delivered a powerful slash, aiming vertically from Gunther's head down to his torso. The ear-piercing sound of metal clashing rang out. The red hat on his head was sliced in half by that sharp blade. Next was a barrage of powerful slashes that Jia Cat Hoi gifted to Gunther. Fragment by fragment, the fabric was torn to pieces by the attack. His tattered clothes fell to the ground, revealing two mechanical feet. After putting all her strength into the attack, Jia Cat Hoi leaned on her sword against the ground, panting heavily with exhaustion. Sweat poured out continuously. She squinted her eyes toward her opponent. Before Jia Cat Hoi stood Gunther, his body covered by dense mechanical systems. Mechanical sounds echoed throughout the space as three-colored lights flashed repeatedly. Seeing this, she frowned and wondered to herself. Internal energy?
Net, Yakat Hoi screamed furiously.
You killed them all, just to take their internal energy? Gunther, his eyes emitting a red glow, lowered his voice. I only borrowed their lives. Then he looked at her and ordered, you too, give me your life. Jia Cat Hoi still sat there, frowning slightly as she looked at her opponent. And then she swung her arm and roared, die, you lunatic! The image of Jia Cat Hoi was reflected in the pupils of
Sama.
The young boy with wide, round eyes stared at her without looking away, and then Sama cried out helplessly in a small voice, save her, hurry, please save her, hurry. Mok-chan and Tu-ha were still standing opposite each other. Hearing the boy's voice echoing, she showed her annoyance. How bothersome. Then Tu-ha turned and leaped away. You're lucky. We'll talk later. He looked bewildered, standing there watching the direction she had just left. Then Mok-chan muttered to himself while walking, what a good girl. Helping friends is a precious thing. His figure also quickly vanished into the hazy mist. At that moment, Tu-ha looked at Sama and questioned, what's the matter? Why did you call me here? With an unhappy expression, she stepped toward the boy sitting in the wheelchair. Sama immediately reported the current situation. The teacher is in danger. Tu-ha frowned upon hearing that. Jia Cat Hoi, you called me just for that woman? A flash of worry appeared on his face. Jia Cat Hoi was seen frowning as she stood up. A wound had appeared on the left side of her chest. The boy's low voice rang out. It's already too late. She used her hand to clutch the wound tightly, struggling to drag her body away. Finally, Jia Cat Hoi made it back to them. Tien-on saw this and shouted in shock. What's wrong? What happened? With her strength depleted, she immediately collapsed to the ground. They couldn't hide their astonishment at the sight. The scene of the abandoned airport appeared, looking incredibly bleak. They laid Jia Cat Hoi on the floor.
Kung Teng
Was checking the condition of the person on the ground. He gently placed his fingers on her neck to check her pulse. Thuan Tu analyzed from the side. Her entire body has been injured from the inside, but the bigger problem is that her internal energy core has been forcibly extracted. At the same time, Gunther, after getting what he wanted, calmly put on a new coat. Another red hat was placed neatly inside a cabinet. Then, he gently placed Jia Cat Hoi's internal energy core beside the hat. Next, Gunther reached out, took the hat and placed it on his head. The energy core, still stained with a bit of her blood, continued to emit a powerful source of energy. Cat Hoi suddenly let out a loud cough, her face showing a look of intense pain. A powerful electrical surge simultaneously erupted from her writhing body. Seeing this, Kung Tien immediately turned and asked, what is happening?
Tu explained calmly.
It's a short circuit. When the energy core is forcibly extracted, the connection between the electronic neural network and the natural neural network is damaged. If we don't quickly reconnect the core, the entire neural network, including the brain, will be destroyed. That means she will die. Hearing this, he immediately stood up. Then how do we stabilize it? Next, while teleporting away, Kung Tien suggested, leave it to me. I will go get the core back. The girl hurriedly called out after him, hey! But before Thuan Tu could say anything, he had already vanished without a trace. She looked at the scene and narrowed her eyes, muttering, he's already gone. Jia Cat Hoi continued to cough painfully and loudly. Tien-on glanced over, while Thuan Tu quickly avoided her gaze. What should I do now? Then she raised an eyebrow and wondered, is there no other way to stabilize her? The girl replied, there is, but the one who could help just ran off. Tien-on was startled upon hearing that. What? Thuan Tu explained in a low voice, if we connect another internal energy core, we can temporarily stabilize the neural network. But the person who could lend one has already left. Suddenly, she frowned and spoke in a serious tone. And what if we do nothing at all? Thuan Tu looked down and answered, the brain's nervous system will be the first to suffer. She will be brain dead in just 5 minutes. Seeing that, Tien-on looked at Cat Hoi lying in pain on the ground, with a somewhat hesitant expression. Leakage of electrical sparks continued from the wound on the left side of her chest. She complained exhaustedly, but then Tien-on handed an item toward Thuan Tu and suggested, plug this in. Seeing the item in her hand, the girl looked confused. That's an external core, isn't it? Why are you carrying such a cheap thing? She frowned and replied, I planned to sell it when I met some junk dealers. I thought I could trade it for sausages. Then Tian turned and urged, hurry up and plug it into her. Next, Thuan Tu said something that made her freeze. It won't work. Then the girl looked down solemnly. Her neural network operates on an alpha-bright level. Internal core. There's no way this low-capacity core can handle it. It must be at least alpha level. Tian fell silent after hearing these words, saying nothing. The small, lovely face and radiant smile of Jia, Cat Hoi as a child suddenly flashed through her mind. Thinking of that, she screamed in frustration. Good grief, how troublesome. Then Tian pulled out something else. Is this okay? It's an alpha-level core. With a reluctant expression, she pouted and handed the alpha core to Thuan Tu. The girl stared wide-eyed in surprise at the sight. Then Thuan Tu questioned, but she's your enemy. Why? Tian immediately shouted her demand. She has to survive so I can kill her with my own hands. Plug it in now. The image of Gunther standing before the cabinet, putting on the red hat, appeared. Suddenly he startled, as if sensing something right near him. Turned out to be Tu Ha, nonchalantly sitting and swinging her legs on top of the cabinet. She narrowed her eyes and slightly curled her lips, offering a somewhat mysterious smile. The scene of Tu Ha sitting on the cabinet looking down at Gunther appeared. Seeing him looking at her, she explained, no need to worry. I'm only here as a matter of form. He didn't seem to believe the words he just heard. Tu Ha now lowered her voice. I was asked by my only friend to stop you. At the same time, Gunther's system voice rang out. Internal energy engine not installed. She continued, we promised to do each other a favor, so I have no choice but to come here. Gunther didn't pay much attention to those words, simply questioning calmly. If you want to stop me, you must kill me. Can you do it? Tu Ha shrugged and gave a thin smile. Easy. Then she wondered, but aren't you already dead anyway? He immediately asserted loudly, this body is still alive, and I will continue to live according to orders. Next, Gunther put on his coat and turned to leave. Consider yourself lucky that you don't have an internal energy engine. Tu Ha was seen using her skills to move faster than him. In a brief moment, she successfully stood blocking Gunther's path. Seeing this, he immediately questioned, how did you do that? Without an internal energy engine? Tu Ha, with a provocative expression, narrowed her eyes. Prove that you are still alive. If you can, I will kill you. Gunther angrily introduced himself in a loud voice. My name is Gunther Zenote, CEO of Saka Motor Group, and Operations Director at the Central Station. She spoke nonchalantly. Any tombstone can have a name and a title. The atmosphere in the room fell into silence once again. He suddenly went quiet, as if thinking about something. A stream of thoughts appeared in his mind. Parents? No. A scene of Gunther's happy family appeared. Marriage? An image of a magnificent wedding flashed through his mind. Children? A gentle smile as he held a baby in his arms, looking incredibly kind. Gunther just bowed his head and said no more, while Tu Ha narrowed her eyes and spoke. That's right, you really are dead. Then, losing interest, she calmly turned to leave. How boring. Hearing that, Gunther immediately shouted, do not insult this body. Life is defined by purpose and meaning. I still have a worthy goal, therefore I am still alive. Tu Ha narrowed her eyes in a look of contemptuous irony. How ridiculous. You seem to live more extravagantly than you look. Old man. Angered by those words, he screamed, what does a brat like you know about life? She nonchalantly turned her head back. I was born as one of a pair of twins. Then Tu Ha revealed, but my twin brother is actually 9 years older than me. Strange, isn't it? Gunther's eyes widened in shock. What? An image appeared of 2 infants curled up next to each other, looking incredibly adorable. They only wanted 1 child, but 2 were born. Those who forced those 2 children into the world chose only one of the 2. The one not chosen was frozen immediately after birth. They kept it as a spare part just in case. If it had remained frozen forever, perhaps it would have been a truly happy ending. But in the 9th year, that child thawed out on its own and woke up. Then she closed her eyes and smiled softly from that day on. That child was given one condition to exist. Instead of just living, not living, a life without any goal or meaning. Curiously, he wondered, so is that child actually alive or dead? Why are you telling me this? Tu Ha replied with an expressionless face. Because you're already dead. Dead people are good at keeping secrets. right? She didn't forget to declare, and just in case, I also plan to destroy you. Around her body, Gunther emitted a powerful source of energy, while Chu-ha lowered her voice. That is also a good thing for you. At least you can comfort yourself knowing that this death has meaning. The energy flow became increasingly intense. He stepped toward the person opposite him, one step at a time. She showed no signs of fear, standing calmly and observing. At the same time, Chu-ha's hand slightly contracted, and a purple energy source began to emanate. Right then, a loud voice rang out.
Danger!
Get out of the way! A large explosion erupted in front of them. With an expressionless face, she remained standing there without moving. The person who had just launched the attack was none other than Kung Tianlan. The gray smoke from the explosion slowly dissipated. Gunther, with his mechanical body completely unharmed, emerged, surrounded by a powerful turquoise energy. He noticed Jia Cat Hoi's energy core. In the opponent's hand, a system sound rang out, Cycle 742, Alpha Bright Level. Kung Tien, with one eye flashing light, spoke. I knew it was your doing. Meanwhile, he remained silent, resolutely refusing to say a word. Gunther, now focused on the opponent's energy core. Internal energy engine, 887 cycle capacity. Gunther saw this and thought to himself with wide eyes. A core-level engine. Kung Tien erupted with power, simultaneously declaring, I won't ask why. Either way, I'm going to kill you. Next, he warned in a low voice, get out of the way or you'll get hurt. Suddenly, Kung Tien stood silent and still. With just a single strike, Chu-ha had succeeded in making the person before her collapse to the ground. Gunther watched this scene instinctively, unsure of how to react. After delivering the blow, she narrowed her eyes and grumbled, so troublesome. The fire of this battle was extinguished before it could even start. At the same time, Chu-ha raised her eyebrows and explained, don't misunderstand. I'm not helping you. I've always wanted to punch him at least once. Next, she looked down at Kung Tien lying on the ground. Just because he was lucky enough to be born into a prestigious family, he was given for free a first-class internal engine and the latest operating system. Looking at him, acting as if he's special, makes me sick. Meanwhile, Gunther stepped toward him. This man has what I want. If you get in my way, I'll kill you too. Chu-ha gave a cheerful, faint smile. It's a good thing you switched to that robot body, old man, otherwise you'd be called heartless. Next, she took steps forward. Anyway, do whatever you want, I'll give you 1 minute. Hearing that, Gunther slowly knelt beside Kung Tien, who was lying face down. Then he reached his hand toward the place, storing his energy core. Right at the crucial moment, the voice of Sama rang out. Stop! The boy spoke with a panicked look and wide eyes. You said you would stop him, you promised. Why are you just letting everything happen like this?
Tia spoke calmly.
I said I would stop him, but I didn't say when, right? I'll stop him eventually, but after 1 minute. Sama, looking pitiful, pleaded with all his heart. Stop it right now. Don't let the teacher get hurt. She coldly lowered her voice. If you want to stop him, you have to kill him. Hearing these words, the boy instinctively didn't know what to say. At the same time, Chu-ha turned and wondered, letting him live 1 more minute, his way before being killed, isn't so bad, is it? He's just like us, and besides, if he's lucky, he might survive even if it's just a natural, ordinary life that doesn't stand out. Next, she looked back at Gunther. What are you doing? 1 minute is almost up. He had eyes filled with an indescribable emotion, staring down at Gunther's hand. At this moment, it was about to touch Kung Tien's energy core. Suddenly, Sama commanded, I order you to stop.
Sama Stain.
In the name of the 166th heir of the Stain family, I order you to stop. Gunther spoke with a cold expression. It has been confirmed that you lack sufficient qualification. Therefore, I will check 1 more time. Next, he fired off a series of questions. Does the family acknowledge you? Do you have the right to represent the Stain family? The boy did not answer a single word. Gunther immediately asserted, no, you do not. Then he punched down hard while roaring, I refuse your order. Kung Tien had vanished without anyone noticing when the spot where Gunther's fist landed was the hard ground. Seeing this, he couldn't help but stop in shock. Teleportation? Afterwards, Gunther raised his head and looked forward. Right at Sama's position, a cyclone with powerful winds appeared. The boy was still pleading with all his heart. Stop, please, sir. He, with the energy core glowing, inside his body, slowly stood up. If you all try to stop me, a powerful blast of energy shot forward. Simultaneously, Gunther screamed, then I will kill you both. Sama, with eyes full of fear mixed with shock, looked toward the unleashed attack. Immediately, a massive explosion occurred. A portion of the abandoned area was destroyed. The power of the explosion was no joke. Flames formed a long trail and shot up into the air. The entire ceiling of the room was demolished by the blast. Black smoke billowed out continuously. The boy looked on with a look of pure shock, staring wide-eyed at the person who had just appeared. That person was no stranger. It was Mak-chan. Sama was still completely bewildered after witnessing what had just happened. Gunther, on the opposite side, also stared intently at them. Chu-ha remained without a single scratch, also stood still at the original position. Her gaze carried a coldness that made anyone who looked at her shudder. This is real. Chu-ha could not take her eyes off the person in front. His back was reflected in Chu-ha's eyes. The four of them just stood there looking at each other, without saying a single word. This image caught the eye of the Great One in the distance. He narrowed his eyes with a calculating look. Kill him and step over his corpse to rise to the void realm. The Great One appeared, meditating on a large sphere, as the true master of the heavenly demon cult. Young lady, the vast landscape of the universe appeared, surrounded by small stars shining brightly. Before them was the scene of Mak-chan standing opposite, looking toward Gunther. Chu-ha, with the corner of her mouth slightly curled, watched intently. Sama, beside the bed, seemed still shocked after the explosion just now. He spoke in a low tone. I feel despair, sadness, and anger from you. So you are human. Then Mak-chan wondered, but why are you trapped in this pile of scrap metal? Meanwhile, his system was analyzing the person in front of him. No internal power engine installed, completely natural. And Gunther didn't answer, only giving a cold warning. Get out of the way. If you block me, I will kill you. Suddenly, one of his eyes flashed with a turquoise light, and at the same time, Mak-chan stepped forward and gently touched Gunther's cheek. With a look of slight surprise and wide eyes, he wondered, you are human, but why do I see no ego within you? Where has it gone? Sama looked at this scene and thought worriedly, it's too dangerous. Gunther's mechanical hand was seen lifting up. Next, he narrowed his eyes and spoke, though you are full of purpose, you don't have even a bit of desire for reward. The image of the soulless mechanical head appeared. Gunther's voice rang out at the same time. There were times you even lost the will to live and hope, and finally you crossed the limit. You have crossed the limit, to the point that even the boundary line has disappeared. It is too late now. Both of Mak-chan's hands slowly pulled away from that face. Next, he turned his face away. Go. People do not want to see you. Hearing these words, he remained silent and said nothing. And then Gunther leaned on his staff and stepped quickly forward. The boy saw this and thought to himself in fear, no, I must stop him. At that same moment, a stream of purple energy swept across the neck of Gunther. The one who created this phenomenon was none other than Chu-ha. Next, she coldly announced, 1 minute has passed. Only the head of Gunther was seen immediately falling to the ground. The body still stood motionless. At this moment, time seemed to have stopped. The bleak scenery of the abandoned airport appeared, and at the same time, Mak-chan approached Chu-ha and looked at her coldly. Then she gave a faint, thin smile. Just now, in the defensive technique you used, I felt traces of the Ma-Tien mental art. At the ultimate level, was I mistaken? If you really just used the heavenly demon void-breaking palm, then it wasn't a mistake. I will give you one more chance, so think carefully before you answer me. If it is the truth, I will have to kill you. She did not forget to explain, because according to the laws of the demon cult, only one heavenly demon is allowed to exist. And then Chu-ha frowned and curled her lip, questioning, are you a heavenly demon? Mak-chan's face remained unchanged as he spoke in a low voice. The title of heavenly demon is like a cheap metal, exchanged at the cost of one's own soul. If it is pinned to your chest, tear it off. It is worthless. Chu-ha immediately glared upon hearing that. Becoming the heavenly demon is not a title, it is destiny. No matter how much you struggle, you cannot escape it. With an expressionless face, he countered, using destiny as an excuse. It is merely the justification of a lazy person. Destiny is just a difficult riddle, but it is entirely solvable. A light breeze swept between the two of them. The atmosphere became incredibly tense, and at the same time, countless electrical sparks emerged from Gunther's mechanical arm. His entire body began to leak electricity. The sounds of electrical arcs rang out simultaneously. Gunther's body was seen slowly lowering itself, his arm reaching out toward his head, which was rolling on the ground. Seeing this, Chu-ha glanced back and questioned, "You're not dead yet?" His hand managed to touch the head. A massive source of power immediately erupted. She suddenly stared with a look of surprise, as if she had just witnessed something new. Gunther had now slumped down onto the ground, energy continuously radiating around him. Chu-ha unleashed an attack, forward while speaking in a low voice. "Then go back to sleep." The strike carried powerful force, aiming straight for Gunther's position as it lunged. Sama, looking at this scene, could not hide his panic. No, the impact hit hard, causing Gunther's body to be blown forward. The outer cloak tore away, revealing the fully mechanical body inside. Energy began to leak out as a result. After taking the hit, Gunther slowly pushed himself up. The sound of electric shocks crackled incessantly. It seemed he was being engulfed by a powerful electrical current. Gunther then raised his hand and reattached the mechanical head onto his body. The image of the energy core appeared. All around, there were scorched parts where the flames had caught. Sounds began to echo all around, as if the entire space was shaking. Seeing this, Chu-ha frowned in confusion. What? Tien-on's location was no exception. The space shook violently. Sensing it, she immediately looked back, and wondered, what is happening? Thuan Tu looked at the warning screen while explaining. It is an energy overflow warning. The reading is 8,000 gigawatts and it's still rising. At the same time, Gunther's entire body began to leak a thick yellow liquid. The internal engines and machinery at this moment have been flooded by that liquid. Sama, terrified, thought to himself, the internal power engines have lost balance. They are colliding with each other. If this continues, everything will explode. Beside him, Chu-ha narrowed her eyes. Then we just need to crush them, right? The boy immediately warned. No, if you do that, they really will explode. Don't touch them. Gunther, with his exhausted body, dragged himself away step by step. Mak-chan, with his hands in his pockets, calmly observed everything unfolding. The warning sirens wailed incessantly. Red lights flashed. Thuan Tu saw this and reported in a low voice, "It has exceeded 10,000 kilotons." Tien-on, looking confused, asked loudly, "What's going on? What the hell is happening? Is it dangerous?" Suddenly the noise vanished. The space fell into a void of silence. She couldn't hide her bewilderment and gasped with wide eyes. "Huh?" Then Tien-on breathed a sigh of relief. The emergency alarm just stopped. "Is it stabilized now?" "It was nothing, but it scared me to death." But the girl immediately explained, "That's not it. Due to the electromagnetic overflow, all electronic devices have ceased to function. That means it's going to explode very soon." At that moment, the sound of a door opening echoed through the space. Gunther dragged his mechanical body, damaged after the attack, forward. Tien-on urged, "Call everyone right now." Thuan Tu, with an expressionless face, narrowed her eyes, and asserted, "We cannot escape." Finally, at that moment the robot looked up and shouted, "What is this? What's happening? Why is everything?" Thuan Tu turned and questioned at this point, "And what if it explodes?" The girl calmly replied, "Based on the last measurable values." The image of Sama and Chu-ha looking forward appeared. Yeah, Cat Hoi, with the wound on the left side of her chest, was struggling to hold on while lying on the ground. Gung Ten, having taken a direct hit from her, still hasn't woken up. The robot, not understanding what was happening, glanced to the side. Mak-chan calmly looked up at the gray sky. Tien-on stared with a look of disbelief. Thuan Tu simultaneously declared, "No one will survive." In a large, dark room, the image of a giant energy core appeared. Gunther, his body overflowing with energy, still struggled to move forward. He was seen holding a white cloth in his hand, then gently wiping. Suddenly, Tien-on's voice rang out from behind. "What is he doing?"
Tuant tu calmes-li en swerd.
"He's cleaning." She looked over in surprise. "He's still cleaning even now?" As the girl spoke while analyzing, His brain functions have completely vanished. He is only operating according to pre-programmed commands, cleaning every corner, maintaining equipment, repairing the entire building. From the massive energy core, a bright red light emanated. Thuan Tu continued, doing those things over and over every day, for hundreds of years. Even so, in about 3 minutes he will stop. Tien An couldn't hide her joy upon hearing that. He'll stop in 3 minutes? So if we hold on for 3 more minutes, maybe the explosion won't happen, right? But Thuan Tu quickly threw a bucket of cold water on her. No. Either way, he will explode in 3 minutes, and all of us will stop along with him. Tien An immediately became depressed after hearing this answer. Then she wondered, is there no way to stop it? Next, Tien An made a suggestion. If someone with overwhelming power could destroy him before the explosion, the girl continued to dash her hopes. Then the explosion would only happen faster. Hearing that, she helplessly clutched her head. Then we're doomed. Suddenly, a voice rang out behind her. Don't worry, the person who just uttered those reassuring words was none other than Mak-chan. She immediately lunged forward to hug him. You have a way to stop it? I knew it. I knew you'd have a way. Mak-chan looked down and suggested at the same time. Not exactly, but step back for now anyway.
Then unhappily calmly, and I.
He let out a tired sigh. Really? Then Mak-chan looked to the side. The image of Gunther meticulously wiping machinery appeared. He just kept working, ignoring the electricity leaking from his body. Seeing this, he thought to himself, it seems to be demon chi. This won't be easy. Mak-chan's hand now radiated a powerful source of energy. Kyu-ha looked forward and wondered, so is this what you saw? Are we all going to die together? Sama replied with narrowed eyes. No, the death I saw isn't even that lucky. She raised an eyebrow upon hearing that. What are you talking about, a lucky death? Once you're dead, it's over. But your family is truly impressive. They used a massive operation station, like this, as an abandoned tomb for an abandoned heir. They must be incredibly wealthy. The boy's eyes suddenly widened in shock. Those words. Then Sama looked up. That's it. I understand now. At the same time, Mak-chan, with powerful energy surrounding his body, warned in a low voice, brace yourselves for impact. The shockwave will be massive. His pupils now flickered with a red light. Suddenly, Sama suggested, wait, let me do it.
Then
And Thuan Tu heard this and they all turned their heads back at once. Next, she stared with wide eyes, looking curious. What exactly can you do? The boy stepped forward alone, simultaneously asserting, I will stop it.
Then Huriden Suget.
We have to stop him. That's impossible. Hurry up and deal with it. But the power surrounding Mak-chan's body suddenly vanished. Seeing this, she shouted in shock. What? What are you doing? He spoke calmly. He's not the type of person to brag about himself. Let's just wait and see. Tien An stared with a somewhat confused expression. What did you say? At the same time, Sama had almost reached the spot where Gunther was wiping. He was still diligently cleaning, paying no mind to his surroundings. The veins on the boy's hand were seen, bulging.
Sama,
with his weak and trembling body, tried to stand up from his wheelchair. Tien An now looked bewildered. Isn't he paralyzed? Kyu-ha, beside her, nonchalantly asserted. That's right. Hearing that, she couldn't help but be confused. Then how is he going to stop him?
Suddenly, Then Ansapupin Konjat.
And a look of surprise appeared on her face. Next she questioned, just asking anyway, why are you speaking so bluntly to me? How old are you? She remained indifferent, not even bothering to open her mouth to answer. Meanwhile, Sama was still trying to use all his strength to stand up. The boy gave a trembling, hesitant command.
Gentop Akada Sama Stain.
The 166th heir of the Stain family, in the name of the direct bloodline of Duke Anaton Stain, request administrative rights to the station. As the family's corporate representative, as soon as the words were finished, a beam of turquoise light emitted from the machinery. The brilliant light radiated out, looking like a sparkling star. Tien An was confused by the sight and wondered, what on earth is it now?
Tuant tu explained calmly.
It is a spatial transmission. Communication fees alone are over 10,000 credits per second. That is a truly filthy rich level of wealth. And at the same time, a voice rang out. When you say, administrative rights, is it Atana Logan? The boy, with sweat pouring down like a waterfall, weakly spoke. That is correct. I request approval. The mysterious voice questioned. You understand that you must be responsible for operations until a replacement arrives, right? Sama narrowed his eyes, using all his strength to assert, I know that. Small sparks of light emitted all around upon hearing that. Approved. Everything fell into silence once more. A red light emanated from the energy core. Gunther, despite his battered body, being on the verge of collapse, continued to work diligently. At the same time, Sama's voice rang out, Gunther Zenote, I order you, your mission has ended. Administrative rights to the station have been transferred to me. The electricity surrounding his body emitted loud noises. The internal machinery seemed like could no longer hold on, letting out a sound that was incredibly unpleasant to hear. Gunther's eyes flashed with a bright red light. His body shook uncontrollably in tremors. Sama, with tears of emotion, praised him. You have done very well. Then the boy gently suggested, I will take over from here so you can rest now. Hearing these words, he suddenly stopped his hands. The red light in his eyes vanished along with it. Images of Gunther and his loved ones appeared, everyone wearing radiant expressions. The scene of him walking a beautiful bride down the aisle appeared. In his mind, the scene of Gunther cradling the baby in his arms surfaced. The entire metal section was seen melted from the heat. Jia Cat Hoi's energy core simultaneously fell down. Gunther gripped the wall with his hand and turned his head to look toward them. Sama still sat in the wheelchair. The room fell silent. Inside the abandoned airport, the red energy core was still active. That light showed no signs of fading out yet. And at the same time, Chu-ha gently took steps toward Sama. Kung Tien commented in a low voice, how cruel. Then he wondered, the Stain family, did they call that child here just to isolate him forever? Jia Cat Hoi, with a sorrowful look, asked herself, why did they have to go that far? Kung Tien, beside her, immediately replied, because prestigious families always value honor above anything else. The bigger the stain, the harder they try to hide it. You know that too, don't you? She hesitated a bit, but this is still too much. Seeing that, Tianon stood with arms crossed, leaning against the wall, with a pensive expression. Next, Chu-ha questioned, are you really planning to stay here? Sama bowed his head and replied, yeah, nothing has changed. I've been lonely since the day I was born. The words Mok-chan once said echoed in her head. He once said fate is a difficult riddle. If that's true, then with enough effort, you can also escape your own fate. And then Chu-ha suggested, if you want, I'll take you with me. Forget your family. The boy narrowed his eyes and spoke. You're suffering too, aren't you? Perhaps even more than I am. She remained silent after hearing these words. Sama, seeing her silence, explained, don't misunderstand. Actually, I'm very happy. The most painful thing in my life was the indifference of my family, but for the first time, my family has shown concern for me, and they gave me the right to decide my own fate.
Suddenly, Tia shouted,
Choosing your own grave, you call that a right? The boy calmly looked up. But at least it's the grave I chose myself, isn't it? I will work hard to change this place. I will turn this transfer station into the best place in the universe. She asked in a low voice, just by yourself? Sama nodded slightly. Yeah, just like how we operate on our own. Even if it takes 1,000 years. The image of Gunther looking back had not yet completely faded away. The scene shifted to the exterior of the abandoned airport. Kung Tien and Jia Cat Hoi walked together. Sama's voice rang out at the same time. I've contacted both the Jia Cat and Nam Kung families. A ship will arrive soon to pick up the teacher and the miss. At this moment, she wore a pensive expression, her eyelids drooping slightly. Then Kung Tien spoke. I will probably be sent to the Jia Cat family before the semester begins. Anyway, my family is rushing. The engagement matter.
Gia Cat Hoi vi mai silen.
Saying nothing, only slightly bowing her head. Next, he suggested, forget everything and just rest. Those obligations are now in the past. In her mind, a faint image of herself suddenly appeared, flashing back to a few minutes ago with Tien on. The two women stood opposite each other awkwardly. Jia Cat Hoi was seen handing over the Alpha Energy Core. Tien snatched it forcefully with a look of annoyance. Did you sterilize it properly? Your dirty blood probably contaminated it. At the same time, she questioned in a serious tone. Why did you help me? And don't say it's because you want me alive just so you can kill me yourself. Hearing that, she frowned and questioned back. If you take away that single reason, then what kind of answer are you even expecting? Next, Tian-on made a cold suggestion. You'd better wash your neck and wait. That way my blade will get less dirty. Right then, Jia Cat Hoi screamed. I don't know. The other person's footsteps immediately halted. With eyes full of tears, she sobbed and confessed. When I discovered our family had destroyed the Sichuan Tang clan, I cried for months on end. I hated being part of the Jia Cat family, hated it to the point of being unbearable. Tian-on listened to these words in silence. And then she slightly bowed her head and questioned. You say you didn't know, right? So what if you had known? What would you have done? Jia Cat Hoi couldn't help but cover her face in sobs. I was only 13 back then, Tian-on asserted with a certain tone. Even if you were 20 or 30 then, the outcome would have been the same. I've thought about it hundreds, thousands of times, and I realized, perhaps I would have done the same thing. That is exactly our problem. We live a life bound by the fate of our family, not our own destiny. Next, she walked away while suggesting, let's meet again. The later the better, even if it's just one more day. Tears could not be held back and continued to flow. Cat Hoi didn't reply, only covering her face and weeping again. Now she was seen standing there with her head slumped. Above the two of them, two ships were slowly descending. The image of the red ship, flying through the mist, appeared. At the same time, Tian-on, with a look of surprise, stared wide-eyed toward the front. She looked at Chu-ha in the corner and asked curiously, why did you come back to the ship? She replied calmly, I have nowhere else to go. Next, Chu-ha turned her head to look over. Besides, I still have work to do. Her gaze was directed straight toward Mak-chan, who was standing there, silently watching the scenery outside. Chu-ha, with an expressionless face, slightly raised her eyebrows, observing Mak-chan's every move. Inside the ship's cabin, the silence was terrifying. No one said a word to anyone else. Ahead was the site of a wooden house named the second-hand market. Countless steep rocky cliffs appeared. The second-hand market sat alone on its own mountain peak. From inside, Tian-on's voice rang out. This is a very rare classic-style external drive. John, who was sitting and reading a magazine, couldn't help but look at it with disdain. Classic? It's just a pile of scrap metal. It's just a pile of scrap metal. I can't believe things like this still exist. But you guys have come to the right place. After all, this is a scrapyard. Then he ordered loudly. Ko appraised this piece of junk. Use the. It seemed to understand and immediately flew toward them. Ko looked at the old item placed on the table and began to analyze it. Next it spoke. Model year 3200. Samsung T9 electronic external drive. Capacity, 12 cycles. John didn't seem to care and continued reading. The magazine. This is over 100 years old. Just weigh it and price it. But Ko hesitated. Estimated value, 100 million credits. Error detected. Hearing that, he looked annoyed. Huh? Is it broken again? Ko was seen staring intently at Thuan Tu, and then it began to analyze her. Manufacturer unknown. Outer shell made of santanium alloy. Memory capacity immeasurable. Self-evolving operating system installed. The atmosphere suddenly fell into silence. John, wide-eyed with shock, stammered, Santanium? The super-grade alloy? At the same time, Thuan Tu pointed her finger straight ahead. Ko, with its camera, looked directly at her finger. It continued to analyze. Super-density neural network. Santanium superalloy. Price, 12 million credits. While the girl gently patted Ko's head, John's eyes went wide. After hearing Thuan Tu's price, just one finger is worth 12 million credits? Inside the second-hand market, a quiet atmosphere prevailed. The flag with the carrot image waved gently in the wind. Warm sunlight shone down on the wooden house. And at the same time, the image of the ship flying through the air appeared. On the plate was only half of a small sausage. On another plate, there wasn't even a quarter of a half sausage. Mak-chan, the robot, and Chu-ha saw this and remained silent, but the two of them refused to accept their fate, and simultaneously wondered, what is this? What's going on? After hearing them, he explained, we're out of food for now, but the captain will bring more back soon. She widened her eyes and questioned in a low voice, that's not what I meant. Why is my sausage the smallest? The robot replied nonchalantly, "We divide it based on age and disk capacity. Besides, you don't even like sausages that much, do you?" Suddenly, Mok-chan reached out and pushed his plate of sausage forward. The robot saw this and exclaimed in surprise, "You're giving up your portion? What's wrong? You've never shared your sausage before." He immediately suggested, "It's undercooked. Grill it more. The burnt smell is the soul of this dish." Hearing that, he instinctively fell silent in helplessness. Next, the robot frowned, poking the half sausage on the plate. "Just eat it. Once it's in your stomach, it's all the same." At the same time, from the bodies of Mok-chan and Tu-ha, a powerful source of energy erupted from both, as if to warn each other. He sat between them, with no intention of intervening. Meanwhile, the image of Thuan-Tu's blue eyes appeared. The scene of John using a magnifying glass to inspect her eyes also appeared. A voice spoke up, "Multidimensional compatible superconductive lens. 83 million credits." He raised his eyebrows and commented, "This is getting more and more ridiculous." Then John turned to Tian-on and questioned, "Where on earth did you people find this thing?" Hearing that, she frowned with dissatisfaction. "She is not a thing. She is Thuan-Tu, the co-pilot, medical officer, and operations manager of our ship, the S-Devil." Losing his patience, he greeted her loudly. "Stop it, I mean, where did you get all this crazy equipment? Where did you get her?" Tian-on hesitated slightly at this question. That fragments of memory began to surface in her mind. It was a day of torrential rain. The image of Thuan-Tu being discarded. Beside a trash can appeared. Raindrops kept falling on the girl's body. Right then, a voice rang out, causing Thuan-Tu to look up. "What are you doing here? Aren't you cold?" In those blue pupils, the face of Tian-on appeared with a look of slight confusion. She looked at the being before her, momentarily unsure of what to do. The two stared at each other without saying a word. The heavy rain continued to pour down. Then, Tian-on suggested, "Out of battery? Want me to charge you up?" Thuan-Tu only looked at her and didn't utter a single word. Returning to the present, she crossed her arms and frowned. "Let's just call it destiny. Anyway, we're a team now." Hearing that, John questioned, "So you mean she's yours?" Tian-on didn't answer, but immediately interrogated, "But is she really that expensive? You said just one finger was over 10 million credits." He asserted, "That's right. Actually, her entire body exceeds measurement limits. It's almost impossible to put a price on it. I'm not sure, but I'd guess she is the most valuable thing in this universe. Something like that shouldn't even exist." And yet, Tian-on's eyes lit up hearing about Thuan-Tu's value. "I told you, she's not a thing. She is Thuan-Tu. Anyway, if one finger is 10 million credits, then her fingernails must be incredibly expensive, right?" The girl calmly spoke up, "I do not have fingernails." She still had no intention of giving up and continued to ask, "What about a strand of hair?" Thuan-Tu still calmly replied, "I do not have hair." But with eyes full of nothing but money, Tian-on began to waver. "If I just cut off about 10,000 credits worth, surely no one would notice, right?" It's unclear if Thuan-Tu understood her intent, but she narrowed her eyes. "Captain." Right then John cut in, "There's no need for that." And then he made a suggestion, "Just leave her here and that'll be enough." Hearing these words, Tian-on's eyes widened in surprise. Before the two of them, John appeared with a massive physique. The second-hand market's self-defense techniques emerged. It sat solitary atop the high mountain, without a single house nearby. Suddenly, a loud noise erupted from within. The roof was blown off accordingly. Tian-on leaped high into the air, one arm clutching Thuan-Tu to her chest, and then she landed forcefully, at a considerable distance from the house. Next, Tian-on shouted a signal. "Robert, get us back to the S-Devil. Enter the teleportation immediately. Hurry!" Right at that moment, a loud sound echoed from behind, giving her a start. John had also landed powerfully not far from the two of them. Dirt and rocks were sent flying everywhere. With his giant form, he kept his face lowered to the ground. Dust swirled thickly around him. John looked up and flashed a mysterious smile. His face, for some reason, slowly began to deform, looking like a balloon. Seeing this, Tian-on instinctively frowned. At the same time, she urged urgently, "Immediately, hurry up."
Urgent.
Robert, sitting before the control screen, shouted, "What's happening? Wait a moment, I'm still calculating the coordinates. John, in his bizarre form, stepped back slightly to gain momentum. Next, he lunged forward as fast as an arrow. The target John was heading for was, as expected, Tien An and Thuan Tu. Seeing this, she immediately thrust both hands forward. Get away. Only a red dot was visible on the screen, showing Tien An's current location. At the same time, Robert requested loudly, "Done." Returning, a portal slowly appeared accordingly. Blue light continuously radiated from inside, filling the space. Suddenly, the portal vanished for no apparent reason. Witnessing this scene, he looked back in confusion. The system notification rang out simultaneously. Return failed. Target cannot be identified. Thuan Tu stood on the ground, lifting her head to look up. Before her eyes was John's massive form, surrounded by thick smoke and dust. The size difference between Thuan Tu and him was immense. In John's hand now was Tien An's small body. She appeared to have lost consciousness. As she lay tucked in his grasp, Thuan Tu's hesitant voice successfully caught John's attention. "Release your hand from the captain." His gaze shifted down toward the petite girl, standing below. Thuan Tu frowned and glared, commanding, "Let her go." Hearing that, John questioned in a low voice, "Are you pleading with me?" The girl didn't deny it at all. "That's right." Suddenly, he swung his leg back powerfully, sending dirt and sand flying. "Fine." Thuan Tu saw this and cried out in panic, "Captain." He leaned close to the girl and spoke in a threatening tone. "Don't forget that I accepted your request. I could have sold her to slave traders and earned 10,000 credits." Hearing these words, Thuan Tu instinctively stood there stunned. At the same time, John muttered to himself in disappointment. To be honest, what a waste. Then he turned his head to look in another direction. An image of two mountains appeared with a small gap in between. At the same time, the red ship standing in midair appeared. Inside, the robot suggested loudly, "We have to go down there. Something has definitely happened to the captain. I can't even detect her biological signal." Meanwhile, Chu-ha was still staring intently at the piece of sausage. Speared on the fork, suddenly an urging voice rang out, giving her a start. "What are you doing? Eat quickly and then go." The person who just spoke was none other than Mak-chan. Tia, hearing that, also turned her eyes toward the other person. The next moment, she questioned, "Are you talking to me?" He spoke nonchalantly, "Shouldn't you at least earn your own meal?" Chu-ha held up the piece of sausage and narrowed her eyes. "You mean I have to pay for this meal?" At the same time, Mak-chan reached out and pushed his portion of sausage forward. His face still didn't show a hint of emotion. She was seen staring wide-eyed, unable to believe what just happened. The atmosphere at this moment suddenly fell into silence. The scene shifted to the second-hand market, where warm sunlight gently shone down. Thuan Tu was inside with a large iron chain wrapped around her neck. Dak Ko was still analyzing her. With its camera, it stared intently at the person sitting in front of it. Then it turned back and wondered, "Filming is done. Should I upload it to the second-hand market?" Hearing that, John suggested, "No. Upload it to the luxury auction section. Mark it as a super premium item." Dak Ko continued to ask, "What price should I set?" "Items over 100 million credits are beyond my appraisal capability." He thought for a while and replied, "Then around 15 billion credits." Next, John analyzed. The components alone cost 1.143 billion credits. Suddenly, Thuan Tu spoke up, "Not to mention assembly costs and rarity value, plus 11 years of self-upgrading, thanks to the self-evolving operating system." And then the girl asserted, 13.4 billion credits is a reasonable price. He looked on in stunned silence upon hearing that. John exclaimed with a look of shock, "Isn't that highway robbery? With 13.4 billion credits, you could buy thousands of underdeveloped planets." The girl calmly spoke, "Actually, that's a modest figure. I have some self-esteem issues, after all." He clutched his head in helplessness and let out a sigh. At the same time, John narrowed his eyes and muttered, "That's too expensive. No one will buy at that price." Suddenly, his eyes widened in surprise, as if he had just realized something. Then John looked toward Dak Ko and ordered, "Film it again. Film every single part. We will sell her piece by piece." Right at this moment, the figure appeared at the door and stepped inside.
Tu en tues.
And John heard the noise and turned their heads simultaneously. The image of Chu-ha walking in appeared, the sound of her footsteps echoing throughout the room. She narrowed her eyes slightly, a cold expression appearing on her face.
Tia Kamli approached Tuantu.
John stood there dazed, not understanding what was happening. Then she questioned, "Why are you alone? Where is the woman you call captain?" At the same time, Dak Ko spread its wings and flew toward the two of them. Next, it began to analyze Chu-ha. No internal energy movement unit. Completely natural. Not in the database. Height 160 centimeters. Weight
46 Kilogramm.
Measurements 32-24-36. Body fat 13.2. Age 18 years old based on cells. Based on black market slave trade records, she is in the top 0.2. Valuation 13,000 credits. Hearing that, John rubbed his chin and exclaimed, "Good stuff." Then he smirked. "Hey girl, did you come here to be sold? Well, you made the right choice. I'll pay a high price for you." She didn't reply, but flat out delivered a slap to him. After taking the hit, John immediately shot straight into the air. The roof shattered as a result. He was seen falling headfirst into the ground. Chu-ha, with an annoyed face, frowned and questioned, "Why did you put that swollen face so close to me?" Then she directed her gaze down at Tuantu. "By the way, why aren't you answering me? Where is your captain?" Amidst the house shattered by the previous strike, the scene showed the two of them looking at each other in silence. The scene shifted to a deep mountain crevice, where even light could not reach. The image of Tien on lying face down on the cold ground appeared, while at the same time the silhouette of someone was moving toward her position. Tien on slowly opened her eyes, after being unconscious for a while. Before her was a person in a black cloak whose face was obscured. In her dazed state, she wondered to herself, "A dream? At least he doesn't seem like a bad person." Adam was seen, gently approaching and picking up the dazed Tien-on. After that, he carried her away from this dark and damp place. Adam's tall figure gradually disappeared. After a moment, Chu-ha's voice rang out, "Strange, she should be around here."
Tu en tues.
And she had also arrived at the spot where Tien-on fell, but they saw no one. Next, the girl analyzed. Judging by the throwing speed and gravity, she definitely must be near here, but there are only impact marks and no signs of movement. Hearing that, Chu-ha offered a guess. Someone must have picked her up and left. Tuan-tu immediately denied it. "No, besides the impact marks, there are no footprints at all." She looked up while speaking, then maybe she flew up into the sky. "Fine, I'm too lazy to keep looking." The girl, looking unhappy, asserted, "If you don't find her, you don't eat." Hearing this, Chu-ha frowned and grumbled, "What a pain." Suddenly, she turned around and pointed behind her. "Over there, she's in that direction." Tuan-tu also looked back with a skeptical look. "How do you know?"
Tia replied calmly.
"I can sense an extremely powerful surge of energy." Then she commented, "The other person must at least be a master, at the enlightenment realm, or higher. There are no tracks, which proves they didn't set foot on the ground. It's high-level Qinggong." Chu-ha turned her back and left with an annoyed look. What a huge pain. The scene shifted to another location. A beautiful blue light emanated from the surroundings. The image of Tien on lying in warm water appeared. Her eyes were still slightly open to observe the situation. Then, Tien-on looked upward with an expressionless face. And then she comfortably thought to herself, "Just as I thought, it's only a dream, but a beautiful one." At the same time, a voice rang out, surprising Tien-on, "Sleep a little longer. Your internal injuries haven't fully recovered yet." She immediately sat up, simultaneously looking toward where Adam was sitting. Then she stood up and questioned loudly, "Who are you?" He replied in a low voice, "That is not important. Since we have no connection, please focus on your recovery." Hearing that, Tien-on immediately sat back down in the water. "My clothes," Adam asserted in a flat tone. "That is also not important. If I hadn't intervened, you would be dead. Therefore, you are now my rightful property. Once you are healed, and back to being a normal commodity, I will sell you for a fair price." Tien-on thought in confusion, "What the hell? This guy is crazy, right? What kind of sick dream is this?" Suddenly, he spoke up, "How fortunate, there is a buyer already. It seems I won't have to sell you for cheap anymore." Next, Adam gently closed his eyes. "I can sense them. and the ones arriving were none other than John and Doc. Ko. He saw them kneeling before him, and Martin, John, at this point also noticed the symbol drawn on the body of one of the two men. Next, he exclaimed in shock, "The human government." Suddenly, a person's voice rang out, "You just uploaded something incredible to the black market, didn't you?" Athena, with a smile on her lips, suggested, "Where is it? We will buy it." Suddenly, she asserted in a serious tone, "At a high price." John heard these words, and for a moment didn't know how to react. The atmosphere fell into silence again. John, with a bewildered expression, asked wide-eyed, "Who are you?" At the same time, a train of thought ran through his head. That outfit belongs to a high-ranking civil servant. She's even escorted by 2 elite armored guards. Next, Athena spoke up, "I am Athena-san. I'm very tired, so I'll be blunt. We received a report about a fraudulent post." Following the direction of her finger, she pointed out countless parts of Thuan-Tu's body that he had put up for sale online. Next, she wondered, according to analysis, this is a component from the mass-produced under Joy line.
PL 0016 KBT.
So, isn't this price completely absurd? Athena narrowed her eyes and glanced over. And the product description, superdense neural network, Santanium alloy, multidimensional lens, is all just a lie. And then she suggested in a low voice, "This was just a mistake, right? You just wanted to use it as bait to attract customers, didn't you? If you quickly admit it and commit to corrections, the punishment will be light. It's almost time for lunch." John didn't dare argue and admitted the error. "Yes, it was just a mistake." Athena, suspicious, immediately frowned. "But why does your voice sound so crafty? Only counterfeit smugglers have a tone like that." And then she offered her own speculation. Could it actually be the truth? He looked up and stammered that. Suddenly, Athena pressed her face right up against his. John stared wide-eyed, unable to react in time. With a face as cold as ice, she narrowed her eyes. That gaze hid a murderous intent as Athena muttered, "So it was true after all?" Then she raised her eyebrows and questioned, "Where's that thing? Who brought it here?" John sat there looking up without answering. The scene inside the cave appeared once again. Adam was seen sitting in one spot, slightly bowing his head. Tianon, submerged in the hot water, stared intently at him. With one of her pupils turning yellow, she frowned while observing her opponent. But the system continuously issued connection error warnings. Unable to analyze. Seeing the data, Tianon frowned and wondered to herself, "What's this? Is the scanner broken?"
Adam, opposite her, calmly explained.
"It's not broken. It's just not working. Your scanner simply cannot analyze me." Unable to hold back any longer, she asked loudly, "Who on earth are you?" He gently suggested, "If you need a name, to call me, just pick whatever you like." But Adam didn't forget to remind her, "However, humans in your position usually call someone like me master." Then he wondered in a low, confused voice, "To be honest, I still don't understand. With just a few strikes and crude tools to bind their limbs, why do humans give up their egos so easily?" Tianon's gaze shifted toward her clothes discarded on the shore. "My clothes." Then she angrily swung her arm, splashing water at Adam. The splash was so powerful that it created a loud noise. His entire face was soaked, like a drowned rat, drenched. Inside the dark cave, small rays of sunlight flickered through. Tianon, looking unhappy, frowned at her opponent. Next, she questioned, "You total pervert, what are you staring at?"
Adam answered nonchalantly.
"I am checking the level of body movement integration. You have recovered 93%. Then, quick as a flash, he teleported behind.
Then anh,
"You need more recovery, so I can sell you for your true price." Adam gave the order like a total creep. "Go back to the treatment chamber and take off your clothes. The more pure your body's condition is, the faster the recovery speed will be." She couldn't stand those filthy words, so she swung her arm back forcefully. "Shut up." But before the strike could connect, he had already vanished. At the same time Adam spoke, "That action just now caused a 4% loss to the neural network. Self-harm is futile. If you continue to resist, I will beat you until you submit." Tianon, with her rage reaching its peak, glared and growled, "You crazy bastard, just try it if you dare." Seeing this scene, he instinctively widened his eyes in surprise. Then Adam slowly turned his head toward his back. A silhouette appeared at the cave entrance, but the blinding light prevented him from seeing the person clearly. A familiar figure appeared, the sound of footsteps echoing throughout the cave. He now reached his hand back, gripping the sword hilt with a look of alertness. Chu-ha walked in with a confident stride, not a single emotion showing on her face. Immediately, Adam pointed the sharp tip of his sword toward her. Tian-on watched this, staring in a daze. Before them was the scene of Chu-ha and Adam, standing opposite, looking at each other. Then she asked in a low voice, "You're quite strong. Who are you?" He only looked at the person before him, without opening his mouth to answer. Behind Chu-ha, another small figure appeared. That person was none other than Thuan-tu. As soon as Adam saw the newcomer, he stared, in shock. In disbelief, he stammered, "A one?" Seeing Adam, the girl also exclaimed in surprise, "A one?" Suddenly Adam dropped to one knee, his sword blade scraping the ground as he did. And at the same time, Dak-ko also projected an image of Thuan-tu's Athena. Upon seeing the girl, could not hide her astonishment. And then she asked with wide eyes, "Is that an underjoy?" John, kneeling on the ground, firmly asserted, "Yes, that's right." Hearing this, Athena glared and shouted, "What? No!" Images from the past suddenly flickered in her mind. Thuan-tu's small figure appeared accordingly. The scene of Mok-chan alone tackling a large tray of sausages reappeared. At the same time, she thought to herself, that was the underjoy from back then. Meanwhile, Thuan-tu, with a look of shock, rushed toward Adam. Her small figure was seen, nimbly lunging toward the giant Adam before her, and then Thuan-tu threw her arms around his neck. Adam now looked down at the person hugging him, with a look of utter surprise, but his hand also reached up, to touch the girl's head, and then he gently wrapped both arms around and pulled the little girl into his chest. Tian-on watched the scene unfolding before her, with a look of total confusion. At the same time, Chu-ha raised her eyebrows and questioned, "What is this even about?" The atmosphere shifted from tense to something else entirely. Everything was strangely silent. Only a mechanical voice could be heard ringing out. Level 1 Administrative Inspector Urton-san, requesting headquarters information sharing. After analyzing the data, the android sent Alpha Satellite, Human Government Data Center. The sound continued to ring out. Please share manufacturer information. Data transmission complete. An image of Thuan-tu also appeared. Slayer, within a mechanical space, spoke. Received. Athena, on the other end, suggested in a low voice, "Please process this urgently, immediately. Analysis report complete. 100% forged information. That is an object that cannot exist. It exceeds current human manufacturing capabilities. Furthermore, there are no traces of manufacturing." And then Slayer suggested, "Abort mission immediately and return to headquarters." Hearing that, she revealed, "But there is a witness, and we have data to verify the next testimony." Athena pleaded, "Please reanalyze. Despite the difficulty, please have Slaver analyze it." The one on the other end of the line asserted, "This is the analysis result from Slaver, because I am Slaver. As you know, my analytical capabilities and information are infinite, and cannot be erroneous." Slaver was heard firmly asserting, "In my data there is no information about this underjoy, therefore it does not exist." The screen also showed images of the two, Thuan-tu and Adam. Next it gave a stern warning, "Abort the mission. This is the final order. Non-compliance will result in dismissal." Athena heard this and wondered, Slaver is replying directly? But in response, there was only a void of silence. At the same time, Slaver thought to itself, "Impossible, something is happening." Then it ordered, "Delete all data regarding those babies. Do not leave any traces behind." Thuan-tu and Adam were still embracing each other affectionately. They held each other tightly without letting go, as if they hadn't met for a very long time. Inside the cave, the atmosphere was silent. Chu-ha and Tian-on were both bewildered, not understanding what was going on. The scene of Athena standing alone on the cliff appeared. The expression on her face radiated coldness. The camera, on Dak-ko's face, projected images forward. Countless images of Thuan-tu appeared before Athena. At the same time, she thought to herself, "I am certain there is no data error." But that also doesn't mean slavers. Analysis is wrong. Athena muttered in a low voice, "What the hell is going on?" Suddenly, from behind her, a voice rang out, "Preparations for return are complete." Next Max spoke up, "Just send the coordinates, and teleportation will be activated." But Athena immediately refused. "Postpone the return." Then she gave a stern order, "We will search this entire planet. No matter how many days it takes, we must find that android." Martin's voice rang out, "Request denied." Athena couldn't help but be startled upon hearing that. Next, he spoke, "According to orders from higher up, returning is the top priority." She immediately screamed, "Higher up? What the hell are you talking about? I am your direct superior. Don't the regulations state that, in the field, orders from the direct superior take priority?" Martin remained unshaken. "Request denied. Return." Athena yelled in anger, "What? Have you guys really gone mad? Are you actually planning to violate military orders?" Suddenly she gasped, as if she had just seen something in front of her. The massive forms of Mark and Martin appeared. At the same time, Mark warned, "Activate teleportation now. If you refuse, we will open fire." Athena shouted an order in fury, "You guys, you've really gone crazy. Put your weapons down immediately. Otherwise." A blinding yellow light appeared before her eyes. Blinding yellow. Immediately, a massive explosion occurred. A loud noise echoed accordingly. The aftermath of the explosion was a thick cloud of black smoke. Mark and Martin stood tall without a single scratch, but Athena's figure was nowhere to be seen. Next, Martin looked up and suggested, "Mission complete, requesting return." With those words, the two of them teleported together to another place. Their silhouettes gradually disappeared, but the results of the recent events remained. Black smoke rose from the site of the shocking explosion. Suddenly, from beneath the scorched earth, something began to emerge. In the pile of sand, a person's silhouette flickered. Athena escaped from the sand. Sitting on the ground, she coughed violently. A little blood trickled from her mouth. Clutching her chest and frowning, she wondered, "What is this? Did they really shoot me? With a photon cannon? What the hell is going on here?" The scene shifts to the cave, where rays of sunlight filter in. Tuan Tu and Adam have now separated. Tianon, looking furious, points her finger straight at his face and questions the girl. "Tuan,
Tu en tu.
do you know that guy? What is your relationship with him?" Tuan Tu remains silent and says nothing. She continues to shout, "Why aren't you answering? What is your relationship with him?" The girl now replies in a low voice, "I cannot answer." Tianon hears this and stares in shock. "Huh?" At the same time, Chu-ha turns to wonder, "You say you can't answer? You're just an android, and an information-type android at that. Did they teach you something?" She hears this and loudly explains, "She is not an android. She is Tuan Tu. She is the co-pilot, medical officer, and operations manager of our ship, the S-Devil." She looks at her with a cold expression and speaks, "What nonsense are you talking about?" Tianon, seeing no useful information, adopts a serious tone. "Fine, if you won't answer, I'll ask him directly." Next, she suggests to the man, "You knew her before you met me, right? Are you her original master? Even if that's true, don't worry. I will set you free at any cost." Tuan Tu still chooses silence and says nothing more. Chu-ha watches this and speculates, "I knew it. She can't answer because the question is wrong." Tianon heard this and looked over in confusion. "What?" And then she raises her eyebrows and asserts, "He is not a human." Then Chu-ha analyzes, "He breathes, has body heat, and even a heartbeat, but the internal energy is different. He is an android, realistic to an unbelievable degree." She gasps in shock and exclaims, "Huh? An android? You mean a robot?" Tuan Tu suddenly spoke up, "He is a human machine." Next, she turned her eyes toward Adam. He had remained silent from the beginning until now. Tuan Tu continued, "He possesses free will." At the same time, a pleading voice rang out on the ship, "Please." The robot, looking urgent, frowned slightly. He looked at Mach-chan and made a flustered suggestion. "The captain is in danger. Are you really not going to do anything? You must go down there immediately," he asked with a nonchalant expression. "Didn't I already send that child?" The robot heard this, grimaced, and shouted, "That brat? How can you trust her? She's just a grumpy girl. Isn't the captain's temper just as bad? But she'll only make things more chaotic." Mok-chan remained very calm and reassured him. "Don't worry, I sent her because she has the ability. As long as she is serious, almost no creature can restrain her." He heard this and stammered in confusion. "That little girl." Suddenly, a cough echoed from behind, causing him to turn his head to look. Athena appeared, her body looking weak. Robert couldn't help but be startled upon seeing her. You. She struggled to walk forward. "Thank goodness I arrived in time. I just teleported randomly, hoping to land somewhere nearby." Suddenly, Athena shouted, "But the security here is terrible. The teleportation gate is still set to open access. Doesn't anyone realize that anyone could just barge in?" He stood there dazed after being scolded, not yet understanding what was happening. At the same time, she cast her eyes around. But where is that android? The one standing next to that short-tempered woman? Have they both disappeared? Mok-chan asked in a low voice. Did something happen? Athena, looking unhappy, turned around with a frown. "Huh? Why are you interfering?" But when she saw the person before her, her eyes widened in shock. The man standing in front of her was Mok-chan, his face showing no emotion. Athena immediately blushed the moment she saw him. "This man. My heart is racing again." The harsh words I was about to say were swallowed back down. Inside the cave, a voice rang out. "Did you just say he has free will?" Chu-ha spoke up with a look of disbelief. "How can a robot have free will? Saying that is like saying a dog grew wings." Tian-on heard this, turned around, and reminded her, "That's going too far. Robots are not slaves. They are allowed a certain degree of free will. If you think about it, we humans also live within limits, don't we? It's the same for them." But she narrowed her eyes and denied it. "It's not the same. Humans choose to wear chains and handcuffs. We give up a part of our freedom to live comfortably in society. And if we want, we can remove those cuffs at any time. Even if we are punished or exiled from society, it's still possible. But robots are different. The 3 laws of robotics aren't just chains. They are the very essence of a robot. How can something bound by unbreakable shackles possibly have free will?"
Can anh stay in supli?
Seemingly having realized something herself, with a look of shock, she silently thought, "That's right, the 3 laws of robotics. Law number 1, a robot may not injure a human being, or, through inaction, allow a human being to come to harm. Law number 2, a robot must obey orders given it by human beings, except where such orders would conflict with the first law. Law number 3, a robot must protect its own existence, as long as such protection does not conflict with the first or second law." And then Tian-on frowned and questioned, "When you said you would sell me into slavery earlier, you were joking, right? And also about beating me into submission. If I didn't listen?" Adam neither confirmed nor denied her previous words. Seeing this, Tian-on continued to question in a low voice, "Why aren't you answering? Why are there 3 of them?" At the same time, 2 more androids approached. One of them pointed a lens toward Thuan-2 to analyze one of them. They appeared disappointed. "No way, that little girl is an android? What a pity." Tian-on stared at them in shock. "Are they slave traders?" Then the android looked toward her and Chu-ha. "Anyway, we have 2 of them, right? And both are high-quality goods." Next, he looked at Adam and inquired, "Finally caught some good stock. So which one do you plan to sell?" The one beside him immediately made an offer. "Why choose? Let's buy both. I'll pay 7,000 credits for the package." And then that guy pointed directly at Tian-on. 3,000 credits for this brat. Next, he stepped in front of Chu-ha. "And 4,000 for that one." "No, wait, 4,200 credits." At the same time, a blue light appeared in her hand. The android looked at Tian-on and wondered, "So that means this brat is worth 2,800 credits, right?" He just flashed a sinister smile. "Alright, I'll buy this one. Even if I only use her for a few months and resell, I'll still profit." She couldn't listen anymore, and shouted, "You lunatic!" After one sword stroke, the guy in front was sliced into 2 pieces. The one who just struck was none other than Adam. Tien.
Anh Wine said.
This scene and could not hide her astonishment. At the same time, the head of the remaining android also fell to the ground. He moved with lightning speed, making it impossible for them to react. Seeing this, she raised her eyebrows and spoke. He actually killed a human. A human? Then Tuha turned to Adam and questioned, do you have a problem? Are you insane? The sharp blade in his hand swayed gently, and the direction it pointed was toward her. Looking at this, she calmly questioned, what do you intend to do? Are you planning to kill me too?
Adam repliyet oldu.
My existence is not permitted to be revealed. No witness who has seen me alive is allowed to persist. Tian watched everything unfolding before her eyes. In utter confusion, what has happened to you? Why are you like this? Thuan too still remained silent, offering not a single word of explanation. The atmosphere once again became tense. Athena stood watching in bewilderment.
Motschen.
Fixed his terrifying, soulless eyes on the other person. Did you not hear my question? Answer me, what happened? Poor Athena confessed. I cannot answer. If I answer, I would have to speak about the subject. I absolutely cannot do that. The subject is the soul and the heart of the government. Humanity is the light, the truth, and the final judge of common sense. So any information regarding the subject, the moment it is spoken, will be deemed treason. I can say nothing, even if I must die. Robert jerked his chin in confusion. I don't know what you're talking about, but it sounds like you've said almost everything already. But Athena became frustrated, clenching her fists in denial. I cannot speak. No way. Mok-chan still kept those cold eyes wide open, looking at her and commanding, then don't speak. Athena's knees weakened slightly. She lowered her head, not wanting to look at anyone. Her distressed appearance was pitiful. Hearing Mok-chan say that, she instinctively looked up, only to see he had already turned his back to walk away, leaving behind a sincere piece of advice. You seem to be injured. Rest. The others will be back soon. Athena's shoulders tensed as she stared blankly in shock. A grumbling voice rang out in her ears. And don't talk to me anymore. Robert followed in Mok-chan's footsteps, walking quickly out of there, carrying a dull mood about that subject matter. I have a feeling that if I know too much, I'll be killed soon. But as he was about to leave, he was pulled back by Athena's shout. That's right, wait. Athena suddenly bristled, asking in an urgent voice, isn't there an instant transmitter here? Where is it? At this time, in the dark, temporarily peaceful clearing, the clash was so fiery. Frustrated and worried, he snapped and asked, why are you fighting? Step in and stop him. Thuan too lowered her head in disappointment. I can't. Tianon gasped, her eyes widening. Why? Aren't you too close? The girl sadly confessed. Yes, we are. More than any value that can be measured. But we are bound to live completely independently. We cannot interfere in each other's lives. That is the price of free will. The more Tianon listened, the more confused she felt. What on earth are you talking about? Then, Tu-ha slowly spoke up. Perhaps I must admit it now. An android with free will truly exists. But that's absurd, right? The 3 laws of robotics are the fundamental structure in an android system, just like instinct is to humans. No one escapes instinct. That is how the gods created us. So if there were a human unaffected by instinct, it would mean they weren't created by the gods. To androids, humans are gods. So that means you are an android, not created by humans. Saying this, Tu-ha's face suddenly darkened, but her eyes flashed as she interrogated. But then, what the hell is going on? Who created you? Her question was aimed directly at Adam. Contrary to Tu-ha's indifferent expression on the outside, her internal energy was waiting to explode. If you don't answer, I'll beat it out of you. But it was she herself, who, less than half a second later, froze like a statue. When she saw a beam of light rise straight before her eyes, it was exactly what Adam had just created. Tu-ha couldn't help but exclaim, so fast. Adam's light beam was like a cutting blade, about to slice Tu-ha's body in half. As he brought his hand down once more with absolute finality, that beam carried a terrifying energy that tore the very space in two. In the blink of an eye, only a screen of thick smoke could be seen ahead. Debris was scattered everywhere. Tian held Thuan too tightly in her arms, raising one hand to shield herself. But Tu-ha was by no means easy to deal with. She managed to see through Adam's attack in time, so she escaped unharmed with ease. She nonchalantly raised an eyebrow, lips pressed tight with hidden meaning. Adam stood with his back turned a distance away, muttering, strange, to be able to move at such a transcendent level, without an internal energy core. And even if you studied internal energy techniques of primitive mechanics, it still doesn't make sense. Mechanical internal energy techniques develop in direct proportion to years of experience and practice. Although your biological age is 18, you possess internal power accumulated over 1,000 years. That is a paradox. His platinum hair obscured his eyes. One could only hear his nonchalant tone. So what Mother said was true. Despite having near-absolute logic and infinite data, humans still cannot be perfectly analyzed. That is why you are truly dangerous. In another blink of an eye, Adam loomed behind Tu-ha. He swept his arm, drawing a brilliant blade arc. Only now could a different emotion be seen. In Tu-ha's eyes, terror. Tian-on shared that same emotion with her. Only Thuan Tu remained strangely calm. She wasn't afraid, she just didn't want to look directly. The horror surged forth. That was because of the yellow field of light that abruptly appeared after Adam slashed his sword. Exiting the dark scene and carrying a suitcase, someone arrived at a cool beach. Under a wide-brimmed umbrella planted in the sand, Meetit was lying with legs crossed, enjoying the fresh air. A cold glass of soda sat ready on the table. Perfect for a session of beach watching, Meetit reached out to pick up the glass. At the same time, an urgent voice called out, "This is a turn, son. I have an emergency question." She brushed it off. "It's my break time. Ask later." But the caller was persistent. "Is it possible that the subject has provided erroneous information to me, and that the armored soldiers could disobey orders and attempt to assassinate me during the mission, and that the armored soldiers could disobey orders and attempt to assassinate me during the mission?" Hearing this, Meetit could no longer maintain her composure. She immediately sat bolt upright, ordering the projection to be turned off at once. Turned out that beach was just an illusion. In a flash, Meetit was seen in her office, dressed in formal attire. She walked to the screen to contact Athena Mad. Hiding her glasses to reveal eyes glaring in rage, she shouted, "What the hell?" She is the vice commander of the human government, in charge of the security plan. Meiji-san. The space within the four walls vanished. Returning to the unfinished clash at the clearing, Tian-on was currently dazed. Before her, the white smoke had not yet fully dissipated. The scene ahead was truly something to be terrified of. Tu-ha was using her bare hands to hold Adam's sword. In her posture, there was no sign of panic. Soft skin and flesh, yet not a single scratch from the sharp blade. But Tu-ha's feet were actually struggling to plant themselves, so she could maintain her balance. Her entire body began to tremble violently. Sweat poured like a river down her small face as she spoke. "Investigation. You're getting stronger, aren't you? Right? What on earth are you?" Adam only now revealed his dreamy eyes. "You are the one who ruined all the data I have collected over the past 10 years about humans like you. Are you truly a human?" A bit more magic into her palms. "To prevent the blade from touching me. It's only temporary." "Fine, so don't provoke me anymore. I'm trying to restrain myself here." Adam was not comfortable at all. The frustration in his heart had risen sharply. "I can't believe it. An impossible creature like you should not exist." Suddenly, he raised his eyebrows and looked up, as if seeing something horrific. It turned out to be a giant hand, with pale purple skin and sharp black claws. Peering behind Tu-ha, slowly, a bizarre entity emerged with large wings. Its gruesome appearance made Adam pause slightly. It's a demon. 2 horns grew from the bald head of the corpse demon, and its glossy head was emitting a strange light. Tian-on went from one surprise to another. "What is that?" She looked over at Thuan Tu. She saw the girl's eyes had turned completely white. Tian-on called out in panic, "Thuan Tu!" But the girl didn't seem to have regained consciousness. Soulless pupils, no longer aware of anything. Then suddenly, thousands of system zeros and ones flashed within her eyes. Thuan Tu was now standing in the system space, surrounded by nothing but numbers. Only then did she regain awareness. Her blue pupils returned. A tall figure appeared in front of her. Without waiting, Thuan Tu automatically addressed her, "Mother." Somewhere, images of the girl were being monitored. None of it escaped the notice of one person. That person was me. Title. After observing long enough, she said, "Fine. Shut down the system." A sharp look was directed at Athena. What do you want to say? You answer me. Either the subject says the android we just saw does not exist, which means the subject is either wrong or lying. Which is it? And the armored soldiers attacked me, saying it was a supreme command. So who issued that order? Meetit lost her patience and snapped, "Stop beating around the bush. You are the data analyst, and the greatest thinker of the human government. If even you don't know, then who does? What are the things you really want to ask?" Athena continued her reasoning. There is only one single logical hypothesis left. The subject deliberately hid the existence of that android. And for the same reason, the armored soldiers were ordered to eliminate me based on the overall judgment. Even though I don't know the reason, that android was created by the subject. So my question is there any possibility the subject violated the 3 laws of robotics and harmed a human? Métis asserted, absolutely not. Never. Athena lowered her voice and asked a pointed question. Is the subject completely under control then? Based on what? She calmly replied, on the contrary, the subject is not under control. This answer made Athena frown. What? Métis explained, if the subject truly wanted to wipe out humanity, it wouldn't need to use such complex schemes. It could erase all of humanity in just 1 second. Returning to Thuan Tu, the girl was still standing in a daze. Facing her was a soul without a stitch of clothing, with tears made of red blood. That entity was like a soulless robot, yet Thuan Tu called out affectionately, "Mother," a robot, and a person standing opposite each other in space. This system image has been recorded. Returning to the dialogue between Athena and Métis, she continued, the subject is the first self-evolving artificial intelligence. It was created about 1,000 years ago, when humanity still lived on Earth. But the reason it evolved from an AI analyzing big data into a self-evolving AI was because of the destruction of Earth caused by humans themselves. Left behind in the void of space, humanity had nothing to rely on except artificial intelligence. But even then, according to statistics, the chance of human survival was nearly 0. Yet a miracle happened. In the era of refugees in the middle of the universe, with only 2 new questions posed by humans, the artificial intelligence has transformed itself into a self-evolving model. It overcame every impossibility to protect humanity. That is the subject, and that is why I believe in the subject. Even the name subject was chosen by it. Athena continued to question, what were those 2 new questions? Métis slightly bowed her head. The first question, how can humans live together in peace? And the second question, what is the universe? 2 figures, 1 human, 1 robot, looked at each other in silence. Thuan Tu spoke in a daze. Mother, she asked gently, why have you come so early? Go back. It is not yet time for us to part. Thuan Tu. Mother, please stop Adam. He is hurting humans. Her mother firmly refused. I cannot. I have granted you free will. True freedom is not permitted to have any form of restraint. Unwilling to accept this, Thuan Tu immediately countered. But the person Adam intends to harm is my friend. She immediately advised. Then you should be the one to stop him, shouldn't you? These words immediately caused Thuan Tu to freeze. Her mother calmly explained, Adam trusts you more than he trusts himself. Tell him to stop. Tell him that his freedom will not be stripped away. Let him eat the apple currently in your hand. At this moment, Thuan Tu's eyes filled with worry again. But if I do that, Adam will. Her image gradually faded away, but she managed to leave one final instruction. That is also your choice, and it is the price of the freedom I have granted. Now go. The brief conversation ended, leaving Thuan Tu instinctively angry. Why did you create us? Why make us endure this pain? A nonchalant answer came. My master posed a question, and I have been searching for the answer. Your lives are the process of verifying that answer. The first question, how can humans live together in peace, despite the pain, despite being unable to endure it? Live one more day with all your strength. Live the life of a human, then reflect on that life to find the possibility. Mother's answer is wrong. Convince Mother that humans living in peace is a problem even more difficult than the secrets of the universe she has decoded. Create a miracle greater than the birth of the universe. Even though her mother had left quite a while ago,
Thuan Tu
still could not lift her feet. Adam suddenly received a warning notification. Unstable energy amplification detected. the celestial demon soul Tu-Ha just created is gradually exploding. Energy power 5.7 giga. Mass 14,767 kilomasses. Mass is exceeding the level appropriate for the energy. That is a contradiction. Energy and mass must be equivalent. Mass 31,688 kilomasses. At that same moment, inside Tu-Ha, a type of power is gradually erupting. Strange energy 5.7 giga. Energy 5.7 giga. Mass 46.453 giga-ams. The corpse demon soul has not yet fully awakened. His head is still slumped down. Tian-On dared not look away. What the hell is going on? Behind her, Tuan-Tu's eyes were still cloudy white. Finally, they gradually returned to normal. The blue pupils flickered back into view. Tuan-Tu's face regained its expression. Her heart must be feeling very heavy. The analysis board continued to change. Energy 5.7 giga. Mass 98.994 giga-ams. Adam worried it would exceed the measurement limit. He narrowed his eyes and told himself, I should destroy her. Both hands gripped the sword even tighter. He decided to use the twin sword combination. One hand holding Adam's sword hilt, jerked backward. Another sword was created by him in just 1 second. Soulless eyes without a hint of mercy looked at the opponent, arm raised high and mouth uttering 2 words, the end. In an instant, his sword came crashing down. The space immediately exploded in a blue hue. The ground shook violently. Light and debris mixed together. That sword strike just now sliced a massive boulder in two. Tian-On had remained in the same position until now, maintaining a shocked expression. Tuan-Tu was the same, except her head was lowered, eyelashes drooping sadly. Beneath Adam's feet, a deep cut formed a shape. More precisely, it was the ground recessed by his previous slash. The lightning within Adam appeared more frequently in direct proportion to the anger in his heart. On the opposite side, Tu-Ha was still in the process of awakening. The celestial demon soul and she were about to merge into one. Adam impatiently analyzed, energy 5.7 giga, mass 666 kilomasses. It seemed that at this moment Tu-Ha began to move, slightly lunging toward Adam. His twin swords were deployed once again. He urged himself, now is the time. Defense functions disabled, switching to full power energy attack mode. Just as the battle was reaching its climax, a scream echoed out to stop it. Stop it, Tian-On bravely stood between the two surging energies, spreading both arms wide. Leaving this place for a moment, returning to Robert's lab, he was listening intently, as Athena conversed with Métis. Can you explain clearly? I don't understand a single word you're saying. Are we even speaking the same language? Robert crossed his arms in frustration. What the hell is going on, anyway? Suddenly he froze, eyes bulging as he saw a massive iron block close to the ship's glass. Robert gasped. That is, Mach-chan also spotted it. He pointed his finger and asked him, are they back again? Was it them last time as well? The iron spaceship stood still in space. The robot exclaimed, the human government. Red alert sirens blared.
Danger, danger, danger.
The robot's expression turned tense. In a low voice he alerted, target locked. On the first floor of the ship, a blue-yellow flash of light appeared. Athena stood silent, listening to the notification. Level 3 Photon Energy Lock, XER. Tan has targeted. Shield capacity exceeded. Unable to defend. Her eyes were half closed with a look of exhaustion. The first floor of that iron spaceship attack. A missile was fired first. Mach-chan tucked both hands into his sleeves, watching with a peaceful expression. Robert's mouth hung open in terror. A glowing red mass was about to collide with the iron ship. Two figures in black cloaks stood watching silently. None other than Mark and Martin standing behind. A distance from them was Hong Duok. He announced, firing complete. The one thing they both focused on was the question, has she been eliminated yet? Hong Duok truthfully reported. They teleported right before being hit. Mark immediately interrogated. Teleported where? Suddenly, John's round face appeared out of nowhere. He was sitting on a piece of rotted wood. It turned out that Mach-chan and Athena's ship had crashed straight into John's house, turning it into a mess in an instant. He sat there dazed, only able to watch and mutter, I'm not buying this pile of junk. Back to the fiery confrontation. Tian stood gallantly between the two sources of power. She quickly wanted to mediate the situation. Stop it. Why are you fighting? You two have no grudge against each other. If you really think about it, maybe we are on the same side. So, let's start by talking first. The outcome of the battle is still unknown, but one thing is for certain. Mach-chan's team spaceship will likely struggle to take off again. The robot exploded, shouting, "Why did you land like that? We are running out of money, and now the repair costs for the ship will skyrocket. Why did you hijack the steering wheel from someone else, when you clearly don't know how to drive?" Athena loudly snapped back, "Shut up. If it weren't for my superhuman reflexes and genius decision to teleport just in time, we'd all be dead." He didn't back down either, arguing, "Save those excuses for the captain. But why did the human government attack us? Aren't you an employee of the human government? Don't tell me you committed a crime and then hid on our ship." While the two were back and forth, Mach-chan silently looked at the crater created by the explosion earlier. The explosive reaction hasn't ended yet. Two streams of purple and blue gas escaped from the rocky ledge. Mach-chan followed their movement with his eyes. In his ears was the high-pitched sound from the robot. "So you really did commit a crime. I'd rather eat bug droppings and die than be a scapegoat for you." Athena clenched her fists. "I'll pay for the ship repairs, so shut up. This scrap metal only has a scratch on the rear fender. I could fix it with the spare change in my wallet." But just as she finished the sentence, something crashed down, causing even more severe damage to the spaceship. The robot and Athena stopped bickering and turned to look at it. Before their eyes was a temporary cloud of rising dust. It seemed Adam had left the old combat zone and moved directly to this location, and his opponent was still only Tue-ha. She was now about to go mad. A red light shone directly from within her pupils. On the wooden plank, two energies were about to collide, but someone was only preoccupied with the spaceship. It was crushed even more tragically now. Robert didn't even bother to give the two of them a look. He is solely focused on collecting debt from Athena. "You must take responsibility for this too. This is still part of the crash after all." She no longer wanted to argue with him at this point, focusing her gaze on the two newcomers. Tue-ha's eyes were now left with a soulless white, perhaps because her divine soul had merged as one with the demon behind her, the celestial demon soul. The three people on the spaceship finally looked in the same direction. Mach-chan slowly stepped forward, with thoughts racing through his mind. "I had my suspicions. Why would a little girl be able to shoulder the fate I threw away? 2,000 years ago, the soul power of Tue-ha and the celestial demon soul merged, causing it to slowly come to life. But in someone's eyes, this was seen as karmic retribution." The images of the battle were displayed on the server. Suddenly, the place where it existed was also affected. The entire vast library underwent heavy tremors. Adam and Tue-ha began to face off against each other.
Adam glared intently at Tue-ha.
This was perhaps also his first time witnessing such a miraculous moment. Mach-chan let go of his hands, staring silently through the thick curtain of dust. At some point he had replaced Tian standing between the two. Adam raised his hand high, preparing to swing his sword. "Without fear, it doesn't matter. I'll cut down both of you." But before he could even make a move, Adam stared in a daze. In an instant, Mach-chan's body suddenly turned giant, standing dozens of times taller than a normal person. Adam looked up in bewilderment. "What is this?" The server recorded his stunned eyes. Tue-ha did not budge, maintaining the same posture throughout that time.
Mach-chan casually commented.
So the legend is true. A human born with the soul of a celestial demon truly exists. He showed empathy toward Tue-ha. "Child, to endure while carrying such darkness within you, your life must have been very heavy." Without using force to suppress them, Mach-chan only raised his voice slightly. "Fold your wings and return to your slumber." He reminded the celestial demon soul, yet a threatening tone could still be heard in that voice. "Go back to sleep, stop tempting that child. Otherwise I will kill you." Its eerie purple hue gradually narrowed its range. Perhaps the celestial demon soul had heard the command, but it had not disappeared yet. Instead, it slowly opened its eyes to speak. "I smell a familiar scent within your soul." Its eyes were fixed on Mach-chan. "So it's you, the one who escaped my grasp." Adam's feet seemed buried in the ground. He stood still without moving, Mok Chan's figure loomed like a wall, obstructing his vision. After a few seconds of confusion, Adam regained his senses, and those killer eyes returned. I will cut down everything. Just as he was preparing to strike, someone's voice echoed from behind. Stop! Recognizing the familiar voice, Adam obediently sheathed his sword and turned around. Mother, Athena ordered coldly, do not interfere, just observe. The robot slumped his shoulders, looking at her in shock. You're using the surveyor's eye to control Adam? That I stared intently at him. Athena continued to speak. This data has not been verified. Prioritize data collection until analysis is possible. That I slowly scanned the celestial demon soul and Mok Chan. His entire body was now emitting a distinct blue light. The celestial demon soul and Mok Chan entered another dimension, leaving just the two of them. It held Chu-Ha in its arms, slowly looking at him. Chu-Ha was still alive, but the previous process had drained too much of her spiritual energy. She fell into a deep sleep. The surveyor could still enter the space to monitor them. It did not hide this close surveillance. The celestial demon soul now wondered, you have hidden yourself very well. Why come out now? Are you tired of the void? Tired of having to forget? Mok Chan replied via telepathy. No, that's not it. You miss flesh and blood. You miss the sacrifices trembling before you. It squinted its eyes and replied, that's certainly it. Once you have tasted ultimate pleasure, how can you not crave more? You remember the feeling of dominance, subjugation, and reproduction. If you want it again, then take it back. Isn't it already yours? Mok Chan raised his hand to take up a weapon, speaking with absolute finality. Let that child go. But the celestial demon soul had no intention of letting go easily. This one is mine. There are countless other toys out there for you. Take them to your heart's content. Crush them. Destroy everything. Because humans are more interesting the more they are shattered. Mok Chan lost his patience. Let the girl go, or I will kill you. His calm face finally flashed, with a spark of rage. Mok Chan's advancing foot was held tight by another ghost rising from beneath the water's surface. Other ghosts also came to life from nowhere, pouncing toward him. The celestial demon soul stirred Mok Chan's memories. Do you remember? These are the toys you once smashed to pieces in the past. I have dragged them back from the realm of death, so that you can enjoy the taste of blood once more. A lead ghost was charging forward at that moment, preparing to attack. Mok Chan tilted his chin and gave it a look. The celestial demon soul delighted. Enjoy them thoroughly. The figure running toward him so quickly looked like a painting in Mok Chan's eyes soaked in bloody tears, filled with immense hatred. In reality, it was just a mindless ghost following orders. A stream of red blood sprayed across the space, splashing directly onto the surveyor. The ghost thrust its sword through Mok Chan's body, but he showed no sign of pain. His standing posture remained dignified and upright. The celestial demon soul chuckled softly. Do you refuse? The other ghosts took the opportunity to lunge forward, sinking their teeth deep into every muscle of his body. They swarmed and smothered him. The numbers grew larger and larger. The celestial demon soul leisurely commented, it's useless. If you don't crush them, you will be crushed. If you don't strike, you will be struck. You will have to die many times, as many as the number of people you killed in the past. You will be bitten and torn apart piece by piece. You cannot escape. Even the gods could not endure this. The surveyor sat steadily in one place, capturing the full scene of Mok Chan being surrounded by the demons. The celestial demon soul no longer showed any expression, which made its face appear even more cruel. Could only maintain that look for one more second, before being pierced through the head. It turned out that despite being pinned by the demons, Mok Chan still had more than enough power to control his weapon. They could suppress his body, but they could not make him fall. The celestial demon soul could only ask, what have you gone through, to surpass your own limits? And Mok Chan also had a question for it. Why won't you die? The celestial demon soul looked at Chu-Ha. Because my roots are still deeply embedded in this child's soul. Because it had her as a human shield, it was smug and self-assured. If you want to kill me, then strike me. Mok Chan narrowed his eyes. It was unclear if he was in pain or simply dissatisfied with that mocking face. The celestial demon soul remarked with amusement, your gaze has grown deeper. I have waited for countless eons, for a human who could become a vessel for me, and now I hold another in my grasp. But seeing you like this, makes me crave you even more. Placed a kiss on Tuha's lips. I will withdraw for now, we shall settle this another time. Next time we will bet our very souls. As it departed, Tuha's eyelids flickered. Finally she had awakened. Her small body lay sprawled on the ground, one side of her shirt torn, exposing the skin beneath. Tuha lay on the deeply dented roof, with Mak-chan by her side. She only slightly opened her eyes, dreaming for a moment before falling back into a deep sleep. Looking into Mak-chan's eyes, it seemed he was feeling pity for her. Adam watched the two of them in silence. Peace was restored to the space. His state was just like Thuan-tu's earlier. Mak-chan suddenly remembered and turned back to look. His gaze was aimed at Athena. The surveyor was still residing within her eyes. Mak-chan asked curiously, "What are you?" The surveyor kept its soulless eyes fixed on the opponent. Inside the massive library, it instinctively asked, "Is it looking at me?" The robot started and whipped its head around upon hearing a shout. What was that piercing sound? Why is our ship like this? Tien-on stood in a comical pose. Her face went blank. She stomped her feet as she walked over to demand answers. Who did this? Robert, was it you? Sensing something strange, she softly called out to Adam. Robert also stood as if frozen. His pupils turned pale white. Tien-on was stunned. Sunja, what's wrong with the robot? But looking back down, she saw Thuan-tu was in the same condition. This made her even more confused. Sunja, why is she? You. She reached out to give Thuan-tu a shake, but then Tien-on herself, a second later, ended up exactly like them. Everything was like a painting. Every person and every object was in a static state. Only Mak-chan remained normal. The only thing moving at this moment was the smoke from the kicked-up dust. Mak-chan looked at Athena and questioned, "You have a strange power. What did you do to the children?" She calmly replied, "I didn't want to be disturbed, so I temporarily disconnected their nervous systems." She reassured him, since it's only temporary, they won't be harmed. The clashes had all ended, leaving only rubble and a tense atmosphere between Athena and Mak-chan. Now shall we begin? Mak-chan looked intently at Athena. She also looked at him in silence. After a long while, he finally spoke up to question, "Why did you do that? Is there something you want from me?" Hearing that, she coldly replied, "I do not know yet, but I have a wish." Something looking like a pupil in her eyes emitted blood-red streaks along with a stream of energy. "Powerful," she said that, "perhaps within you there still exists a spark of hope that I haven't found." On the ground, the debris beneath her feet began to dissolve into smoke and dust. She still stood there solemnly, allowing the surrounding wind to blow by. Before her eyes, the house was also shattering into pieces, swept away by the wind. Even Tien-on and Thuan-tu seemed to be frozen. The two of them stood there motionless and were gradually swept away by the wind. No one escaped this situation. The robot was the same. Now, all unrelated people and things had disappeared. Only Athena and Mak-chan remained at the scene. A swirling tornado churned. Architectural pillars gradually began to form. The surroundings were covered by a barren desert. Looking from afar, it was a massive structure, with a shape resembling a pyramid. The two of them were inside. Beside them, a table and two chairs were already set out. Mak-chan reached out to touch a chair and spoke. "Strange, it has physical form, so it's not an illusion." He looked around the room, evaluating, "But it is too vivid to be a magic circle." Athena said, "This is real. I created it by gathering the desires of mankind. I thought it would make it easier for us to talk." Hearing that, he exclaimed in surprise, "Created it how?" Raising her hand, she said simply. Then a teapot appeared from her hand. She said, "Everything in this world is composed of atoms." While pouring tea into a cup, she explained, "I simply decompose and restructure them." Mak-chan understood. He said, "Creating new things from nothing. So you are a god." The teapot in her hand suddenly vanished. Her voice echoed, "A slave, yet I am the entity that understands God's best." An image of her world appeared in his mind. She recounted, "When humans created me, they gave me two tasks. One was to understand the universe, and the second was to completely control themselves. By now, I have understood the universe, but I still haven't solved the second problem. Humans are truly incomprehensible. I gave them everything they wanted to eliminate conflict, but no matter how much I fulfilled them, they always felt a new craving. The table and chairs disappeared. The two of them were now in a different room. She pointed to 4 test tubes behind her and said, I even granted each person their own private universe. As she spoke, she stepped forward to admire the results of her work. Looking at a gaunt skeleton inside a jar, she continued, a personal universe for every single person. I thought this would be the perfect answer. In this place, every human is the god of their own universe. They get to live the life they want, and that life is eternal. She sighed softly, but the result was, when humans realized the world was theirs alone, they indulged in endless destruction, and ultimately even destroyed themselves. Men, women, old, and young. The outcome was the same across all 4 test groups. The lucky thing is, the failure of the experiment 11 years ago helped me find a solution that is clear and simple. Her tone changed instantly. It is the New Humanity Project. Mok-chan asked, and what is that? The room returned to normal. Athena answered him without hesitation. It's very simple. Turn all humans into one. Conflict between people comes from their natural tendency to create hierarchies. Competition and envy from hierarchies are the source of conflict. If everyone is the same, there is nothing left to compare, and there will be no social classes to begin with. I will standardize the height to 135 centimeters, making everyone's face and body the same. We will eliminate gender, abolish the ability to reproduce, and fix the age at 68. The most important thing is intelligence. Their reasoning ability must be limited. She has chosen Index X to be 43. Hearing everything she had said so far, Mok-chan's eyes widened in horror as he exclaimed, what kind of madness is this? She turned toward him and said, it is very simple. I can do it faster than the number of times. A second is divided into infinite parts. But even though that answer is clear and the only way, I still hesitate. I still hope that my decision is wrong. She reached out her hand. 2 figures with familiar appearances appeared. She said that creating these children was also a consequence of that hesitation. If God truly created humanity, why just stand by and watch? Perhaps there is an answer in that which I haven't found yet. Therefore, I tried to create my own beings. I granted them great power that no one could challenge, and a vision that could surpass all limits. And then I gave them absolute free will, while I only observed quietly. I once hoped I would discover the secrets of God, something I have never known, but the result was failure. Her gaze rested on Adam as she said, the child with great power has refused to integrate with humanity and chose isolation, and the child with deep vision, like an entire galaxy, ultimately shared her fate with mediocre humans who were not even worthy. Then Athena returned to the main topic, saying, today I was prepared to launch the New Humanity Project, but just before that, I met you, a human liberated from desire, data that has not been collected. She raised her hand toward him and said, first, let me confirm. As soon as she finished, the space changed. Mok-chan's entire body was submerged in something that looked like a swimming pool. Her voice continued to echo, are you truly a pure human or not? Mok-chan stood there in silence while the water around him kept bubbling up. Right then, a hand appeared from behind, about to touch him. Athena, wearing nothing at all, tightly embraced Mok-chan's firm body. He spoke in a low voice, stop playing games. She opened her eyes and whispered, I feel the reproductive instinct, but there is no desire. That is a fundamental loss. She paused for a moment and then judged, or perhaps, Mok-chan's eyes widened in surprise. Without anyone noticing, Athena had moved to the front and embraced him. She bowed her head, sensing it, and said, no, that's not it. I feel resentment, but it is anger, because this human female is being humiliated, not for your own self. Then she reached a conclusion. You are definitely human. The scene shifted. Now the surveyor appeared before his eyes. Spoke. You have desires, emotions, and an ego, yet you rise above all of those things. Mok-chan didn't want to hear redundant words and said, what do you want? Just say it straight. He got straight to the point. You are a new hope. If all of humanity could reach a level like yours, I would no longer need to complete my mission. Before completely disappearing, it said, "Therefore, I will postpone the project and observe you instead. Go back, I will send you back." The scene flickered, pulling him back to reality. Its voice echoed, "To the moment before we met." A series of images he had experienced flashed through his memory in overlapping layers. The red ship moved slowly through space. Robert, holding a large sausage, spoke up, "Captain, we're out of food. This is all that's left." Tian-on turned back and said, "Divide it equally." Then she continued, "We're almost at Planet Carrot. I'll sell the internal-external energy kinetic unit and get supplies." In another room of the ship, Mok Chan's voice rang out, "Stop it." With a face full of worry, he said, "That's enough. We'll share it among ourselves." Tian-on showed a look of surprise. She pointed at the planet ahead through the glass and said, "We're almost there, don't worry. The next meal will be a feast." Kyu-ha spoke up, "Forget it, that planet is too creepy. I'd rather starve. Just keep going." Tian-on was extremely surprised by their attitude. Why is everyone acting like this? Mok Chan sat opposite her, saying nothing.
Staring intently at Kyu-ha.
At this moment she said, "I saw it too, that strange eye. If I see it again, I'll kill it and that damn robot too." Thuan too placed her hand against the glass, staring out gloomily, watching the ship approaching Planet Carrot. Before her eyes, the image of Adam appeared in her mind. She was immersed in a lingering sadness. She silently made a resolution. "Hang in there. I will definitely come back for you." The ship moved closer and closer. The observation period is 1 year. The ship traveled alone on its path toward Planet Carrot. In the room, Tian-on was lying on the bed. She turned her head and asked, "What?" Maitreya Buddha clasped his hands and said, "Amitabha, it has been 72 days since the loan agreement was signed. Therefore, I have come to request repayment. The principal is 85,000 credits. The interest is 13,000 credits. The total is 98,000 credits." Outside, the three people were already holding knives and forks, ready to eat, when her voice rang out, "That wasn't even my loan." Maitreya Buddha replied, "I accept. That credit amount is for the reputation of Lady Fire Demon."
Seung.
The four people outside ate while quietly listening. Maitreya Buddha's voice rang out, "Even though you are easily deceived, slow-witted, poorly educated, and have an erratic personality, I heard that when it comes to money, your promises are more reliable than even the greatest heroes. Could I have been misinformed? Amitabha."
Then anh can leave it.
"The rumors are true. It's just that I don't have money right now. I save by eating only 1 meal a day, even now." Hearing that, he immediately proposed an option. "If it's difficult to pay in cash, why not do some work to pay it off gradually? My Shaolin sect has lost contact recently. If you can go there and see what's happening for me, I can waive a portion of the interest." She frowned and shouted, "Making me an errand girl again? No way. Last time I worked as a driver, I almost lost my life." He replied, "In that case, how about waiving the entire interest?" She immediately said, "No way unless you waive the principal too." He agreed, clasping his hands and bowing his head. "Very well. Then it's a deal. I'll leave that matter to you." Amitabha. After speaking, he disappeared, leaving Tian-on sitting there in confusion. She frowned, then thought, "But why do I keep feeling like I've been tricked?" On the other side, after disconnecting, Maitreya Buddha stared pensively at the screen. Suddenly he spat out a mouthful of blood. But then he regained his calm and said, "Thank you for your patience, Amitabha." At this moment, around him, besides floating corpses, there was an army surrounding him with pointed blades. He stepped back, murderous intent beginning to emanate. He said, "Now, come here, let me smash the rest of these stubborn skulls." Amitabha. The ship finally landed on the ground. Dawn was gradually breaking. Salianya, the Shaolin planet, Tian-on and Mok Chan were surprised by the scene before them. Where they stood was in front of some company that had closed down. Tian-on spoke up and said, "Why do I feel like we've come to the wrong place?" Mok Chan looked up at the building and replied, "They seem to be struggling quite a bit." Just at that moment, a voice from behind the two of them rang out, "Are you here to collect a debt too?" Person with a mohawk poked his head out from a nearby tent and asked. He looked at them, frowning, and said, "I don't know how much you were cheated out of, but you'd better give up early. I've spent 50 years collecting bad debts, and I've never seen anyone as useless as this lot. I've tried for 15 years, and I've only lost more money. Starting today I'm quitting too." Before leaving, he even warned them not to go in there for any reason. Suddenly, something flew out from inside the building. With immense force, near where they stood, someone's head slammed straight into the road, legs pointing toward the sky. The man looked at this scene, and only reminded them in a cold voice, just looking at someone the wrong way could end your life. The old folks in there are extraordinarily strong. Furthermore, if you happen to go in, just cover your ears and close your eyes. They are very smooth talkers. Just a few words and you'll soften up and get tricked again, you'll see. Hearing him say that, both of them fell silent, not knowing what to say. Thinking it over, Tianon suggested, let's just go back. No, we were only asked to check on the situation, and they seem fine. Mok-chan calmly said, go in. Promise must be kept properly. She was utterly shocked, pointing at the building and asking, you're making me go in? You're really telling me to go in alone? He immediately corrected her words. Weren't you the one who made the promise? Tianon was left speechless by him, stammering, what the hell? Seeing her looking uneasy, he spoke to comfort her. Don't worry, you'll be safe. Shaolin is the most prestigious righteous sect. They strictly follow the law and etiquette. Especially for women, it's even safer. He sat down cross-legged and said seriously, and I will ensure no one disturbs you by standing guard outside. She still hesitated a bit and said, but it's already safe out here. Mok-chan reminded her, hurry up, I'm hungry. She sighed helplessly, looking at the building, but then decided to go in. As the large door opened, a creaking sound echoed. Tianon stepped inside. Looking at the scene within, her entire body froze. The inside was empty. There was no sign of a place of business at all. Without flinching, she continued to stride deeper inside, and stopped before a barred door. She observed it for a long time, then placed her hand on the doorknob. Suddenly, a voice rang out behind her. What business do you have here? Behind her, a monk with a massive build approached. Her movements stiffened. Her gaze grew sharp as she wondered, since when did he? He bowed his head, looking at her inquisitively. On his chest was a small name tag that read, Grandmaster Sotrai at your service. He clasped his hands behind his back and said to her, if you came to collect a debt, rest assured and go back. Shaolin lives only on trust. We will surely repay it with generous interest. Someday, Amitba, should I write you a new promissory note, with an extended payment deadline? Tianon looked at him in surprise and said, No, I didn't come to demand money. I came for another reason. His eyes widened as he looked at her suspiciously, then asked, not a debt collector? Are you sure? Tianon said, yeah, in a certain tone. He leaned in close, staring intently into her eyes, trying to find something. Then he took her small hand and asked, but why do your eyes look so empty? Family and friends have abandoned you, and even living in resentment isn't easy, is it? Furthermore, you don't even have enough strength to release your grudge, only being constantly exploited. The wound never heals. Amitba. Tianon was terrified and thought to herself, he saw right through me. The rumors about the grandmasters were true. He excitedly gave her a tight hug and said, don't worry anymore. Now that you've connected with an old monk like me, good fortune will come your way. Then he knelt down and said, I will personally take you as my disciple, and teach you martial arts, to help you release all your resentment. The initiation fee is 3,000 credits, plus a monthly fee of 1,000 credits. If you pay for the whole year, I'll give you a 50 discount. Just 9,000 credits right now. No cards accepted. After his pitch, he held out his hand in front of her, eyes sparkling with anticipation. She looked down at him as if remembering something. Then the images of Maitreya Buddha and this man appeared before her eyes. Vividly, she exclaimed, they're exactly the same. Outside, the moon was still shining brightly. Mok-chan sat there in silence. He looked at the endless road ahead, without a single soul in sight. Suddenly, something like a whirlwind rushed toward him, followed by several other streaks racing in. Mok-chan remained sitting still, his eyes tightly closed, ignoring the things frantically moving toward him. Inside the building, the abbot asked with a hint of disappointment. You don't have any money? Tianon frankly said, Right. Actually, I came here. Before she could finish, he interrupted. You're looking for a job? Even better. We just converted this place into a high-end entertainment facility and are hiring hostesses.
No base salary.
But you'll get a share of the revenue. With your looks, you'll surely make a fortune. Amitba, another majestic voice rang out, interrupting, that's enough. An old, small-statured monk appeared. On his body, every place that could hold something was covered in gold jewelry. He stepped out from the very door that Tianon was about to enter earlier. He spoke, Jioshizu, that kid probably sent you to check on us. Hearing that, Sotrai looked at her with murderous intent and said, that bastard sent you? How does that fool have the ability to send a beauty like this? Are you sure, sir? Tianon stood there, neither denying nor admitting it. She looked at the two of them. All three were immersed in silence as she thought, seriously, what is going on? As for Mok-chan, watching those things getting closer by the second, he still sat there motionless. The voice of one of those guys rang out, boss, someone is blocking the path of our vehicle. He's a natural, unaugmented, no control chips installed. Should we go around? The voice of the one called boss ordered coldly, just ram straight through. Professionals like us must be even more heavy-handed with the weak. Receiving the instruction, they replied in unison, understood. But then, he suddenly realized something. When he saw clearly that the opponent was Mok-chan, he looked startled. Then he shouted, stop! No way! Stop right now! Slam on the brakes! Mok-chan sensed their unusual behavior, and slowly opened his eyes. Before him were three people bowing to him. A henchman spoke up in confusion. Boss, why are we? He didn't dare look up and whispered a scolding. Shut up and bow your head right now. That's the master I was talking about all last night. The two henchmen were startled and terrified upon hearing that. Then all three said in unison, greetings, great master. Mok-chan was surprised by their actions. He asked, who are you people?
Moc-chen
Stared blankly at the three men kneeling at his feet. After a long while, he was still completely bewildered. Tusi Not, the representative, looked up respectfully and said, it's me, master. Seeing him silent, he explained further, I am the shy and kind boy whom you patted on the palm at the Tortuga Black Market. Mok-chan now remembered. He let out a surprised exclamation. Luong Thuan, as he was called, continued, at that time you cleared my meridians, and gave wings to my weak shoulders. Do you remember? That day, Tusi Not lowered his head in disappointment. I tried my best, but this was my first time cooking. Mok-chan didn't blame him at all. On the contrary, he helped wholeheartedly. You did well. While I was resetting your bones, I also cleared several acupoints. Be careful when circulating your chi for a while. Master, carrying his gratitude, now Tusi Not could stand before his benefactor and speak boldly. Thanks to your kindness, my internal power is now 10 times stronger. And from a drifter, I have become the CEO of a thriving company. He spoke while bowing his head repeatedly. Thank you so much, master. Mok-chan sat cross-legged opposite him. He felt awkward at this excessive enthusiasm and said, could you please stop calling me master? I only cleared your meridians, so your bones would heal better. It was just payment for the bowl of noodles. Tusi Not still refused to raise his head, showing absolute respect. Not at all. The value of kindness is decided by the receiver. May I know your name, master? Please allow me to repay this debt of gratitude. Mok-chan replied, it's Lee Martin, but there's really no need for any repayment. Tusi Not issued an urgent announcement the very next second. Listen up, everyone. Our company finally has an official name, Martin Credit Fund, or M-Credit for short. He even bestowed upon him a noble title. Once again, let's welcome our chairman. Leaving the wide courtyard, the space narrowed down to the four walls of a temple. Tien was pouring tea. While conversing with Tianon and Daiknot, you once owed a debt to Maitreya Buddha and have come this far to repay it. Truly a deeply righteous person. Daiknot clasped his hands in the habit of a monk, explaining calmly, I used to worry about this age of dark injustice, but now I have encountered a guiding light, Amitba, and a determination to repay debt through one's own labor. Because of a lack of money, there is no higher moral standard than that. Isn't that right? After finishing pouring the tea to Tien, also raised a hand to face level, responding that it was not only perfect but overflowing. She certainly deserves to be the leader of the new era. Tianon hastily stood up to say goodbye and apologize. Since I've confirmed that you all are safe, I think I'll be leaving now. We agreed that confirming your safety would count as paying off the debt in full. Daiknot suddenly said half-jokingly, fortunately we are not safe at all. Tianan was about to leave but had to freeze. What do you mean? The old man didn't rush to speak, calmly inviting her. You should drink before it gets cold. This is Lu coffee, brewed from civets that once went extinct, and were then revived. It's also quite easy to drink, well worth the price of 1,000 credits per cup. The staggering figure that just left the old man's mouth made Tian's whole body stiffen. What? Back at the courtyard where Tuc Not and Mok Chan met earlier, at this time, his two subordinates were working hard on the sausages. He stood submissively, serving Mok Chan devotedly, always speaking sweet words. Master, I can treat you to as many delicacies as you want, so why settle for sausages? Mok Chan explained while chewing loudly. I heard Shaolin is in debt. Tuc Not, sensing the topic, spoke incessantly. Not just a little. Debt collection cases alone, which our company is currently handling, have reached 117, with a total principal exceeding 780,000 credits. There are bad debts that have been ignored for over 30 years, but the ones we have taken over haven't even reached 1% of Shaolin's total debt. Tuc Not was speaking, then he suddenly went silent and turned to look at Mok Chan. He was also looking up at him. The 3 heaping plates were now empty. His mouth was messy with leftover food. Tuc Not understood that look perfectly, immediately ordering his servants. What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and fry more. The conversation between Tian and the 2 monks continued.
Tục Nhạc spoke up.
Recently, Shaolin has been weighed down by bad luck. Therefore, our business ventures, which should have been impossible to fail, have all collapsed, accumulating more unfair debts. Amitba. Tien clenched his fists and added in a loud voice, that's true, especially the amusement park project. There's no way to explain why that failed. It must have been caused by evil spirits, envious of Shaolin's reputation. How detestable. Tien took a sip of water and followed up. An amusement park? Dyke Not bowed his head slightly, his tone full of certainty. Shaolin decided to change, to keep up with the times and shift industries. After the elders' meeting, the first project we chose was an amusement park. The wrinkles beside Tien's eyes crinkled together. He was smiling with pride. That was my idea. Dyke Not praised him. A stroke of genius, senior brother. It was nothing, Tien modestly replied to the compliment. It was nothing. Doing what you love is the best way to succeed, right? Our favorite type of entertainment has always been amusement parks. Senior brother's hobby is the Ferris wheel, and mine is the roller coaster. We invested a fortune to build the best facilities and operated them non-stop. We only stopped when we slept. Tian couldn't help but ask out of curiosity, so why did it fail? The question seemed to strike Tien's sore spot. He snapped his eyes open and emphasized his words. That is what we cannot understand. We played those games so much, paying in full every time, outside of eating and sleeping. We played until we were dizzy, giving it our all. Everything was paid in cash, yet it still failed like that. Does that make any sense? Hearing this, Tian seemed to realize something. Her eyes widened. Wait a minute, don't tell me.
Dich Not proactively interrupted.
It makes no sense at all. And the same thing happened with the second project, the nightclub. Even though it was always at full capacity, it still went bankrupt. In Tian's mind, questions began to pile up. What was the capacity of that club? Don't tell me.
Dich Not answered nonchalantly.
2 people, of course. Only the 2 of us live on this planet. Amitba. As soon as the old man finished his sentence, an awkward silence enveloped them. He lifted his cup, took a sip of water, and continued. We didn't lose money because of bad management, but likely because we were too poor at financial bookkeeping. That's why we asked that kid to send over a competent accountant. That person happened to be Maitreya Buddha. The questions in Tian's head now had almost all found their answers. She vaguely guessed, wait, do you mean you want me to? Dyke Not asked a deep, suggestive question. If we combine these 2 cups and add this teapot, how many would there be? Tian's lips instinctively blurted out, 3. Dyke Not turned to confirm with Tien. Is that correct? He quickly grabbed a calculator, pressed some buttons, and the number 3 appeared. Once he had the answer, Tien concluded, correct. Dyke Not was so excited he couldn't contain his joy. A genius. Maitreya Buddha has truly blessed. Shaolin. Amitba. Once again, the space was embarrassingly quiet. Sitting in the opposite chair, Tien On sat there stunned and motionless. Over on Mok-chan's side, the sound of Tuc Not's irritable urging could be heard occasionally. Again, what are you still doing? Fry more and bring them out. Hurry! Chu Min and Abin hesitated, but it was almost dark. Tuc Not suddenly remembered and hurried to check his watch. The gold watch was pressed firmly against his skin, displaying the numbers, 13 minutes and 54 seconds. He muttered, "It's almost time." Tuc Not hurriedly bowed and urged, "Master, let's leave this place now. It's almost time for them to arrive." Inside the flight cabin, the robot was clinging to the glass window, looking up as if longing for something. Tuc Not finally spoke truthfully. "The truth is, the reason we rushed here was because of the news. Their biggest creditors are coming. If they exercise their priority rights, then low-level debt claims, like ours, will become worthless. But it seems we've arrived too late. We must cut our losses and withdraw." His final sentence was spoken softly, yet it was heavy with emotion, because life is more important than debt. Chan didn't even change his expression, firmly insisting, "I don't know what you're worried about, but if there are sausages left, grill more. I hate being disturbed while eating." Tuc Not understood his nature well, knowing his mindset, yet he still said, "I know your abilities well, master, but you must avoid this battle." He intentionally emphasized every word. The enemy is the heavenly demon cult. At that same moment, the robot kept staring out into space. The aircraft was about to approach Tuc Not's facility. Thuan Tu slowly walked up behind him. Her eyes were filled with exhaustion and wariness. The heavenly demon cult. Chu Ha had also joined them by the window, silently observing the ship's path. She lowered her eyes and commented indifferently, "What rotten luck." The robot didn't take its eyes off the window. He breathed a sigh of relief. "Luckily, it seems they haven't noticed us yet." But one of the two girls asserted, "It's not that they don't see us, it's that they are ignoring us." The black sphere had stopped in front of a floor in the facility. It gained momentum and launched out into space. Accompanied by a light of mixed colors, it fell in a freefall straight down to an area located within the archipelago. Chu Ha was stunned, her eyes widening at that moment. Tianon was also feeling overwhelmed by something, standing motionless as she watched. It turned out she had been led by the two monks to a room filled with piles of document crates. Looking at the stacks, the papers were piled up nearly touching the ceiling. Tianon muttered, "What is all this?" Dyke Not explained, "A jumble of paperwork, from business transactions, contracts, receipts, all sorts of things. It's probably been 100 years." She complained irritably, "And you just let them pile up like this?" Dyke Not was not ashamed. He admitted, "We're bad at math, so looking at them was useless. No need to rush, just sort them out slowly. We have plenty of time." Amitba. Tianon got angry. "Wait a minute, that wasn't the deal. We agreed that simply checking on your safety would clear the debt of 98,000 credits. Dyke Not chuckled a few times. "They say the more talented a genius is, the worse their social skills are. It seems to be true." Amitba. His words sounded like a sarcastic jab to her, making Tianon freeze. "What?" He continued to utter cryptic sentences. "Words are just the wrapping paper. The true conversation is the meaning hidden inside that package." Dyke Not saw her bewildered expression and changed his way of explaining. "For example, suppose a friend asks you to visit their parents in the countryside, to see how they are. But when you arrive, you find their parents have collapsed, gasping for breath on the brink of death. What would you do?" She was stunned. Her facial expression shifted. Dyke Not cried out happily, "It seems you understand." He spoke sincerely, "Asking you to check if we are safe actually meant asking for help in case of an emergency. That is what you agreed to, and currently we are not safe at all." Just as he finished his sentence, suddenly the space where they were standing was shrouded in a strange red light. Tianon was startled and looked up. "This is..." Dyke Not, already used to this, replied indifferently, "It occasionally goes off randomly. Don't pay it any mind, it's probably broken." She immediately denied it. "No, it's not that. This is the emergency alarm from Tuc Not's side." Chu Min and Abin had already moved into position. Everyone's face was as tense as a guitar string. The giant sphere, from before, had opened its doors. People in black cloaks slowly stepped toward them. The posture of the leader was indeed quite different. Even with his face completely covered, his aura was easily recognizable. He hid his entire face, which made the opponents even more bewildered. Mok-chan sat still in his chair without budging. Not and his two subordinates stepped forward a few paces. The subordinates of the opposing side also stepped up. The three-eyed demon finally revealed himself. His three eyes held a single cold and cruel expression. Under the silver moonlight, the two sides stood staring at each other, carefully probing every person on the opposing team. Not and his two subordinates stood straight-backed facing the heavenly demon faction, while Mok-chan sat with his back turned to them, leisurely enjoying his delicious grilled sausages. Not thoughtfully checked on his master. I hope you enjoy your meal. As your disciple, I will buy time, so that you can eat at least one more sausage. See you in the next life.
Mok-chan replied calmly.
I already told you, grill more sausages and pack a few up as well. He was referring to the robots group back on the spaceship. There are hungry kids waiting for us there. The three-eyed demon's subordinate reported to his master. They are just third-rate debt collectors. Should we eliminate them? He brushed it off. Forget it. Even if our heavenly demon cult is called a bunch of street thugs, we do not trample on the weak. They proactively walked closer to Not. His face twisted up. His eyes bulged, with blood vessels clearly visible. The three-eyed demon's group glided past Not. They even glided past Mok-chan, who was busy eating. But one man, as he walked past his table, deliberately lowered his voice to warn, if you want to live long, keep your head down. He even provoked him further by taking one of his sausages to bite, then added, you won't be as lucky as today next time. The arrogant words had just escaped when his soul also left his body. The leader tensed his shoulders, turning his head slightly to sense the attack from behind. Not had used a tiny sausage to give the man just now a lesson. He clenched his fists and screamed, you damn bastard, how dare you touch master's food. After speaking, he clasped his hands behind his back and bowed. I'm sorry, master. I acted too hastily. Mok-chan, a man of few words, gave a brief praise. Well done. The teammates aggressively rushed forward with harsh tones. How dare you, three-eyed demon? The leader chuckled. How interesting. You, having only learned a few cat-scratch martial arts moves from the Jin clan, your Dantian is also just a mediocre beta type. Yet he turned around and walked in front of Not, casually removing his cloak hood. They say the universe is vast. Sometimes one encounters those who defy common logic. Could it be that today I am witnessing such a moment? As his gray, pale face was revealed, he tried to intimidate by asking, who are you? Upon seeing the opponent's face, Not instinctively called out the name, Sam Mackey. Unable to stay calm, he rushed to report to Mok-chan. Master, there's trouble. That is Sam Mague, the guardian elder of the heavenly demon cult. A figure like him should never have appeared in a remote place like this. So why? But he didn't even bother to acknowledge these men, repeating his request to Not. I told you to go grill the sausages, didn't I? He was terrified for him, so he spread his arms and shouted, get back. I'll try to hold them off for a few seconds. Come at me if you've got the guts. The three-eyed demon was no pushover either. He was cold and profound, just like Mok-chan. I asked for your identity, yet you answered with your fists. So you'll answer me in the next life, is that it? Not's eyes clearly showed his panic and terror. Damn it, I can't defeat him. Before I die, I must stall him for as long as possible. That thought had just flashed through his mind, when the three-eyed demon appeared in front of him out of nowhere. This unpredictable speed left him stunned, unable to move his body. But there was a bigger reason. The three-eyed demon's giant hand was only a tiny distance away from being able to seize Not's life. Suddenly, a voice transmission reached his ears. Don't move. Hearing this familiar voice, Not grew even more panicked. Master, a streak of light shot past him. That was the attack. The three-eyed demon had silently launched a sneak attack from behind him. Having survived the brush with death, Not didn't dare budge. The three-eyed demon then commented, did you dodge because you overcame the illusions of the blood spirit god palm, or because you were too incompetent to even try to dodge? He repeated the same old trick that had just been parried. Mok-chan's voice transmission guided Not. Always look only at his left pupil. The way the pupil Shifts is the direction his body will move.
Túc nhạt obey.
Quietly observing the three-eyed demon's pupil. The lesson his master taught him was not off by a millimeter. Consequently, Tuc not easily dodged every lethal strike. His agile reactions did not escape the sharp eyes of the three-eyed demon. The man lunged forward frantically, slashing without pause. Having grasped the key point, Tuc not now leisurely moves to block and dodge every single touch. The three-eyed demon seems unaware of this, so he continues to exert his tricks freely. Although panicked, Tuc not still dodges every attack with ease. Chu Min and Abin stare wide-eyed as their boss makes a high-speed breakthrough. The two subordinates of the three-eyed demon share the same expression. Mok Chan continues to guide via voice transmission. Now he will leap into the air. At that exact moment strike the ground. Tuc not acts exactly as he was told. The three-eyed demon flies high and changes his attack direction. Tuc not prepares to swing his fist as instructed. Right at the moment his punch craters the ground beneath his feet. Immediately a strip of earth surges forward. The subordinates are tossed upward. The three-eyed demon is now suspended in mid-air, squinting in annoyance. He was dazed by Tuc not's previous blow. On the ground, the thick white dust gradually dissipates. The three-eyed demon slowly pushes off his knees to stand up. Red blood trickles from his mouth, his eyes growing hazy. The two subordinates rush to the elder's side. He raises his hand, signaling, "No need to support me." The demon ghost must admit that trying to test him only ended in self-humiliation. But that is also a lesson. With Mok Chan's guidance, Tuc not's face is beaming with excitement. "Don't mess with me, I was going easy on you. If I had used my full strength, at best, you'd be nothing more than a lingering living corpse." After boasting, he turns back. "Master, what should I do next? If you just give the word, I'll smash them as much as you want." To be honest, seeing these arrogant righteous sect members really irritates my eyes. Mok Chan's blunt reply increases the confusion. "No." Tuc not asks blankly, "What was that?" He has noticed that, though still clumsy, based on the demonic art, ninefold soul cycle demonic rebirth secret, he is planning to use the phantom demon movement, layered with the demon spirit chain fists. "With your current ability, you cannot defeat him." These words were like a heavy hammer blow to Tuc not's head. Mok Chan continued, "That is Sam Mugwi. I heard that recently, he was promoted to Guardian, Elder of the Heavenly Demon Cult." Those weren't his words, but to Tien's. "He probably came here to invite us for a celebratory drink." On his promotion, Daiknot couldn't stay silent and had to comment. The higher one climbs, the busier one should be. Yet he sits there leisurely drinking wine. The old man looked up at Tien on, "By the way, are they your teammates? If you want, I can ensure their safety." She easily snapped back. "Ensure whose safety? If you're so worried, then go stop that three-eyed guy over there." Before them was a section of the wall that had been destroyed, but because of that, they could easily observe the whole scene. In Tuc not's eyes at that moment, there was a look of panic. Before him, demonic phantoms suddenly swarmed. They all had the appearance of the three-eyed demon, and they were all rushing toward Tuc not. He froze, unable to move at all. The phantoms with cold, soulless eyes attacked. They formed a formation and lunged forward. But at this moment, suddenly a giant sausage blocked their path. They stiffened and raised their hands to shield themselves by reflex. What was that? The giant, piping hot sausage zipped forward, pinning them down. The three-eyed demon, confused, flailed his arms wildly. Finally, the sausage shrank back to its normal size and fell with a thud at his feet. This shock left him frozen. Felt as if he was being toyed with. He blurted out a curse. "What the hell?" Both embarrassed and enraged, he whipped his head around to look back. Mok Chan was already settled at the dining table, not bothering to glance at anyone, but everyone knew only he could be the disruptor. "No way, that guy." While eating, he cleared his throat and reminded them, "Don't make a racket while an adult is eating. Stop making a mess. Go get me some water." Tuc not, "Hand me the water bottle." "Three-eyed demon, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and bring the water. Remember to offer it with both hands." There was no way he would commit such a demeaning act. He wanted to resolve his confusion. "Did you see through the variations of the phantom demon movement that I used when You threw food at my true self just now? Or was it just a lucky shot? He asked himself and then provided his own answer. Wait, turning food into a giant illusion. Don't tell me you modified the ninefold soul cycle demonic rebirth secret to infuse it into an external object and trigger it outwardly? That was it. Mok-chan sighed and spoke with contempt. I thought you had some potential, but it turns out you're just a loudmouth. The three spectators above watched intently. To Tien widened his eyes. Senior brother, what did that young man just use?
Dichnat nonchalantly explained.
That is the cultivation technique of the demonic cult, but strangely, there isn't a trace of darkness in it. Tien found it hard to believe.
Impossible.
All martial arts of the heavenly demon cult originate from darkness. A demonic technique without darkness is like iced coffee that is also hot. It's utterly illogical. Dichnat agreed, you're right, Amitba. But suddenly he was startled. It can't be. He hurriedly ordered to Tien, in the name of the sect leader, I declare the breaking of the 1,000-year seal, of the secret library's scripture pavilion. Quickly go fetch the portrait of the black history currently sealed in the secret library. He was equally shocked upon receiving the order. The three-eyed demon and Mok-chan finally faced each other. As always, Mok-chan's face didn't show even a flicker of emotion, only a cold expression. Mok-chan and the demon ghost stared at each other in silence. He spoke up to break the silence. When talent is split between words and actions, it loses its weight. Go through 3 years of quiet meditation in silence. Only then will your talent truly bloom. Mok-chan maintained his profound aura, leisurely opening the bottle of water that had just been brought up. Demon Ghost couldn't stand to listen and barked, "You! Who are you? If you don't state your name." Before he could finish his sentence, he felt a surge of power crashing into him. Demon Ghost immediately staggered and let out a groan. While drinking water, he scolded him, "I told you not to speak. To assist in your cultivation, I have temporarily sealed your mutinous acupoint." Mok-chan spat a mouthful of water directly onto the center of his forehead. "If you open your mouth, your true chi will leak out, so be silent." He turned his head to warn the group following Demon Ghost. "What are you all still doing? Hurry up and take him for treatment before all his true chi escapes. That kid actually has quite a lot of talent." The two of them were stunned into silence. A while later, as the night grew deeper, Tien and Dichnat stared seriously in one direction. Mok-chan had his hands in his pockets, his expression extremely calm. The atmosphere between the three of them left Tien utterly bewildered. She looked from one side to the other. What is this vibe? They look like they're about to fight. Dichnat tremblingly unfurled the scroll in his hands to look. It can't be. Tien curiously leaned down, and then he too was stunned. His eyes widened. Dichnat trembled even more violently. How could this be? There's no doubt about it. Even the smallest facial hair looks exactly the same. Inside the scroll was a drawing of him with terrifying detail. He looked at the painting while comparing it. That is the legendary archdemon. That is Lee Martin, the supreme heavenly demon. Inside the spherical space vessel, a soft questioning voice rang out. Who said that? Demon Ghost tried to explain through groans. He expressed all of his indignation. The person lifted a teacup and interrupted. Slow down. Tien looked at Demon Ghost kneeling below. You're speaking too fast. I can't understand a thing. Back to Mok-chan's side. He was drinking tea with Dichnat. Tien was in charge of pouring tea for him. He even took the opportunity to exude an intimidating aura to threaten Mok-chan. To make sure he knows how to behave, Dichnat began to recount a story. Shaolin has a legend, passed down from 2,000 years ago. In the winter 2,000 years ago, an archdemon arrived at Shaolin amidst the falling snow. Even the 12 elders and the abbot could not withstand 10 moves from that archdemon. Shaolin admitted defeat and offered up their heads, but the archdemon sheathed his sword and said, "You are not worthy of dying by my hand. One day I will return, so practice hard, and make yourselves worth being killed by me." At this point he paused and asked him, "Do you know who said those words?" Mok-chan held his teacup, drinking as he replied, I don't know, but those words are truly naive. It sounds like the words of someone going through a rebellious phase. Daiknot spread the portrait on the table. He continued to question him. Then what about this portrait? This is a painting of that archdemon. His eyes widened as he praised. The detail is incredibly sophisticated. To be able to paint every single strand of hair to look exactly like that. Daiknot spoke in a low voice. Let me ask one more time. May I know your honorable name? His face remained unchanged as he answered. With evidence this clear, I can no longer deny it. I am Lee Martin. The two of them were terrified upon hearing that. The supreme heavenly demon, Tian-on, in another place was also very surprised. She looked at the lone sausage sitting on the plate. She looked at the person who just gave her the sausage and wondered, why is there only one? Since you were at it, why didn't you make a few more? We aren't chefs. We are the CEO and directors of a mid-sized company. It's only because I saw you know the master that I made it for you. Tian-on did not give up. What if we aren't just acquaintances, but are actually very close? Would you be willing to give another portion? He didn't answer but asked back, how close? Her eyes widened as she made up a story. So close that we can't bear to be apart from each other, and he can't even have a meal without me. Hearing that, his heart skipped a beat. Tuc not immediately knelt down respectfully. My greetings, master's wife. Then he shouted to the group behind him. What are you all standing there for? Hurry up and grill a whole crate. This is the master's wife. Daiknot stood up and began to show his threatening power. I must ask, have you come to fulfill the promise from 2,000 years ago? If so, Shaolin is ready. Mok-chan set down his empty teacup. That's right, I must put an end to this. He apologized. I want to apologize properly. That was a mistake from when I was young and naive. The old man thought he was hearing things. He continued, furthermore, I admit that I owe Shaolin. If I have a chance to repay it, I promise I definitely will. The two of them heard this and their eyes lit up. They both spoke at once, ordering, repay us right now. Now is your chance. Tian-on was stuffing her face while eating, thinking she had misheard. What did you say?
Mok-chan repeated.
Stop eating immediately and go settle Shaolin's debts. I need to know the exact figure. She questioned, why do I have to? He interrupted her. If I don't know Shaolin's debts, then how will I know how to pay them back? Now Tian-on realized. The piles of debt papers were stacked throughout the room. She pointed at the pile, blaming him. How could you make a promise like that to them? Those are debts that have accumulated for hundreds of years. Recollecting the gold rings and the gold teacup, she became even more frustrated. Furthermore, looking at the way those monks spend money, that's not a debt that can be easily paid off. Mok-chan remained as calm as ever. There's no such thing as a debt that can't be paid. If paid little by little, it will eventually be gone. Tian-on tried to protest. But this debt is from an entire century. He wouldn't listen. Then we can just pay it back gradually over 100 years. A debt only becomes difficult when you let it weigh you down from the start. There was once a man named Yugong who could move a mountain. No matter how large a debt is, can never compare to a mountain. Tian-on accepted it in despair. Frustrated, she gave Thuan-tu an order. Just give me a rough estimate. Round up all the small change. Discard anything that is overdue according to the law. Wipe out all the interest. The girl analyzed it thoroughly. I have removed all contracts with blurred signatures or errors. Every loophole in the contracts, I have also interpreted in our favor. Tian-on stammered anxiously. So, what's the total? About 100,000 credits, maybe? Surely not more than 500,000, right? Thuan-tu stated a figure. The total is 287,761,109 credits. This number made her eyes widen in shock. Mok-chan asked again to be sure. Is that accurate? Make sure you aren't cheating in the calculations, lest the creditors suffer a loss. Debts must be repaid with a grateful heart as well. Tian-on wanted to make a run for it. It was nice knowing you. Please live peacefully here. The Demon King's route likely won't bring us back here again. So stay healthy and take care of yourself. A hand touched her shoulder and replied softly, you should stay healthy too. After all, you are a co-guarantor. Tian-on turned back to look at Tien. He pointed toward Thuan-tu and continued, since both that robot and your battleship are collateral, do not be careless. You must keep them in top condition. She thought she had misheard something. He smiled and explained to her, "That's what I did. We're like family, right?" Tian could only remain speechless. Suddenly, a red alert echoed through the area. Emergency alarm. TUC Not's group, who were cleaning up, also stopped. That spherical ship has landed, and a group of people are lining up on both sides, bowing. Among them is Demon Ghost. The crowd bows deeply in serious anticipation. Q Tien slowly appears at the ship's hatch. TUC Not stares at that direction, stunned. He slowly steps down. Gradually, the figure becomes clear before his eyes. TUC Not stands at the front, watching silently, watching the person slowly descending. From the ship, he saw Demon Ghost among the bowing crowd. 4 Guardian Elder Sam Makgui of the Heavenly Demon Cult. To bow like that means, could it be? Q Tien slowly approaches them. Abin steps forward and whispers in his ear. Boss TUC Not immediately snaps at him. "Shut up, don't move even a single knuckle." As if sensing something, he falls silent. Q Tien is now standing right in front of him. TUC Not wants to cry out but cannot open his mouth. He evaluates him. "I can sense the remnants of the heavenly demon. Heart law within you. Looking at how the primordial chi flows through your Ren and Du meridians, it seems you've had a lucky encounter with the heavenly demon. Was it him?" TUC Not tries his best to resist. "I can't breathe." He speaks in a stern voice. "I will ask one more time. Lee Martin, was it he who cleared your acupoints?" Panic-stricken and terrified, he wants to speak, but he can't. In the end, he can only collapse to his knees. Q Tien lets out a click of the tongue in annoyance. He turns his back to leave. "Let him go." TUC Not just escaped death by a hair. What was that? Just who is he? There's no doubt about it. He watches the man's retreating back and affirms to himself. He is the cult leader of the Heavenly Demon Cult.
Quy Sok Hanh.
Dich Not.
And Tu Tien witnessed everything from the breach in the ship. Dyke Not clasps his hands in prayer. No wonder there was such a strange primordial chi. Amitba. Tu Tien is extremely worried. Senior brother, it seems the leader of those debt collectors has decided to take action. Shaolin might be wiped out. This is bad. The old man comforted him. "Don't worry. Actually, this might be a good thing." Tu Tien looked at him, confused. "What do you mean, brother?" Dyke Not turned back with a joyful smile. "We have a solid guarantor, don't we? To stand against the leader of those debt collectors." Unbeknownst to them, Mok Chan had been standing behind them all along. Outside, Q Tien had appeared beneath the ship. He approached the single breach that appeared in the middle of the ship, and raised his eyes to look toward it, immediately facing Mok Chan, who had just stepped forward. The teacup was filled once again, but this time it was for him and Tu Tien. He calmly evaluated Mok Chan. He also looked at him in silence. Dyke Not spoke up to end the silence. "You've arrived at just the right time. I was just about to contact the debt collectors with a notice, but since a representative of the collectors is here, perhaps I don't have to go through the trouble." But Tu Tien didn't listen to the old man's words. He only stared intently at Mok Chan. That man. Dyke Not turned to Tu Tien to find an ally. "Senior brother, finally the darkness shrouding Shaolin has vanished, and prosperity is coming." Amitba. He immediately supported the old man. "It was inevitable. For those who live diligently, disasters will soon pass. We have endured so many calamities, yet still strive to build our career. That proves my judgment was correct." Dyke Not continued, "I admit your cultivation seems to have reached the realm of enlightenment. This too is a blessing for Shaolin." Amitba. Tu Tien echoed, "Amitba." Then the old man looked at Tu Tien again, and asked how much Shaolin owed. He took a sip of tea and replied, "Currently it's just under 200 million credits, but we intend to collect all remaining debts, so the figure will be a bit higher."
Dich Not smiled affectionately.
"You've gathered quite a lot already, haven't you?" There was no audible response. The old man looked at him. "Did you hear that?" Q Tien acted as a mediator. "The reason I came directly to Shaolin is to negotiate the method of debt repayment. I hope we can reach an agreement. Otherwise, I'll have to resort to coercive measures." Dyke Not assured, "Your worries are unnecessary. Of course we will pay. Tell me, what do you need?" He made his demand. "I want the great reversal pill. This request left the two of them stunned. Qiu Tian didn't care and continued. Isn't there a great reversal pill that has been dormant in the secret room of the scripture pavilion for 2,000 years? Exchange it to clear all debts. If you refuse, we will take it by force. Daiknot expressed regret. It would have been better if you arrived an hour earlier. He glared at the old man and asked, "What?" The old man turned away, leaving a final remark as he left. "Anyway, you two handle it yourselves. Junior brother, let them have some privacy. Don't interrupt their conversation." Qiu Tian's face darkened as he watched the two of them leave. At this moment, Mok Chan finally spoke. "I have taken over all of Shaolin's debts. How much was the total again?" He looked at him in surprise. Daiknot exclaimed as he walked, "So the rumors were true." The cryptic statement left to Tian confused. "What do you mean?" The old man explained. "The great reversal pill is a miraculous elixir that replenishes true qi. It doesn't help with martial arts that require activating the dantian. And it turns out the rumors that the heavenly demon cult has been secretly restoring ancient true qi. Martial arts all this time are true." He asked the old man in confusion. "Why go to the trouble of reviving that thing?" The old man thought of Qiu Tian and speculated. Perhaps to transcend limits. This answer made Tian panic. To allow a demonic cultivator to transcend human limits? Daiknot calmly continued. It means turning into a demon. Looking at that primordial qi just now, he's already halfway there. What karmic fate brought these two archdemons together? Amitba. In the dining room, Qiu Tian sipped his tea while sizing up Mok Chan. He was also drinking tea. Even with the heavenly demon eye, I still cannot see through this man's inner self. Could it be that he is hiding something? He looked at him and advised, "Don't try to peer into my heart. Inside I am empty." This statement startled him. Mok Chan repeated, "As I said, I have taken over all of Shaolin's debts. As for the great reversal pill, it is not something I can grant. However, if you wish to strengthen your true qi, that I can fulfill." Qiu Tian refused. "Unnecessary. From the moment I met you, the great reversal pill no longer mattered to me." He spoke in a low voice. "You don't know me." He softly stated his background. "I know the 6th generation heavenly demon, Li Martin, the only one in the history of the heavenly demon to reach the realm of the supreme demon." He still denied it. "You don't know me." Qiu Tian slammed his teacup down. "Prove it." The tea splashed up, gradually forming a shape. An arrow made of tea aimed straight at him, pierced directly through Mok Chan's head. Without any resistance, he fell backward from the momentum. This left him stunned. He fell back like a dead man without consciousness. Because the tea was still lingering on his clothes, his face darkened with displeasure. Qiu Tian warned, "Don't play cat and mouse with me. I won't be fooled by things like the soul heaven method." Mok Chan groaned in boredom. He tilted his head back and exclaimed, "You weren't fooled? Most kids believe it's real. You're too mature for your age." Qiu Tian demanded, "Let's change locations. This place is too small for us to talk." He immediately chanted a teleportation spell. Instantly, he began to slowly disappear. Mok Chan looked at the empty teacup and sighed. What a pain. Here would have been fine. As soon as he finished speaking, he also vanished inside the spherical ship. Floating in the sky, the two had teleported inside it. He checked his body and couldn't help but exclaim, "The more I experience these moves, the stranger they get. But seriously, don't pull stunts like that with me in the future. That's not my style." Qiu Tian watched him in silence without responding. He began to look around again. Something left Mok Chan stunned. A giant statue stood towering behind him. He looked at it in surprise. "What is this?" Qiu Tian spoke with regret. "You should never have woken up." Recalling the moment, he locked eyes with him through the breach in that ship. That image gradually aligned with the sculpted face of that statue. That statue was supposed to be your end. Now you've been buried like this. The robot was skeptical, but the shape of the battleship looks different. From what I've heard, it was much larger and blood red. Wasn't it supposed to be silver? Qiu Ha walked up from behind to answer him. "This is no ordinary battleship. This is the ultimate holy vessel. Only the supreme cult leader of the heavenly demon cult can set foot upon it." The robot cried out in shock. "Does that mean the heavenly demon cult leader is inside?" Qiu Ha stared intently outside, still speaking. "The title of ultimate doesn't just refer to the leader, but to the one who has reached the absolute peak of the heavenly demon cult. In all the history of the heavenly demon cult, only one such person has ever existed. Seeing her ramble on, the robot found it strange. What are you talking about? Chu-ha continued to utter cryptic words. If someone who is not the ultimate dares to set foot on the holy vessel, then that is treason. Her gaze was sharp. Oi So-chun, why are you doing this? What on earth are you trying to do? Meanwhile, Chu Tien and Mok-chan were conversing with each other. He confided, before I could even walk, the elders dragged me here. They showed me the statue and said, the past was recalled through every word of the narration. The young Chu Tien back then strained his neck to look up at the statue. In his ears were the words of instruction. One day, you must stand high above and look down upon that statue. That is your life's sole purpose. He spoke in a low voice. That statue was massive, so massive it seemed to have no end. Every year on my birthday I would come here, yet no matter how much I grew, the statue remained just as towering. Mok-chan was blunt. Your goal was completely wrong. If you were larger than that statue, you would no longer be human, but a monster. It seems the elders of the heavenly demon cult were chosen for their ability to deceive, both in the past and the present. Chu Tien continued, in the past, perhaps I would have disagreed with you. I might have even cut off your head. But facing the reality of that wall, I have no choice but to acknowledge those words. That statue was erected at the highest point of the heavenly demon cult. Followers of the sect were never allowed to look directly into the statue's eyes. Instead, they had to bow 3 times before it every day. Thus, no one knew the real name of the statue, and even if they did, they would never dare to utter it, for the name of a god cannot be invoked lightly. 2,000 years ago, when the heavenly demon cult was on the brink of extinction, under the oppression of the 9 great sects and 6 great powers, only one man restored it. Relying on a single sword, he cut through every enemy across the Central Plains, eventually forcing the entire world to its knees. Then he became the ultimate archdemon, shining brightly on par with the gods. Was that not glorious? At that level, is he not already a god? By virtue of my current position as the heavenly demon cult leader, I happen to learn the name of that statue, the 6th generation heavenly demon, Lee Martin. Mok-chan then turned around in surprise. Are you the cult leader of the heavenly demon cult? Chu Tien calmly admitted, that's right, I am Kui So-chun, the 94th cult leader of the heavenly demon cult. His eyes suddenly widened to their limit. It turned out he was startled by Mok-chan patting his head. Chu Tien muttered in confusion, what? Mok-chan looked at him with eyes full of pride. You did well. I intended to praise you when we met. I heard that you led the heavenly demon cult out into the light, and raised it to the top ranks among the major sects. Not stopping there, he even pulled Chu Tien into a hug. You really have done a great job. Very commendable, truly touching. He glanced over with an expression more puzzled than touched. After spending enough time on sentimental talk, Mok-chan looked up and suggested, forget that fool and destroy the statue. You are 100 times better than him. He gave a thumbs up, looking straight at Chu Tien. The demon cult leader is very impressive. The tone of his voice changed. Now that I'm done with the praise, it's time to settle the debt, right? I praised you twice. Why don't you consider clearing my debt? Chu Tien raised his eyebrows and growled. What? Mok-chan returned to his usual cold demeanor. If that's not enough, let me give you a piece of advice as interest. Don't be foolish and try to imitate the path I once took. I also see the darkness inside you. Overcome it, otherwise you will fall into the abyss. Chu Tien retorted stubbornly. Of course, hell is where I must go. Down there, we will seize the heavenly demon soul, and become the ultimate. That heavenly demon is the fulfillment of my life. Mok-chan chided him playfully. How naive. If going to hell is your life's goal, then you are already there. Life is but a fragile opportunity that nature grants to humans, so they can struggle and avoid hell their whole lives. Furthermore, even if you reach hell, you still won't be able to obtain the heavenly demon soul. Mok-chan emphasized, trying to enlighten him. The heavenly demon soul chooses its own master. It's only by luck. You don't have the power the heavenly demon soul craves. You aren't even as good as the little girl I met recently. Give it up and consider it a blessing. Mok-chan's words touched the pride of a heavenly demon cult leader. Chu Tien lunged forward. You dare insult me? Mok-chan gently dodged the incoming attacks. Expert heavenly demon sword skills. You're quite proficient in them. Qiu Tian spun angrily in midair, witnessing the opponent's profound martial arts. Mok-chan was slightly surprised. The heavenly demon heaven-shattering sword? Two phantoms held a sword aimed at him. But Mok-chan possessed incredible strength, easily blocking Qiu Tian's fiery battle spirit with bare hands. The attack came instantly.
Moc-chen spoke calmly.
You have talent to be so young yet have mastered the heavenly demon heaven-shattering sword to its peak. He glared and ordered, Shut your mouth. Mok-chan kindly warned him one last time. Stop right now. Risking your innate chi could damage your primordial chi. If you continue, recovery will be very difficult. But nothing could enter the ears of a man filled with hatred. I told you to shut up. A slash came down, splitting Mok-chan's figure in two. Qiu Tian finished the move in a powerful stance. The space fell silent again. He looked up and saw both the statue and the man's head had been split in two. Qiu Tian fell into an illusion like many opponents before. I've actually defeated him. I have finished the ultimate archdemon. He was dazed. I won. His lips whispered in extreme ecstasy. I won. But he had no idea Mok-chan was standing right behind him. He lowered his eyes in annoyance. The stubborn guy, his hands, reached around Qiu Tian's head but didn't grab it yet. He lowered his voice, hypnotizing him. That's right, you won and I am dead. So just forget it and live on. Forget your greed for the heavenly demon soul. Focus on your own life. Lead the heavenly demon cult the right way, as you have always done until now. Find a good woman, marry, and have children. You still have a chance. Don't live a life like mine. Mok-chan wanted to help him go the right way now. Take me back to where I belong. He slowly recited the teleportation spell. Mok-chan's illusion gradually faded away. Qiu Tian had no mental strength left to resist and fell into a free fall. Tian at this moment asked blankly, have all the debts been cleared then? To Tian replied, probably so, since both have disappeared. High chance they are resolving their own matters. Anyway, those debt matters no longer have anything to do with Shaolin. We should collect them all and burn them. I've suffered from not having a proper gym, so this is a good time to bring some workout equipment in. Tian continued to stand there dazed. Are you guys telling me to clean up? To Tian replied nonchalantly, who else? Us two frail old men. With one foot in the grave, she pursed her lips as if weighing something. Immediately after, Tian agreed. Fine. If the debt is cleared, I can leave now, right? You two are safe now, aren't you? Daiknot smiled with his eyes. That's right, we are safe now. You may go as you please. A pleasant ding sounded. Money had been sent. Both to Tian and Daiknot had to stop. He trembled, though he didn't understand the reason. Don't tell me. To Tian peered at the phone. It's terrible. That madman sent money again. This time it's 300,000 credits. Daiknot sighed. This is too much suffering. We have nothing left to buy. How are we going to spend this massive amount of money? Amitba. Tien was overjoyed. Senior brother, see? I told you we shouldn't have taken him as a disciple. Why must we struggle with this? In our twilight years? Daiknot looked up to accept it. It must be due to the karma, from the sins of our past lives. All of this is our own retribution. Amitba. However, I have to take back my previous words. Shaolin is definitely not safe. Tianon had only just relaxed for a moment. Facial muscles tightened. Mok-chan sits at the dining table, his eyes wide open, staring intently, looking at the empty, deserted space. He asks worriedly, where did they all go? Qiu Tian fell face first. Much time has passed, yet he hasn't stood up. The heavenly demon soul sits leisurely with crossed legs, watching him. It rests its chin on its hand and asks indifferently, need help? At a quiet building, 3 people are gathered below, discussing. Qiu Min speaks up to remind them, if that person earlier really was Quiso Chun, the cult leader of the heavenly demon cult, we must retreat immediately. Abin agrees with that opinion. The fact that our heads are still on our necks is entirely due to luck. The best option is to retreat. TUC not irritably turns back and scolds the two. Be quiet, my master is in there. He raises his voice to lecture them. A master is no different from a parent. How can you run away when your parent is in danger? Qiu Min explains self-consciously, but there's nothing we can do to help. We don't have the skills to fight together. He is determined to stay. We must do what we can. Do you see not call someone and asks, is this the sausage distribution center? How much stock do you have left in the warehouse? Inside, for people are sitting leisurely, talking to each other. Daiknot picks up a cup of hot water, reminiscing about Maitreya, and then introduces, that child was the final disciple of Shaolin. He slowly recounts the past 30 years ago. He was abandoned in front of the gates of Shaolin, a baby wrapped tightly with his head covered by a basket. The two made an exception back then to take in Maitreya, because he was an abandoned child. Shaolin broke 100 years of seclusion to adopt him. Daiknot recalls the peaceful cultivation moments of that time. He was a good child who practiced very hard. Tien suddenly interrupted, and he was also a brat who specialized in causing trouble. He lamented that, I carried him on my shoulders so often, that I eventually ended up shorter. He was so stubborn that, even trying to send him away was an ordeal, right? Amitba, Tian-on asked in surprise, why did you drive him away? He said he was a disciple. Aren't disciples very precious these days? Daiknot explained in a somber tone, we couldn't just let him grow old and die alone. He shared, as you said, this is an era where disciples are very precious, especially when no one wants to live a life, turning their back on the world, relying only on Buddhist teachings. That child, we were the last ones to join Shaolin, 120 years ago. He made a firm decision when the boy was 18. We intended to expel him. I hoped that he would live a life of freedom, integrating into the world. Daiknot recalled the scene at that time, but he refused, enduring starvation. Outside the closed doors, he recounted with great compassion. He was ready to starve to death like that. Tien continued the story, so we changed our tactics, telling him to go out into the world to earn money, and bring back some living expenses for us. The two of them didn't expect back then that it was our way of helping him integrate naturally with the world, but his stubbornness surpassed our imagination. He painfully recalled the helpless situation back then. He sent money almost every day, and the amount kept increasing, almost too much to figure out how to spend it all.
Anh wonder,
wasn't that money enough to pay off Shaolin's debt? You have plenty of money.
Daiknot explained responsibly.
We cannot place the debt of Shaolin on him. This is a debt that we must resolve. He sighed, but we have overcome it. She asked again, then why not save the money? Daiknot explains the reason. If we save it and let the money pile up, he will return to Shaolin and grow old with us. Tien says with tears in his eyes, if we pass away, he will be all alone. The two are also surprised by the actions of the pair. Tien-on exclaims, it sounds ridiculous, but there's some truth to it. Tien holds out the phone and requests, handle it. The elder states this is Shaolin's account. There is no password. Feel free to use it. Tien cautiously reminds the two, spend the money as quickly as possible. If the balance is high, he'll come back to spend it. Looking at the amount, she explains, spending money is easy. Just buy some luxury items and it's done. Daiknot vehemently opposes that way of spending. Of course not. That is the blood, sweat, and tears of that child. We cannot let it go to waste. Hearing this, she finds it hard to understand. Tien explains seriously, we have our own spending rules. Can only be used for the two of us and must be spent entirely. We cannot buy things that can be resold, because that would count as saving. She looks over at the two and wonders, then what about the rings and prayer beads you're wearing? The clothes you two are wearing look high-end as well. Daiknot expresses with great appreciation. Those were gifts from that child, sent every birthday and on Parents' Day. We couldn't bear to sell them, so we wear them, but before we die, we will certainly dispose of them all. Tien looks at Daiknot's miserable state, and shares with pity, senior brother is bearing it for me, half those rings are mine. Even my portion of the prayer beads was melted down into a single block, because I am allergic to metal. The old man recounts nonchalantly, it's not that uncomfortable. Just that my neck is a bit stiff from the weight of the beads. The rings are a bit large, so wearing them causes joint pain while eating. It's a bit of a nuisance.
Anh wonder,
then why not just take them off and put them in a cabinet? The two of them spoke up eagerly to lecture her. These are his gifts. They are gifts. She was completely stunned by their behavior. He picked up the phone and made a request. The money must be spent entirely, and the items must not have any resale value. Shop quickly. Everything must be settled within a day. Do it now. Tien-on wondered about something else. On a floating mechanical sphere, Qiu Tian lay unconscious on the floor in a miserable state. He gradually opened his eyes. His eyes widened in shock at what he saw before him. The heavenly demon soul was looking bored, staring at him with a look of contempt. Qiu Tian hurriedly sat up and called out to the heavenly demon spirit. It grumbled and criticized him. You're not only incompetent, but lazy too. You took exactly one hit and slept for over half an hour. Qiu Tian suddenly realized. I see. Having killed the supreme heavenly demon, it means his heavenly demon spirit has become mine. The heavenly demon soul held its head in frustration. Your brain isn't much better either, it exclaimed. You were created in the same place, yet you're nothing alike. Qiu Tian asked. What? The heavenly demon soul pointed forward. A giant finger pointed toward him. The image of Mok Chan doing something to him flashed in his mind. His expression shifted to pure rage. The Chaos Heaven Cultivation Method. Qiu Tian exploded with power, shattering everything around him. He cursed irritably. That bastard! The heavenly demon soul muttered happily. At least your anger is of some use. Sometimes even a barking dog is helpful. It began to tempt him. Want revenge? I'll help you. He explained. I don't want revenge. I want you. I am willing to offer this soul. The heavenly demon soul frowned. Speak clearly. No need for that. It set a condition for him. Just go get your revenge. If you can kill him, I will be yours. The heavenly demon soul's request made Qiu Tian was utterly astonished. The heavenly demon soul grabbed his other arm and said wearily, even though that is beyond your capabilities. Qiu Tian was shocked by its behavior. The heavenly demon soul tore off its own arm to lend to him. Quite literally, I'll lend you a hand. It handed Qiu Tian its arm. Without a moment's hesitation, the three people from before were still outside. Now they had all come inside to talk. Tian unshowed the massive account and demanded, simple, just spend money like water. She listed enough ways for everyone to get to work. Incredibly expensive meals, luxurious performances, horrendously pricey saunas or massages. Find anything that can be spent excessively. For those two, Thuan Tu sat nearby, sighing in boredom, while listening to them discuss. Just spend all 300,000 credits in one day. Daiknot and Mok Chan went to the top of the building together to look out at the world. He remarked that Shaolin had changed a lot. Daiknot countered, is that so? From my perspective, nothing has changed for the past 120 years. The old man spoke softly. It is like a withered, dead tree. Amitba, he asked in confusion. Why should a living tree mimic a dead one? The old man explained cryptically, when yesterday and today are exactly the same, and tomorrow is no different, it is truly no different from a dead tree. Mok Chan raised a question from the past. Do you know why I turned my back on Shaolin? He recalled the scenes of the past. Back then, I felt just as you do now. I went everywhere saying the exact same thing. He recounted clearly that time. However, when the Shaolin elder, Hyun Chung, heard what I said, he said, Mok Chan remembered every word he spoke. Why would a living person want to predict the future? He stood still, listening to the explanation. Life is like a game of dice. Tomorrow is the result of the dice you throw. Today, Mok Chan spoke up. I already know the result. He was certain that, every time I roll the same number, the number I want the least. He believed that it was only today's result. If you aren't satisfied with the result, then just roll again. If you live decently today, then you have countless opportunities to roll the dice. Life is like a game of dice. Daiknot calmly listened to his story. Mok Chan shared what he realized. Then I realized that I hadn't actually rolled the dice properly. I gave up on today right from the start, losing the right to roll the dice. Mok Chan walked away while recounting his mistakes. Those familiar failures tricked me into thinking I had already rolled them. The old man continued to listen in silence. Daiknot suddenly opened his eyes to look at something. His expression changed immediately. The heavenly demon soul, along with Qiu Tian, were standing there waiting behind his back. His appearance was terrifying, exuding an incredibly eerie aura. The heavenly demon soul, along with the surge of power emanating from Qiu Tian, created a truly ghastly scene. The plate along with the piece of sausage fell onto the dish, making a piercing noise. Tia stared blankly at the plate and the sausage. The robot looked at her and asked with concern, "What is it? Do you dislike the grilling? I'll re-grill it." With a serious face, she explained, "That's not it." Q-ha looked at her right arm and stated, "Suddenly I can't move my arm." He looked at her in confusion. Q-ha's arm looked as if it was completely paralyzed, as if one of her arms had simply vanished. Where the monks and the heavenly demon soul were, a battle was about to break out. With a grave expression, Daiknot exclaimed, "Demon spirit." Daiknot looked at the heretical scene before him and lamented, "Even if Shaolin falls, how does a demon spirit dare to challenge Shaolin? Begone." He looked in surprise at the person in front, Tu Tien. His eerie figure stood still, motionless. The old man looked at Tu Tien and recognized, "Oi So-chun." Daiknot asked in confusion, "Why have you come again? I thought the debt between us had been settled." "Ba," he calmly stated, "I've come to deliver a message." Daiknot was displeased by his attitude. "Friendly talk? Then why is Tu Tien exuding that demonic aura?" He instructed the old man once more, "I want you to pass a message to him. That is the only way he will understand you." Daiknot refused to pass the message. "I don't know what you mean, but Shaolin is not a place for outsiders to run errands." The old man also revealed his majestic power. His voice was sharp and dismissive. "Begone." Inside, Mok-chan looked dazed. He was holding a teacup but wasn't focusing. Seeing him spaced out, Tu Tien wondered, "Is something wrong?" He calmly drank his water and replied, "Nothing special. Perhaps I have time for at least 1 cup of coffee." Mok-chan muttered to himself, "He didn't understand what I said, or is he just being childishly stubborn?" He thought of Tu Tien and lamented, "Turns out he's even younger than I thought." Tu Tien also looked at him in confusion. Where Tianon was, the discussion was still very intense. She urged the others impatiently, "It's not enough, to the point where I can survive with my S-Devil. We need something even more expensive." On the rooftop, many surges of power were being unleashed. Daiknot looked serious and full of momentum. He revealed a massive and powerful Dharma body behind his back. Tu Tien, equally imposing, calmly evaluated, "The great joyful Chizen is revived. Martial arts lost hundreds of years ago. It seems the rumors that Shaolin is old, weak, and sickly are false." He remarked, "Furthermore, you're circulating true chi entirely instead of using your dantian? You've hidden your claws very well." Daiknot nonchalantly stated, "With only 2 old men living here, there's no need for an expensive dantian. With plenty of time, saving has become a habit, so I nourish my own true chi." The old man tried to prevent the fight from happening. "I didn't learn this martial art to fight, so stop causing unnecessary conflict. Begone now." Tu Tien, full of contempt, thought, "Even refusal requires standing." His hand turned giant and lunged toward the old man. The old man looked at what was before him in shock. The heavenly demon blood palm. Daiknot also launched a counterattack. The great joyful palm. The Dharma body behind him began to move its hand. The 2 palms collided, creating a shockwave. Extremely powerful, the shockwave could be felt even from space, making the building shake. Debris fell, catching everyone's attention inside. Tu Tien wondered, "What is that?" Mok-chan nonchalantly said, "Don't worry." He relaxed and enjoyed his tea. That man could still endure it. He finished his tea and casually asked for another cup. "The more I drink, the more I find this bitterness pleasant." The monk looked at his craving for the drink in confusion. But Tu Tien didn't stop unleashing his power. Daiknot struggled to resist his attacks. The old man resolutely ordered him, "Get out," he said with a confident attitude, "I acknowledge you. Now you can boast with pride." If the world truly perceived Shaolin correctly, the current Jianghu rankings would be different. Tu Tien raised his hand again, intending to deliver the finishing blow. However, the result remained unchanged. That massive hand lunged toward Daiknot once more. But the old man did not flinch. Daiknot clasped his hands together to launch a strike. The great joyful chi force. The 2 surges of power collided, creating a thick cloud of black smoke. The black smoke suddenly swirled. The massive hand of the heavenly demon soul pierced through to attack Daiknot. The old man cried out in shock, "What?" A massive surge of power erupted on the rooftop, creating a significant commotion. Mok-chan inside also realized the problem. He could no longer enjoy himself comfortably. It's different now. The heavenly demon spirit. Mok-chan immediately departed right before Tu Tien's eyes. He smashed through the ceiling and lunged toward the rooftop. His eyes widened at Mok-chan's actions. He landed amidst the dust and smoke. Mok-chan looked at the situation before him with worry. Daiknot was lying slumped on the floor, status unknown. He panicked and shouted, "Senior brother!" The two froze for a moment, taking in the scene. Qiu Tian seemed to have transformed into a god, appearing incredibly powerful. With supreme confidence, he asked in a superior tone, "How about now? Do you still look down on me?" He didn't care at all, criticizing the foolish child. His entire bloodstream and internal organs were filled with poison, but it was a toxin never before recorded in any database. Jade lamps illuminated the room inside. Thuan Tu was using his abilities to check on Daiknot's condition. The old man's condition did not look good. It was so severe that he had coughed up blood. Tu Tien was worried for his senior brother. Outside, the moon was perfectly round, lighting up the night sky. Daiknot sat peacefully with his hands clasped, making no movement at all. The others closely monitored the situation. Tu Tien called out again, "Senior brother." Tianon and Thuan Tu stood watching them uneasily. She wondered, why can't it be cured? Even if it's not in the database, all poisons share similar characteristics. She suggested, "Can't we use poison to fight poison? I have the Bangu toxin. It's the strongest poison in the world."
Tuan Tu explained coldly.
It's not like that. This is on a different level. It's a poison from another world. Tianon cried out in surprise. "What?" The two stopped and turned at the loud cry of senior brother. Tu Tien leaned in closer to observe Daiknot. He asked anxiously, "Are you awake? Circulate your qi to push the poison out." The old man slowly reminded him, "No need, it's useless." Tu Tien was shocked to hear that, his eyes wide as he gasped, "What?" The old man pulled back his clothes, slowly revealing his frail body. His body had been struck by the palm, leaving a purple palm print on his body. Mok-chan looked at the wound with some understanding and confirmed, "This is like the heavenly demon blood seal palm that I've only ever heard of in rumors. Could it be that?" He explained it in detail. The heavenly demon blood seal palm is a technique that mimics a demon.
Mok-chan realized.
This is the heavenly demon soul seal palm, a technique used by actual demons. Daiknot touched the wound and sighed wearily. "No wonder, truly is cruel. Amitba." Tu Tien hurriedly pleaded, "Knowing the technique means knowing the cure, right? Please save my senior brother." Daiknot stopped him. In his heart he had already accepted it. It's beyond saving. Humans cannot overcome the demon realm. The only reason I still have this lingering breath is because he held back. The old man partially understood his intention, and perhaps he wants his message to be delivered. It seems he has succeeded. Mok-chan remained silent, looking somewhat saddened. On this side, the arm of the heavenly demon soul, granted to Qiu Tian, was bulging with blue veins, trembling incessantly. The arm was in extreme pain, causing him to groan in discomfort. The heavenly demon soul looked at his miserable state and mocked, "You can't even handle a single arm? Should I take it back?" Qiu Tian, drenched in sweat, struggled to speak. "Just keep your word. If I kill him, then you are mine." He gave a cunning laugh. "I'll stop teasing, as you wish, but it seems it's not your turn yet." Qiu Ha, currently clutching her paralyzed arm, stared pensively at the mechanical sphere ahead of her. Her face was pale and she looked extremely troubled. She requested, "Robot, teleport me." Her eyes were fixed ahead. Qiu Ha decided firmly, "Go there." The robot double-checked. "Over there? You mean the heavenly demon battleship? Why do you want to go there? Are you crazy?" He explained clearly to dampen her expectations. "Besides, even if I wanted to, I couldn't take you there. I don't know the coordinates. They've been encrypted. It's impossible to infiltrate." Qiu Ha stated clearly, "I know them." She thought of Qiu Tian and muttered, "What that child knows, I know as well." Daiknot was currently using his last bit of strength to instruct Tu Tien. "It seems it's time to say goodbye. When I depart, you must also leave Shaolin. Spend the rest of your life traveling or doing something else." He irritably refused. "I refuse. Even if I die, I won't do it. If you go, I will." Mok-chan interrupted their farewell scene, groaning, "Enough of that. You won't die." He turned back to look at his nonchalant demeanor. His words seemed to spark hope in his heart. "There's a way," Mok-chan explained clearly. "Normally, no. But because this is Shaolin, there is. It's the great reversal pill." Both of them were astonished upon hearing this. He explained the treatment method. If we try to force the heavenly demon soul's poison out, your body won't be able to withstand it. But with the miraculous spiritual power of the great reversal pill, you can hold on. Mak-chan requested quickly. Hurry, bring it here and take it. I will protect the two brothers. They looked at each other in silence, saying nothing. Mak-chan looked at their behavior and wondered, what's wrong? To Tien affectionately called, senior brother. Daiknot objected with dignity. I refuse. The great reversal pill is not for me. You know that. He was determined to leave it for Maitreya. That is the final gift for the Azura Buddha. For that child, he was firm in his stance. I cannot use the great reversal pill, just to prolong the life of this old body. To Tien, extremely worried, pleaded, elder senior brother. Daiknot wondered, what will you do? Will you take it? To Tien stood there in silence, saying nothing at all. Mak-chan tried to enlighten the two of them. That's not a question for the two of you to answer together. You should ask your own disciple. You said the great reversal pill is for that child, didn't you? The two of them looked at him in confusion. He then presented the issue that needed to be resolved. If you asked him, how would he answer? Would he choose to use it for himself, or use it to prolong the life of his old master? Both of the brothers were firm. No way. That child is more kind-hearted than anyone else in this world. Mak-chan calmly countered their notion. How can you foolish old men insult that child just to satisfy your own desires? Are you planning to make him live the life of a disciple who betrayed his master, people who are like his own parents? He enlightened the two of them. If you have sworn to live for that child, then you must live life to the fullest, even for just one day. Kindness can only be given while you are alive. The two fell silent, thinking for a moment. Daiknot made a decision. Bring the great reversal pill here. Half a pill is enough. Outside, the moon was still illuminating the night sky. Half of the pill was brought out. Mak-chan sat behind the old man, preparing to begin. He carefully warned him, once the true chi begins to circulate, the evil energy will surge violently. The more you suppress it, the more it will fight back. So try your best to endure it firmly. Daiknot remained silent and did not react. He began, all right, let's get this over with quickly. Mak-chan began to channel his power, emanating a formidable surge of energy. Tien-on and to Tien stared at the hole Mak-chan had made earlier, exclaiming, he punched a hole like tearing a piece of paper. Those construction workers really lied to us. Amitba, she asked. What? He recounted the firm promise. They promised that even a nuclear bomb wouldn't leave a single dent. They swore that the place was completely soundproof, dustproof, and explosion-proof, to the point where we wouldn't even hear a blast. We paid a fortune for it. Tien-on paid a bit of attention and realized, we really didn't hear anything. She recalled when the battle broke out. Despite the noise up there, no one knew of to Tien's warning. It made Tien-on feel helpless. She could only remain silent and not speak nonsense. If the construction workers heard, they'd demand another fortune for repairs. Once again, he requested clearly, until senior brother recovers, I must guard this place, so you must keep your distance. She replied, I'm also staying here to stand guard. She was surprised by something before her eyes. Tien was meditating, once again creating a massive Dharma body, incredibly powerful. Tien-on was amazed at what was before her and retreated. I guess I can't stand guard with you then. Good luck. Inside, power was continuously emanating. The half pill from earlier had been fully used. Only the cloth remained. The two were extremely focused on the healing process, not slacking off at all. He moved his hand closer to the old man. A blinding light radiated from the two of them. Daiknot's expression suddenly took a turn for the worse. Over here, Tien's eyes were bloodshot and looked quite frenzied. The situation of Daiknot and Tien wasn't much different. The arm was causing him more and more pain. Screams echoed everywhere. Chuha stood still in her place. She stared intently forward. A massive golden statue stood before her. She looked into, the eyes partially obscured by hair. Chuha looked up and watched for a long time without saying a word. She suddenly turned. Chuha looked toward the heavenly demon soul. Tien sat on a blue throne, surrounded by the heavenly demon soul. She stared intently for a long time. The heavenly demon soul was annoyed upon seeing her. Chuha stepped closer to Tien, and the heavenly demon soul He was still groaning because of the arm. She wondered, "What's wrong with that child? What have you done?" It explained cunningly, "I only granted a wish. He prayed with all his heart, just like you." She demanded coldly, "I never wished for anything. Release that child at once." The heavenly demon soul snapped in annoyance. Humanity. It asked her a question. Humans always forget the wishes that they have been granted. Do you know why? The heavenly demon soul asked and answered itself. Because they wish for too much. Cravings have become a habit, so they forget what they once asked for. It looked at the tiny living being before it and stated, "And when a wish is so sincere that one doesn't dare utter it, once it is granted, people tend to deny it." The heavenly demon soul leaned in close with a veiled warning. They think that because they didn't speak, you couldn't hear them. It wondered, isn't that ridiculous? The heavenly demon soul seemed to have seen through humanity. They long for grand miracles, yet they deny the small, private miracles within their own hearts. It recounted smugly, "You made a wish, and I fulfilled it, exchanged for your body and soul." Chuha's expression became more urgent. She pleaded with the heavenly demon soul, "Take me instead, my body or my soul, anything is fine." But that child, she was shocked by what she saw. Chu Tian's groaning seemed to be spiraling out of control. His arm was raised high as if to do something. Chuha wondered, "What?" The heavenly demon soul exclaimed, "It's beginning. This is going to be very interesting." Back with Mok-chan and Daiknot, the radiating light grew increasingly powerful. The old man was trying his absolute best to succeed in the healing. Mok-chan gave step-by-step instructions. "Release your power. Let everything go. Don't hold back even a single breath of strength." He unleashed his power and demanded of the old man, "Rely entirely on the strength I've given you." The old man groaned in pain. Chu Tian's arm bulged with veins. The muscle fibers swelled, emanating an incredibly eerie surge of power. Mok-chan shouted, "Unleash it!" Chu Tian's arm seemed as if it was about to explode. His arm created a blast that blew everything away. Chu-ha was cast aside. She shielded her eyes from the blinding light Chu Tian created. The heavenly demon soul looked on and smiled. Back with Daiknot, blue veins were now bulging around his eyes, and he spat out a green fluid. The fluid looked absolutely disgusting.
Mots-chen
pressed his hand against the old man's back to help him expel it faster. The purple palm print on the old man's shoulder showed signs of changing. It emitted a pale purple mist and then began to fade. Mok-chan continued the healing. "All right, I will help you circulate your chi." The old man also focused all his strength on the technique. Chu Tian, on this side, had become a bit more lucid. He was no longer groaning. He looked at his arm, which had returned to normal. It was no longer green or bulging with veins, causing him pain. Chu Tian's eyes changed to a solid white. Without pupils, the image of the pool of fluid that Daiknot had vomited up appeared in his eyes. That fluid was spreading across the floor. Chu Tian suddenly radiated a purple surge of power, looking incredibly eerie. That power grew increasingly explosive. The heavenly demon soul said nonchalantly, "That's right, I have granted that wish to you now. Play to your heart's content." Chu-ha asked worriedly, "What have you done?" His eyes still held only the image of that fluid. The fluid seemed to be changing slightly. It was gradually shrinking, forming into an arm. Mok-chan remained focused on healing Daiknot, unaware that the arm was being formed. The arm has fully formed, is preparing to launch an interfering attack. Mok-chan opened his eyes. That arm was now exerting all its strength to strangle him. It is spreading, causing blue veins to appear all over his face. Despite the sudden attack, he calmly judged the situation. "So this was your conspiracy?" He wondered, "Is this why you attacked the Shaolin abbot?" Mok-chan understood his trickery. Inside the heavenly demon seal, he asked clearly, "Was it to hide a heavenly demon beast inside, and deliver it to me?" Chu Tian mocked him. "You really are a fool," he sneered at Mok-chan, "self-nullifying your own barrier, just to save the life of an old monk." He reminded him, "Compassion is a weakness." Chu Tian confidently declared, "You brought death upon yourself. Don't blame me." His power continued to explode. He struggled to take him down. The heavenly demon soul witnessed this and praised him. "You're roaring quite loudly, better than I expected." Chu-ha, unaware of the details, asked, What are you planning to do? Stop it right now. The heavenly demon soul suggested a way for her to stop him. Stopping this is easy. When a mad dog barks and foams at the mouth, you just need to slit its throat. Pressed a fingernail against Tu Tien's neck. Shall I cut it for you? If you want, I'll do it immediately. From behind, a beam of light appeared and pierced through toward the heavenly demon soul. She sharply demanded, "Shut your mouth!" It stabbed through the chest of the soul. Tuha gasped, eyes wide, in immense pain. She immediately coughed up blood. The heavenly demon soul mocked her with a vile tone. "Didn't you know? I am you. Attacking me only brings disaster upon yourself. That pain is yours to bear." The heavenly demon soul nonchalantly watched her writhing in agony. She glared at it with eyes full of daggers. The heavenly demon soul took its time observing. "It seems you've understood now. Just watch. This is about to end." Tu Tien suddenly screamed for no apparent reason. Tuha was still writhing, lying on the ground looking at his abnormal state. His hand suddenly clenched into a fist. That green arm also used all its strength to squeeze Mok Chan's neck. Even though he was under attack, his expression remained incredibly relaxed. He didn't forget the task of healing Daiknot. The blue veins appeared more and more prominently, yet it didn't make him worry. The arm suddenly began to smoke on this side. He cried out in immense pain. His current arm was also smoking and glowing. Seeing this, the heavenly demon soul frowned uneasily. Tu Tien was repelled by Mok Chan, causing him extreme agony. In his eyes, there was now only one goal, to take down Mok Chan. Though he was being ambushed, he remained perfectly calm. His hair suddenly changed, becoming longer and turning white. Mok Chan warned him once more, "Stop it." This fake arm was being incinerated in his flames. The heavenly demon soul frowned at the situation. Before its eyes with annoyance, its arm was now burning fiercely, without stopping. Tu Tien clutched his own arm, screaming piteously. He looked completely haggard. The heavenly demon soul realized, so you aren't simply someone who has transcended the limits of life and death. Its arm evaporated into ash. Nothing remained. Even the bones turned to ash. It remarked in praise, "Exchanging an arm just to measure your strength. Turns out you are more valuable than I thought." The heavenly demon soul lost an arm, yet still nonchalantly asked her, "Well, was that fun to watch?" Tu Ha, her eyes filled with killing intent, was slowly standing up. Tu Tien looked exhausted and staggered along. The heavenly demon soul warned cautiously, "I lost an arm just to show you, so you'd better watch closely." She wondered, "What are you doing? What do you want?" Criticized irritably, "That is a meaningless question. I am you. How could you not know what I know?" The heavenly demon soul leaned in close, its voice full of contempt. "I need to devour you every day to live, and you exist only because you are being eroded by me. But now, a prey tastier than you has appeared." It used sweet words to entice her. "You have met a new destiny. If you still wish to continue being devoured by me, then go devour that person to train yourself to become more delicious." The heavenly demon soul held her in its palm and warned, "Otherwise you should let him absorb you." The heavenly demon soul vanished into the void. The space became silent after it left. Tu Tien still showed no sign of movement. Tu Ha sat there in a daze. Tu Ha sat alone in the middle of the vast room, filled with doubt. Back with Mok Chan, everyone looked at something in astonishment. Daiknot along with Mok Chan appeared healthy in front of everyone. Mok Chan remained calm after everything that had just happened. Tu Si Not wondered, "Who is that?" They immediately pulled him out to groom his appearance. The building became quiet again, just like before. Tu Si Not was cleaning up his white hair. The two sat back in their chairs to talk, while Tu Tien poured tea. Daiknot, full of gratitude, thanked him. "I owe you a life. Amitba." He spoke softly. "Don't worry about it. Consider us even. A few drinks and we're done." The old man complained with slight annoyance. "That is an outrageous calculation. How can the life of a dying old man be compared to the immense value of a cup of coffee? Top-tier geisha coffee, worth thousands of credits." Daiknot shared. "The cup of coffee you drank is merely a testament to the heart, generosity of Shaolin, that's all. It truly demonstrates the great spirit of a renowned sect, representing the entire universe." Tu Tien leaned in to remind him, "You've had 26 cups already, senior brother." The old man stopped him. "Enough, drinking that much is plenty. Parches me and makes it hard to sleep, too." to Tien reminded him, what about the life he owes you? The old man relented. Fine, pour him another half cup then. The two were distracted by a noise from the other side. Found it.
Then anh exclaimed joyfully.
Excellent. This is the Bernousian concert, specifically with super platinum seats, priced at 120 credits each. With an authoritative look, she tried her best to persuade them. This price is crazy high, but spending money recklessly like this is the way to go. Even if it's not your style, just buy it. Dyke Knot spoke up, catching everyone's attention. Bernousian? He gasped in surprise. It's Dynamite Juju Do, senior brother. The old man clasped his hands in thanks. How fortunate! The two brothers clasped their hands in gratitude, leaving everyone dazed for a moment. The two urged in unison, what are you waiting for? Buy them now before they're sold out. An image of the singing female artist appeared. They were going to buy tickets to see that beautiful singer. At Tu Tien's throne, he was now gradually opening his eyes and waking up. He lay on Tu Ha's lap, looking exhausted. He softly called her name, Sowa. Tu Ha comforted him. It was just a dream. Go back to sleep, you had a nightmare. The sight of the two sitting together on the throne was truly lonely. It will be desolate when you wake up, for I will no longer be here. Hoa Not stood at the top of the building, gazing at the night scenery of this place. Her face was full of pensive observation. She was deep in thought. Zich Sun walked over to ask, why aren't you asleep yet? He calmly waited for her to speak. Hoa Not called out pensively, Father. He stood beside her, looking at the view, while reminding her to get some rest. Tomorrow you have to set out on a long trip, right? Perhaps you won't have a chance to rest for a while. The girl was lost in thought and said nothing. He asked caringly about the situation. Is the performance difficult? I heard that this time you will be touring across the galaxy for 6 months. The girl's voice was full of gloom as she said, I'm sorry, Father. He didn't blame her at all, his voice full of warmth as he comforted the girl. No need to apologize. As long as you are happy, I am happy. Zich Sun gently said, don't worry about Hoa Sun. It will always be here. He left, leaving the girl with a final instruction. Go to sleep early. Hoa Not watched his tall figure walk away. She silently called out Father as Zich Sun departed leisurely. Lin Hoa then appeared and stood next to Hoa Not, asking her caringly, are you worried about your father?
Hoa Nhạt replied gloomily.
Lately, Father has been very lonely. She was very worried about him. If I leave now, he will truly be all alone.
Hoa Nhạt replied.
My father is one of the strongest people in the world. He worries about me a lot, that's why.
Hoa Nhạt confessed.
I know that, so I want to tell him that. I have a sister now. The girl always desired to set his mind at ease.
Line Hoa immediatan obestet to Hoa Nhàt's idea.
That's not a good idea. He would only worry more. The girl replied sadly, I understand. Lin Hoa hugged the girl unexpectedly and comforted her. It's the same even if you don't tell him. He wants you to be safe and I will ensure that. Hoa Not felt a bit more relieved. Thank you, sister. Lin Hoa gradually faded away, reminding her, no need to thank me. Just don't forget your promise. She vanished completely, leaving only a few words. When we meet again. A massive ship was now floating in outer space. Lin Hoa stood there, lost in thought alone. Give me a hug like this. The announcement echoed around her. Lee Martin, the person you ordered to be monitored, has begun moving toward a new destination. The speaker continued announcing the news based on coordinates. The destination appears to be the planet Anitao Nu, in the northeast galaxy. She wondered, Anitao Nu? Isn't that an underdeveloped planet? What is he doing there? The speaker's voice echoed through the room. It seems the stadium has been built for a special Bernousian performance.
Line Hoa asked herself.
Bernousian? The speaker informed her again. They are currently the most famous female idol duo in the galaxy. Lin Hoa heard this and fell into silent contemplation. Idols, huh? Tianan and Tuc Not were standing waiting for a spacecraft to land. The two watched the ship as it touched down.
Tục Nhạt wondered.
Is this the ship carrying our esteemed master? She bragged with full confidence. It looks sleek, doesn't it? It's much faster than it looks. Occasionally, it can even teleport. All the parts are there. If we go to the scrap market, the maintenance costs stay low. He swore, cutting off her delusional thoughts. This won't do. We cannot let our master stay on a cargo ship. This dilapidated, he claimed. This piece of junk is what desperate losers use. Drifters living off the grid, taking low-tier mercenary contracts, like beggars.
Then anh cao tơ,
It's not that bad.
túc nhạt ép lại.
They're probably involved in human trafficking too, especially kidnapping women to sell to red light districts. Tian-on tried to explain. No, the captain is a woman. Hearing her explanation made Tuc not even angrier. You're saying a flower girl is the captain? If a cheap girl selling her body for a few coins is the captain, that's even more unacceptable. Filthy.
Then anh irritably rito.
It's clearly not like that at all. He was determined to have his way. I will offer my ship instead. Even if it's pathetically small and too modest to welcome master, it's still better than this filthy, greasy pile of trash. He demanded to change it. I'll mark that piece of junk with a pickup tag, categorize it as special waste and toss it. A light radiated, catching his attention. Tuc not looked at her as she unleashed her power. She firmly blocked him. Never. The ship had now moved out into space. A massive and beautiful ship appeared above their tiny boat. Tian-on and the robot were gazing at that giant spacecraft. The robot wondered, that's a CCT-65 high-speed ship, right? He was full of admiration for the ship ahead. Launched by Hyundai Motors, that super luxury ship actually has someone riding it. I'm so jealous.
Suddenly, then anh ri càng túc nhạt sewot.
I will offer my ship instead, even if it's pathetically small and too modest to welcome master. She now realized she really should have made the trade. Thuan Tu was currently carrying over a massive tray of sausages. She placed it on the table and remarked, exquisite grilled sausages here. The smoky flavor is still intact. Mak Chan looked at the pile of hot sausages and exclaimed, very good. Tu Tien spoke up hesitantly, but Tu Tien looked at the food with such craving that he was drooling. We're in training and must eat vegetarian. Thuan Tu immediately explained, don't worry, the sausages I'm serving you monks are vegetarian. Thuan Tu explained in detail. It seems the wholesaler cleared out the whole warehouse for the delivery. They were mixed in there. She recalled Tuc not search. Hello, sausage distributor? How much stock do you have left in the warehouse? The others immediately dove into the pile of food. Chu Ha was still clutching her immobile arm. She stared fixedly at the food. Without saying a word, she seemed to be preoccupied with something. Their small boat was gradually drifting away from that massive and luxurious ship. Suddenly, the cannon on the luxury ship moved. It was charging energy, preparing to fire. It fired, creating a beam of light. Behind their small boat, it was fireworks. It formed letters that looked incredibly beautiful. Those fireworks were meant for Mak Chan and the people on the boat. Inside the luxurious ship, Tuc Not was there in that modern setting, along with several others kneeling in ceremony. The ship's engines increased their output. It surged forward, making the ship move rapidly, then vanished completely from sight. Inside the ship, an announcement echoed. Robert saw the surprised look on Tian-on's face and inquired, "What's wrong?" She explained, "An S-rank notification just popped up." Robert gasped in shock. What, S-rank? A super special bounty, the kind that might appear only once in 100 years. Why would they send it to mediocre, third-rate hunters like us? She explained it was a broadcast to everyone, but the target was actually Mak Chan, and the reward for capturing him was not small at all. Vong, over here, was also astonished by something. The wanted notice for him was also sent to the old man. It left the old man in complete shock. On another planet in outer space, snow was falling, covering the mountains in white. The main base of the heavenly demon cult. The great elder was gazing at his small tree. Do you know how much chaos the Council of Elders is currently in? He pruned the tree carefully, and without the consent of the Council of Elders, he snipped off a branch while explaining, launching the ultimate ship could easily cause a major misunderstanding. Tamak Kui reminded him, it was just a test run. He argued that a test run to check performance shouldn't be a problem. The old man reminded him, but the issue is that the cult leader was abroad at the time. The great elder hypothesized, if the heavenly demon cult leader personally pilots the ultimate ship, it could be seen as declaring himself the ultimate heavenly demon. he made a serious assessment. That action doesn't just ignore the Council of Elders, but could also shake the entire martial arts world. He explained with full respect, the title of Ultimate Heavenly Demon can only be achieved by one who tramples the entire world beneath their feet, not just a single sect. The Great Elder asserted that launching the ultimate ship could be misunderstood as a declaration of war to conquer the martial world.
Ta móc quy vi piết.
But didn't he return safely? He bowed in farewell, promising, "From now on we must be more careful." He pulled up his hood and departed in silence. The old man muttered to himself, the seat of the ultimate heavenly demon isn't something you get just because you want it. It only belongs to the one chosen by destiny. He gazed at his leafless tree, advising him to choose his faction carefully. The fate of a dog changes according to its master. Tamak Kui hadn't fully left yet. He could still hear the old man's advice. He opened the door to leave, tossing back a few words. "I'll pretend I didn't hear that, Great Elder." The massive door was shut tight. The Great Elder looked up and remarked, "Stubborn fool." He asked clearly, "Did you hear that?" The Lord heard and obeyed. The Great Elder reminded him, "If you want to move a giant ship, perhaps you will need a massive wave. Therefore, put a bounty on that man's head." He gradually opened his eyes and replied, "I understand." In another place, amidst a barren desert, inside were buildings and lights, illuminated everywhere. Tien led the group, grumbling. They said this was an underdeveloped planet. What nonsense. Thuan Tu explained that this was a temporary town. She enlightened everyone. Whenever there's a major event like a Bernousian concert, a place like this appears. It's full of wandering merchants hoping to make a quick profit. Thuan Tu stated, when the performance ends, the entire town will move to the location of the next event. She asked clearly with full curiosity, "They appear and then disappear? Is that why it's called a temporary town?"
Tuan tu siged sarcastically.
"You're getting smarter by the day. At this rate, soon even dolphins won't be able to keep up with you." She nudged him and asked, "Did you hear that?" Tien thought those words were a compliment. When Sunare says someone is smart, that person really is smart. Mak Chan didn't know what to say upon hearing that either. Tia felt helpless seeing her foolish demeanor. Mak Chan looked around, searching. "By the way, where did the robot go?" Tien stated, "He went to buy black market tickets. The special seats we bought this time come in a set. When you buy one main seat, there are 5 subtickets for companions."
Then anh like confident.
We bought 2 special seats, so we got 10 subtickets. Subtracting our shares, there are 5 tickets left, right? Did I calculate that correctly? Thuan Tu reluctantly encouraged her. Seeing that, she became even more smug. "See, I did the math myself. Pretty great, right?" Tianon was surprised by what she saw. B and Henry stood in front, waiting for them. Tianon was dazed and wondered, "What's this?" B pulled out a phone to look and asked clearly, "Looks similar, doesn't it?" Henry also examined carefully. B held the phone next to his face to compare, then asserted, "Probably." Henry was still a bit skeptical. "Looks similar but not exactly the same." He ignored him and judged, "This guy looks a bit dumber. And so natural he doesn't even have a dantian." B walked away with regret, sighing, "What a pity. A target worth 10 million credits couldn't possibly fall into our hands so easily." Henry walked past and patted Tuha's head, saying, "You're truly beautiful. Grow up to be even more beautiful, okay? We'll meet again then." He walked away, leaving the others dazed. "Let's go." Tuha looked extremely annoyed. She spoke up to expose them. "That's right, it's that guy." Tuha definitively accused him. "This guy is Lee Martin. The wanted man is also Lee Martin. They're the same person." The two of them didn't seem to believe what they were hearing. Mak Chan and Tien were also dazed. A silent atmosphere settled in. They looked at each other awkwardly. The two still decided to walk away. "Then it's definitely not him. I told you so." Tuha was shocked by the behavior of the two. Henry claimed, "But that little girl likes me. She even screamed to get my attention." B also agreed, "Exactly." She grew angry, radiating killing intent. But suddenly a voice spoke up, interrupting her anger. "Don't let him upset you. He's just a fool." Tuha turned to see who it was. Alexander stood tall beside him, rambling on. "Even though he's fallen in love, he doesn't even have the courage to express it. He's just a fool, hiding his failure with excuses." His gaze shifted toward Tien. She was also bewildered, not knowing what to say. Tuha watched his actions. Alexander took on an air of teaching a lesson. You should never do such a thing. Mak-chan also took note of his cheesy words. Love doesn't leave many long-term opportunities. His words caused Tian-an to freeze up in an instant, and a lost love is like a burn, leaving a scar for a lifetime. Alexander stood close to her, stating, "It will be harshly engraved in your heart, preventing you from ever sleeping peacefully." He reached out to touch her face intimately, and with every breath, "You will swear to yourself once more." He leaned his face in, giving Tian-an a kiss while she stood there stunned. "If I were lucky enough to have one more chance, even if only in a dream, I would bet my entire future on it."
Tian-an shouting echo everywhere.
"You're babbling again." Tian-an delivered a few kicks, sending him painfully to the ground groaning. She angrily criticized, "After all these years, how is it that you still haven't changed a bit?" Chu-ha wondered, "Do you know him?"
Tian-an wonder.
"It's better if you don't know him at all. Please forgive me." Chu-ha's words left her stunned. "I was only joking." Chu-ha stood dazed for a moment. It turned out Alexander was the one who surprised her. He was crying on the ground, wailing. "It hurts so much." Tia wondered, "Is he just a child?" Alexander rushed over to hug her in fear. "Sister, please stop her." He whimpered as he explained. "Sister, I was really just joking, honestly." Chu-ha stared blankly at him in his tiny form. "Irritable enlightened Tia. Even his old tricks haven't changed one bit. And if he used that trick on you, he would sneak into your bathtub at night and ask you to bathe him." Hearing this, she gasped in shock. "What?" Mak-chan immediately recognized his petty trick. "He is using a rejuvenation technique." She clarified, "That guy is actually 30 years old." Chu-ha froze upon hearing their explanation. She angrily raised her hand to strike him. Alexander nimbly dodged, begging for mercy. "Just kidding. I was only joking." He laughed forcefully to brush off the awkwardness. "I was only joking. It's just been so long since we last met, that's all." Alexander returned to his normal demeanor. He smiled brightly in greeting. "Hello, Sojong. It's been 5 years, hasn't it?" Tian-an irritably reminded him. "Aren't you going to greet me in your true form?" He paused for a moment. He used his magic once again. "I often forget what I actually look like, too." The others stood watching him transform. Chu-ha was surprised by his true appearance. An even smaller kid was Alexander's true form. They just looked at each other without saying a word. The robot was sitting alone inside the cathedral, waiting for the others. He anxiously checked the time. The robot exclaimed in annoyance, "They're late. Is this even the right place?" Suddenly someone asked him, "Are you here to sell black market tickets?" A mysterious person in a red cloak is approaching him. The person grips a weapon and moves closer, intending to attack. Another person with a spear appears from the shadows. Around him, many other people also approach with weapons in hand. Alexander has revealed his true form. The others stand looking at his real appearance. Chu-ha still stands dazed, looking at him. He approaches Chu-ha to apologize. "Sorry, I was just joking. I am Gucci hamster Louis Vuitton Chanel." He explains with a bright smile, "I am a direct descendant and a duke of the Versace family, the rulers of the Ozean Nebula." The two shake hands in greeting as he cordially invites her. "Tomorrow is my birthday. There's a concert on this planet. As a birthday gift, I've invited some idols here. You should come too. I'll send an invitation." Tia wondered. "He's lying through his teeth, right?"
Tian-an stayed nonchalant.
"He's a con artist." She calmly remarked, "I really want to kill someone, but he's still too young." Alexander froze upon hearing that. Tian-an irritably reminded her again. "I told you he's 30 years old." She asked seriously, "So it's okay for me to kill him, right?" Alexander saw her terrifying expression and tried to run away in fear, but he was held back.
Askari tieu adamanda.
"Transform back, make yourself look older," he pleaded in fear. "Wait, I was just kidding around." Chu-ha squeezed his tiny hand tightly, making him scream out in intense pain. Alexander collapsed to the ground. She firmly demanded, "I said, transform back." Her eyes were terrifying as she looked at him. Alexander whimpered and wailed, "It hurts so much." Chu-ha's expression remained unchanged. Tian-an stopped her. "Just give it up. Just one look into his eyes, and you won't be able to do it." She recalled the past and spoke. "He has the clearest eyes in the world."
Tian-an recalled irritably.
"That's why even I couldn't bring myself to kill him." A cry echoed from a distance. Something happened. The robot hurriedly jumped down. Tian-on saw the bruise on his face and asked, "What happened to your eye?" He quickly explained, "That's not the problem. We've been scammed." Tian-on gasped in shock. "The tickets were all fake?" "What?" He held up his phone to scan the tickets they bought. "They are counterfeits." At this moment, the two brothers had prepared all their cheering gear. They stood outside to watch Hoa not perform. The group gathered at a drink stall. Alexander wondered, "You guys actually bought these?" He recognized the scam immediately. How could anyone buy something like this? It's not even a good fake. This is just a joke. They just slapped on a poster and hiked the price. He exclaimed in disbelief. "And for a whole 120 credits. Alexander asked, "Are you people crazy to buy this?" He reckoned this kind of cheap scam only works on, he shouted, a gullible, slow-witted person, someone with an inconsistent personality, whose math skills are at a dolphin's level. No, even worse, like a sparrow's. Even a dolphin wouldn't be fooled. They put this stuff up, just hoping for a miracle, a 1 in a billion chance in all of human history. Tian-on turned to Chu-ha and asked, "You said you wanted to kill him, right? Do it. Make it quick." She explained, "Suddenly, I don't want to kill him anymore." Tian-on was confused by her reaction. Alexander looked at the sausages Thuan-tu brought out and asked, "Where did you get these sausages from?" She stated, "From a corner in the kitchen." He explained blankly, "If it's from there, that's just dog food."
Thuan-tu calmely remarked.
"I know, I wasn't the one eating it anyway." Meanwhile, Mak-chan and the Aro, the robot, is devouring those sausages with all its might. Thuan-tu nonchalantly brings that pile of food for them to eat. Alexander is stunned witnessing this scene. He remarks, "Lately, scams are popping up like mushrooms." He searches his phone, saying, "Yesterday I even saw a strange wanted poster." Alexander brings up Mak-chan's wanted notice. There's a poster, a flyer, offering 10 million credits for a nobody, a small fry. He disdainfully reckons, "It makes no sense at all. Look at him, he looks so weak and pathetic, harmless and stupid." He compares it to the current Mak-chan, wondering, how could he be worth 10 million credits? He steps closer to make a comparison. Looking at the phone and then at reality, there really is a difference. Alexander tries to find a dangerous spark in him. He can't believe his eyes, questioning, "There's no way, right? Someone must be joking, yeah?" Chu-ha clarifies for him, "It's real." She believes the 10 million credits are real, though she thinks that amount is a bit low. Alexander still doesn't believe what she says. Chu-ha eats and drinks while suggesting, "Take him out before someone else does. It's easy. Want me to lend you a sword?" He still doesn't believe it, asking if she's joking.
Then anh can li lie.
The only thing she can't do, besides getting angry, is tell a joke. Alexander reassures himself, then it really must be a joke, right? The phone notification rings again. He looks at the phone in shock. Alexander sees the GPS and announces, "The location of the wanted criminal has appeared." He mutters, "But, it's right here." The door of the drink stall slowly opens. A group of heavily armed people enters with an intimidating aura. Alexander stares blankly at the people walking into the shop. "We aren't open yet." One person approaches Mak-chan, but he is still focused on eating sausages. Henry looks at him with killing intent. The others also surround them. He checked out Mak-chan's strength briefly. Mak-chan was still focused on munching through the pile of sausages. Henry coldly spoke up, demanding everyone stay back.
Tian nonchalantly explained,
"Don't mind us. Do what you have to do, just don't mess with me." He felt helpless witnessing the group just eating and drinking. Henry cursed angrily, "Damn it, you guys, if they interfere, just hit them too." The others had vanished somewhere, leaving him all alone. He stood dazed before the person who had just appeared. The others quickly knelt down before that person. Lin Hoa stepped inside, looking regal and imposing. He froze and gasped, "The Sword Mother of the West, Lin Hoa." She looked coldly at the group. Mak-chan just kept on eating. The others also turned their attention to Lin Hoa. Chu-ha didn't seem to care much. The scene inside the shop was currently utter chaos. The two monk brothers over here were having some sort of issue. The security guard held the ticket to enlighten the two. "You two can't enter with this. It's a fake." Hearing this, the two were stunned. Alexander hung a sign outside the shop. "Closed today. The Sword Mother of the West is inside." 3 people stood guard outside the door. He reminded the two, "No need to guard too seriously. he remarked. Who would have a death wish and try to go in there? The three stood on the roof looking ahead. He appeared beside them. Alexander gasped in shock. This is truly shocking. I never expected to meet the Sword Mother of the West from this close. He asked curiously, but how do you know her? I'm just a cheap bounty hunter, and the Sword Mother of the West. How are they related? Tian-on asked irritably. Why are they all gathered here? She looked at the crowd and wondered. Are they bounty hunters? He explained. Only a few of them. Most just came to see the Sword Mother of the West. Tian-on thought of Lin Hoa with anger. What's so special about her anyway? The robot shared its view. They say she's the most beautiful woman in the galaxy. Who wouldn't want to catch a glimpse? A legendary beauty. It is rumored that just a glimpse is enough to make one's heart tremble. When I first saw her, I thought my heart was going to jump out of my chest. And if lucky enough, one could be chosen to join her harem. I had to resist because I already have a fiancé. Tian-on angrily scoffed. The most beautiful in the galaxy? It's just hair, makeup and clothes. If I caked that much powder on my face, did my hair and dress sexy, I would look almost like that too. She turned to ask Thuan Tu, right? Thuan Tu grabbed her pants and judged. Any sexier and you'd be naked, lady. She was speechless and confused by those words. Thuan Tu gave a thumbs up, certain of her opinion. Tian-on remained dazed inside the shop. Mak-chan and Lin Hoa were sitting and talking to each other.
Lin Hoa comly irritably.
Seems you really enjoy wandering around, following your footsteps even as far as this. The soles of my feet are worn out.
Moc-chan hurriedly requested.
If you have something to say it and get lost. She avoided his gaze and stammered. I have so many things I want to say. But then she angrily shooed Chu-ha away. Didn't you hear me tell everyone to get out? You're interfering. Leave. She calmly replied. Just go about your business. Don't bother me. She was surprised by Chu-ha's reaction.
Lin Hoa imediatan examined Chu-ha.
She used her special eyes to check. A natural human? Mak-chan picked up his cup to enjoy his drink and requested. She's just a child. Just say what you want to say. Lin Hoa was still annoyed with Chu-ha. Hearing him, she wondered. A child? She calmly asked. How do you see me? Great master, as a woman? He assessed immediately. I see you as a woman. She bragged smugly. How fortunate. If you consider me a woman, then I must be very beautiful. Most men say, I am the most beautiful woman in the galaxy. Lin Hoa shared with absolute confidence. I don't deny that either, especially after meeting you. I've taken even better care of myself. If I lack anything, I will improve.
Lin Hoa pleaded.
So please give me one night. Bless me with your seed. She was shocked by what just happened. Chu-ha had somehow already seated herself at the table.
Lin Hoa wondered.
Since when did she? She thought suspiciously. She is clearly a natural human. How could she move without me noticing? She stated, you're late. I arrived before her. She pointed at him and explained, this man is mine. I've already proposed. Mak-chan paid no mind to her words. He nonchalantly said, she's just a child. There's no need to worry. Chu-ha agreed with his words. Exactly. That's the only obstacle. My body is still too young for my age. She stated clearly, but yesterday was my birthday. My body is an adult's now. She bluntly shooed her away. So get lost. He is mine. She picked up her cup and said seriously, if you dare to touch him, even just a little bit, as Chu-ha looked at the steaming cup threateningly, this will happen. She performed a few basic moves with the cup, as a demonstration for Lin Hoa, Ice Heaven Demon Shaking Magic. Lin Hoa looked at the cup and realized immediately, a natural human from the Heavenly Demon cult. Meanwhile outside, everything was still very lively due to the nearby event. Lin Hoa looked at her and exclaimed, she can push Ice Heaven Demon Shaking Magic to its limit? Lin Hoa immediately became cautious of Chu-ha. She remained natural and unafraid.
Lin Hoa said.
So the rumors are true. She recounted. I've heard about you. She spoke sarcastically of the crazy old men of the Heavenly Demon cult. Waiting forever for the Heavenly Demon Supreme to be born, they decided to create one with their own hands, right? Lin Hoa is very clear about Chu-ha's origin. They collected the genes of all the previous cult leaders, selecting only the most superior traits, and even enhanced them, finally creating a truly extraordinary being. She slowly recounted the story, but when the moment came, 2 children were actually born.
Lai Hoa Ri Kang.
According to the sex laws, there can only be one heavenly demon supreme. She explained, they chose the male child, as it would be easier for him to learn martial arts. Lin Hoa posed a question to them, and the female child was permanently erased, or so they said. She turned to her and said, but seeing you,
Lai Hoa Edgar Lim.
It seems there's much more to the story. Chuha didn't hide anything, you're right, there is still much more. She radiated an eerie power as a warning to her, and the rest goes like this. Old hags who babble about useless things will have their mouths ripped open before they die. Lin Hoa immediately recognized the heavenly demon soul. The heavenly demon soul appeared along with the power, an aura of Chuha. She reckoned, those foolish old men of the heavenly demon cult made the wrong choice. Lin Hoa mockingly poked fun at them. You erased the child with the heavenly demon soul, without even meeting her, a miracle that only comes once in 10 years. Mok Chan still nonchalantly drank his water, ignoring the two women arguing. Chuha, full of killing intent, warned the old hag, that's enough, shut your mouth. I'll rip your mouth wide open. Seeing things getting heated, he stopped them. That's enough. Wounds received through words should not be repaid with fists. She disdainfully belittled her. A wound from that old hag? How could she possibly hurt me? She's not even worth my attention. Mok Chan intervened again. Enough. She looked at him with confusion. Chuha listened and lowered her guard. I'll let it slide this time. Only this once, though. He reminded both Lin Hoa and her. That's enough. Lin Hoa took on a provocative tone. Fine. Lately, I've been practicing how to tolerate immature brats. Every time I see children who refuse to grow up properly, I regret not spoiling them a bit more in the past. Chuha angrily launched an attack at Lin Hoa. I told you I'd only let it slide once. Purple light flashed, interrupting their conversation.
Tieu as.
Eyes were full of killing intent after that warning strike. Lin Hoa was not to be outdone. She had blocked her sudden blow. Chuha smiled and assessed, not bad. Even though you're called one of the 5 great supremes, aren't you a bit too strong? She stated seriously, the 5 great supremes is just a title created by busybodies. I never agreed to it. Lin Hoa's eyes were sharp, her voice solemn. I have no intention of standing alongside anyone, not even for a second.
Tiu har confidently provoked her.
Then you're even less likely to bow your head to others, right? Wanna find out?
Tie er suddenly stopped.
She shifted her gaze elsewhere. Mok Chan grabbed her hand to pull her back and stop the fight. Chuha was speechless, confused by his actions. She wondered, are you worried about this old hag? He was concerned. If you fight now, both of you will get hurt. If you truly want to fight, wait until that arm of yours recovers first. She was surprised when he said that. The robot saw something unusual. He pointed and wondered, what is that? Something happened over there, creating a cloud of dust. In the middle of that dust cloud, someone was rushing over. The 2 monk brothers, with angry eyes, were charging toward them. An explosion blew the door open, throwing the shop into chaos. The people inside also noticed the recent commotion. Those 2 old men had smashed through the wall to enter. The 2 of them searched angrily. Where is that scamming witch? Where did that fraud go? The group of hunters outside had all been dealt with by those 2 old men. The people on the roof had been closely monitoring the situation. Tianon was stunned by what was happening. They sat at the table to talk seriously. Mok Chan asked for clarification. So these are fake tickets? To Tien stated angrily, that's right, and it's not just any ordinary counterfeit. It was crafted so elaborately and meticulously that there wasn't a single flaw. Tianon tried to cool things down. Calm down a bit, okay? We don't know for sure yet. He asked clearly, who checked the tickets? Daiknot lamented sadly. The ticket collector? Who else? Merciful Buddha. He asked, if that was the ticket collector, wouldn't they easily be able to tell a fake from a real one? The 2 over here were still glaring at each other. Then it's definitely a fake. Mok Chan saw him writhing and wondered, how did things turn out like this? Tian quickly explained, we were in too much of a hurry, but these 2 keep bothering me constantly. She tried to evade responsibility. Thinking back, we achieved our goal, didn't we? The goal was to spend money and we've burned every last cent. To Tien criticized heatedly, but now we don't even have a single ticket. The last chance to see Dynamite Juju has slipped away. He looked at Dyke Knot's haggard appearance and explained, that was a dream my senior brother has desired for many years. He confided, the first time we heard that song was by chance 3 years ago. Despite his old age and frailty, senior brother still worked hard to memorize nearly half the lyrics. He was supposed to be able to sing along with the group. He explained further, and tomorrow is his 140th birthday.
Mocchen Kamli requested.
We'll solve this problem step by step. He looked at her and said, first, return the money. Tianon froze, wondering, how can I return it right away? 240. He was certain, you have it, don't you? You obviously stole it. His words left her stunned for a moment. What? Tien's eyes were full of anger, calling her a rogue. So, you really did that? She looked at his nonchalant expression and cried out, what the? Are you serious? Mok-chan expressed, can't you tell? Only a fool would fall for a cheap trap like this. For someone smart and good at calculating like you, such traps are nothing. His words left her speechless on the spot.
Mocchen reckoned.
Besides, aren't scamming and stealing your trade? So you did it. He recalled her previous words. I offered to lend her money, but she refused, and went and stole it instead. She said doing it that way made her conscience feel better. Stealing requires hard labor to get results, while borrowing is wanting to eat without working for it. She stood dazed for a moment. He demanded of her, anyway, hurry up and return the money. The real issue is the tickets. He determined, that's also your responsibility. So go get them. She was bewildered by his nonsense. What? Mok-chan nonchalantly directed. Now just relax and wait. She has the ability, so she'll get one eventually. To Tien emotionally comforted Dyke Knot. What a relief. Amitba, senior brother, you can go to the concert tomorrow now. The old man thanked him with tears in his eyes. How fortunate. Amitba. Tienon was still dazed by his firm words. She screamed in explanation. When did I steal it? Regardless of anything, I didn't take this. I'm a victim who got scammed too. Meanwhile, Lin Hoa calmly enjoyed her drink. Q-ha glared at her with daggers in her eyes, wondering, why is this old hag still here? Do you have a death wish? She asked clearly. Did you really propose to him? Really? She explained. Yeah, the first time I met him, I proposed right away. Lin Hoa sighed and remarked, so it was love at first sight. Then, youth is truly something else. You're reckless enough to gamble your entire future on just a first meeting. It makes me feel a bit envious. Q-ha poked fun with a sarcastic tone. What are you talking about? Who said I'm in love? Lin Hoa wondered. Didn't you say you proposed? She explained. I didn't do it because I love him. I just felt like doing it. She bared her inner thoughts. For some reason, when I stand next to him, I feel like I actually have a future. Tia shared. I feel like all my worries have vanished. Lin Hoa remained silent, letting her share. In contrast to the quiet atmosphere of the conversation, a heated argument was still raging on the other side. I already told you.
I'm innocent.
Tien nonchalantly recounted her track record. Seriously, I'm being framed. Out of 623 thefts, 274 counts of corruption, and 88 counts of fraud. This time I really didn't do anything at all. Lin Hoa wondered irritably. That's enough. Can we go somewhere else? She immediately used a teleportation spell. She vanished first, leaving only a blue light that hadn't fully faded.
Tia complained irritably,
but was teleported away to a massive, luxurious ship. Out there, the two teleported to the ship's balcony. They faced each other once again.
Tia demanded harshly.
So you brought me all the way to your den, huh? They say a dog is bold in its own yard, and a rooster is brave in its own coop. Are you trying to pick a fight with me? Lin Hoa gently soothed her. No need to be so guarded. I'm not planning to threaten you or anything. She explained. I have no reason to hurt her. Q-ha provoked her with full confidence. It's not that you have no reason, it's just that you don't have the capability to do it. Furthermore, I am the one who decides whether you can or not. Lin Hoa still acted calmly. In the face of her aggressive behavior, she wondered, why are you looking at me like that? she reckoned. You and I are very much alike, even in the way we throw away our reckless youth at this threshold of 20. Chuha dismissed it. What nonsense. She froze as she looked at Lin Hoa. Lin Hoa had pointed that sharp sword at her neck, warning her, just because you carry the heavenly demon soul doesn't mean you are invincible.
Lin Hoa assets?
You can't even use half of its power. Chuha immediately flipped backward. Don't make me laugh. She charged once more to attack Lin Hoa. Chuha flickered in and out of sight, peering behind Lin Hoa's back. She swiftly delivered an attack. Chuha's strike caused her body to vanish into ashes and dust. Although her body had vanished, her voice still echoed there. I didn't say that because you're unable to use one arm. Lin Hoa appeared behind her, completely unaffected. Since birth you have rejected the heavenly demon soul. That is the reason you cannot utilize its power thoroughly. Chuha attacked fiercely. Shut up. She used all her strength to attack. Chuha's eyes were full of killing intent as she looked ahead. The dust gradually cleared, revealing Lin Hoa's body. It was a bright, shining golden body. Chuha was also somewhat surprised by this. The Vajra body. Lin Hoa gently advised her to stop here. Even if we fight 100 more times, it won't achieve anything. Lin Hoa was certain. Besides, we really are the same. But no matter how much we are alike, our destinies are still meant to turn our backs on each other. But Chuha remained extremely wary of her. We are standing back to back, but if we want to look each other in the eye, we would have to travel all the way around this universe.
Lin Hoa assets?
Therefore, we can never become enemies, because we will never have to look each other in the eye. She wondered, what are you babbling about?
Lin Hoa state?
Even if he were between us, there is still nothing worth the two of us fighting over. Explaining, if you want, you can keep him for yourself. I only need a part of him, that's enough. But Chuha cried out in annoyance. What?
Lin Hoa Rekkum.
But you cannot have him without my help, she stated. I will help you.
Tie a shaute dinanger.
Don't meddle in my business. I don't need help from a washed-up old hag like you. She leaned into her ear and whispered, You've never been with a man, have you? That left her utterly shocked. Alexander confidently stated, I can find the scammer for you. The two were sitting in a corner chatting. He confidently bragged, This place is my turf. Not even an ant can hope to escape, he firmly asserted. Furthermore, scamming is my specialty. Tracking down a ticket. Scammer? It's easy. Tianon asked, Really? He explained, The immutable principle of a scammer is to never double-cross their customers. Always be as honest and pure as white snow before them. You get what I mean, right? She answered blankly, Actually, I don't. Alexander asked clearly about her intention. So do you want me to find them? If so, I'll do it for a super low price. Rock bottom price. Tianon wondered, how cheap? He explained, I don't need money. I just need you to help me with a little task. The work is still unfinished. She listened but didn't understand anything at all. She recalled the time the two of them bathed together. Blushing with embarrassment, she angrily attacked him. This madman. She was about to attack but stopped. Tianon turned around to look at everyone. The two old men were monitoring her every move. To Tien, with eyes full of expectation, demanded, What are you doing? Hurry up and state your request. There's not much time left before the show starts. Daiknot was also in a hurry. I don't know what he wants, but it seems easy. Just agree already. Amitba. As she stammered through her explanation, Mok-chan demanded, Agree to it. He nonchalantly made her do it. It's your responsibility. If it can be settled, why are you hesitating? Tianon froze, feeling extremely annoyed. At another location, a restaurant crowded with customers. The robot wondered, why a sudden craving for coffee? Do they even have coffee from 2,000 years ago?
Motschen confided.
The aroma is quite similar, but the taste is too bland. It's a real pity. He wondered and critiqued. Is that so? He asked blankly, but why aren't you drinking it? He explained, 1 cup like this costs as much as 2 bowls of noodles. He hurriedly urged him. Meanwhile, others in the surroundings were also watching. The two of them closely. There's a waste just sitting there, so drink up quickly. The bald man took out his phone to check. The robot reminded him again, if the family finds out, we're toast. She's the one managing our finances. The bald man carefully examined his wanted poster. The others also began to make a move. Seeing this, the robot yelled, Stop acting up and sit down. Those who were about to draw their swords stopped. He threatened them, "No matter how greedy you are, you must know when to stop. Don't think a 10 million reward is easy to swallow. If you want to keep your lives, drop that idea." Those men were surprised by something. Alexander, appearing in a different form behind his back. "So you are asserting that you're capable of protecting a man worth 10 million? The robot turned to see who it was. Alexander watched calmly. Both robots were surprised to see him. The author, Alexander. He used his special eyes to scan him. He quickly finished the scan and grasped his capabilities. He spoke with a sarcastic, provocative tone.
A D-rank bounty hunter?
He reckoned, is truly incomprehensible. An S-rank being protected by a cheap, low-tier hunter? Are you kidding me? Alexander looked at the group and mocked them. Are you guys joking? He asked angrily. Do you dare play games with me? Robert spoke up resentfully. I know you're strong, but don't be so arrogant. He warned him. Just treat this as a joke and get lost. Then today will still be your lucky day. He realized, you really don't know who I am, do you? The robot not only knew but knew very well. Alexander Bendu, S-rank hunter, ranked 4th in the hunter world. A gym addict, who only knows how to take photos of his muscles all day. Is there anything else? Seeing his calm demeanor, he remarked, this guy is still so relaxed, even after knowing who I am. Is he crazy? Or a glass flew into the air, gliding right past his eyes. That left Alexander utterly astonished. Without a greeting, Makchan nonchalantly requested, may I have another glass? My hand slipped on that massive ship out in space. Chu-ha was speechless, surprised by Lin Hoa's words.
Manhwa playfully tivet.
Her reaction is quite adorable. You look like a cat caught doing something shady, she remarked, so naive. Chu-ha tried to explain. I know everything. I know it all. Lin Hoa sighed with certainty. So you really don't know, do you?
Manhwa command B617.
Projecting hologram. Suddenly, golden lights appear around her. A golden frame appears in front of Chu-ha. It shows images of a man and a woman being intimate with each other, which leaves Chu-ha utterly shocked.
Manhwa livet.
Leave Chu-ha alone to enjoy it. Chu-ha is incredibly stunned by what is before her. She is witnessing a quite remarkable scene. Lin Hoa mutters with a sarcastic attitude. Just let her see a bit, then take her back. A glass is flying through the air, gliding past Alexander's face. He scans Makchan again. A natural-born genius? He wonders. A person with innate talent, but you can use it without a greeting? Absurd. An inferior being who has mastered Qigong? He begins gathering power in his palm, muttering. So that mission was real? The robot still advises. I said it already, just leave. He has formed a red sphere, ready to attack. It doesn't matter as long as the mission is real. I must catch the prey. Suddenly, something appears before his eyes. Chu-ha stands imposingly in front of him. Alexander gasps in surprise. What the? They all look at each other. Chu-ha's mood seems to be very angry. She suddenly exclaims, disgusting. Seeing this, he asks, what's wrong with her? She suddenly screams, I've changed my mind. I'm not getting married. Never. Cancel the engagement. It's gross. Alexander, with his red sphere, orders move. He warns coldly, or else I'll kill you too. Chu-ha immediately punches him away. Get lost. The other hunters are left dazed. He was sent flying a great distance, creating a significant commotion. A large crater has been formed.
Tie repeats. Gross.
There's no way I'm marrying old men. And don't you dare get married either, you hear me? Hoa Not suddenly appears, calling, Ayushir. The two look in Hoa Not's direction. She quickly rushes into his arms. Ayushir. She is certain it's really him. Chu-ha screams irritably, get away from him right now. The story ends here for now, my loves. If you want to follow this series further, smash that like button immediately, and the subscribe button. Don't make the admin lose their temper. To anyone who doesn't smash it hard, just you wait. The admin will bring a bottle of cooking oil to your house. Goodbye and see you next time, my loves.